Chapter 81. In the Black Prison. They are just annoying guys. For year-old Kiki muttered softly, touching her chest, but Inky is in pain here. Lin Xian was about to say something, but saw the little girl had turned away. Then, in his astonished eyes, she walked in front of 8-year-old Kiki, and took the pistol from her hand. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw it. It was bad. He was about to stop it. But in a moment, Kiki in the corridor, outside the iron fence had stood up, made a gun shape with her little hand, and then slowly walked to the end of the corridor. There, the woman's back was not far away. There were many children's laughter in the open space outside. "Wait!" Lin Xian shouted, grabbing the iron fence with both hands, and the mechanical heart was madly urged, but it couldn't be opened. He immediately stretched out his hand and started to thinking of making a machine to directly saw the iron fence. But making a cutting machine is time-consuming and laborious, and even if he tried his best, he couldn't catch up. "Fuck you!" Lin Xian roared, turned around and immediately fired air guns at the monster in the shadow. Clusters, clusters. The air guns seemed to hit the invisible wall, and did not cause any damage to the terrifying weirdness. Lin Xian was shocked. That's not right. If the white monster he just saw was the culprit that caused Kiki's gradual degeneration, he had clearly killed the monster. Where did this thing come from? Ah! Kiki in 3 different periods was full of fear in their eyes and screamed. Fear? No, it wasn't fear just now. Fear is... Lin Xian was stunned. He suddenly realized that the monster in front of him was different from the white fallen monster on the train just now. Fear fuck. That silver antenna. Where is it? Lin Xian looked at his hand. Didn't he remember holding it in his hand? But why is it empty now? Huh? Lin Xian suddenly looked up and saw the horrible monster in the corner. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the strange bloody mouth with his hand. Are you still scaring me? He was sure that the monster that grabbed Kiki and swallowed him in the carriage was the real degenerate, and he was in Kiki's degenerate world at this time, and he must have fainted on the ground, and the other horrible monster in front of him was the silver antenna. Sure enough, he reached into the bloody mouth with one hand and immediately felt that he had grabbed a cold object. In an instant, the ghost disappeared. At this time, a beep sounded, and the iron gate suddenly opened. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he knew that he had guessed right, and immediately turned around and rushed out. Click, click. In the long dark corridor, Lin Xian ran all the way, and there was a light in the distance. He ran closer and closer, and his vision gradually became dazzling. He had to cover his eyes with his hands. Finally, he ran out. Under the dazzling sunlight, Lin Xian felt the stinging pain in his eyes, and slowly opened his eyes. Outside was a green grass garden of the orphanage. The surrounding fences and green belts had long been demolished. The lonely orphanage stood in a wilderness, and it looked a bit abrupt in contrast to the high-rise buildings not far away. There was no bloody killing, no corpses everywhere. A dozen children were playing and laughing wantonly. There was an ancient banyan tree that covered the sky and the sun in the middle of the building. Under the tree, Lin Xian saw a young figure. She sat quietly on the grass with a teddy bear, looking at a path in the distance, looking a little lonely and desolate in the laughter around her. On that road, a woman with messy hair gradually walked away. That was the back of her mother leaving. Hey! A familiar voice sounded behind him. Lin Xian turned around and saw the Kiki he knew standing not far away, with a light look and a smile like a flower. Thank you, Lin Xian. 1645. The wind and snow intensified. In the number 1 carriage, Lin Xian and Xiaxia were anxiously paying attention to Kiki's situation. For some reason, after the bleeding just now, Kiki's expression suddenly recovered a lot. Her breathing began to become stable, and the skin on her face gradually became red. She looks like... not that serious. Lin Xian frowned. She really couldn't understand it. Kiki's condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad, which was hard to figure out. From last night to now, what happened on the Infinity was really strange and bizarre. She was still scared. However, there was a significant improvement at this time, which made several people feel a little relieved. But since just now, I haven't heard that kind of footsteps anymore. Sasha looked around the corridor of the carriage, her face solemn. Dong dong dong, at this time, a heavy footsteps came. The 2 women looked over, and saw the building coming vigorously. With a heavy face over there, there's a train. Lin Xian and Xiaxia were startled, and the 3 of them hurried into the cockpit. As expected, they saw a black train approaching on the railway section that merged into Junying JY3365 in the northwest. However, the train was not on the same track as the Infinity. It was on the same track in the distance ahead, and the direction of travel was obviously Daluo Mountain. Clang, clang, clang. As the train approached, the three of them gradually saw that it was actually an Interstellar Army intercontinental train. At this time, a dull roar came from the distant railroad tracks, and the Interstellar Army intercontinental train rushed past. Army? It's the Iron Guard Brigade. Shasha seemed to recognize the logo on the black train and exclaimed. The train was transporting a large number of heavy tracked armored tanks, as well as the Iron Guard 3 military assault armor that Shasha and her friends had seen at the T-34 outpost before, and even 3 destroyer heavy military assault models. At the end of the train, there was also a giant mobile rail gun that looked like a spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, countless gunboats and aircraft were flying across the sky in front of the train, and the roaring engines and sonic booms made the windows rattle non-stop. Are all these heavy guys heading towards Daluo Mountain and Yubei City? Chen Sichuan looked uneasy. Maybe it's the extremely dangerous and weird area I heard about on the radio before. The big weird body looks very dangerous. We must take the southern route. Brother Lin doesn't know what the situation is. The radio can't be used now. Sasha looked at the heavy armored troops passing by like a black cloud in the distance, with a look of surprise on her face. This was the first time she saw such a large-scale federal army mobilization. It's okay, we continue to wait. Chen Sichuan took a deep breath and looked at the two of them. Well, building, you go down and check the condition of the car while it's daybreak. Shasha, you ride along the south line to explore the road first. I have a hunch that it won't be easy for us to enter Yubei City, whether it's the south line or the north line. I take care of Kiki here, and keep an eye on Lin Xian's situation. It's going to be dark soon. We keep the car parked for defense tonight. Shasha nodded. Okay, then we hurry up. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and found himself lying in the corridor of carriage number 1, surrounded by darkness. The white fallen demon disappeared, Kiki also disappeared, and the entire carriage was still empty. Why are you still here? The darkness was constantly devouring his spirit. He turned his head, and looked at the cold thing in his hand, the silver antenna. Lin Xian frowned, knowing that there was something strange about this thing. But he didn't dare to let go. Once he let go, there would be endless fear coming at him. But if he didn't let go, his mental strength and will were rapidly draining away. His head was dizzy, and his eyes began to go black. What a weird thing. Lin Xian got up from the ground and sat on the sofa. He picked up the radio and looked at it. It was already turned off. Click, he turned on the radio, and it was still 1542. Lin Xian tried to adjust the frequency band and found that no matter how he rotated it, the orange number on it did not change at all. It was always 1542. This? Lin Xian frowned. He had just checked that the radio was not damaged. Why were all the frequency bands 1542? Fuck. He suddenly had a tremor in his pupils. Am I trapped in a frequency band? Chapter 82. A heavy train was quietly parked in a field in the direction of Daluo Mountain from Yuchi. The night was as dark as ink, and the snow was flying. Without Lin Xian, the infinity stopped moving. The 2 hours of the day passed quickly. At night, the three could only return to the carriage to discuss and continue waiting. Chen Sichuan brought a few quilts, added a layer to the sleeping Kiki, and took another one to the building. Carriage number 5 has been transformed into a simple sleeping cabin, and the building lives in it. Tool racks have been welded to other places, storing a lot of steel and equipment. How is it? Chen Sichuan asked. Sasha sat on the sofa, looking at the radio from a distance, and said with a little fear, I don't know why, I always feel that this thing is still ringing. The air fell silent. Chen Sichuan stood there, her chest heaving. She stared at the radio, trying to control her mentality. Reason told her not to think about things that she couldn't understand. Since someone could control the train, she was sure that person was Lin Xian. There was no sound for several hours. Maybe Lin Xian encountered something. Sister Chen. Sasha's face was a little ugly. No one could think positively when a person disappeared out of thin air. It's okay. He must have a way. Chen Sichuan's words seemed to comfort herself. Lu Shasha nodded. Chen Sichuan turned off the lights and heating on the train to save the critical electricity. At the same time, she and Sasha Lu divided the work. The three of them were on duty in the front of the train, in the number 1 carriage, and in the rear carriage, observing the external situation at any time. Outside the armored car window, it was pitch black. In the wilderness under the black curtain, there seemed to be strange whispers, and piercing roars echoed in the darkness, which made people shudder. In the cold cockpit, Chen Sichuan wrapped in a blanket, and leaned against the driver's seat, looking at the darkness outside the car window with uneasiness. The car was safe. The radar detection system of the front car was running at low power consumption. I got off the building and checked it just now. The armor outside the train, including the top armor, was still intact. Last night, I escaped from Yuchi Station all the way. I don't know how many more there were besides the white climbing monster. Those collisions, bites, and attacks brought great pressure to everyone. How many unknowns and horrors were there in the dark night? Perhaps they didn't even explore the tip of the iceberg. But he escaped smoothly from such a dangerous situation, which shows that Lin Xian's upgraded armor this time still worked. If it was before, the roof might be opened by the monster, and the end would be obvious at that time. However, one wave has not yet subsided, another wave has risen. Just after breaking out of the encirclement of the dark and strange creatures, a strange radio frequency appeared on the train. In the darkness, Chen Sichuan exhaled carefully. When she thought of the strange radio station that sounded inexplicably, Chen Sichuan shuddered. Could it be that there are some things that even steel armor cannot defend against? There are more and more strange things: zombies, insect monsters, fog, mutations. One thing more terrible than the other. In a short time, Chen Sichuan seemed to have had countless nightmares. It must be okay, she encouraged herself in her heart. At present, in addition to the reserve energy in the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, there are more than 1,000 liters of gasoline found from Tang Hai on the Infinity. Part of this gasoline was poured into the fuel tank of the gas turbine, and the other part was left for backup. At the same time, the material reserves were sufficient, and the few people staying on the train were temporarily worry-free. The only problem was that if they stayed where they were, the speed of the night tide would swallow the entire Yuchi city into polar night in a few days. At that time, they could only leave it to fate. Woo! On the winding mountain road in the distance, several car lights kept flashing, which seemed to be a fleeing convoy. Chen Sichuan noticed that the sound was getting closer and closer, and her expression suddenly became cautious. But not long after, the convoy drove along a road several kilometers away towards Yubei City. Chen Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the night, from time to time, some large and small convoys could be heard rushing at night, but because the railway line and the road line were far apart, not many people noticed this huge train parked in the wilderness. In addition, the radio station could not be used, and could not receive any external information. At this moment, this train was like a lonely boat in the dark ocean, which made people feel a little desperate. Beep beep. The alarm on the watch rang, and Chen Sichuan woke up from her light sleep. It was 1 a.m., late at night. She got up immediately, and went to carriage number 1. Kiki was still unconscious, and there was still no clue about Lin Xian. Even the footsteps like before disappeared. Sister Chen. A slightly sleepy voice broke the silence in the car. Sasha sat up slowly from the sofa, and the heavy quilt slipped to her waist. She rubbed her still sleepy eyes, and looked in the direction of Chen Sichuan. Do you want to change shifts? I go to the front to guard. Chen Sichuan waved her hand and whispered, It's okay, you sleep for a while. I come over here to observe, and see if there is any other movement. I can't sleep, Sasha muttered. Brother Lin didn't come back, so I can't sleep either. Okay, don't worry too much. Lin Xian is a superpower, so he must have more solutions than us. Chen Sichuan forced a smile. Although she was worried, she still tried her best to comfort Sasha. Yeah. Sasha nodded. The lights were not on in the car, and all the sunshades were closed, with only a little light. Carriage number 1 is currently the most well-equipped car on the Infinity. It was built by Lin Xian with the most time. The more than 20-meter-long car has a living area, sofa, dining table, and food, water, and some weapons in the material storage cabinet. The A33K heavy sniper rifle was also collected by Lin Xian here. The black gun body is 1,557 millimeters long and weighs 14.8 kilograms. It uses 12.7 millimeters, .50 BMG, tungsten core armor-piercing bullets. According to Kiki, this thing is a real anti-material killer. Lin Xian wanted to give it to Delu, but Delu said that his eyesight was not very good, his hands and feet were clumsy, and he was not as good as a fire stick. He preferred light and heavy machine guns with full firepower, so Lin Xian temporarily put it here. Sasha, can you teach me how to use this? For some reason, looking at this gun, Chen Sichuan suddenly had a strange idea. Ah? Sasha was surprised when she heard it. Sister Chen, this thing is very heavy. Chen Sichuan took a deep breath. I know. But if I can help shoot and cover, we can have an extra firepower point when we encounter monsters, and we can also share some pressure for everyone. Chapter 83. Chen Sichuan's eyes were slightly stern. When the team encountered danger many times, she could only hide in the safest place in the car. Although Lin Xian felt that she was helpful, Chen Sichuan had experienced so many fierce battles, and her character had become tougher. She felt that she had to master some self-defense methods. Now that Lin Xian was not here, this need became even stronger. Sasha looked at Chen Sichuan in surprise, and stuck out her tongue. Okay, but I'm not very good at it. I only know how to shoot, but I don't know how to shoot accurately with this sniper rifle. It doesn't matter. Chen Sichuan walked over, and took down the sniper rifle. As soon as she held it in her hand, she felt it suddenly sank. She gritted her teeth, and held it up, exhaling softly. It's really heavy. But this weapon, if it's like the monster we encountered before, this gun might be useful. Of course. Sasha nodded. This thing is very powerful, and has a very long range. I saw it on TV before. However, one shot can penetrate a car by UBU. Sister Chun, this is the trigger, the safety is here. Okay, Oklahoma. This is a stand, this kind of big guy usually needs a stand, unless you are very strong, otherwise you can't shoot without support in a prone position. What is without support? It means to lift it up in the air. This is very heavy, you probably can't do it. In addition, this is an M3 optical 10x super scope, which can see very far. Sister Chen, put the gun in place first and try it. By the way, the recoil of this kind of gun is generally larger when fired, so you have to pay attention to your posture. Okay. As if she was no longer sleepy, Chen Sichuan, with the help of Sasha, began to seriously learn about gun accessories and aiming principles. Dong dong, suddenly, a voice came, and the two stopped immediately. Sister Chen, Sasha said softly. This sound seems to be outside. Chen Sichuan frowned when she heard it, and quickly made a gesture to keep quiet, then walked to the window lightly, and lifted the visor. A flashlight suddenly flashed on the side of the car. Chen Sichuan immediately covered her mouth in surprise. There is someone outside, hoo. In the dark night, the wind and snow intensified, and the lights on the entire train were turned off. Chen Sichuan and Sasha stood in carriage number 1, nervously looking outside. It seems that there is more than one person, Sasha whispered. Sister Chen, our car may be targeted. Chen Sichuan looked uneasy. This section of road is the main traffic route to Daoyuan Mountain and Yubei City, not far from the highway. Maybe someone saw a train parked here and wanted to check it out. Then what should we do? Should we respond? Sasha asked. Have you ever encountered this situation before? Before. My brother and I would meet other teams on the road, but most of them were on their own. Sometimes there would be friendly people who would communicate with each other during the day or gather together at night, but we are like this now, others may be more curious. Chen Sichuan shook her head. Let's take a look at the situation first. It's night now, and it's very dangerous outside. If it's just other survivors who come up to inquire, they will just take a look and leave, but if they are people with bad intentions, we have to be careful. Sasha nodded and said, well, Brother Lin has upgraded the armor, we should still be safe. Chen Sichuan nodded, and suddenly thought of something, pulled Sasha over, and whispered in her ear, you go and remind your brother to be alert behind us, there are 2 cars on our trailer. Yes. Sasha's eyes widened. The 2 cars were placed on the open trailer. If someone drove away quietly, it would be a big loss. After understanding this, she immediately crouched and ran to the back. Chen Sichuan walked to the cockpit, and looked out through the porthole. The night was as dark as ink. There were bursts of rustling sounds on the track. There seemed to be several footsteps outside the train. As the footsteps approached, Chen Sichuan immediately stepped back and hid in the shadow of the passage. Bang bang, at this time, someone began to climb onto the front of the train, and then a flashlight shone in to explore inside. Huh, it seems that there is no one? A man whispered. Will they sleep in other cars? Another person said. Be careful, this car is fully armored, it's definitely not an ordinary train. You keep an eye on it, I go make a call. Okay. In the shadows, Chen Sichuan covered her mouth tightly. She quietly walked to car number 1 before the flashlight shone over, picked up the intercom, and hid in the corner. Sha, there are a lot of them, be careful. Okay, if they want to do something, we will fire a warning shot. First, let's scare them, to show that we have weapons on the car. If it's an ordinary survivor team, they might be scared away. Sister Chen, those people are watching us and not moving. Who knows what they might be thinking? If a fight breaks out, do you think we should drive away? In the intercom, Sasha said worriedly. Chen Sichuan's face looked a little ugly. She certainly saw the situation at the moment. The lights on the train were off, and the roof was covered with snow. This situation might send a bad signal to others. Definitely not. Lin Xian hasn't come back yet. She looked back at this time, and the radio was still quietly placed on the sofa. The subconscious told her that Lin Xian was still in the car. If she drove away at this time, she didn't know if it would cause any trouble to Lin Xian. That's right, brother Lin. Hey, Sister Chen, listen. As soon as the voice fell, the two women suddenly heard a very slight noise in the number 3 to number 2 carriage. This time the sound was in the carriage. For some reason, Chen Sichuan was both terrified and somewhat happy when she heard the noise. She and Xia both felt that the voice should be Lin Xian, which also meant that Lin Xian was still alive at this time. Bang bang bang. But at this time, gunshots suddenly came from carriage number 5. Dalu was holding a machine gun and firing outward through a firing hole next to the tailboard, because he found that several sneaky people had somehow circled around to the position of the rear car, climbed onto their flatbed trailer, and then began to untie the steel anklets that bound the car. The sound of machine gun shooting instantly echoed in the valley, and a series of metal jets hit the side of the flatbed truck and the snow, raising sparks and snow dust. The few people who were sneaking around were immediately scared and ran away. One unlucky guy was shot through the shoulder, blood splattered all over the ground, and screamed in pain. The gunshots immediately shocked the scoundrels in the dark night, and the group of people quickly disappeared into the darkness. The loud gunshot attracted many zombies to howl and quickly run towards this side from the forest. Some of them climbed onto the train. Sasha picked up her grenade launcher and said to Chen Sichuan on the intercom, "Sister Chen, you must be careful." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chen Sichuan frowned when she heard Sasha's words, but at this time, she could only focus on the carriage and observe the clues that Lin Xian might send. She did not turn on the lights and began to pay close attention to the movements in the carriage. But suddenly, all the lights on the train were on, and Chen Sichuan was startled. She looked at the lights above her head and felt a little confused. With some guesses, she walked to the light control panel. Click. And turned off the lights again. Chapter 84. In the dark carriage, Lin Xian looked at the radio in his hand with a serious face. He tried to adjust the frequency band, but the result remained unchanged. No matter how he adjusted it, the frequency band would return to 1542. Lin Xian was a little panicked. He had clearly seen through the fear invasion of this ghost thing, which was just a disturbance of mental emotions, but he didn't know how to escape from this place. There were gusts of cold wind in the carriage, and the chill was bleak. Lin Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No! I remember that when I picked up the silver antenna before, I turned on the light. He immediately operated the mechanical heart, and turned on the lighting system of the entire train. And this time, the light was normal, not swallowed by the darkness, and there was no weird flickering. Click. But strangely, after just a few seconds, the light was quickly turned off again. Lin Xian looked at the control panel at the end of the carriage in surprise. Who turned off the lights? There was nothing wrong with the lighting system of Infinity. Lin Xian felt that it was turned off manually, which looked very strange. He suddenly thought of a possibility, so the mechanical heart activated the heating system of car number 1. The car was cold. But on the other side, Chen Sichuan felt a warm breeze coming. It was Lin Xian. Chen Sichuan reacted, and she turned off the heating system decisively without any hesitation. At this time, Lin Xian stood up from the sofa. It's so energy-saving. It must be Teacher Chen. Lin Xian picked up the radio with his eyes wide open, and said in surprise, "It turns out that I am really trapped in a frequency band." As for why he was trapped in the radio frequency of 1542, Lin Xian didn't have time to think about it. He was thinking about how to get out. Frequency band? Yes, frequency band. The Phoenix Club has a lot of important information on the LW01 long-wave frequency band, and we Wanderers are now mainly using the AM07 and 09 frequency bands. Lin Xian's pupils trembled, and he reacted at this time. He was in a strange frequency band, so no matter how he adjusted it, this radio would always show 1542. If we follow this logic, then maybe the frequency band outside can be adjusted to a frequency band other than 1542, and I can adjust it accordingly here. Then will there be a chance to get out of here? Lin Xian looked at the radio in his hand and frowned again, but it seems that it can't be adjusted. Right. He remembered something and picked up the silver antenna in his hand. I almost forgot that there is this thing. But at this time Lin Xian hesitated. If I put this thing back, will the horrible scene appear again? What if it appears? It's all fake. Lin Xian's eyebrows darkened, and he directly inserted the silver antenna back. Sure enough, as soon as the silver antenna was touched to the radio, a red ghost suddenly appeared out of thin air in the deep corridor in front of Lin Xian, standing there strangely. The red-clothed female ghost was motionless, and her pale face, under the shadow, had a strange smile. "What are you looking at? Tell me how to get out." I don't know where the anger came from. At this time, Lin Xian's anxious mentality completely overwhelmed the fear. He suddenly yelled, which made the red-clothed female ghost stunned. The female ghost's eyes were angry, and she teleported in front of Lin Xian in an instant, raised her bloody claws, and tore at Lin Xian's neck. Squeeze! Lin Xian's eyes were slightly cold, and he raised his knife, and the ghost's head flew out directly, falling to the ground with a thump. "Still want to scare me?" The air became quiet. The head of the red-clothed ghost rolled to the corner, looking at Lin Xian viciously, and her headless body still stood there with bloody claws raised. Lin Xian knew that these were all false, so he simply ignored them. After plugging in the silver antenna, he turned the knob and found that the frequency band number on it had indeed changed. Sure enough, his guess just now should be correct. The main body of this strange radio station must be this silver antenna, which can swallow people into a certain frequency. So if he wants to go out, he may need to let the people outside adjust to the same frequency as him. A frequency that is the same frequency but not 1542. After figuring this out, Lin Xian suddenly felt clear in his mind. Then how can we adjust Teacher Chun and I to the same frequency? Goyulu, the head of the red-clothed female ghost, quietly rolled to Lin Xian's feet. Lin Xian lowered his head, and saw that the female ghost stared at him with a grim look. Is it annoying or not? Lin Xian kicked it away, and felt annoyed. He looked at the headless female corpse in front of him. Although he knew it was fake, it was still a bit chilling to see it standing next to him. Lin Xian's heart moved, and he suddenly reached out to grab the dress of the red-clothed female ghost, and tore it. It was torn apart directly. After the dress of the red-clothed female ghost was torn, a beautiful female body was revealed, wearing a red bikini. So female ghosts also wear bikinis. Except for being a little skinny. The head of the female ghost on the ground rolled to the side, and at this time, the grim look suddenly became panic, and as the female ghost's clothes were torn, the feeling of horror disappeared in an instant. Instead, it became a little jumpy, and the chill disappeared instantly. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, pointed at the ghost girl's head and threatened, "Don't bother me anymore, or I take off all your clothes." Buzz on the other side, the sound of car engines outside the infinity sounded from far to near, and it seemed that a large convoy was approaching the train in the mountains and forests. "Sister Chun, there are more and more people." In the intercom, Sasha said angrily, "It seems that they are targeting us today." Chun Sichuan frowned. "There is no way, you keep an eye on it first. There seems to be movement on Lin Xian's side." For her, the most urgent task is to help Lin Xian solve the dilemma. She finally heard Lin Xian's movement, and now all her attention is on the number 1 carriage. Duh. As soon as the voice in the intercom fell, the rear carriage suddenly exchanged fire, and it seemed that more than a dozen cars drove over, ready to surround the train. Sasha and the building immediately fired back, and at the same time, many zombies rushed over from the snowfield. There was a strong wind outside the car, and a blizzard was coming. A thump sound suddenly sounded on the roof of the car, as if someone climbed onto the car. Sister Chen in front. Sasha suddenly realized something at this time, and immediately picked up the intercom and shouted to Chen Sichuan in car number 1. Chen Sichuan reacted and immediately ran to the cockpit. She was going to close the door of the cockpit passage, first to prevent the outside world from exploring the inside. If people outside knew that there were only 3 people in their car, things might become out of control. Thump. The sound ran from the rear of the car to the front of the car at a very fast speed. Every car looked out of the gap with a flashlight to check, and then drilled into the front of the car. Before Chen Sichuan ran to the cockpit, a face with a strange smile suddenly hung upside down from the windshield, and then shone a high-power light into it. The man had insect limbs similar to scorpion tails on his body. Chen Sichuan's face changed drastically when she saw him. A superpower. The man shone a flashlight on Chen Sichuan, his eyes glowed, and he screamed. Ha. It turns out there are only 3 people in total, and 2 girls. After saying that, he immediately jumped out of the car and ran towards the convoy in the distance. Oh no! Chen Sichuan thought to herself that it was not good, and immediately picked up the intercom. Shasha, a superpower, saw us and ran to the back. In the number 5 car, Shasha's face sank, and she turned around and shouted to the building with a gun in her hand, "Brother, kill the guy quickly." Chapter 85. The face of the building darkened, and he immediately moved his gun to the other side, opened the car window, and fired a burst of bullets at the back of the skinny monkey in the dark night. Duh. Who knew that the skinny monkey was very agile, and his legs ran very fast, and he quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests. The machine gun of the building was not accurate, and it raised a cloud of dirt, rocks and snow behind him, but it didn't hit him. The skinny monkey had a crazy smile on his face, and he shouted in the direction of his convoy while running. Ha, boss, there is only one man, 2 beautiful girls, and the rest are all supplies. Hurry up and grab them. It's too late, there will be no soup. His words were very inflammatory, and instantly made the thugs in the convoy boil. Duh. As the first shot was fired, the thug convoy began to open fire, and fired at the building. Bullets rained down, sparks flew everywhere, and the building and Shasha could only quickly hide their guns. Countless car lights and searchlights illuminated the train in the dark. Seeing the building suppressed by firepower, the crowd became even more crazy. Some people drove their cars, and began to step on the accelerator to rush towards the train. Gun muzzles kept sticking out of the windows, and firing at the train. There are only 3 of them. There are a lot of supplies on the train. Kill that man. Ding. Countless bullets hit the steel armor of Infinity, making a crisp tremor, but this train is like a fortress, and ordinary bullets can't cause any damage at all. But these people don't care, they seem to be red-eyed at this time, they just need to suppress the building with firepower, and then find a way to get close to the train. Many of the vehicles that rushed in began to deter, some rushed over to try to steal the armored vehicle, and some even raised Molotov cocktails. Doomsday thugs began to besiege the train. On the other side, in the dark number 1 carriage, Lin Xian paced back and forth, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. A headless female ghost in red, with a beautiful figure stood on the side in a bikini, and the head on the ground kept watching him walk back and forth. Band. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up at the top light of the carriage above his head, and his heart moved slightly. He remembered the light just now. There was something that seemed not to be affected by this weird frequency. That was his mechanical heart. Lin Xian took a deep breath, tried to flash the light twice, and then waited for a response. After a while, the light flashed twice again. There was a hail of bullets outside, and Chen Xishuan looked at the flashing light, and immediately guessed Lin Xian's intention, and also turned the light on and off twice. In an instant, Lin Xian looked at the flashing lights above his head, and he felt like tears welling up in his eyes. It must be my teacher Chen. If the lights can flash, then the simplest method is Morse code. Let me think about it. AM07, number 0, just AM7, teacher Chen will definitely understand. Chen Xishuan is a university teacher, and is familiar with railway knowledge. She should have some knowledge of international light signals. Lin Xian tried hard to recall long on, off, means long, short on, off, means short, with a 1-second interval in between, so it should be. So, Lin Xian started to operate the mechanical heart to light up the lights. First 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, indicating a distress signal, and indicating to the other party that he is using light signals. Infinity is facing a big battle. Bang. The building was constantly firing back through the car windows under the hail of bullets. Brother, there are too many of them. Lu Shasha shouted, and fired another grenade out of the window. Bang. The grenade hit the left front hood of a pickup truck squarely. With a bang, the engine and tires were blown apart. The whole car overturned due to inertia and rolled down the hillside. The life and death of the people in the car was unknown. Duh. Clang. Countless bullets poured in. As the firepower intensified, the people in the car realized that this was actually a large-scale convoy of thugs. At this time, several advanced team vehicles had rushed to the front of the train. A dozen eager thugs crouched down and got out of the car and dispersed. Some ran towards the front of the car, and some ran towards the number 5 carriage and the armored vehicle. These thugs began to use various means to try to open the door of the train. The tailboard of the train was already full of people, with various steel pipes, crowbars, and machetes. Some people even pulled out trailer hooks and electric saws from off-road vehicles. Everyone was madly waiting for the moment when the door was opened. Don't be afraid, there are really only 3 of them. We picked up a big treasure. Grab the car behind first. The firepower on the train obviously did not cause much deterrence to these red-eyed thugs, and some people were even shouting. At this time, a black shadow in the thugs' convoy suddenly jumped sideways onto the roof of a moving car, and then stepped hard with his feet. A huge force burst out, directly crushing the roof on the spot, and the whole person jumped out high like a cannonball. Boom! The black shadow landed on the roof of the infinity, raised his fist, and smashed it hard. Bang! Under the huge force, the top armor only had a tiny dent. Seeing this scene, he was a little surprised. It seems that the armor of this train is not as simple as ordinary steel plates. After failing to hit it, the man rushed to the rear end of the train and prepared to open the hydraulic tail plate. Brother, it's a superpower. Hearing the huge movement above their heads, Sha and the building reacted immediately. Boom! The man rolled on the roof and fell to the rear end, then knelt on one knee, formed a palm with one hand, condensed into a hard black metal skin, and then inserted it into the gap between the tail plate and the car. Swish! In an instant, fireworks flew everywhere. His skin was harder than steel plates. He actually wanted to defeat the hydraulic press with his bare hands. The man pulled a gap in the hydraulic plate, inserted his other hand at the same time, and then tried to forcibly pull the hydraulic tail plate open with both hands. However, the hydraulic tailgate's power was not so easy to break open, so he just held the gap and shouted to the back, "Ju Laosan, get on the hook." Okay. Another skinny monkey with a scorpion tail shouted at this time, and pulled out a metal hook from the front of several cars, ready to hook the tailgate directly, and use the pulling force of several cars to pull the tailgate open. Bang bang bang. At this time, a burst of bullets shot directly from the gap, and the building below raised a machine gun and shot at him. Only then did he realize that the person on the roof was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He saw that the beard just turned sideways, and his whole body turned gray and black. The bullets hit his body, as if they hit metal, and were bounced away. Brother, your aim is good. The beard grinned, and the strength in his hand increased. I'm here to open the lid of your turtle shell. Chapter 86. Squeak! The hydraulic tail plate made a dull whimper, and the position of the steel plate held by his palm began to deform at this time. Looking for death. Delish shouted, seeing the extraordinary power of the other party. His eyes were fierce. He dropped the machine gun, swung the steel-cutting sword with both hands, and stabbed it directly at the gap of the tail plate. Swish! The huge force exploded, and the blade of the steel-cutting sword and a corner of the tail plate were cut off. The bearded man's eyes condensed, as if he realized some danger, and his hands suddenly loosened, and then closed them, and his palms directly clamped the sword blade. Swish! Sparks flew wildly, with a harsh friction sound. What a great strength! The bearded man smiled sinisterly, and grabbed the back of the knife with one hand, jumped into the air and fell under the car, tearing the steel-cutting sword with his hands and cutting along the side gap of the tail plate. Judging from the posture, he was actually preparing to use the power of his sword to cut the connection of the tail plate. What a sharp move! Delu didn't expect that the other party was not only a supernatural power with iron skin, but also had quite agile and skilled fighting skills. He dragged him with the momentum, and his strength was not in a hurry, and the blade was torn down. Ah! Delu shouted with his veins bulging, almost using all his strength, and suddenly pulled the steel-cutting sword out of the iron-like hands of the bearded man. Scorpion! The bearded man shouted. Ding ding ding! At this time, several long whips like scorpions suddenly appeared and directly hooked the hydraulic tail plate that was slightly opened. Hook it open with the car hook. I go to the front to prevent them from running away. Okay, boss. The scorpion tail of the skinny monkey, who was exploring the way just now, hooked the tailboard fiercely, and at the same time, several nimble subordinates pulled the metal hooks and hung them on the tailboard, preparing to use the car to pull the tailboard open. Dong dong dong. A series of running sounds began to sound above the head of the train. Lu Shasha looked at the roof of the car and immediately picked up the intercom and shouted to Chen Xishuan. Sister Chen, be careful in front, someone is coming. In car number 1, Chen Xishuan was concentrating on observing the flashing lights. Looking at the distress signal of 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short, she immediately understood that it was Morse code. Hearing the footsteps above her head, she immediately picked up the gun and rushed to the cockpit again, worried that the other party would damage the front of the car. Bang! But just as Chen Xishuan ran into the cockpit, the bearded man suddenly fell from the sky, stood outside the porthole, grabbed the armored grill in front with both hands, and then bent it with one hand, forcibly bending a grill open, revealing a hole the size of a bowl. He raised his black hand, staring at Chen Xishuan, whose face was pale, and grinned. Little sister, where do you want to run? Come play with uncle, I'm very hard. Immediately, his palm shining with metallic luster shot out from the car window glass. Ah! Chen Xishuan screamed and took a step back, and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Open it for me! The bearded man shouted and stabbed with one hand. These steel grills can block monsters, but he really doesn't care about this windshield. But when he pierced with all his strength and his fingertips were about to touch the glass, he suddenly stopped. The bearded man's pupils trembled at this time, because he found that he couldn't move. The expected cracking sound did not come. Lin Xian slowly put down his hands. But at this time, he saw the bearded man standing there in fear. When his mind was blank, a familiar voice suddenly came to his mind. Stinky uncle, how hard are you? Lin Xian turned his head suddenly, and his eyes were suddenly happy. The girl standing in the aisle of the carriage, with fluorescent eyes, windless hair, and bursts of murderous aura, who else could it be but Kiki? The bearded man's pupils trembled violently at this time. Not only could he not move his body, but even his voice and breathing were stagnant at this time. A superpower? A very terrifying superpower. In just a moment, he felt a chill in his heart. Buzz, Kiki waved his hand, and the bearded man was like a black iron ball, bursting out directly on the spot, and crashed into a jeep rushing from the side. Bang, bang, bang. The huge impact force smashed the jeep into a C shape, the tires burst, and the whole car flew out. Kiki? Lin Xian exclaimed. Sister Chen, hurry. Kiki's expression was slightly cold at this time. Her eyes were shining with a brighter white light than before. Her hair was moving without wind, and a strong evolutionary force suddenly appeared. She pointed in the direction of carriage number 1, where the lights were constantly flashing. Hurry up and save Lin Xian. Okay. Kiki's appearance instantly pulled Lin Xian back from the edge of despair. She nodded in joy and immediately ran towards carriage number 1. Kiki turned around and heard countless thugs starting to climb onto the car, and she immediately became angry. How abominable! Just as the looting was going on, an invisible shock wave shook from the center of the train, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Boom! Instantly, those who were close to the train, those who climbed onto the flatbed trailer to rob the car, and the dozen cars parked nearby were all blown away. The shockwave stirred up a pile of snow dust like radiation. What? Countless screams and exclamations sounded, and the thugs in front were swept away in an instant. In the direction of the front of the car, the blown car slid out a long shallow pit on the snow. In the blazing flames, the bearded man stood up in the ruins, shaking his head. At this time, he looked extremely embarrassed. The metallic skin was covered with bloodstains deep enough to see the bones, and blood was dripping slowly. He wiped the blood from his nose and mouth, looked at the girl in horror, and said in shock. Awesome. Boss, that woman is so powerful. It's okay, what can a superpower do? Since the car is broken, it's a can of meat that can't escape. It's only a matter of time before it's broken down. Yes, then let's. Fuck. The younger brother suddenly screamed in fear. Snap! The bearded man slapped him in the face. Who are you scolding? The younger brother pointed at the sky behind the bearded man in fear. It's not the boss, there's a monster. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, shaking the earth and the sky, and the snow on the ground seemed to tremble. The bearded man felt a chill on his back and turned around slowly, but before he could see clearly, he felt an extremely huge black object coming towards him. The next moment, bones and flesh collapsed, and an invisible force instantly turned more than a dozen people into flesh and blood. On the Infinity, Sasha and the building had just taken a breath from the pressure of being besieged, and saw Kiki running over at this time. Building Sasha, closed the window quickly. Bang bang. As soon as the voice fell, several huge crashes came, accompanied by strong dragging sounds. Run! What is it? In the sky, in the sky. Countless screams and exclamations sounded outside the car. Sasha looked up and saw several huge shadows that covered the sky and the sun sliding past the window, and said in horror, What is this? It's a tentacle! Kiki shouted. Swish! Cluck! At this time, it was as if countless giant steel cables were pressing on the train, and then sliding quickly, the zombies and thugs outside disappeared instantly, and the splashing blood plasma dyed the snow layer under the darkness red. Kiki had just woken up, and was still a little pale. She pulled Sasha to squat on the ground and shouted, Hold on. Empty, empty, empty. In the dark night, countless huge tentacles slowly swept across the train, like a huge fishing net, sweeping away all the thugs and zombies that had just come. The tentacles seemed to carry some invisible force that could break flesh and blood. Even the bearded man turned into a pool of blood when he was lightly touched. The terrifying voice kept pressing in. Infinity was like being in hell at this time. Chapter 87. Ah! The huge drag force caused the entire train to slide forward violently. There were horrible noises coming from the roof and both sides of the train. Chen Xishuan lost her balance and fell to the ground. She looked at the black shadow outside the window and was so frightened that her mind went blank. But the flashing lights above her head quickly brought her back to her senses. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Save Lin Xian! Chen Xishuan gritted her teeth and sat up from the ground. She stared at the light and kept repeating. 1 short, 1 long A. 2 long M. 2 long, 3 short, 7. AM7? AM7? What does it mean? Chen Xishuan's lips were dry and her heartbeat was extremely fast. She suddenly looked at the radio on the sofa and her eyes trembled. AM07, it's the frequency band, I know. She just stood up, boom. A huge tentacle slid past the side of the car, making a loud noise, almost overturning the whole train. Chen Xishuan fell to the ground again. She didn't have time to care about it, and she got up stubbornly, turned on the radio, and adjusted the frequency band to AM07. On the other side, Lin Xian looked at the radio with a solemn expression. He had already adjusted to the frequency band of AM07 in advance, and had been waiting for Teacher Chen's action. But he waited for a long time, but still no response. What happened? Did I guess wrong? It shouldn't be. Lin Xian looked at the radio in his hand. Cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. His mechanical heart could sense that the whole car was shaking violently, but at this time, nothing happened where he was. 1542 strange radio station, why did we encounter it? But, you have to be careful. This thing can not only receive the sounds made by people. He suddenly realized what Junying said. Oh, the strange blood essence, this thing can open the dark radio station. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had placed the strange blood essence on the radio at that time, and then he triggered this terrifying frequency band. He suddenly remembered that he had taken the strange blood essence down, right? Lin Xian took a deep breath and immediately began to look around. I clearly remember holding it in my hand at that time. This thing must be on me. But he couldn't remember it at all at this time. Since entering this strange frequency band, he completely forgot that he still had a strange blood essence in his hand. On the sofa. Not. On the ground? Lin Xian was very anxious. He turned on the light and began to look on the ground. It shouldn't be difficult to find the blood-red bead. Where is it? He buried his head in the ground, his face solemn, searching inch by inch. Lin Xian searched all over the ground, and suddenly a pair of pale feet appeared in his sight. He looked up and saw that it was the headless female ghost wearing a bikini. Go away! Lin Xian pushed her away, and the female ghost moved aside. Hey, wait! Lin Xian stood up suddenly, looking at the red clothes on the ground and the bikini on the female ghost, and then he looked at the head in the corner, and their eyes met. After a long time, Lin Xian frowned and spoke slowly. Why are you wearing red? As soon as these words came out, the expression on the female ghost's face suddenly changed, and the whole head flew up directly, and the fangs were open to bite towards Lin Xian. Snap! Lin Xian raised his hand and grabbed her head in midair. Oh, I understand. No wonder I heard the sound of glass marbles. It turned out to be you. The ghost girl's expression became terrified. The lights of the entire train began to flash violently. Lin Xian's eyes condensed. He held the ghost girl's head with both hands and squeezed it hard. Crack! The head was quickly crushed by him. A ball of red mist was released and gathered again. Lin Xian only felt a few hallucinations in front of his eyes. When he blinked again, there was already a red bead in his hand. Strange blood essence. You trapped me with my car, killed me with my knife, and turned my things into ghosts to scare me. It's really mental torture. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He picked up the radio and put the strange blood essence on it. Crack! In an instant, the surrounding scenery shrank rapidly. Lin Xian only felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then, boom! The huge impact made him stagger, and his eardrums roared. Lin Xian! Before he could react, Teacher Chen threw himself into his arms, and at the same time, the whole car almost overturned. Teacher Chen, be careful! Lin Xian reflexively pressed Chen Xishuan down and protected her under him. Infinity seemed to be swallowed by a monster at this moment, and violent friction sounds came from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Empty, empty, empty. The huge sound continued to torture everyone's eardrums. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying sound finally disappeared. What on earth was that? Chen Xishuan stood up with a look of fear on her face. She was already limp at this time, leaning on Lin Xian without any strength. Lin Xian supported her, and the two walked into the cockpit. They saw that the entire track had been completely flattened on both sides, leaving countless strips of gullies, and the track a few hundred meters ahead was almost completely destroyed. This tragic scene was extremely frightening. Lin Xian, look. Qin Sichuan raised her eyes, and saw a picture that made her gasp. In the sky in front of the train, there was a giant jellyfish like an island, swimming slowly above the valley, looking like a spectacle, making people's scalps numb. Lin Xian's face was full of shock. The shock he gave him was almost comparable to the floating giant corpse he saw in the black fog. How many unknown horrors are there in this dark night? Sasha and Kiki got up and ran to carriage number 1 at this time. Brother Lin, ah! Sasha hadn't recovered from the surprise of seeing Lin Xian. She saw the huge weird body and screamed immediately. Even Lu Yi, who was usually taciturn, was shocked by the sight of this giant monster. Kiki came up and said in surprise, "Atmosphere. Micah? This kind of creature looks like a product of interstellar horror literature. How can we shoot this thing with a gun?" Sasha looked unbelievable. Lin Xian looked at the surrounding scene and said with a dark face, "We are lucky that we were not swallowed by it." Everyone watched the giant strange shadow slowly disappear into the night with lingering fear. After a while, they finally breathed a sigh of relief from the huge pressure. "It's gone. Oh my god, it's so scary," Qin Sichuan said. Sasha reacted and looked at Lin Xian and Kiki. "Brother Lin, you are finally back. Where did you go? And Sister Kiki, one of you is unconscious and the other is missing. We are really scared." Lin Xian looked at Kiki, but the latter smiled at him. "It's a long story. Wait a minute, let's first determine the current situation. Let's get off the train with me to check the damage and see if the track can be restored, girl." Lin Xian looked at Kiki. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Kiki shook her head and put her hands on her hips. "Report to the conductor, I'm very energetic now." Lin Xian looked at her and felt that the girl's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a lot. He looked at Kiki meaningfully and said to her, "Okay, use the drone to check the surrounding situation. Sha, you keep watch. And me?" Qin Sichuan also spoke at this time. Seeing her tired face, Lin Xian said, "Take a rest first. If you are sure you are out of danger, we will enter the southern line of Daluo Mountain after I repair the track. We are still waiting for you to drive." Qin Sichuan shook her head and said, "It's snowing outside. I make something to eat." Kiki just woke up and her body should not have recovered yet. "Yes," Kiki said at this time. "Aren't you worried that the thing is still in the sky ahead?" Lin Xian also thought it made sense, so he nodded and said, "That's right. Let's rest for a while, and set off again when it's dawn." Chapter 88. The thugs in the middle of the night, and the encounter with the big weird body made everyone sweat. Woo, the fence of the number 5 carriage was lowered, and the lights of the 2 flashlights were turned on. Lin Xian and the building looked at the scene outside, and couldn't help but change their faces slightly. In addition to tragic, Lin Xian couldn't think of any other adjectives. Wow, the blizzard rushed into the carriages crazily. Lin Xian closed the gate leading from the number 5 carriage to the number 4 carriage. The lights shone through. Except for the armored vehicle, the 2 cars in the flatbed carriage behind could still be seen. The remaining off-road vehicle had become a pile of scrap metal. The tentacles of the atmospheric jellyfish swept along the rails, and the large convoy outside that looted in the middle of the night had been wiped out at this time. Not to mention people, even the bones were not seen. The sides of the road and the hillside were full of splashed blood plasma and various car fragments. The ground was lifted up by a 1 or 2 meter black gully, and soon it was covered with a layer of white by the blizzard. Lin Xian tightened his collar, jumped off the train, looked at the outer armor of the train, and exclaimed solemnly, "Fortunately, the roof was reinforced, otherwise it would have been ruined this time." The armor of the entire train had been mostly deformed at this time, and the solid high manganese steel armor was full of drag marks, and the pillow stones on the track under the train were almost all broken. Lin Xian was full of relief at this time. If he hadn't spent 2 nights in Yuchi to upgrade the armor of the entire train, it is estimated that no one would have survived tonight. "Brother Xian, can this be repaired?" It was the first time that Lin Xian saw an expression of panic on the face of this big man. Indeed, Lin Xian was also shocked. But strangely, he found that after entering the 1542 frequency band of fear illusion, his threshold for fear seemed to have increased a lot, and he was not so scared at this time. "It's not a big problem." Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the whole train. "It just takes some time, but it's better than losing your life. In the Doomsday, everything is missing. As long as you don't lose your life, there will be no problem. Let's go, Let's fix the track first. If we encounter other troubles, we will be trapped here. At this time, Kiki walked out of the number 5 carriage and jumped down lightly. Lin Xian, I help too. Lin Xian looked at her. Didn't I ask you to use a drone to explore the surroundings? I've checked it. Guess what? Kiki pointed to the dark sky. After that thing passed by, there's nothing left around here that can move except us. Lin Xian frowned. So ferocious? Kiki nodded. This thing is definitely not on the same level as the weird body we encountered before. Just now, Sasha told me that she saw an Iron Guard brigade during the day. I guess they are here to deal with this thing. Army? Then we have to speed up. Lin Xian's face darkened and he said, if this thing passes Dalua Mountain and enters Yubei City, we may not be able to get on the high-altitude corridor. So I'm here to help. Kiki put on a thick down jacket that Sasha found in Yuchi City before. The howling wind and snow made her face a little red at this time. She walked towards the front of the car. Lin Xian looked at her back and suddenly called her. Xiao Enki, this name sounds nice. How can it be nice? I call you Kiki, a country bumpkin. Kiki spit at him and walked forward without looking back. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. Judging from Kiki's reaction, she knew what happened in her coma. Laying tracks is simple and troublesome. Lin Xian has a lot of track steel in the decomposition space. The trouble is that the roadbed of the entire railway section has been damaged, and the base soil needs to be filled and the pillow stones need to be laid. However, Lin Xian chose a simpler method, directly using steel frames for simple paving. Fortunately, the damaged area is not large, and it is not a big problem to barely drive the train through. Bang, bang, bang. The steel frame and track steel are quickly formed under the manufacturing of Lin Xian's mechanical heart, and the beams and columns are welded. Everything is in an orderly manner. Kiki looked at Lin Xian repairing the track and glanced at him. How did it feel when the train flew that day? Very exciting. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. I didn't expect us to be so crazy. If we're not crazy, we die. Kiki wrinkled her nose and asked for credit. You said you wanted to soar into the sky. Look, I helped you achieve the first step. Indeed, I give you the credit. Hee hee. But, Lin Xian looked at the gullies on the track ahead and sighed. Dangers are lurking in the dark. We've already encountered 2 broken tracks before we even got on the orbit around the star. It seems that such problems will be inevitable in the future. We must solve this problem first. Kiki raised her hand to activate her supernatural power and placed a section of track steel cast by Lin Xian on the steel frame, and then said, if you follow your idea and let the train run off the track in the first stage, then the most direct way is to make the drive wheels tracked, but there are many disadvantages. Speed, energy consumption, noise, and failure rate are all problems. Lin Xian did not refute, but said, it is impossible to become rich overnight. The main line of the circumstellar orbit should be unobstructed. Otherwise, the Phoenix Federation would not have been able to mobilize the Interstellar Army Iron Guard Brigade in such a large number. In fact, it has only been a few months since the Apocalypse Day. Both the Phoenix Federation and the remaining survivors have begun to adapt, investigate, and research in the process of continuous escape. Although we are hiding from place to place now, it is certain that we are getting more and more information, and the true face of the weird will gradually surface. The exploration of the supernatural power and soul value is also growing. It's just that we don't have enough resistance now, and have to flee all the way to the east to get survival and development and breathing time. So whether it is tracked, magnetically levitated, or wheeled, as long as the problem of broken tracks can be solved in the short term, it will be considered as achieving the goal. I understand what you mean. Kiki let out a long sigh. Anyway, it's better to have one more choice than no choice, and it's better to live one more day than to wait for death. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Let's first solve the problem of whether there is or not. So we have to go to the number 9 underground city. Kiki came over and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder with a serious face. We all have to rely on your mechanical ability, conductor. Join the glorious mechanical evolution, ha. Why, I have upgraded from a bad guy to a conductor now. Lin Xian looked at her with interest. Yes, you have now officially upgraded to my Kiki's exclusive conductor. Kiki blinked at him. Do a good job, and I will leave my life to you. Lin Xian, Getting back on the train, Lin Xian had already turned on the heater in the car in advance, and the car was extremely warm. Although many armors were deformed, the Infinity was not damaged as a whole, and the internal carriages were intact, and there was no air leakage. Woo, the howling blizzard madly hit the heavy train parked in the dark night. The gaps in the sunshade were filled with warm yellow lights, giving people a great sense of security. Like a head of a family, Lin Xian cooked a big pot of Doomsday hot pot with canned beans, canned beef brisket, canned braised pork, canned vegetables, and bagged bamboo shoots and vermicelli. The meat aroma was wafting in the #1 carriage, and the table was steaming hot. Lin Xian also brought Kiki her favorite canned fruit, and the red wine seized from Tanghai. Cheers to brother Lin's safe return and sister Kiki's recovery. At the table, Sasha was excited and raised her glass. Cheers to everyone's survival for another day. Lin Xian also raised his glass. Cheers to my ability evolution. Kiki laughed. Aw! Everyone looked at him. Kiki sighed and looked around at the 4 people. What are you standing there for? Cheers first. Cheers. Chapter 89. After drinking red wine and eating hot pot, the 5 people who had just experienced the moment of life and death seemed to be reborn and toasted happily. Sister Kiki, has your ability really evolved? As soon as she put down the wine glass, Sasha couldn't wait. Kiki nodded and said proudly, thanks to someone, I clearly feel that my ability has been upgraded. No wonder it's so powerful. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. I haven't thanked you for saving me just now. Why thank me, Sister Chun? You don't know how many times you have saved everyone. Kiki looked free and easy, and she looked at Lin Xian cunningly. By the way, Lin Xian, don't you want to tell me where you have been these 2 days? Lin Xian smiled. Don't you know where I went? Kiki blushed when she heard this, and said anxiously, I mean, how did you appear there? The other people listened to what the 2 said, all with a look of confusion. Lin Xian took a deep breath, got up and walked to the sofa, picked up the radio and walked over. If there is no other explanation, then I should have been captured by this thing. 1542, Strange Radio. Afterwards, Lin Xian told everyone what he saw after the accident, but he only mentioned Kiki's experience briefly, saying that he saw the process of Kiki's degeneration and his analysis. And Lin Xian's narration made the other people's faces change drastically. So the footsteps were really you. Sasha frowned as if she had heard a horror story at this time. So brother Lin, you killed me over there? Lin Xian was ashamed. This is pure nonsense. That thing just wants to destroy my mental defenses. At first, Lin Xian thought it was a supernatural event. Now, looking back, it seems that it is not only the darkness, but also many unknown forces that are invading the mental will of the survivors. Sasha's eyes lit up. So brother Lin still cares about me. Seeing me being killed, he almost lost his mind. Hee. Lin Xian was stunned. Is this the focus of this little girl? Lin Xian on the side was terrified. So I turned off the radio, and it just happened to remind you. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, thanks to your reminder, and you can help me adjust the frequency band through the light, otherwise I will definitely not be able to get out. Smart Lin Xian. Kiki was surprised. You mean, after I fainted, an invisible monster was sucking my blood? Yes. Oh my. Kiki shrank her neck in fear, and her face turned green. So disgusting. Lin Xian's face was solemn at this time. He looked at the building. Building, remember what I said when we escaped from Yuchi that day? The building nodded. Lin Xian continued. At that time, I was wondering whether it was sound or light. They could only attract zombies and ghouls. Why when I startled the weird, those weird were already around me. And this time, I was captured by this weird radio station, and I felt that some things might have always been around us, but some only appeared in the dark, and some required special methods to see. His words made several girls' faces change slightly. Sasha couldn't help but shudder, looking around with fear. Oh my god, are you saying that those scary things might have always been around us? Yes, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. The analysis of the strange body all came from Lin Xian's speculation. Although it could not be completely confirmed, it was also a reminder to everyone. At the same time, it also made him more cautious. After this incident, Lin Xian realized the importance of another device. Soul Value Detector. This thing can detect the special values generated by strange bodies, zombies, and other threats. In a sense, it is definitely a world-saving discovery. From Lin Xian's countless near-death experiences along the way, it can be seen that if humans want to preserve the fire of survival, it is very important to be able to actively avoid danger, otherwise even 10,000 lives are not enough to die. I think I know what this 1542 radio station is. At the dining table, Kiki squinted at Lin Xian. Strange phenomenon, but it has nothing to do with superpowers. Lin Xian, have you read the early information of the Angel project that I gave you? Lin Xian took out the small mobile hard drive and frowned. No, I haven't slept these days, so how can I have time to read this? Kiki snapped her fingers, picked up the hard drive, got up and ran to the number 2 carriage, operated on the computer, and then came over with a mobile screen. I think it should be this thing. Before, I paid attention to superpowers, but ignored these strange things. Look! On the mobile screen was a previous Angel Project information. Lin Xian took it and looked at it. The document said Investigation Report on Global Weird/Extraordinary Phenomena. This report came from a special department, Special Item Investigation Department, under the Angel Plan of the former federal government, which has collapsed. The full name is Special Item Investigation Department. In the investigation report of this organization, many strange phenomena collected in the early days of polar night were recorded. These strange phenomena all have one thing in common. These strange phenomena were found to be caused by certain specific items, and these items also belong to certain items that originally existed on Blue Star. It was after the Apocalypse Day that they began to cause strange events. They were believed to be infected by some special power, and turned into extraordinary things. This kind of item, called Taboo Item, by the Angel Project, refers to specific items that can cause regional or contagious strange/extraordinary events. In this early investigation report, more than a dozen bizarre strange/extraordinary phenomena were collected, but only 2 were confirmed and contained by the Angel Project. Taboo Item SID-01, Big Ben. Discovery Location, Big Ben Tower, Lisbon City. Appearance Characteristics. The original Lisbon Big Ben weighs 13.5 tons, the dial diameter is 6.7 meters, the hour hand and minute hand are 4.27 and 8.75 meters long respectively, and the pendulum weighs 305 kilograms. Investigation Progress. July 9th. The first investigation, 3 experimental personnel died, and the investigation report lost communication. July 10th. The second investigation, 2 experimental personnel died, and the investigation report affected the communication range of 300 meters, confirmed. July 11th. The third investigation, 3 experimental personnel died, and the investigation report experimental animals went there, and the phenomenon of rapid aging of life occurred, the communication range increased, and caused the death of peripheral personnel. July 12th. Fourth investigation, 4 experimenters died. Evaluation Characteristics. This taboo has the characteristics of range aging life forms, which will accelerate according to the movement speed of the life form, and slow down in the dark. Containment Conditions. Arrange multiple experimenters without genetic diseases to enter in the dark, holding hands, and cannot run. Before all the containment personnel age and die, catch the hour hand. Containment Department, Angel Plan Federation Lisbon City Branch. Taboo SID-02, Desert Taxi Number 857404. Discovery Location, Longwa, Desert City. Appearance Characteristics. Standard yellow painted 4-seater taxi produced in 2057, with a highly decomposed male corpse in the driver's seat. Investigation Progress. July 25th. First investigation, 1 experimenter disappeared, and the investigation report confirmed that within the urban area, after 2:12 at night, waving on the roadside will disappear strangely, and bystanders cannot observe. On July 26th, the second investigation, 1 experimenter was missing. The investigation report showed that the experiment was conducted at 4 locations in the city at the same time, and the person at Point C, northwest, was missing, confirming that the taboo object would only appear at 1 location. On July 27th, the third investigation, 9 experimenters were missing. The investigation report showed that the survivor was seriously injured, and the survivor reported. Evaluation Characteristics. The taboo object has the characteristics of being able to move over a large range. After getting on the car, the farther the location is required, the greater the price to be paid. The only survivor reported that half a kidney is required for a distance of 13 kilometers. Containment Conditions. Requires a closed destination, and survives after paying the price. Containment Department, Angel Plan Federation Desert City Branch. Kiki opened a bottle of Coke and took a sip, and said to Lin Xian, "Although there are not many investigation reports, after hearing what you said, I think that radio station is very likely to be this kind of thing." Chapter 90. Lin Xian frowned. So this radio may really have nothing to do with superpowers, and it is not some strange body or monster. Who knows? Kiki shrugged. Even if we know, these things have no foresight, and cannot be discovered in advance. They seem to be useless except for studying strange phenomena. Not necessarily useless. Lin Xian looked at the radio in his hand and said meaningfully, "Since it can be contained, it means that no matter how strange the power of this thing is, it can be used, but although he didn't know how to use the power of this taboo, since he had taken it at the risk of his life, he naturally had to put it away. Maybe it would be of great use in the future. And it was this strange radio that allowed Lin Xian to see the monster that was corrupting Kiki, allowing Kiki to complete the superpower evolution, which could be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Brother Lin. Xiaoxiao looked at the radio in Lin Xian's hand, her face full of vigilance. Can we still use this radio? It's easy. Lin Xian's eyes moved slightly, and he raised his hand with a flash of mysterious light. Soon, a brand new radio was made by him. After absorbing so many materials, making a radio was not a difficult task for him. As for the 1542 strange radio, he thought about it, and planned to see if he could swallow it through mechanical swallowing when it was late at night, and no one was around to ensure that there was no risk. No matter how strange the thing is, it is just a radio. In this time of danger, the strange power on it did not affect his mechanical heart at all. Doesn't that mean my code is better than yours? With this plan, Lin Xian put away the old radio, and after making a new radio in his hand, he put the strange blood essence obtained from the three-faced spider monster on it according to the previous structure. It's okay. Lin Xian put the radio on the table and started tuning the frequency. Everyone suddenly became nervous. ZZ. ZZ. Federation Radio YB area reports that there is a strong fluctuation in the spiritual value in the northern foothills of Daoyuo Mountain. It has been confirmed to be a Class B super large strange body, atmospheric jellyfish. The current direction of this large strange body is Yubei City. At present, the Federation Phoenix has dispatched the 52nd Brigade of the Iron Guard to intercept the area. Survivors convoys along the G1523 and X556 lines to Yubei and Fengcheng are requested to detour. This news is provided by the Federation Phoenix Rescue Organization. Federation Radio YB area reports that due to the collapse of the Dishushan Tunnel, the Federation Phoenix Tianhai Provincial Branch has urgently arranged a rescue team to repair the Yubei No. 1 airport climbing channel from No. 3 Xingyuan Luqing, Dingzhou, Jiangshi, Fengcheng. Survivors fleeing from Los Angeles and other directions can go through the Huanqing high-altitude corridor to cross the Dishushan Plateau. Other optional routes include North 756 Plateau Highway line is unobstructed, Southeast Expressway GS66. ZZ. City warning notice, Yubei City has been flooded with corpses. Due to the influence of the polar night, Airport No. 1 will be closed in 3 days. ZZ. The Federation Phoenix will notify the world that due to the global temperature drop caused by the dark tide, some areas have been affected by extreme natural disasters such as blizzards. Important reminder, after testing, snow water and black rain are affected by the polar night plague, and there are unknown bacteria and energy infections, causing a large number of wild animals to mutate. Filtering and high-temperature distillation can reduce the infection rate to a certain extent. ZZZ. The Phoenix Federation has issued a global notification that several types of non-night strange bodies have been newly discovered in some blizzard areas. They pose a great threat. Please take precautions during the day. In the dark radio station, countless messages continue to be transmitted, and everyone had complicated expressions, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. It is more or less comforting to hear official news in the end of the world, and this information is very important. But these messages undoubtedly cast a shadow on everyone's hearts. Alas, it's really not easy to live. Kiki was the first to complain. She looked up at the ceiling and said, Lin Xian, turn this train into a spaceship, and let's live on another planet. Her words immediately eased the dull atmosphere. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, think about it on the bright side. The climbing channel has been repaired, so we don't have to risk rushing up. There is also the Iron Guard Brigade, so we won't be isolated. There is an electromagnetic acceleration device after passing the high-altitude corridor. We will soon reach Jiazhou City 4,500 kilometers away. It will take at least 10 days for Star Abyss No. 3 to cover this distance. We can get some sun now. That's right. Qin Sichuan nodded and frowned, but we have to save some purified water. The snowstorm plus water pollution is probably a disaster for animals and plants around the world. Yes, will we never be able to eat delicious fruits and vegetables again? Xiaoxiao muttered. Of course we can. Lin Xian said seriously, at most, we can grow vegetables in the car. How can we, the people of Long Country, not grow vegetables? The building next to them looked at them differently. Why did they suddenly talk about growing vegetables when it was clearly a matter of life and death? In order to avoid any more trouble, after the meal, Lin Xian drove the train past the damaged and repaired railway section. Then he took off the strange blood essence on the radio, put it on the soul value detector, and tried to use it once. Click, he pressed the button of the detector, and saw a light red energy suddenly radiating from the strange blood essence, and then quickly retracted, and soon the pointer on the detector began to slowly turn. -21. In the cockpit, Lin Xian and Kiki watched Lin Xian use the detector with a curious expression. Is this number high or low? Low. Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Didn't you say that ordinary zombies are -1? This number is not more than -100, which should mean that there are no strange bodies nearby for the time being. Kiki nodded. That's right, but I don't know how big the detection range of this thing is. It should be several hundred meters. The range of the bonfire mutual aid meeting that day was not small. Lin Xian said. Okay. Kiki yawned. In this case, I can rest a little. I go and rest first. Sister Chun, remember to wake me up later. I haven't fixed the water-oxygen circulation system yet. Okay, go ahead. Lin Xian was relieved when she heard what Lin Xian said. After Kiki left, she looked at the detector in Lin Xian's hand and suddenly frowned. Lin Xian, look. At this time, the strange blood essence on the detector had dimmed a lot, as if part of the blood inside had disappeared. Lin Xian's face changed slightly. It's a consumable item. This thing shouldn't be used many times. Oh my god, such a precious thing can only be used a few times. Teacher Chun looked regretful. But it can help us protect ourselves against risks, so it's valuable. Taking turns to keep watch is not a permanent solution. If the strange body cannot be seen, it will be difficult to sleep peacefully even if someone is on duty. Therefore, this detector is very important to Lin Xian. Click, the lights in the carriage went out, and the blizzard outside the window intensified. This heavy train parked in the snowfield rarely had a rest time. The team members hadn't slept well for a few days. The steel fortress brought a lot of security. Xia and Kiki fell asleep quickly. In the cockpit, Lin Xian looked at the lights in the corridor and went soft, and threw herself directly into Lin Xian's arms. The high tension of the past few days almost overdrew all her strength. At this time, Lin Xian successfully came back, allowing this woman to finally find the support in the blizzard. Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes were red, her shoulders were shaking, and she sobbed slightly. Thank you for coming back. Lin Xian's heart softened. If it weren't for Lin Xian, he might not have been able to come back from that strange radio frequency band. At this moment, he felt something in his heart, and couldn't help but hug her tightly. Thanks to you. Chapter 91. In the dark car, the heating was steaming, isolating the cold weather outside the heavy armor. Lin Xian was lying on the bed, looking at Lin Xian, who was already sleeping beside him, with a bit of relief in his eyes. In the Doomsday, he realized a lot in a short time. Food and water were extremely scarce, and the zombies were also deadly, but the loneliness and fear under the pressure of survival were no less than the former. Without Lin Xian's support, Kiki's ability, and the help of the building Xia, it would be extremely difficult to even muster the courage to live. The wind and snow intensified. Lin Xian got up and put on his clothes, quietly came to the cockpit of the giant whale, and began to operate the mechanical heart to inspect and repair the whole car. The giant weird body in the sky was like a dark cloud pressing on his heart. Lin Xian couldn't sleep a little, so he simply spent some time to repair the armor of the whole car. Now that the armor of the entire vehicle has been upgraded, the weight has increased, and the heating in the carriage needs to consume the reserve power in the electric locomotive, which directly leads to Lin Xian's consumption of driving the train even greater. If I don't upgrade the mechanical heart to level 3, it may be difficult to run 300 kilometers a day. I hope there will be useful energy devices in the underground city, so that I can relax. After simply repairing some serious armor deformation, Lin Xian returned to bed again, set an alarm and started to sleep. Because the soul value detector was used, Lin Xian only let the building guard the rear car tonight, and the front car had a radar warning system, which was a little more reassuring. He also needed to recover his physical strength, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with tomorrow's troubles. Ding ding. At 8 o'clock, late at night, Lin Xian woke up to the alarm on his watch and felt that most of his energy had been restored. Teacher Chen was still sleeping soundly. As the only two ordinary people on the train, Lin Xian's physical fitness could not be compared with the other three people, and even compared with Sasha, she was also weak. She had been highly tense for several days, and finally had a good sleep. Lin Xian did not wake her up. He got up and opened the gate of carriage number 2, and found that Kiki had already sat in front of the computer and started working. Hello, boss. Kiki did not turn on the light, squatting in front of the computer, the fluorescent light shining on her face, suddenly made Lin Xian have an adjective. Internet addict girl. So early. I slept for a long time. Kiki stretched and looked at Lin Xian with energy. Now I am the most energetic person in this car. Not bad, energetic girl. Are you working on the water oxygen circulation system? Yes. Kiki pointed at the screen and said with a click of the tongue. It's not that simple. First of all, there is the water storage tank. We have to separate the domestic water from the driving water tank. Then, there is the water purification system. This depends on the blueprint of the water purifier you are going to make. If you want to build a heating system, you have to connect the driving water tank and the domestic water tank in a loop in series, and you can just add the distillation stage in it, which can purify water and provide heating. The domestic water can be added to the circulation. Although it has been used, it is definitely cleaner than the black rain. Then, there is the water oxygen system, which is even more troublesome. If you want to set up a planting compartment, not only do you have to do soilless cultivation, but also sprinkler drip irrigation, etc., which have to be separated separately, not to mention solving the air problem. Then you have to seal the entire car to make it possible to get the oxygen circulation. Lin Xian was in the mood and pulled a chair to sit down. Yes, my initial idea was to just modify the original water use in the carriage, but now we have to consider water purification, recycling, heating, and planting, which has become a little more complicated, but we can first solve water purification and recycling, and the current heating system is barely enough for heating. I was thinking that a super large project like the number 9 underground city must have a complete system. Although we can't copy it directly, we can learn from it, and there may be ready-made ones. Kiki's eyes lit up. Yes, this kind of underground city project must have a green plant cultivation area and a medical system. Snap, she clapped her hands and looked at Lin Xian eagerly. There is another one. Very crucial stuff. What? AI system module? Kiki's eyes widened. If we can get extremely high computing power, we can directly use the AI system to generate available options according to our carriages. Isn't this better than just guessing? Lin Xian nodded. That makes sense. And, Kiki became more and more excited. She turned her swivel chair. Because she was only wearing shorts, her legs were exposed to Lin Xian. Maybe the underground city itself has an eternal rail train for external material transportation or emergency escape. This super train is equipped with a small train-level nuclear power device. If it can be obtained. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. Of course, he hoped that all these things could be realized. He also knew that this giant underground city would have all kinds of high-tech equipment. For his mechanical ability, it was simply a dream place for mechanical gods. But he also knew that he should not be too optimistic about everything. First of all, the underground city belongs to the assets of the former federal government and the former government. It is still unknown whether the underground city, after the disintegration, is maintained and operated by the new Apocalypse Federation. Even if everything is good, such a large Doomsday underground city must have extremely strict security and protection. Kiki can enter, but it does not mean that he can enter. And the most critical problem is that time is running out. Yubei City number 1 high-altitude passage will be closed in only 3 days. Excluding the time for rushing, he will only have less than 2 days to visit the underground city. However, looking at Kiki's unusual excitement, Lin Xian did not directly pour cold water on her, but just nodded and said, if everything goes well, our train may be able to get a huge upgrade. By then, after passing the number 1 high-altitude passage, we will be able to enter the underground city. Corridor, it takes less than a week to get to Ji-Hai from Jiazhou City. Who knew that when this was said, Kiki seemed to smell something, the smile on her face suddenly sank, and she looked at him sharply. What did you say? What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned slightly. Did he say the wrong route? Dong dong dong. But before he could react, Kiki suddenly jumped off the swivel chair, ran over barefoot a few steps and jumped onto his thighs, sitting on him like a cat, then grabbed Lin Xian's collar and pulled him in front of her, staring at Lin Xian's eyes with a slightly angry look. Ji-Hai? What? You want to kick me out of the car again? Lin Xian looked at the beautiful big eyes in front of him. His eyes moved slightly, and he understood something in an instant, so he smiled embarrassedly. How is it possible? You are our information expert. I just said our route. Really? Kiki stared at Lin Xian with her big eyes, and Lin Xian could almost feel the girl's breath hitting his face. Numb and numb. Really? Lin Xian nodded solemnly. After the words fell, the air became quiet, and Kiki just sat on Lin Xian's lap, and the two looked at each other. That's more like it. Kiki finished speaking, staring at Lin Xian's eyes for a while, and suddenly she stretched her neck, opened her mouth, and quickly bit Lin Xian's nose, and then pushed him away. Go, don't disturb me when I'm working. Lin Xian looked a little slow to react, reached out and touched his nose, looked at Kiki in surprise, and found that the latter ignored him directly, put on headphones, and hummed a song and started working. Damn! What kind of trick is this? Chapter 92. Lin Xian touched his nose, and walked out of carriage 2, with a look of disappointment on his face. I was bitten, I wonder if I will become a zombie. He walked past carriages 3 and 4. These 2 cars were seized from Tanghai before, and they were mainly used for storage. However, because there were not many supplies, both cars were a bit empty. In fact, Lin Xian now stored a certain amount of supplies in each car except carriage 5, also to avoid some unexpected situations. He came to carriage 5, and Delu was sitting on a chair with a gun on duty. Seeing Lin Xian coming, he stood up and asked, Brother Xian, are you leaving? Lin Xian shook his head and gestured, No, you take a rest first, I will guard the back. Oh, okay. Delu knew that Lin Xian must have made some arrangements, and he was not hypocritical about his request. He let him rest and immediately put down his gun and went to sleep. Lin Xian opened the tailgate of the rear car, ready to swallow the broken off-road vehicle, and by the way, see if he could repair the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle is still very valuable to Lin Xian. He needs to get off the vehicle later, and it will be much more convenient to have such a high-powered armored vehicle. The advantage of this open-air trailer platform is that it is convenient to load and unload the vehicle. The disadvantage is that it is unprotected. It is really hard to defend against the thugs, like the convoy last night, who climbed directly onto the vehicle and drove away. But it is also quite troublesome to prepare a carriage for a car alone. Lin Xian thought about it, and decided to drive the car directly into the number 5 carriage. Anyway, the number 5 carriage has a tailgate, which is convenient for getting on and off. It is just that when loading and unloading other materials, the car must be unloaded first, which is not as convenient as his motorcycle. Lin Xian walked to the side of the armored vehicle, put his hand on it, and started to investigate with the mechanical heart. Fortunately, it's not broken. Armor should be more durable. Let's get the number 5 carriage first. Looking at the thick snow on the flatbed trailer, Lin Xian thought that after going to the number 9 underground city, he would get rid of these 2 burdens. But it's not possible now. In case there is any large machinery that needs to be towed away tomorrow, this large flatbed trailer will be needed. So Lin Xian went out to swallow the damaged off-road vehicle, sorted out the tool rack at the rear end of the number 5 carriage, pushed the armored vehicle into the number 5 carriage, and then closed the tailgate. At this time, he took out the old radio, took a deep breath, and looked at the track not far away. There, the headless female ghost in a bikini stood there strangely, and only Lin Xian, who was holding the radio, could see it. A taboo object, huh? Since you're attached to a machine, I see what you are. Lin Xian looked at the headless female ghost, his expression slightly stern, and thought to himself, If you give me 1 mechanical source point, I really strip you. Buzz, a faint light flashed, and Lin Xian's mechanical heart began to turn. This strange power emerged, and the red-clothed female ghost and the radios seemed to begin to resist violently at this time, trembling in Lin Xian's hands. Swallowing progress 50%. For such a small mechanical device, Lin Xian's swallowing speed only takes a few minutes. Swallowing progress 99%. Countless terrifying wonders swarmed in front of Lin Xian's eyes. And the red-clothed female ghost was also rapidly strobing, twisting and screaming. But the next moment, just when Lin Xian thought that the swallowing was about to succeed, a strange prompt suddenly appeared on the light screen in front of him. Swallowing failed, non-mechanical energy detected. Please upgrade the mechanical heart to complete the awakening and try again. Prompt, non-mechanical energy detected. To protect the mechanical heart, automatically enable mechanical heterogeneity for energy sealing. Ka. At this time, Lin Xian's mechanical heart suddenly ran at high speed, and then the radio in his hand suddenly turned like a Rubik's Cube, and turned into a rectangular dislocated radio in a blink of an eye, with the silver antenna entangled in the middle. Ah! A shrill voice, the countless terrifying wonders instantly shattered, and an invisible force was quickly gathered and sucked into the strange cube in Lin Xian's hand. Fuck, what's going on? This is the first time that Lin Xian's mechanical swallowing has failed in such a long time. Non-mechanical energy, automatically activate mechanical isomerism to seal energy. Lin Xian was a little confused. He looked up and found that those horrible scenes and the red-clothed female ghost had disappeared, and the strange radio-like block in his hand seemed to be gathering some energy. He immediately used the mechanical heart to scan, but there was no result. This thing seemed to have turned into a stone block. Seal. Lin Xian muttered this word, and then thought that this was an action made by his mechanical heart, so he could only calm down for the time being. In this case, wait until the mechanical heart is upgraded to level 3, and then deal with this thing. For some reason, Lin Xian always had a hunch that the power of this taboo might really be able to be used by him with the help of his mechanical heart. At 1500 hours in the afternoon, nothing happened overnight, and the Infinity team got a rare night of rest. Lin Xian was ready to set off before dawn, because there was still a distance of 100 or 200 kilometers after entering the southern line, and the daytime had been greatly shortened, so he had to take a risk to save daytime time. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, Teacher Chen's face regained some rosiness. This might be the longest and most comfortable night she slept since she came out of Jiang City. She was much more energetic. In the dark night, the light yellow light was on in the Infinity carriage. The wind and snow were still blowing outside, and Chen Xishuan was already preparing food in the carriage. Now, in addition to being a trained navigator, Chen Xishuan also took care of the identity of a chef. Dalu and Shasha were fully armed, sorting guns and bullets on the side. Kiki was busy all night, not working on the water-oxygen circulation system. After Lin Xian's reminder, she made some detection upgrades to the radar system, and used the photoelectric probe in it mainly to monitor the track conditions in the vertical direction of the head of the train. Lin Xian thought Kiki's idea was genius. It didn't require a complex recognition module, and it could directly solve the most fatal problem of the Infinity. Wu, the engines of the electric locomotive, and the gas locomotive started at the same time, and the headlights turned on. After a night of rest, the Infinity started slowly. Not long after, the train drove to the switch of Daliao Mountain. Lin Xian got off the train in the dark to check and found that it was indeed a relatively new road, and it was also a very high-standard engineering-grade track. He changed the switch and merged the train into the branch line. Clang, clang. Because it was still dark, for the sake of caution, Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan did not increase the speed of the car, but kept moving slowly and paid attention to the road conditions at all times. The Daliao mountain range in the distance presented a majestic silhouette in the dark night, and the train was heading towards the hinterland of the southern slope. Lin Xian, look. In the cockpit, Chen Xishuan pointed to the railway in front of him and said, there are 6 tracks. It must be a huge amount of work to require so many tracks. Nothing. Nothing. Suddenly, a scrap car appeared on the railway ahead, dragging across the track. It was directly shoveled away by the ice-breaking shield of Infinity, making a roar. Chen Xishuan was startled, and Lin Xian looked at the front of the car lights and frowned. As we continued to move forward, the tracks began to widen. We could see densely packed vehicles, all blocked on the roads on both sides. Many vehicles even rushed into the railway, and were buried by the snow. So many vehicles? Lin Xian, there are more and more. Bang, empty. More and more abandoned vehicles, and various debris began to appear on the railway. Without any obstructions, the terrain began to become flat and wide. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of vehicles covered by snow, which was suffocating. Beep beep beep. The driving alarm and the radar kept giving warnings. Kiki ran into the cab with a nervous look on her face. There are cars all over the front, and both sides of the road are blocked. There are at least tens of thousands of cars. Lin Xian saw it with a burning gaze, and said in a deep voice, it seems that they all want to escape to the underground city after the end of the world. I don't know if these people are invited or desperate to try their luck. Chen Xishuan said, although the underground city project is a targeted invitation, and there is a confidentiality agreement, it must be difficult to hide such a large project. Even if only 1% of people regard the rumors on the internet as a life-saving straw, there will be tens of millions of people when they gather together. Kiki shook her head and sighed, it's useless. The underground city must have a strong armed force. Besides, resources are limited. How can those hateful guys put everyone in? Ordinary people's lives are worthless to them. 1645, it's dawn. As if the tide has receded, the sky suddenly became clear, and the reflection of the sun and snow became extremely dazzling. Boom, 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 Sasha and the building also walked into the cockpit at this time. Several people blocked the dazzling setting sun, and their vision gradually adapted, and then everyone's face began to become heavy. On the vast plains under the mountains, the roads on both sides of the railway were filled with thousands of cars buried by wind and snow, and countless zombies wandered among them. On the wide multi-line railway, There were also various abandoned cars and suitcases. Under the snow, various stiff corpses can be vaguely seen, in various shapes. Originally, everyone thought it was a rugged ground. In fact, it was not the ground, and the ground could not be seen. It was full of dead people. The blocked road stretched for several kilometers. Looking into the distance, a huge square underground tunnel appeared a few kilometers away. Layers of iron nets and steel walls isolated the underground city, and countless large-scale construction machinery were parked around it. Is that the underground city number 9? Oh my god. Shasha covered her mouth. They actually dug a big hole in the ground. How many people are going to live underground? Kiki looked solemn. But it looks like it is not only unfinished, but it seems to have been completely stopped. Something terrible must have happened here. Lin Xian also looked ugly. On the snowy track, the black armored train kept breaking through the obstacles on the track and moving slowly forward. The huge noise made the surrounding zombies swarm in like ants. The whole world seemed to be dead silent, with only the blizzard howling in the sky. Chapter 93. Clang, clang, ugh! The sound of rails and zombies howling resounded through the sky. Countless zombies soon came from all directions and surrounded the Infinity, but at this time everyone's attention was attracted by the front. Their eyes passed through the zombies and focused on the amazing super project in front. With amazing horsepower, the Infinity was like a steel behemoth, ruthlessly shoveling away the cars and zombies that blocked along the way, and finally turned steadily into the exclusive line leading to the inside of the underground city, slowly approaching the towering wall. In the center of the track, a huge gate stood, and behind it was a huge loading and unloading platform, where several high-end freight carriages were quietly parked. But looking around, there was no one on the platform, and various engineering vehicles, cranes, and sentry towers in the distance had long been buried by the wind and snow. This super project that had not yet been completed seemed to have been frozen in an instant. No one is in this underground city, Kiki asked in surprise. Maybe it has already fallen, Lin Xian said solemnly. No wonder I haven't heard any survivors mention this place. It turns out that it has been a hell for a long time. Zombies all over the mountains, and the silent underground city. Except for those like Lin Xian, who drove the heavy fortress train to try their luck, ordinary teams can't drive in at all. Moreover, in this hellish scene, if it weren't for Lin Xian's mechanical ability, who would risk coming here to find food? Then should we go in? Shasha asked. Go! Lin Xian looked at Kiki and decided, I go open the gate. Teacher Chen, you drive the car in, and the others will cover me. Chi, as soon as the door of the cockpit was opened, the zombies came in like a tide. Kiki raised his hand and waved, and an invisible telekinetic barrier instantly knocked away dozens of zombies in the front. Lin Xian rushed out with his gun without hesitation, and dense gunshots rang out, and bullets poured out like raindrops, opening a bloody path for his advancement. Firepower poured out. Lu and Sha also got off the car at this time, constantly shooting to cover Lin Xian. Getting a gap, Lin Xian ran directly to the giant gate, raised his hand, and put it on the cold gate, and the mechanical heart started to work, and soon the gate's hydraulic press was connected. Immediately, with a loud buzzing sound, the gate shook off the wind and snow and slowly opened to both sides. Afterwards, Lin Xian decisively pushed the down pole and drove the Infinity into the platform. And the others retreated while fighting, retreating towards the wall. After everyone entered the platform safely, Lin Xian controlled the gate to close again. Bang, bang, bang. The number of zombies swarming in was decreasing as the gate closed, and they were soon cleaned up by the building and Sasha. Tens of thousands of zombies were blocked outside the gate of the wall, howling and reaching out to the gap. The scene was very horrifying. Let's retreat quickly. Be careful in here, there may be more. Lin Xian reminded directly. He didn't believe that the underground city was empty. If the entire underground city stopped, it was very likely that it would fall from the inside, otherwise the former federal government would not have abandoned this underground city that cost trillions to build out of thin air. Squeak, Infinity slowly stopped at one of the platforms. The surroundings were empty and silent. The huge underground city entrance was like a deep pit on the ground, with rising air currents constantly colliding with the whistling cold air, and clouds rising above the tunnel. But what they didn't realize was that just as the Infinity entered the internal loading and unloading platform, several secret surveillance cameras in the platform quietly turned and pointed in the direction of the train. There's really no one. Kiki looked at the platform outside and frowned. No way, how can we find such a big underground city? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, we should have expected this situation a long time ago. The survivors nearby have never received any radio information from this underground city, which means that it has long been silent. But it's good. If there is no one, we can let go and find something useful. But the problem is that if there is no energy here, we can't jump down, and if there is no electricity, the main control system of the underground city must have been shut down long ago, and I can't hack into the system even if I want to. Kiki gritted her teeth. She had made all kinds of sufficient preparations and fantasies last night, but when she came here, she found that there was no electricity here. No matter how powerful the hacker was, he couldn't solve the power outage of the server. Then take whatever you have. Lin Xian was not too discouraged. If there was no one, there would be less work to do. There were many large machines here, which could provide sufficient nutrients for his mechanical heart. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to upgrade to level 3 through these things. Thinking this way, it was not a loss. Teacher Lin Xian thought about it for a while, and immediately decided to say to Chen Xishuan, Kiki, and I will go to the entrance to see. In order to avoid a wasted trip, the three of you will find some useful things near the platform, and move them to the car first. Let's hurry up. Looking at the road conditions, we may have to go out later. It is not easy to turn the car around outside, so we can only return to the Yuchi section and take the north line. Okay. The building nodded. Shasha pointed to the flatbed trailer behind. Brother Lin, why don't we use the forklift on the platform to drag the things to the back? We still have gasoline in the car, so we can put a lot of things there. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, mechanical equipment is given priority. If there are daily necessities or things that can be used, move them to the car. There must be a lot of good things here. We will need them on the road in the future. Girl, you come with me. Okay, let's go and have a look first. Maybe we can find something useful. Kiki put on the hood of her down jacket, rubbed her hands, and took a gun, ready to get off the train with Lin Xian. Chen Xishuan was a little worried. Then you guys be careful. Although it's quiet here, I always feel a little uneasy. Just as Lin Xian was about to open the cockpit door and get off the train, a beeping call suddenly sounded in the cockpit. Chen Xishuan looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was the train's answering system that was flashing. She immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Lin Xian. It's an answering machine. Why does this thing ring? Kiki looked puzzled. Without the red bead, can the signal be connected? Lin Xian walked over quickly, his expression slightly gloomy. Unless it's a call from within the station. When he came to the answering machine, Lin Xian looked complicated and then decisively pressed the answering switch. Beep. The air seemed to be quiet. Who? Lin Xian broke the silence and spoke directly. A mature female voice came from the answering machine. Hello, survivors. This is the experimental center of the scientific research layer on the 52nd floor of the number 9 underground city. Can you hear the call? When this was said, everyone was shocked. There are still people in the underground city. Chapter 94. Chen Xishuan covered her mouth in surprise. So there are people down there. Listen first. Lin Xian raised his hand to signal, and then continued to press the answering machine to respond. I can hear it. I am Ding Junying, Deputy Director of the Biological Research Department of the number 9 underground city. A large number of zombies and nocturnal bodies have erupted inside the underground city. At present, I and several other colleagues are trapped in the negative 52nd floor of the research floor. Can you send us assistance? If you are willing to provide help, we can provide exchange conditions. The voice in the answering machine sounded a little anxious, and the faces of the few people on the infinity side changed slightly. You mean, there are only a few of you in such a large underground city? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian's first reaction was to express doubt. He had been fooled by many phishing tricks, and he was not so easy to believe such things. It is still uncertain whether there are survivors in other areas. 2 weeks ago, the excavation section under the underground city encountered some unknown underground creatures, which caused the project to be interrupted. The number 1 core melted, and the personnel inside were mutated and infected, resulting in the death of at least 376,000 citizens in the underground city, more than 95% of the total population. The underground city Federal Management Committee was forced to launch a migration plan, using 8 intercontinental and 3 eternal trains and a large number of airships, helicopters, and flying devices to send core citizens out, but almost all air transportation equipment lost contact after entering the Daoyuo Mountains. It is initially suspected that a large nocturnal body was encountered in the air. The mutation caused a large-scale turmoil in the underground city. The main structure of the underground city was damaged, and zombies broke out inside. A large number of nocturnal bodies appeared. My 3 colleagues and I did not have time to escape and were forced to flee into a biological laboratory. Now there should be few survivors in the entire number 9 underground city. Our laboratory has the advanced system authority of the underground city. We saw your arrival through the monitoring of the GF2 train platform, so we asked you for help. Although it sounded like she was trapped and asking for help, the woman's voice and emotion seemed very calm. As soon as she finished speaking, Kiki immediately looked out the window and saw several cameras facing their cockpit. Hey, it turns out that there are not only people in the underground city, but also electricity. Lin Xian nodded, and his eyes swept across the faces of the other people. He knew that the nocturnal body they were talking about should be the same thing as the strange body they thought, and then said to the transponder, "How do you think we should rescue you?" They didn't know the situation inside the underground city at all. From the information just transmitted by the other party, there were unknown creatures underground, and the entire underground city was occupied by zombies and nocturnal bodies, and the other party was on the 52nd floor underground. In this case, even if Lin Xian wanted to help, he had no way to start, so he was not eager to consider it, but let the other party talk about the plan first, and he first distinguished the truth and then the risks. After hearing Lin Xian's words, the woman opposite responded directly, "At present, elevators 1, 2, and 5 in the underground city are all damaged. Elevator 7 and 8 can only go directly to the 80th floor and below. The rest are in the occupied floors and freight areas. Only elevator 3 is currently online and is the closest to us, but elevator 3 is a freight elevator used for equipment transportation. It goes directly to the 95th floor underground level 5 freight track terminal platform. Due to the damage to the main structure, it can only go to the 89th floor. I can open the protective gate of GF2 track to enter the underground track. Because we only have one backup energy source as a power supplement, the power is not enough to support you to use the rail train elevator, so your train can go directly through the direct tunnel to the 65th floor underground level 4 freight track terminal platform, and then use elevator 3 to go up to the 52nd floor. Although there are many zombies outside, your weapons are very strong, and there is also a telekinetic psychic, so it should not be a big threat to you." Lin Xian frowned slightly. Judging from the other party's statement, the identity of Junying, the deputy director of the biological research department, is very likely to be real. Ordinary citizens of the underground city, even some powerful people, may not understand the underground city system as clearly as she does. The logic is clear, and the planning is clear. The tone of a researcher is obvious. You make it sound simple. Why don't you ask the federal government for help? Kiki came up at this time and said bluntly. Hearing Kiki's question, another slightly younger female voice on the transponder said anxiously, "Because the satellite communication facilities in the underground city have been taken away, conventional communication equipment cannot be transmitted due to the influence of the magnetic waves at night. You should be aware of this. Therefore, the authority we can control at present is only part of the subsystem of the underground city. We will send you a message for help through the platform transponder system." Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. "Then no one came to rescue you when you evacuated?" There was silence in the transponder, and the director surnamed Ding took over again. "When the upper level evacuated, we received our message for help, but in terms of the situation, we should have been abandoned assets. In the number 9 underground city, in a scientific research area, the isolation door was locked, and the corridor outside was completely shrouded in darkness. Countless zombies were wandering. In the room, for men and women in scientific research uniforms looked anxious. They have been trapped here for more than a week. Although the scientific research area has a very strong protection level and life support system, there is not much food and supplies. If they don't get out, they will probably starve to death inside." Ding Junying, deputy director of the biological research department, was about 30 years old. She wore glasses and had a cold look. Trapped here with her were former colleagues Zhao Yan, Su Wen, and Han Qiming, a microbiology expert. Zhao Yan was the oldest among them, and looked the worst. Several people had already used some of the green plant materials used for the experiment as food to replenish their body energy. Fortunately, the laboratory area was still lit and ventilated, so they were not suffocated. After the evacuation, the entire underground city had become a hellish scene, with desolation everywhere. As the roads were blocked and the polar night came, the hope of several people being rescued had gradually become slim. Almost all the useful materials were taken away. This Doomsday project, which was less than 1/5 of the completion rate, had become a desperate ruin. "Director Ding, they don't seem to believe us." Su Wen is the most timid. She was the one who rushed to speak just now. When she saw that there was no response on the answering machine, she immediately became anxious. What should we do? Don't worry. Han Qiming has a messy head of hair. He is thin to begin with. After 2 weeks of experience, he has become a little thinner. They drove the train here, so they must have some purpose. Moreover, they can open the protected door and have advanced supernatural properties. I think they may want to enter the underground city. In this case, maybe we can find a point of interest. Yes. Xiao Yin is the oldest. She looked at Ding Junyi. Director Ding, why don't we ask directly? And Ding Junyi was calmly replaying the surveillance footage at this time. Among the 4 people, she was the calmest. At this time, when everyone was anxiously waiting for the answering machine to respond, she was watching the scene of Lin Xian and others entering the inner platform from the outside, and constantly taking notes on the mobile screen. There are 5 people in total in the current footage. It is not certain if there are other people on the train. The leader should be the man who talked to us. He is between 25 and 30 years old. He has a clear purpose in communication and strong logic. He has received higher education. He was the one who opened the gate of GF2 platform just now. I checked the system records and found that he did not obtain authorization, so he must have some kind of supernatural talent and forced it open. Chapter 95. This also meets the basic requirements of a leader in a crisis environment. Another woman, aged between 16 and 18, has a rare telekinetic ability and a strong ability index. Logically speaking, her ability is the most reasonable way to open the gate, so conversely, the ability of this male who plays the role of a leader has a higher output efficiency than violent door opening, considering magnetic control or inorganic control. The third man is sturdy, aged between 26 and 35, using an M556 light machine gun, equipped with 7.62 by 51 mm caliber rifle bullets, with a firing rate of 650 to 950 rounds per minute, and a weight of 21.5 kilograms. He carries a heavy metal sword on his back with the hilt facing right, so he is right-handed, but can easily use the machine gun with his left hand. The fact that he can shoot with a gun shows that his muscles are extremely strong. Although there is no sign that he has any special abilities, it is enough to show that he is a warrior with strong survival ability and arm strength. The 4th little girl is not very old, but she can use guns skillfully. It is hard to tell whether she has any special abilities. However, from the perspective of social relations, there are only 2 situations in which a very young girl is brought along during the escape. Either the little girl has some special abilities and value, or she is a relative of an important person in the team. The last one did not get off the car. Only part of the picture was captured by the camera. She is a female, about 25 years old, responsible for driving. It is inferred that she is a technician or a person with low military power. Ding Junyi zoomed in, with a mobile screen, and raised her glasses. Although her delicate face was pale from hunger, her eyes were very sharp. This is a 30-year-old Giant Whale 03 heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive, and a 14-year-old Huanqing 7F electric locomotive. Both are freight grade, and do not have a nuclear power drive system. They need to rely on liquid fuel and railway power grids to operate. Behind them are 5 modified passenger cars. From the external armor of the train, it can be seen that it is a product customized by a special factory. It can be judged that the interior should have undergone a series of modifications. Su-wen frowned and looked over. Director Ding, so what does it mean? Ding Junyi looked at the few people. Obviously, this train is a carefully built mobile shelter. These people are not temporary partners. At present, the federal government's intercontinental and eternal rail trains are Star Trek trains that can be transported globally. They are equipped with nuclear power energy. So for such a team with strong survival conditions, the reason why they ventured here may be to solve energy problems. Makes sense. Han Qiming nodded. There are so many zombies outside who are also rushing in. I also think they should not just be for food and water. Zhao Yin was a little anxious, but we can't help them solve the energy problem. All the intercontinental and eternal trains have been transported away during the Great Migration. Ding Junyi took a deep breath, looked up at the silent train cockpit on the monitor, and said in a low voice, "Why not?" Pa. Ding Junyi quickly operated on the system. She called up a monitoring log and then said, before the power system on the 95th floor was offline, the monitoring showed that there was still a Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive on the freight terminal platform. This is a backup power train set for intercontinental trains. It was left on the terminal platform during the Great Migration. This may be what they want, so after current analysis, we may have 3 bargaining chips to negotiate with them. What bargaining chips? Zhao Yin asked anxiously. First, we have the P3 level high-level authority of the underground city, and the information of each area of the underground city. In addition to the information of this Gemini 11, our nuclear-powered electric locomotive, we can also help them obtain the corresponding resources in other areas. This team is small in number, but has strong survival ability, so I think this point accounts for 70%. The second point is the experimental data of our biological laboratory, and some information about the original federal underground city. However, these are not necessarily important to the survivors, but if we consider exchanging some interests with the current Apocalypse Federation, they also have certain value, accounting for 29%. Zhao Yin. Frowning at the woman, what is the other 1%? Ding Junyi looked at the few people with a cold gaze. It's us. As long as we are alive, we have basic intellectual value, labor value, and sexual value. Hearing this, Han Qiming's face changed, and he said like an old scholar, ridiculous, we are also members of the senior scientific research team of the federal government. Even if we are used to exchange interests with the federal government, our value is greater than our labor value, right? Ding Junyi glanced at him. You are too naive. The sexual value I mentioned also includes you. Han Qiming was shocked. What? After this, Zhao Yin and Su Wen also looked strange. How could they have imagined that they would be used as the basic value for trading, and the possibility of this value was only 1%? Director Ding's analysis is quite thorough, but can the other party risk their lives to save us just for an authority or navigation? Zhao Yin was so hungry that her face turned pale. She had no strength left. She didn't quite agree with Ding Junyi's analysis, but she didn't have any other ideas at this time. Yes, and that train is still on the 95th floor, that place is already. Su Wen said with a face full of fear. Ding Junyi said calmly, the 3 points I mentioned are our plans, and we only have these chips. Of course, there is asymmetry, and it is possible that all 3 of them combined are not as valuable as a box of food to them. This is their consideration, but I don't think we have any better options. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. On the other side, Lin Xian and the team members exchanged glances after hearing Su Wen and Ding Junyi's description. Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian and spoke first. According to them, this underground city has been occupied. There is not much time during the day. It must be difficult to go in and search for supplies in this situation. Lin Xian nodded. Unless we act at night, but it is too dangerous. Not to mention the unknown underground creatures, there are hundreds of thousands of people in the underground city, and we don't know how many zombies and monsters there are. Then why don't we go in and save them? Shasha said. Didn't they say they could provide me with supplies in exchange? Hey! Lin Xian. Kiki said at this time, why don't we listen to what they can provide first? What, if it doesn't work, don't worry about them. Anyway, we have backup energy, we can find a way to get in by ourselves. It's too rash to find a way to get in by ourselves. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and said, this underground city is comparable to a small city. I don't know how complicated the situation is. It's not difficult to get in, but what about after getting in? Unless it encounters the control of the intelligent system, it is not difficult for his mechanical ability to open ordinary mechanical doors, but in an underground city like this, the system is extremely complicated and huge. He can't use the mechanical heart to cover the entire underground city. If he really does this, he may die before the first layer is covered. In addition, the interior has already fallen and it is unsafe. A little rashness may cause a chain reaction. At that time, nothing will be obtained, and you can only run away in a hurry. Thinking of this, Lin Xian pressed the answer button. Now tell me your conditions. Chapter 96. Ka. As soon as the words fell, the people in the laboratory immediately became nervous and looked at Ding Junyi. After thinking about it, they knew that there was nothing good in this broken laboratory, so they could only listen to Ding Junyi's analysis. At this time, Ding Junyi stepped forward without much hesitation and said directly, we have the P3 management authority of the underground city. Except for a few specific areas, we can cooperate with you to enter the residential area, commercial area, entertainment area, industrial area, storage layer, animal and plant and cultural asset protection layer, scientific research layer and various fast channels to obtain supplies. Although they have been relocated, there must be some left in the case of an underground city, with hundreds of thousands of people being abandoned urgently. There are many valuable materials. In addition, we also know the parking location of a Gemini 11, our nuclear-powered electric locomotive. The small micronuclear-powered DRX power generation reactor on this electric locomotive has a thermal power of 290 megawatts. In addition, if you need research data from our biological laboratory, we can also provide it, but it needs to be kept confidential to avoid us being politically tried by the federal government. She directly said all the chips she analyzed. Sue next to her looked nervous and whispered, then the third point, should we say it? Although she sounded very resistant at first, when she really faced negotiations, she wanted to reveal all the conditions just to survive. No need. Ding Junyi's finger left the answer button and said in a calm voice, if they rescue us, in addition to gaining the right to life, we will also lose other rights. At that time, what they want to do to us is not something we can decide. The people here are all ordinary people, and can even be said to be powerless. In this case, they can only regard Lin Xian and others as saviors, and also consider the possibility that they are bandits and thugs. Han Qiming looked ugly. Is it possible that it is not so exaggerated? Look at those three women, they don't look like the kind of people who would do anything to a man like me. They don't look like vicious people. Zhao Yan looked at him with a different expression. Professor Han, you are confused. Do you think Director Ding is talking about those three girls? Do you want to see the 2-meter-tall big guy? What? Han Qiming's face turned green, and his legs trembled as soon as he said this. No. No way. Ding Junyi rubbed his eyebrows, and really couldn't understand why these people always focus on these unimportant points. On Infinity, Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes lit up when they heard what Ding Junyi said. Oh my god, a Gemini 11 R nuclear-powered electric locomotive, wow! Kiki explained, Lin Xian, it sounds good. Lin Xian looked surprised, looked at Chen Sichuan and the others, and smiled strangely. This woman is so smart, but according to her, they don't have any material resources, they only have a little authority and information. After the emergency evacuation of a large underground city, there must be a lot of materials left, but such a statement is too general, and has no value to Lin Xian and his friends. They certainly know that there will be some gains in it. It's just that these unknown gains cannot assess the risks, and are far less meaningful than the Gemini 11 R nuclear-powered electric locomotive mentioned by the other party. It's just that Ding Junyi directly mentioned this matter, which made Lin Xian feel that the other party understood his purpose. If that's the case, then we don't need to go through them at all. Just give me some time to hack into the system, right? Kiki said directly. How long will it take? We know after we connect to it, but in this case, the main control AI must have been removed, and there should be a subsystem left. I estimate 5 or 6 hours. That's not necessary. Lin Xian said, maybe it's easier to rescue them, and if this group of people is really a research team, they may have a lot of information we need, and they are more familiar with the current internal situation of the underground city. In this case, the efficiency of cooperation is definitely greater than confrontation. Then will they lie to us? Chen Sichuan knew Lin Xian's intention, but also said with concern. Let's take a look first, girl. Lin Xian pointed to the roof of the car, and Kiki immediately understood. Soon, 2 drones on the roof of the Infinity car rose up, and quickly flew towards the sky above the underground city. The snow and wind are too strong, and the image quality is not good. Information Center, Kiki complained while operating the drone. It doesn't matter. Lin Xian said, observe it before it gets dark, it can help us judge the general situation, let's take a look below. Okay, Kiki pursed her lips, looking at the completely silent underground tunnel on the screen, and said, it looks similar to what they said, there is no movement of living people. It would be great if there was a thermal imaging system, this kind of place is most suitable. Lin Xian nodded, the large aerial nocturnal body they just mentioned may be the atmospheric jellyfish we saw last night, but I don't know what the hell that underground creature is. Chen Sichuan said, it looks much more dangerous than we thought. Even if we go in, we can't stay too long. Then we should prioritize the Gemini 11 R nuclear-powered electric locomotive, and we can decide the rest depending on the situation. Lin Xian said at this time, can we locate the 52nd floor where they are? Kiki shook his head and said, no, we will lose the signal if we leave the horizon. It's too dark below, and we can't see anything. But you see, there is a tunnel in front. After opening the door, the train can go directly down to the underground city. It's normal to set up underground tracks for cargo transportation in such a large underground city. Staying on the train, you will have a higher chance of dealing with zombies, and if you need to transport supplies, it will be more convenient to have an elevator inside. But driving a train into a closed and fallen underground city is somewhat risky. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, looked at Kiki and said, what do you think? There are definitely risks. Kiki held up her chin and looked at Lin Xian. But what the other party said sounds very consistent with our expected purpose. The only problem is that we don't know what kind of weird body is inside, and the underground creature that sounds a bit scary. Lin Xian nodded. Energy is a big problem, and the key to our survival in the future. However, I have also reserved a day or two for this place. The purpose is to improve the protection and detection system of the Infinity before going to the high-altitude corridor. The life support system and weapon system are also very critical. So, I think this risk is worth taking, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. An empty underground city is in front of him. If he doesn't try to explore it, it would be a shame for his mechanical ability. What's more, there is already information about nuclear-powered electric locomotives. This kind of Doomsday artifact must be tested. Okay. Kiki raised her hand actively, and said I agree. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Jun Sichuan and the others also crossed their eyes, and looked at Lin Xian with approval. Everyone knows that the key to survival is the Infinity Train, and as a mechanical superpower, Lin Xian has an absolute say in this regard. If there is a chance to improve the safety of the train, the effect will definitely be greater than obtaining ordinary living supplies. On the other side, in the laboratory, Zhao Yin, Su Wen and Han Qiming felt extremely tormented. They finally waited for a team that could provide rescue before the polar night, and saw a glimmer of hope, but the other party was not obliged to risk their lives to save them, so they could only pray that the conditions offered by Ding Junyi could impress the other party. Will they really agree? There is nothing to eat or drink here, and we don't know if there are any weapons in the military zone. Will they really come to save us for that nuclear-powered electric locomotive that we don't know if it can be used? Su Wen looked desperate. Although Ding Junyi's analysis seemed to be reasonable to the others, after thinking carefully, he felt that it didn't sound like a condition at all. The other party may not need their help to enter the underground city if they have superpowers. Moreover, the Gemini 11 our nuclear-powered electric locomotive is just a theoretical information. In fact, the 95th floor has been disconnected from the system for many days. They have no idea what is going on below. It seems that none of these sounds more likely than food and weapons. Even sexual resources, or the possibility of the other party's savior conscience bursting out to save fellow human beings are more likely. Thinking of this, the faces of several people became even more flustered. Su Wen walked back and forth anxiously, and seeing that the answering machine had not responded, he suddenly became anxious and immediately prepared to rush to the answering machine. What are you going to do? Ding Junyi asked. I told them that there are a lot of food, a lot of drinks, and a large number of weapons here, so maybe this can impress them. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yin and Han Qiming also looked at him with complicated eyes. They all knew that Su Wen was a little desperate, but they themselves were also in a state of confusion, and could not calm down at all. Ding Junyi looked at her coldly. I know what you are thinking, but I suggest you don't do it. Why? Su Wen was a little hysterical, his eyes red, and said, I don't think the conditions you mentioned can impress them at all. If there is nothing more practical. Then are the things you made up practical? But, Ding Junyi's eyes swept over the other two people. From a rational point of view, if the other party has no idea about the first condition, then we are actually worthless. Even if we guess right, the other party has no idea about the first condition. They have an idea to reach a temporary friendly cooperation with us, but this seemingly friendly cooperation is actually very fragile, because our existence is not necessary and essential to the other party. In other words, they can use us and then kill us all, and we have no choice. In this negotiation, where the subsequent survival depends on the other party's moral standards, you still want to use lies to trick the other party to save us. Do you think it is rational? Su Wen was speechless by what she said, his face was terrified, his lips were dry, and the hand that reached for the answering machine button trembled slightly in the air, and then slowly retracted. Wake up, Ding Junyi said bluntly with his hands on his chest. We don't have armed strength. In this situation, there is still a glimmer of hope to maintain friendship, but deceiving luck will definitely lead to death. Chapter 97. As soon as Ding Junyi said this, the other three people's faces suddenly changed, and the air suddenly became cold. As if in response, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xian's voice sounded from the answering machine. We can come to save you. Please open the gate of GF2 tunnel. Hearing this, several people in the laboratory stood up suddenly. Their eyes were eager, and their joy was beyond words. They agreed, we are saved. Director Ding is right, Su Wen said with an ugly face. Fortunately, Director Ding stopped you, otherwise you would be in trouble. Zhao Yin glared at Su Wen, and she could not hide her excitement at this time. Ding Junyi's face was still wooden at this time. She didn't have time to argue with a few people. She directly operated the system to open the gate of the tunnel under the underground city. At the same time, he said to the communicator, The total length of the Xiaodong Tunnel is 31,650 meters, with a slope of 59.5 per thousand. The backup energy is not enough to support the electromagnetic deceleration system, so you need to keep the speed within 20 kilometers, and pay attention to keeping the brake shoe hot. Although there are no abnormalities reported by the 127 monitoring sensor systems in the tunnel, it is recommended that you turn on the lights and pay attention to safety. In the GF2 platform, the Infinity slowly started, and the gate of the Xiaodong Tunnel in the underground city ahead opened. Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan stood in the cockpit and heard Ding Junyi's words with a serious look. "Your name is Ding Junyi, right?" Lin Xian pressed the transponder while operating the train. "Yes. This is the Infinity. I'm the conductor, Lin Xian." "Hello, Mr. Lin. Where is the area where you found the underground creatures?" Lin Xian asked. 106th floor. Currently all floors below 100 are under construction. The number 3 elevator can go down to the 95th floor, and now the 89th floor and below have lost contact. So you'd better stop at the 4th level freight track terminal platform on the 65th floor, and then you can transport all kinds of materials directly to the carriage through the number 3 freight elevator. Okay, which area are you in on the 52nd floor? F13 area. The elevator is in K2 area. There are many zombies outside the passage, and there is also a zoning map. After you enter the elevator, I can turn on the image transmission, and then I will tell you the detailed route. The distance is about 1.9 kilometers. Okay. The other party conveyed it very clearly. Lin Xian asked Chen Xishuan to sit firmly in the driver's seat, and then controlled the Infinity to enter the dark tunnel, and began to move underground. Hua hua hua. After entering the tunnel, the train began to slide down. The wheels made a hua hua sound, and there was a long track in front of the lights. As the train continued to wind down, everyone on the train felt a dull pain in their eardrums. "Everyone hold on!" Lin Xian shouted to the back. At the same time, he kept controlling the vehicle to slow down to avoid derailment and loss of control. In front of the headlights, there was a yellow distance and floor sign in sight. 10th floor, 65 m. 30th floor, 175 m. 50th floor, 255 m. 60th floor, 301 m. The whole train was like a roller coaster, spiraling down in the dark tunnel, and a smell of underground dampness gradually poured into the train compartment. Finally, after a gentle descent, the Infinity arrived at the 4th level freight track terminal platform of the number 9 underground city. 65th floor, 325 m. Squeak. The wheels of the Infinity train were hot, emitting hot steam, and it stopped steadily on a dark platform. Through the window, you can see that there are many broken lights around that are still flashing, and sparks are emitted from time to time. Xia, Kiki, and Chen Xishuan all came to the window and looked outside in the dim light. At first glance, this is a huge freight loading and unloading platform with a special lifting system and conveyor belt on the platform. But it seems that something terrible has happened here. There are all kinds of dark red bloodstains on the ground and walls, and there are many corpses on the platform. The enclosed space itself will give people great depression and fear, not to mention that they are now 325 meters underground. In addition, when they think that almost all the people in this underground city are dead, there may be hundreds of thousands of zombies and unknown underground creatures buried in the entire underground, which makes people a little chilling. Chen Xishuan looked at Lin Xian with an uneasy expression. "How should we act?" "We should act separately." Lin Xian pointed to the tunnel behind him and said, "There is only one passage to get out. We can't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, we will have to abandon the train and fight our way out of the underground city with bare hands. Xia, Xishuan, as usual, you take weapons to guard the car to prevent anyone from cutting off our retreat. Kiki and I will go to the 52nd floor to rescue people. After we come back, we will decide which areas to go to for supplies based on time and actual conditions." Without opening the map, Lin Xian couldn't search randomly in this huge underground city. They didn't have much time, so they could only look for targets in a targeted manner. Otherwise, with the area of more than 10 or 20 square kilometers here, they would be exhausted to death by the time they searched layer by layer, not to mention being killed by zombies and weird bodies. The most clear plan is to find Ding Junyi and others first, confirm the situation inside in detail, and then deploy them separately according to time to decide which areas to explore. The situation inside the underground city is complicated and unknown. Xia and Chen Xishuan have no special powers, and their physical fitness cannot keep up with Lin Xian and his group. It would be safer for the two of them to stay in the car together. After dividing the work, Lin Xian, Delu and Kiki were all fully armed. He brought the GK-03 electric knife, a submachine gun and a pistol. Kiki also took an automatic rifle, and Delu still brought a light machine gun with a lot of ammunition. At the same time, the three of them also brought the gas masks they had taken from the outpost before. After all, it was a confined space, and they needed to consider it more carefully. I don't know how many zombies there are in here. Don't waste your energy on those things, Lin Xian said to Kiki as the cockpit door opened. I know. Kiki didn't seem nervous at all, and laughed. Didn't I tell you that my ability has evolved? It won't run out of power after just a few uses. Lin Xian looked at her. How many times can you use it? How should I know? Anyway, it's much stronger than before. Okay. Plop. Lin Xian took the lead and stepped on the ground of the loading and unloading platform, making a crisp sound. There seemed to be water on the ground, wet. Be careful. Lin Xian turned back and signaled Chen Sichuan to close the hatch. The moldy smell of soil and blood mixed together and poured into the carriage, making Chen Sichuan and Xia Xia feel nauseous immediately. After closing the door, it was finally much better. The intercom is currently green, indicating that close-range communication has not been affected. Since encountering the three-headed spider monster in Yuchi City, Lin Xian suddenly figured out a detail. That is, the communication status of the intercom may give some hints, whether there are strange bodies around. This sounds a bit like the beggar's version of a soul-draining value detector. Although it may not be completely accurate, it can serve as a reminder. Chapter 98. Click, click. The three turned on the tactical flashlights on their guns and began to walk on the platform. Except for the flashing light tubes and the fluorescent light, everything else was pitch black. Wow! It's so new! Kiki shone the flashlight everywhere as she walked. It looks like it was built not long ago. This underground city is not yet completed. It is estimated that not even 1/5 of it has been built. Lin Xian whispered. The federal government has invested in it, but it can't even save 1 million people. There is more than one underground city. Although the federal government has disintegrated, there must be a larger underground city. I just don't know what the situation is. Shoo! Lin Xian, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. The building and Kiki suddenly became nervous. Lin Xian raised the flashlight and shone it towards the pillar at the edge of the platform not far away. There, a man in work clothes was standing in the corner of the pillar with his back to it, and his whole body was twitching slowly. Soon, the light caught his attention. The man slowly turned around, and his face immediately changed the expressions of the three people. The man's face had completely rotted and mutated. He didn't look like a human at all. Instead, he had grown a mouth that looked like a fleshy tentacles with sharp teeth in the middle. It was red and frightening. What? Is this? A zombie? Kiki said in surprise. It's not a human anyway. Hiss, vomit. The humanoid monster made a strange cricket pupa sound, and the fleshy tentacles on its face kept shaking. When it saw Lin Xian and the other two, it suddenly screamed. Ah! Then it ran quickly. Its speed was not that of a running zombie at all. It was just like an athlete, extremely fast, and it was very oppressive when it rushed. Go! Lin Xian shouted immediately. Bang! 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 Because he didn't know what this thing was, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. The three of them fired at the same time, pouring fire. A few bullets bombarded him, causing a lot of blood to spurt out. The zombie staggered after being hit by the bullets, but it didn't seem to be killed directly, but rushed faster. Duh. The few people who noticed something was wrong immediately fired another round of volleys, all shooting at the flesh tentacles and mouthparts on the zombie's face. The terrifying head was quickly smashed, and then it fell directly to the ground. After falling to the ground, the flesh tentacles on the man's face continued to twitch and twist. After a long time, they gradually stopped moving. This thing is not right. It doesn't look like an ordinary zombie. Everyone be careful. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. The three of them were all superpowered and were holding hot weapons, but the zombies they encountered at this time were much more tenacious than the ordinary zombies they had encountered before, and they were also very fast. How disgusting. Why is it so hard to kill? Kiki frowned. Could it be a weird body? The building also spoke at this time. Lin Xian shone his flashlight over and found that there was no black air fluctuation on the dead zombie's body. Only a flesh and blood corpse was left. He couldn't help but frown. It shouldn't be. He looked at the time. It was only 1802 at this time. Although it was not dark, since the experience in Beiwan, he also knew that some things might not only appear in the dark, but also in specific places. It was dark in the underground city, and the situation might not be much better than in the dark. Don't take it lightly, let's go. Lin Xian tensed up his nerves, and several people began to speed up their pace. They quickly came to a large elevator entrance along a ground conveyor belt. This was a large freight elevator that was several meters long. Before they walked over, the operating platform interface next to the elevator suddenly lit up. A woman's face appeared on the screen. She was wearing a scientific research suit, wearing glasses, and looked capable. She looked only in her 30s. Hello, Mr. Lin, I will open the elevator for you now. You are Ding Junyi who just contacted me, right? Lin Xian asked. It's me. Lin Xian nodded. In the picture, in addition to Ding Junyi, you can see 2 women and 1 man standing behind her, all dressed as scientists. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian felt a little relieved. Open the door. On the screen, Ding Junyi said, be careful. The surveillance shows that there is water in the elevator. There may be unknown creatures. Back away first. What unknown creatures? Kiki took 2 steps back curiously. Lin Xian made a gesture to back away. Stand aside. Wow, the sound of the elevator descending sounded. Lin Xian and his companions immediately stepped back, looked at the elevator number on the screen, and slowly raised their guns. The elevator has arrived, 65th floor, the terminal platform of the 4th level freight track. A mechanical female voice sounded, and then the huge elevator door slowly opened from the middle to the top and bottom. Instantly, an elevator space as big as a room appeared. At the same time, more than 1 meter deep fishy yellow water suddenly rushed out, splashing, and Lin Xian and his companions stepped back one after another. Lin Xian was quick-witted and saw that there were many strange objects moving in the turbid water. He shouted to the other 2, there's something in the water. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 guns immediately began to fire, and the black objects in the water were immediately splashed with blood. The water quickly receded, and soon the strange creatures that were moving were seen. They were multi-legged creatures with black shells, a total of 4 or 5. The monsters were soaking in the water, and attached to several highly rotten and swollen corpses. They seemed to be some kind of parasites. Disgusting, Kiki said. Don't be careless, kill them first, Lin Xian shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks to Ding Junyi's reminder, Lin Xian and his men were prepared in advance. The monsters were just washed out by the water, and were shot by Lin Xian and his men. The metal jets directly blasted them to pieces. The continuous sound of gunfire echoed in the huge platform, seeming to attract the attention of many creatures. Lin Xian heard it, and immediately called out, hurry up and get in the elevator. Kiki and the building rushed in immediately, and Lin also stepped in quickly, and the elevator door closed quickly. Oh no, there are still many monsters here. Sister Chen and the others? Looking at the elevator door that blocked the darkness of the platform outside, Kiki asked with some concern. It's okay, they are safer than us, Lin Xian said sternly. The Infinity's armor is airtight, and it can even withstand the tentacles of the atmospheric jellyfish sliding over. In addition, Teacher Chen and Sha Sha have many weapons in the car for defense, so Lin Xian is still quite confident about this. Woo, the elevator door closed, and several people stepped on the wet ground. A huge lifting force came, and the elevator quickly went to the upper floor. When you come out of the elevator, you are in the K2 area. There are many monsters outside the passage. There is water on the ground from K2 to D23. This is the route map. The terrain is a bit complicated, and it will be more roundabout. The communication system in some places is damaged. I can't give you prompts all the way. In addition, you must be especially careful when passing through the F5D6 area. There are floor elevators and staircases there. It is the most seriously occupied area. The original escape route is also there, but it must have been blocked now. The power supply and monitoring facilities have been cut off. Chapter 99. In the laboratory, Ding Junyi looked focused, quickly zooming in on the 52nd floor diagram on the screen, and using auxiliary lines to explain the route to Lin Xian and others. Zhao Yin and Su Wen were also concerned. The situation at this time was related to their lives, and everyone was so nervous that they were shaking. On the other side, in the elevator, on the huge screen, Ding Junyi introduced the route to several people in detail. Kiki and Lin Xian saw it, and quickly understood the general direction of the route. This underground city is really a big factory. It takes 2 kilometers to run from the freight elevator to another scientific research area on 1 floor. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, this is still small. Kiki complained in a low voice, after all, it is a large project with hundreds of thousands of people. A single floor will have thousands or even tens of thousands of people living on it. There are also some work and commercial areas. There are roads and express transportation here. What is available on the ground, we also have here. Lin Xian nodded and said from the direction of the elevator door, we will focus on getting on the road later. Don't fight if you encounter trouble on the road. I will lead the way in front, and the building will cover the rear. Kiki, you will walk in the middle. Okay. Okay, Brother Xian. Their goal is to find the scientific research area where Junying and the others are located first, because there is protection there, and they can be temporarily safe. Lin Xian needs to test the bottom of these people first, and then evaluate the next deployment with Kiki. If it is feasible, bring a few people back to the Infinity first, and then redistribute the work to carry materials. His psychological expectation is to be able to get out of the underground city before dark tomorrow, and then return to the Jiangyu line along the south line and enter Yubei City. Jia Dental protects your oral safety. First-class citizens can enjoy a 5% discount on membership this month. Experience address, 31st floor. Are you disabled? Longting Mechanical Prosthetics Reconstruction Center helps you have a new body experience. You can run and hug as much as you want. The latest ARX2 industrial prosthetics have a battery life of up to 168 hours, which can help you work continuously for a week without power outages. It is a good helper for getting rich and increasing income. Kant's delicious protein blocks are made of a new variety of American cockroaches. They are made with real ingredients and ancient craftsmanship. Every bite is original. The screen in the elevator also plays various advertisements of the original underground city, giving people a strong sense of life and a feeling that a rich life of cattle and horses will soon unfold underground, which forms a strong contrast with this terrifying underground city that is as silent as death. Hey, so disgusting, where is the deliciousness? Kiki saw the advertisement and couldn't help shuddering. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, you're right, the world is short of food now. When we run out of food, maybe you will fall in love with this thing. I don't want to eat cockroaches. The building looked at the advertisement with a strange expression, without saying anything, and probably wondered what it would feel like to let him eat cockroaches. The elevator has arrived, 52nd floor, New Dumera Research Floor. This floor is limited to first-class citizens and special personnel, Authority F3. Lin Xian glanced at it, and the elevator door opened. And the light in the elevator slowly fell on the dark ground outside. The entire K2 area was completely out of power. The three stood in the elevator, raised their guns, and waited outside for a while. Except for the various advertisements on the elevator display, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Go! Lin Xian gave the order decisively, and the three of them attacked quickly. Empty thump, empty thump. The footsteps echoed in the empty space. The flashlight shone around, and there were various cargo loading and unloading areas around. After running along the main road for a distance, they found that this floor was full of various scientific laboratories and offices. There were no living areas or commercial areas, and the internal buildings were of a very high level. Many laboratories were also dust-proofed, and the corridors were very wide. The only problem was that there were no reference sections. It was particularly easy to get lost in such a scientific research floor without signs and route maps. There were exactly the same offices and rooms everywhere. Moreover, most areas were still dark. Fortunately, Ding Junyi gave the route directions in advance, otherwise Lin Xian and his friends would have to find the way for a while. Click, click. The three of them hurried on their way. When they ran from K2 area to F1 area, the passage finally had lights, and the sound of the three running kept echoing in the corridor. The windows of the laboratories they passed by were all bloody, and zombies began to howl in many rooms. Soon, the howling became more and more, gradually causing a chain reaction. Run directly, don't look back. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot a zombie at the corner in front with a pneumatic gun. In order to minimize the pressure of the zombie tide, he did not choose to shoot directly. The three of them walked quickly, but stopped at a corner. In the passage ahead, there were countless zombies of various shapes standing densely, all wearing white scientific research suits. They turned their heads when they heard the sound, and the tentacles on their faces slowly opened. This thing again! Lin Xian frowned. He had tried not to shoot, but when he saw this thing, he suddenly had a headache. Without saying anything, he opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The fire in the passage was sweeping, and those zombies with tentacles all over their heads rushed towards the three people frantically, with their mouths wide open, as if they could swallow your head in one bite. With previous experience, the three did not dare to be careless at all, and all the bullets were fired at the faces of those monsters. Soon the ground was full of zombies with twitching tentacles. Zombies kept running behind him, and the building started shooting back again, while Lin Xian took out a knife and chopped the zombies that were still twitching all the way to avoid accidents. Crash! A glass door was smashed, and Lin Xian killed the zombies behind him with several wind guns. The three rushed out, and countless black bugs, strange spiders, and zombies in a circular elevator hall in front began to rush forward, blocking the way ahead. Hey! Kiki's eyes flashed fluorescently, and he raised his hand and waved. The huge impact instantly shook the monsters and zombies away, and finally cleared the way. The three of them did not hesitate, and moved quickly against the tide of corpses. On the other side, in the laboratory, Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming looked at several monitoring screens anxiously, and they were all sweating. The surging tide of corpses and monsters seemed to be able to swallow Lin Xian and the other two at any time. At this time, several people's hearts were in their throats. If these people with superpowers and carrying a large number of hot weapons cannot rush over, then these scientists, who are powerless, will have no hope of survival. In contrast, Ding Junyi had a blank expression on her face. She didn't even look at the surveillance camera at this time, but kept operating something on her work computer. Director Ding, what are you doing? Zhao Yin looked at this scene and asked in confusion, don't we need to remind them of anything? We have already reminded them. They are not on the wrong road at the moment. What we can do is to open the door as soon as they arrive. Apart from that, don't waste time and organize useful things. We don't have any supplies to organize here. Ding Junyi didn't even look at her, and focused on operating, research materials, superpowers, blood plants, dungeon logs. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Teacher Zhao, I suggest taking away the sample of the number 1 disaster blood plant and the sample culture chamber. If it doesn't work, prepare to activate the destruction program. Chapter 100. Zhao Yin looked at Ding Junyi anxiously. Although she usually disliked this colleague with low emotional intelligence, she knew that the other party was much more rational than herself. It was her communication and style that brought Lin Xian and his group to rescue. Seeing Ding Junyi busy at this time, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she thought of something. She quickly called her student Su Wen, Xiao Su, come on, let's take the copy of the research data with us. Ah? Why take that? This is our hard work. Zhao Yin glanced at Ding Junyi, pulled Su Wen aside, and whispered, if we go out, these things can still prove our value. If we want to find the original organization or the Apocalypse Federation to join, do you think these things are important? Su Wen took a breath of cold air when he heard this, and nodded solemnly. He knew the importance of this matter. As scientific researchers, these research materials may become their capital for survival in the later period. Thinking of this, the two of them quickly ran to their computers and started downloading materials. Han Qiming, who was standing by, saw the actions of the three people, understood what was going on, and joined in the process of downloading the data. Ding Junyi ignored the other three people's thoughts. In addition to the research data, she also downloaded the holographic structure diagram of the underground city and the notes of each cabin area, as well as the monitoring information that could be backed up recently. At this time, she looked at the three people who were moving quickly on the monitoring screen and thought of something else, so she began to search for relevant information inside the underground city transport train system in the system. Not long after, the figures of Lin Xian and the other two disappeared from the monitoring. Judging from the area just now, they had passed the D-23 area, and should only be a few hundred meters away from the F-13 area where they were. But the surveillance in the corridor and passage area outside them was damaged, so Ding Junyi could not see the movements of Lin Xian and others. So she stood up directly after finishing everything, walked quickly towards the laboratory, and came to the blocked hall. There was an isolation door here, which was their last line of defense. Zhao Yin, Su Wen and Han Qiming also came out at this time. They saw Ding Junyi standing by the door, and did not dare to come over. Are they coming? Han Qiming shouted. Su Wen looked anxious. Director Ding, are you going to open the door? It seems that there is no one outside. The three retreated far away, not daring to approach the door, for fear that countless man-eating monsters would rush in once the door was opened. And Ding Junyi just raised her hand to signal several people to be quiet, and then stood quietly behind the isolation door, with her slender fingers gently placed on the door opening button. Bang, bang. The highly enclosed and soundproof isolation door almost isolated most of the sounds. The hall was extremely quiet, and the people waiting for rescue seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. No one knows what kind of situation everyone will face after the door opens. It could be rescuers falling from the sky, or terrifying monsters swarming in. At this moment, Everyone's heart is hanging. Ding Junyi listened attentively to the movement outside, her face calm, as if without any emotion. Suddenly, her eyes moved slightly, and she pressed her finger decisively. The isolation door that had been sealed for many days suddenly opened, and the cold air suddenly rushed in. Da-da-da. The fierce gunshots rang out, and almost at the moment the isolation door opened, 3 figures wearing gas masks suddenly rushed in, and behind them were countless zombies howling. Buzz, Kiki rushed in and waved his hand back. An invisible telekinetic barrier surged, and instantly blasted the zombies that were chasing him away. Ah! This horrific scene scared Zhao Yan, Suwen and Han Qiming into a corner, and Han Qiming was holding a stool in his hand to protect himself. Wow, the door opened just in time. As soon as Kiki came in, he looked at Ding Junyi at the door in surprise. At this time, Ding Junyi pressed the door closing button again. Ding, the isolation door was closed, and the deafening howling sound was isolated. The lights in the hall of the scientific research area were bright, and the interior was clean and tidy, which was a world of difference from the bloody and deadly atmosphere outside just now. Then Ding Junyi turned around, and slowly raised her hands to face the 3 people. I am Ding Junyi. The air warning system has not sounded an alarm, so you don't have to worry about the air problem. You can take off your gas mask. Lin Xian pointed a gun at Ding Junyi, who raised his hands high, with a calm face, and harmlessness written all over his body. Seeing this woman, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Calm, logical, as if she had no emotions, her facial features were not beautiful but delicate and attractive. Gold-rimmed glasses, white long clothes, jeans, short high heels, her whole body exuded a high knowledge and cold aura. Lin Xian took off his gas mask, took a breath, turned his head and looked at Zhao Yan and Suwen, and said with a scrutinizing look, "It's just the 4 of you, right?" Zhao Yan, PhD in molecular biology, a first-level scientific research talent asset in the federal government. Suwen, PhD in biochemistry, a first-level scientific research talent asset in the federal government. Han Qiming, PhD in microbiology and also an ecological expert. Ding Junyi raised her hands and introduced calmly. She didn't talk nonsense and explained the value of several people to Lin Xian directly and quickly. Her words were concise and without any dragging, as if trying to tell Lin Xian that the people he saved were not ordinary people, and if he wanted to kill them, he should at least think twice. We don't have any weapons, and are willing to cooperate with all your actions. If you rescue us, you can get certain benefits from the original federal government team or the new Apocalypse Federation organization. Yes, we can provide value. Please don't hurt us. Suwen pleaded and nodded repeatedly. We are just scientific researchers, and we have no hostility. Yes. Zhao Yan and Han Qiming also said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes were slightly cold. Didn't you just say that you are already abandoned assets? Ding Junyi did not refute and said, compared with the difficulty of rescue, we are abandoned, but as long as we are alive, our existence still has certain value to the official. Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he heard it. Even after being abandoned, they still talk about the value. This is the logic of intellectuals, which is both profound and fucked up. However, from the perspective of survival, it makes a lot of sense. Only by joining the government organization can these researchers have a better way to live. In this case, what is the point of worrying about whether they are assets or human rights? Building, check it out. Lin Xian gestured to Building. Then Building walked over with a gun, and his huge figure scared Zhao Yan and others to retreat. He lifted the research suits of several people with a gun and checked them. After confirming that there were no weapons, he nodded to Lin Xian. Wow, what is this? At this time, Kiki, who had just taken off the gas mask, suddenly saw something and hurriedly walked over. He saw that there was a sealed transparent culture room in the laboratory, in which a plant similar to chrysanthemum grew, but the difference was that this was an almost pure black flower, and the center of the flower was still a little scarlet, which looked very weird. Blood plant, we call this one number 1, it was found in the first polar night. The woman named Suwen came up nervously. From the leaves, stems, and inflorescences, it is obviously Asteraceae, but this seems to be a variant classification, because it was found growing on a corpse. Ding Junyi responded coldly. Chapter 101. Ding Junyi's voice came. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others were interested, she said directly, we highly suspect that this type of plant is completely related to the biological mutation and strange infection caused by the Apocalypse Day. From the current research, the sole value of this blood disaster plant is over 100, which is opposite to the standard of sea-level nocturnal body. Therefore, We believe that the blood disaster plant has the biological energy of nocturnal body, and is related to the energy generated by blood essence. Wow, strange plants. Kiki blurted out with a look of amazement. Now in our world, whether it is human or animal, whether it is organic or inorganic, it seems that they are all affected by the damn night. What can this thing be used for? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Not sure yet. The skinny scientist named Han Qiming also came up and said tremblingly, we have done some biological experiments and found that this thing will directly cause biological mutations, which is very similar to the infection in the dark. Infection in the dark? Kiki asked. What can be transmitted in the dark? This? Han Qiming looked at the three people nervously, then looked at Ding Junyi, and then said, in fact, our various research teams have generally reached a consensus, but this consensus. Lin Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smiled. Why, in this case, you still want to keep it secret for the federal government? It's not confidentiality. Strictly speaking, it's not rigorous and irresponsible. For us researchers, speculation without experimental results is irresponsible and easy to mislead and panic the outside world. But if you want to know these unconfirmed speculations, we can also tell you. Ding Junyi said directly. Yes, let me tell you. At present, research teams in various countries believe that zombies and mutations are not caused by bacterial viruses. Han Qiming, a doctor of microbiology, raised his thick glasses with one hand and trembled, explaining, the reason why this inference cannot be spread is to avoid panic, and secondly, it is not rigorous. The main reason is that there is no accurate judgment in this regard from the perspective of biological pathology, bacterial strain research, and zombie live investigation. Zombies themselves are not a rigorous concept. From a biological point of view, there is no such biological individual. What do you mean? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Han Qiming replied, for example, an adult with extremely poor physical function cannot suddenly have extremely strong vitality and physical strength without caloric metabolism. A body damaged by a virus will only be worse. How can it be alive and well and survive for so long? Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. It seems to be the truth. The first polar night broke out on the day of the apocalypse, and the global population almost decreased exponentially. We have very advanced Internet of Things supervision, but we did not find any source of infection or transmission route at all. This is why many national institutions and armies collapsed quickly, because we did not know where the virus came from, whether it was through the air or blood, or some other route. It was not until we discovered the concept of the soul-sweeping value that we found that the only intersection for this abnormal phenomenon was the night. As long as it enters the night, a large number of people will be transformed into zombies, and various nocturnal bodies will appear. It is completely impossible to prevent. We even suspected whether the survivors had some kind of genetic genes or special defects in their bodies, so we tried to do the mark recapture method and molecular biology methods, but we did not find any similarities. When Lin Xian heard this, he felt a chill down his spine. He looked at Kiki and remembered the invisible monster that strangely appeared in the car when she was degenerating. So if Kiki's ability did not evolve, but degenerated, would she become a monster like Tang Hai that was neither human nor ghost? Thinking about it this way, the ordinary night and the dark tide of Xingyuan are completely two different concepts. The dark tide is definitely not just ordinary darkness. The monsters that strangely appeared around him, the forbidden objects that were invaded and mutated, the blood disaster plants that grew from the flesh and blood, and the unpreventable zombie mutations, all these connected together, Lin Xian suddenly understood the word Han Qiming said just now. Night infection, beep beep. On the 65th floor, at the terminal platform of the track, Qin Sichuan pressed the intercom. The light above had turned red since Lin Xian and his friends entered the elevator and ascended. She knew that this might be caused by the problem of underground signal penetration, not necessarily encountering any trouble. But at this time, in order to avoid attracting monsters in the dark, the lights on the train have been turned off, and the sunshades have been lowered. Xia Xia and Qin Sichuan both held guns and stayed in carriage number 1, quietly listening to the movements outside. On the platform, from time to time, there was a sizzling sound of the current flashing in the lamp tubes, and a subtle movement in the depths of the darkness. Perhaps there were some zombie monsters lurking inside, or perhaps it was just the sound of air flow in the underground passage. It was generally safer to stay on the train, but after experiencing the incident of the strange radio station, Qin Sichuan became more sensitive to those weird things. How long have they been gone? Sasha sat on the sofa, swinging her feet. She was much braver than Qin Sichuan. Qin Sichuan looked at the watch. It's almost 40 minutes, they should be here soon. Ding, At this time, the transponder in the cockpit sounded. Although the sound was very small, it seemed to break the silence and make people feel nervous. Chun Sichuan and Sasha looked at each other and quickly got up and ran. Hey, Teacher Chun, we are here. Is there any situation over there? Lin Xian's voice came from the transponder, and Chun Sichuan and Sasha were relieved immediately. No, it's okay here, nothing is wrong. Well, it's going to get dark soon, you should pay attention to safety. Okay. Chun Sichuan turned off the transponder and looked at Sasha. In this underground city, no one knew what the situation would be after dark, so they had to be cautious. In the F-13 research hall on the 52nd floor, Lin Xian looked at Ding Junying. Since we are here, please give us the management authority first, and then tell me the location of the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive you mentioned. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yin and Su Wen's faces suddenly changed. Well, we are more familiar with the system here, and the system here is very complicated. It's okay, Kiki. Okay. At this time, Kiki was already operating on the mobile terminal in the laboratory, and quickly opened a backdoor program, and then walked over and handed it to Ding Junying. Sister, please authorize it. For Kiki, as long as she is given time, Lin Xian believes that she will definitely have a way to hack into the system directly. After all, this girl has done this before. However, Ding Junying currently has senior administrator authority, so she doesn't need to go to great lengths. But Lin Xian's action made the others nervous. After all, the only bargaining chip they could see was Ding Junying's management authority. If they handed it over directly, the four of them would really become a burden. Delu was holding a machine gun in his hand, with a murderous aura all over his body. At this time, he stood in front of Zhao Yin and the other two, giving people a huge pressure of being executed. They had no doubt that this big guy could tear the three women and one man apart with his bare hands. Chapter 102. Lin Xian certainly saw the nervousness on Zhao Yin and Su Wen's faces, but he didn't want to explain. They had already risked their lives to come here, not to play psychological games with a few researchers. Since they were already here, Ding Junying had to fulfill her promise immediately. Ding Junying frowned and glanced at Lin Xian, then looked at the mobile terminal handed over by Kiki in front of her. She looked determined, and without hesitation, she directly reached out and entered the password and pressed the fingerprint. Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming were all nervous when they saw the scene. They were afraid that once Ding Junying finished this action, the other party would shoot them all without hesitation. Ding, authorization completed. A prompt sounded on the mobile terminal. Kiki happily took it and looked at it. As expected, she entered the internal management channel of the underground city directly. She immediately smiled at her and said, "Thank you." Ding Junying looked at Lin Xian and said, "The Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive is currently parked at the 5th-level freight terminal platform, which is the 95th floor. The system on that floor was offline 5 days ago. The last monitoring screen in the system log can confirm it." The system is offline? Is it related to underground creatures? Lin Xian frowned slightly, thinking that it was not that simple. Yes, I guess it may be because the main structure of the underground city was damaged, and the tunnel track from the 89th floor down may have been affected to a certain extent. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became a little solemn. Zhao Yin, Su Wen and others could see that Lin Xian was very interested in the locomotive, but at this time, the news sounded completely negative. The authority. The authority has been given to you. You will take us away, right? Zhao Yan's face was pale, and she was trembling with nervousness. Su Wen also hid beside her, looking at Lin Xian with fear. Lin Xian frowned and ignored those people, but asked Kiki, "What's the situation?" It's almost the same as she said. Kiki operated her fingers on the mobile terminal. The system shows that there was indeed a Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive online on that platform before, but it is now disconnected, unless we go down to see it ourselves. Then let's go and see it. If you just want to get a system authority, it will be a waste of time. Lin Xian turned around, glanced at them lightly, and said, "I give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes? What do you mean? Are you going to kill us?" Su Wen exclaimed. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he looked helplessly at Ding Junying, who looked quite rational. "Ms. Ding, please pack up your things. We will return to the train in 10 minutes. It will be dark soon. You better be prepared. There are all kinds of monsters outside. If you fall behind, I will not return to rescue you." After saying this, Ding Junying's somewhat tense face relaxed at this time, and she said in a deep voice, "We are ready, but what you just said is very constructive. 10 minutes is enough. This laboratory is just the workplace where they hide when the disaster comes. In addition to the usual work materials, they have almost no personal luggage. If it weren't for Ding Junyi's reminder, these people would not have packed up their work logs. When the other three heard Lin Xian's words, they also breathed a sigh of relief, and even the look they looked at Lin Xian changed. They immediately became energetic and nodded in response. I understand, thank you Mr. Lin. We get ready right away. Hurry up, pack up. Ding Junyi made a puzzling move in front of Lin Xian. She bent down to take off her shoes, knocked off the heels, and put them back on. Then she put a few mobile hard drives into her pocket and said, these are the research materials of the Institute and some information about the underground city. Of course, you now have the authority to view them directly. This is considered a backup. In addition, if there is anything else in this laboratory that you want to take away, I can help. After that, she took out a Geiger counter from the workbench and handed it to Lin Xian. The core reactor of the underground city number 1 has melted down. Although the isolation door has been activated urgently to completely seal it, since the main structure has been broken, there will be a nuclear leak. If you want to go underground, this should be needed. I appreciate your attitude. Lin Xian likes people who speak and act without hesitation. It may be a bit tiring to get along with such cold people in life, but it is the most comfortable to deal with them at work. Lin Xian. At this time, Kiki came over. She took out the information of the number 1 blood disaster plant and handed it to Lin Xian with great interest. Do you think we should take this thing away? I think it looks very mysterious and may be very valuable. If it is convenient, I suggest you take it away. Before Lin Xian could speak, Ding Junyi on the side said seriously, from the perspective of researchers, the value of this thing exceeds that of the strange blood essence. We all speculate that it may have a strong connection with superpowers and the Apocalypse Knight. This is also an important property of the Federation. After hearing what Ding Junyi said, Lin Xian looked back at the incubator and immediately had some ideas. He immediately said to the building, "Building, move it up, but if there is trouble on the way, throw it away, life is more important." Building nodded obediently, okay. Lin Xian's words made Ding Junyi's eyes flash with some subtle meaning. She carefully looked at the man in front of her, who didn't look too mature, and didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. The building put away the heavy machine gun at this time. Han Qiming next to him saw this action and immediately came up to help. This needs to be powered off. It is an adaptive incubator with an internal circulation system. It can be like this. After saying that, he skillfully helped the building to start dismantling. At this time, Kiki looked around and said with a look of pity, there is also this laboratory, which has many powerful research equipment, such as the air circulation system here, and the plant cultivation box, which feels very good. Lin Xian looked at it, and had some interest in his eyes. But the equipment in these laboratories was not their first choice this time. These things could not be used immediately after being brought into the car. At present, the energy and weapon systems are still the top priority, followed by medical treatment, life support systems, etc., including what Kiki said, if the AI module of the dungeon can be found, it can be of great use. But this is no longer expected. From the information conveyed by Ding Junyi, only the subsystem and backup energy are left in the entire dungeon, which means that the main control system has been taken away long ago. Ding Junyi heard the conversation between the two and frowned at Lin Xian. Why do you need these things? Lin Xian responded in surprise. As a scientist, don't you know the value of these things? Sorry, I didn't express myself clearly. Ding Junyi changed her words. I mean, these things are for research purposes, and they are indeed important to us, but we are all in danger of death, so why do we still care about these things? Lin Xian interrupted her, and said directly. Ding Junyi knew she was asking too many questions, but when Lin Xian asked her back, she nodded and replied, yes, but you don't have to tell me. Lin Xian responded coldly, haven't you analyzed my purpose? Since it is a mobile Doomsday train, in addition to supplies and food, other useful equipment is also needed. This is why I will cooperate with you. I am interested in energy systems, weapon systems, air, water purification equipment, medical equipment, etc. If conditions permit, I don't mind bringing mobile plant cultivation cabins or laboratories, so I need you to tell me in detail the areas with these equipment. Lin Xian's words made Ding Junyi's originally cold face appear a little surprised at this time. She said slowly, you want to build a mobile underground city on the train? That's right. Lin Xian said directly. Do you want to make any comments on this? Ding Junyi was stunned, looking at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing look, and then said, no, as far as I know, there are 2 Col 3 biological science research cabins in the internal hoisting platform of GF4, which are the highest J5 level experimental cabins. equipped with microcentrifuges, electric blast drying ovens, constant temperature shakers, constant temperature water baths, plant incubators, light incubators, vacuum concentrators, desktop refrigerated centrifuges, as well as bioanalyzers, horizontal electrophoresis equipment, UV cross-linking instruments, etc., but they use the cabin connection standard of the Eternal class train, which is different from your freight train cabins. If you have a way, you can bring them directly, and you don't have to move these equipment. Wow! Kiki's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Lin Xian with a smile. I'm right, there will definitely be unexpected gains. Chapter 103. The ready-made advanced research carriage was something Lin Xian had not expected. His first purpose was certainly not to conduct research, but to grow vegetables. This was not just Lin Xian's obsession. It was mainly because under the extreme cold, the long-term lack of green vegetable supply was still very detrimental to health, especially when driving into the ocean track section in the future. Moreover, Lin Xian himself was also preparing to recycle the water resources of the entire car. Perhaps there would be air problems in the future that required internal oxygen supply, so it would be very necessary to build a water, heat, and oxygen system for the entire car. With a castle like a mobile train and his mechanical abilities, these things could be implemented without hesitation. From a rational point of view, what Infinity needs most at the moment is definitely an upgrade in energy and weapons. But since such a carriage is ready, why should he be polite? Not bad, thank you for the reminder. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Xiao Yin and the others had almost finished packing. In fact, they didn't have any luggage, just 2 computer bags and 3 briefcases, which were filled with mobile computers and various materials they thought were useful. After packing, they were tightly held in their arms. Lin Xian took a look and said, "Everything is ready, let's go." At this time, Xiao Yin came up to Lin Xian with a nervous look and asked, "Mr. Lin, you will send us to the mobile rescue point of the federal government or other underground cities, right?" "No. You won't abandon us on the roadside after you go out, right?" There was a sea of corpses outside the underground city. If they were just rescued outside, it would be almost the same as staying here. Lin Xian turned around and walked aside and said, "We will pass Yubei City and stop at the high-altitude corridor of Huanqing No. 1 Airport. You will get off there, so you'd better pray that there is no fall or the federal government you want to find." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yin, Su Wen, and Han Qiming's faces changed immediately. They looked at Ding Junyi and found that the latter did not speak either, but followed Lin Xian quickly, so they did not dare to say anything and followed him with full energy. Bang! Dalu easily carried the incubator on his shoulder with one hand, and held a gun in the other hand, ready to set off at any time. "Girl, you and Director Ding follow me. Dalu will cover the rear. It will be dark soon. I don't know what will happen outside. Try not to fall behind." "Okay." Kiki put on the gas mask again, stuffed the mobile computer into her arms, and then signaled Ding Junyi to open the door. Ding Junyi nodded and took a deep breath. At this time, everyone's heart was lifted again. With a swish, the protective door of the research hall was opened again with a slight sound. The alloy door had just opened a crack, and countless zombies' hands had already stretched in frantically and began to grab around, with all kinds of howling and roaring sounds deafening. "Ah!" When Suwen, the youngest, saw this scene, he screamed and kept shrinking behind Xiao Yin. Han Qiming, Zhao Yin, and other researchers in the laboratory were also frightened and turned pale when they saw this scene, and began to tremble all over. Lin Xian ignored them. Kiki launched a shock wave the moment the door opened, blasting dozens of zombies and strange insects away, hitting the walls and corridors, splashing countless blood plasma and limbs. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian opened fire to cover the zombies in the corridor. More sounds came from the surrounding passages. He shouted, "Follow me." Xian walked in the front and rushed out of the corridor. He raised his hand and directly generated a steel door to block the corridor on one side to prevent more zombies from rushing in. Ding Junyi saw this scene, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. In all her research on supernatural powers, this was the first time she saw someone who could generate steel out of thin air. She was a little surprised. Kiki quickly followed and rushed out without any delay. Zhao Yin and the other 2 followed quickly, shrinking their necks as if their butts were on fire. The original return route was already very familiar. With Ding Junyi, the team's speed became faster. Zhao Yin and the others were also tense on the road, fearing that they would fall behind. Ding, ding, Lin Xian's watch rang at this time, 1845. It was dark. Being in the underground city, You can't see whether it's dark outside, but the strange thing is that the lights in the corridor on the 52nd floor also responded along with Lin Xian's watch. What happened? All the lights flickered strangely, and a cold breath that everyone could feel at the same time seemed to rush up from underground. Lin Xian's eyes twitched, and his face became solemn as he looked at the dark space in front of him. He felt that something was approaching rapidly. Girl. Lin Xian took a step forward and gestured to Kiki to slow down. Then he put the flashlight to his ear, and a bracket was quickly made to fix the flashlight to his ear. At the same time, he freed one hand and began to gather electricity in his palm. Ah! A female scream that pierced one's eardrum suddenly sounded, and Lin Xian's flashlight beam shone on a blood-red figure in the corridor. In just a moment, the blood shadow had rushed over quickly, with two ghost claws full of black nails, rushing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, be careful! Before Kiki finished speaking, Lin Xian's eyes had already condensed, and the electric surge in his hand pierced through the darkness, shining in the dark corridor. At this moment, almost everyone saw that the blood shadow that was rushing over quickly was actually a female zombie, whose skin seemed to have dissolved, revealing almost rotten muscles and limbs. With her mouth wide open, her chin almost hanging on her chest, looking extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian's detection ability had been greatly improved at this time, and he could sense something approaching from a very far distance, so he did not hesitate at all, and used the electric surge directly. Puff! The white lightning energy flashed, and instantly pierced the face of the female corpse. At the same time, Kiki next to him grabbed the monster with one hand and fixed it in the air. Kiki gritted his teeth, clenched his palm, and threw it with one hand. The female corpse blasted into an office next door, like a cannonball, and smashed through the wall. What kind of zombie is this? It's so fast! Kiki asked Lin Xian in a buzzing voice while wearing a gas mask. Lin Xian frowned and took a look, and continued to hurry back. I don't know, the zombies here are completely different from those outside. They are not weird, but much more powerful than ordinary zombies. He was a little nervous. The speed of the female corpse just now was amazing, even faster than the one they encountered on the platform before. Click, click. Junying quickly followed Kiki and Lin Xian, whispering, we tend to call this kind of existence that is different from nocturnal bodies, that is, monsters that are mutated from humans, human ghosts. Human ghosts? Kiki asked curiously. Yes, you can understand it this way, that is, this kind of existence is a special creature with superpowers among zombies. Are you talking about the degenerate things? Junying looked at her in surprise. Do you know about degeneration? We know a lot. Lin Xian walked in front, raised his hand, and shot several zombies in the head, and kept walking. This kind of question is meaningless. Chapter 104. Junying was speechless, and continued in a deep voice. Yes, according to the theory of dark infection, all zombies can be called the degeneration of human beings, and some people with superpowers can be called evolution. Regardless of evolution or degeneration, there will be unexpected biological mutations. This situation is not unfamiliar in basic biological evolution and virology, but the cause of this mutation and evolution, that is, the dark tide, we currently know nothing about it. Firepower sprayed, Lin Xian and Kiki quickly led the team through an open area. Along the way, there were zombies they killed when they came here before, indicating that their return route was correct. I understand what you said, but this is not what we are asking. Lin Xian looked focused, and said while walking quickly, what I want to say is why there are so many of what you said, human ghosts down here. There are thousands of zombies outside the underground city, but only after they entered the underground city, these strange zombies began to appear frequently. In Lin Xian's view, this is a somewhat dangerous signal. I don't know about that. Junying began to pant due to the intense running. She tried her best to keep herself calm and said, since the construction team encountered unknown creatures underground, strange things have been happening frequently in the underground city. If it were ordinary zombies, the armed forces of the federal underground city would not have fallen so quickly. It was because of the appearance of these strange creatures that the upper level had to abandon the entire underground city and choose to migrate the entire city. So what's underground is, to some extent, more terrifying than the infection in the night, right? You can say that. Junying's words made Lin Xian's face begin to become serious. The danger level of this place was a little beyond his imagination. The threat level of these ghosts was hard to guard against. If we follow the theory of supernatural power evolution, doesn't it mean that these ghosts may also have powerful supernatural powers? Lin Xian thought of Tang Hai. Maybe the guy is already a human ghost, but he is just an evolved level, so he is more difficult to deal with. However, Now Kiki's supernatural power has evolved, and Lin Xian's strength has also improved a lot. If he meets him again, he should not be as embarrassed as last time. Wait. Wait for me. Han Qiming, who was walking behind, was so tired that his legs were shaking and he couldn't even walk steadily. He hugged his briefcase tightly and fell to the ground. Then he kept panting and yelled, "Can you slow down? I can't walk anymore." Lin Xian looked back while running fast. Not only Han Qiming, but Zhao Yan and Su Wen were also running with pale faces and fear in their eyes. Ding Junyi was not much better. Although she pretended to be calm all the way, as a woman who had been sitting in the laboratory for a long time, how good could her physical fitness be? What's more, these people have been hungry for a week and relied on some experimental plants in the laboratory to survive. If there was no drinking water in the laboratory, they would have died of thirst long ago. Professor Han, don't fall behind. Zhao Yan, who was walking in front, looked back and saw that Han Qiming had slowed down the team, and immediately said anxiously, "I go help him." Su Wen was the youngest among them. Although he was exhausted at this moment, he was still in better condition than Han Qiming. After she finished speaking, she turned around, but the man walking behind her suddenly grabbed her. "Be careful." Before she finished speaking, a fierce scream sounded, and a red shadow suddenly flashed behind the corridor they had just passed. At the same time, several black strange insects quickly crawled out of the darkness. Han Qiming felt a chill behind his head, and before he could stand up, a sharp claw pierced his throat in an instant. At the same time, countless black insects immediately pounced on him and began to bite him. Ah! Seeing this scene, Zhao Yan and Su Wen instantly screamed in fear and retreated. Bang bang bang. The light machine gun in the man's hand immediately opened fire, and immediately smashed several black insects. Kiki, grab her. Lin Xian didn't expect this thing to come back to life. He had just shot her in the head, and was squeezed into a ball of flesh and blood by Kiki, so how could it suddenly appear again? Kiki, who was walking in front, turned around immediately. The female corpse was so fast that it almost jumped in front of the building. Fortunately, Kiki grabbed it with telekinesis. The scene was so dangerous that Kiki couldn't help sweating. Building. Ka. The building took 2 steps back and looked at the female corpse in the air controlled by Kiki with a serious look. His face changed, and he immediately drew out the steel-cutting sword from his back and chopped it down vertically. Kwa Sha. The female corpse was instantly split into 2. This was not over yet. Lin Xian took a step forward and raised his hand to shoot 2 wind guns, which directly blasted the 2 halves of the female corpse's head into pieces. The female corpse finally stopped moving. "Professor Han!" Su Wen exclaimed. Duh. Countless black insects kept coming, and the building raised its machine gun to shoot. Kiki raised her hand and waved it again, and a shock wave shook the black bug away. But when the flashlight was shown over, Han Qiming had been cut into 4 or 5 pieces by the black bug, and blood splattered on the wall of the corridor, which was extremely miserable. Ah! Zhao Yan cried out immediately when she saw this horrible scene. Lin Xian hurriedly called out, "If you want to live, run quickly." Bang, bang, bang. The hearts of the group were all lifted up, and they ran madly in the direction of return. Zhao Yan and Su Wen were so scared that they trembled, and their heads were blank. They didn't care about crying. They didn't dare to breathe all the way. They wished they had 2 more legs and followed Lin Xian and Kiki closely. Finally, the group came to the number 3 elevator in K2 area. The elevator door opened, and the light in the elevator shone on everyone like heaven descending. "Hurry in," Lin Xian urged. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. In the passage, zombies rushed out from the darkness. Most of them were wearing scientific research clothes. It was obvious that they were the researchers here. After the elevator door closed, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the intercom and kept adjusting the signal. Oh my god, Professor Han is dead. Su Wen was completely paralyzed by fear. At this time, he grabbed Zhao Yan's shoulders in fear, and his eyes were trembling. Lin Xian glanced back at the 2 of them. "Can you still run?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Yan and Su Wen immediately nodded frantically, as if they were afraid that Lin Xian would leave them behind. Lin Xian sighed slightly. It can be seen that these people are really hungry. In addition, they are ordinary people in the laboratory. It is a miracle that they can still run now. His heart was calm at this moment. He had done everything he could. Although the 3 of them were superpowers, they were not gods. If it weren't for Kiki, or if he reacted a little slower, he would have been scratched by the bloody female corpse. It was a good thing that Xia Xia and Chen Sichuan stayed in the car, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, there aren't many people on this research floor. If it were a residential floor, I don't know how many people there would be. In the elevator, Kiki took off her gas mask. Because she was a little hot, she kept fanning herself with her hands and said, "And those black bugs are so powerful that they can eat people in a short time." Ding Junyi's eyes were filled with a little exclamation, her chest was heaving with shortness of breath, and she seemed to be trying her best to adjust her emotions. She saw the scene just now, and it was absolutely impossible for her to say that she was not afraid. She panted and said, "The resident researchers on the 52nd floor, plus other administrative and management personnel, usually do not exceed 2,000 people. It is the floor with the least people except for the high-end living area and the energy area. The elevator has arrived, 65th floor, track loading and unloading area." Wow, the elevator door opened, and Lin Xian and the other two, who were on full alert, pointed their guns at the dark platform outside, but after the door opened, there was no expected wave of zombies rushing over. Lin Xian looked at the intercom, and the light turned green. He immediately pressed the call button. "Teacher Chen, we are getting off the elevator, is it safe there?" After a moment, Chen Sichuan's response came through the intercom. "Safe, safe, everything is safe in the car." Chapter 105. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless at all. He took a few people out of the elevator, and used a flashlight to explore the way. Soon they arrived at the location of the Infinity. The door of the cockpit opened. After the dangerous journey just now, the group of 6 people finally returned to the train. Ding! As the heavy door of the cockpit closed, the lights in the car were turned on by Lin Xian, and a long-lost sense of security came. After getting on the train, Zhao Yin, Su Wen and the other two were taken by Lin Xian to the vacant area of carriage number 1. Several people were sweating profusely, and were so scared that they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "Are you all right?" Seeing Lin Xian coming back, Chen Sichuan and Shasha were relieved and ran over with concern. "One died." Lin Xian took a breath and said softly. Chen Sichuan covered her mouth. She looked at Zhao Yin and Su Wen, who were paralyzed on the ground, and then focused on Ding Junyi. "Is she the one who contacted us?" Ding Junyi. Ding Junyi looked at Chen Sichuan and introduced herself directly. "Are we saved?" Zhao Yin recovered a little from her panic at this time. She panted and looked at the carriage of the train and said, "I won't die for the time being." "Teacher Chen." Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Yin and Su Wen, and shouted to Chen Sichuan, "Give them some food first, we will rest for a while." "Ah! Really? Thank you so much." Hearing that Lin Xian was going to give them food, Zhao Yin immediately recovered from the fear just now. The instinct for survival made her react. She was almost starving to death, so how could she have time to mourn for Professor Han? Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Whoa! Teacher Zhao, we are saved." Su Wen was both scared and happy at this time. After such a long period of despair, these people's spirits have collapsed countless times. At this time, they came to the Infinity, which was comparable to a fortress-safe house, and heard Lin Xian wanted to bring them food. They could no longer control their excitement, and started crying again. On the contrary, Ding Junyi, the deputy director of the Biological Research Department, just looked tense at this time, observing Lin Xian's teammates and the environment in the car, and I don't know what she was thinking. Lin Xian ignored them, watched the building bring back the culture chamber, and asked him to put it on the table. "Wow, what is this, a flower?" At this time, Sasha looked at the glass culture chamber brought back by her brother, and ran over in surprise. "What's it called?" Kiki scratched his head. "Blood disaster plant number 1, if you like. You could also call it hell black chrysanthemum." Ding Junyi said to Kiki with a cold expression, "It's not a formal name, but we all call it that. Hell black chrysanthemum. It sounds very unusual." Chen Sichuan frowned and looked at the black pistol with a look of surprise. In her eyes, this strange flower has a strange beauty, especially the red part in the middle, which gives people a sense of weirdness. "This thing." Lin Xian looked at it and said, "Put it away first. The Federation Phoenix Society should have relevant information later. We will see how to deal with it then." Before understanding, Lin Xian decided not to increase his curiosity. If it is really an item related to superpowers, it may be really valuable. As night fell, the blizzard intensified. On the vast southern plain of Daluo Mountain, the cold wind howled, and the white snow continued to bury dozens of kilometers of abandoned cars, and thousands of corpses under the thick snow. The zombies wandering on the snowfield made a creaking sound as they stepped on the knee-deep snow. Many zombies were completely frozen and turned into dark human sculptures. On the 65th floor freight terminal platform of the number 9 underground city, which was as silent as death, the Infinity quietly stopped. The lights inside the car were warm, constantly driving away the fear of the crowd. After resting for about an hour and eating a little, Junying and Su Wen's emotions finally stabilized a little. Lin Xian had no time to care about them, but was at the information center of the number 2 car, studying the internal situation of the underground city with Kiki. Because Ding Junyi was more familiar with the internal situation, Lin Xian also called her over. There are indeed 2 trains in this GF platform number 4. Judging from the paint, they should be assets of the former Federation. Kiki turned on the surveillance and switched to the number 4 platform on the ground. Lin Xian looked at the 2 carriages and suddenly felt that this trip should not be in vain. Ding Junyi did not lie. From this point of view, his decision to risk his life in the rescue operation was considered a success. After we get up there, we will redeploy the carriages on this platform and then set off for Yubei City. What should we do next? Kiki kept searching for available information inside the underground city, but because most areas had lost connection, only a few areas were still connected to the subsystem. Of course, we have to deal with the Gemini 11, our nuclear-powered electric locomotive. It's dark now, and there may be ghosts like that everywhere, so we will prioritize this, and the others will depend on the situation. Then how do we get down? Kiki opened the diagram of the underground city, and was studying it. Ding Junyi walked up and said, if you want to go down, there are 2 options. The first is to drive the train directly down, which is the fastest, but it will not work if the track is broken or blocked. The second is to take the elevator to the 89th floor, and then go down the stairs. However, if the track is broken, even if you find the electric locomotive, it will not help. That's not necessarily true. Kiki stood up with a proud look on his face, and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. We have a secret weapon. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian in surprise, and said nothing. Lin Xian pointed at the structure diagram of the underground city, and said, thoughtfully, it's very simple. Let's take the elevator to the 89th floor first, then enter the tunnel through this safe passage, and go down the tunnel to the platform on the 95th floor. At present, it can be confirmed that the track sections from the 65th floor to the 89th floor are still usable, so Lin Xian wants to explore along the track on the 89th floor. If the track is damaged, he and Kiki can solve it directly. He is not going to drive the Infinity down, because if it cannot stop at the platform, it means that the train will stop on the track slope with a slope of 59.5 per thousand. Not only is it risky, but it will also make a lot of noise. If the car fails to brake, it will be buried. So for safety reasons, we must first find out the situation of the track below and confirm the condition of the target locomotive. In the case of unclear conditions below, Lin Xian does not want to rashly drive the entire train to the bottom floor. If they could confirm that there was no problem with the track, he and Kiki would just operate the Gemini 11, our nuclear-powered electric locomotive up, and connect with the Infinity to leave the underground city together. Hey, this is fine. Kiki agreed. Then let's do it. Lin Xian decided to leave immediately without delay. Delu, you stay in the car. Brother Xian, I go with you. Delu was a little surprised. Why didn't he take him with him at such a dangerous moment? Lin Xian shook his head directly. You and Shasha protect the car together. There were 3 strangers in the car, plus the strange people in the underground city. Lin Xian was a little worried. He thought it would be more reliable to leave Delu alone with a superpower. Moreover, the superpowers of him and Kiki were more flexible, whether they encountered a zombie tide or solved track problems. Delu, keep an eye on them. Delu understood what Lin Xian meant and nodded. Don't worry, Brother Xian, leave it to me. Lin Xian was about to leave when he saw Ding Junyi walking in front of him. If you follow your plan, I can give you navigation. Ding Junyi pointed to the mobile terminal in Kiki's hand. The intercom doesn't work. You can use the information transmission of the underground city subsystem to communicate. Okay. Lin Xian looked at her deeply, and did not refuse. He knew that this woman could help. Then Lin Xian and Kiki put on gas masks, and he also took the Geiger counter, and set off again in the dark. Chapter 106. Lin Xian was fully armed and carried a backpack. He and Kiki stepped onto the dark platform again. Perhaps because it was night, even the tunnels in the underground city, which were hundreds of meters deep, felt a piercing chill. The underground city's mobile terminal was successfully connected to the answering system of Infinity. Ding Junyi could use the answering machine to communicate directly with Lin Xian using the underground city's information terminal. When they entered the elevator, they found that they could indeed communicate with the message on the car. The entire underground city from 20 to 60 floors are the main living and working areas. 60 to 70 floors are industrial production, scientific research and storage areas. Down below, 70 to 80 floors are where third-class citizens live, and the population is the largest. The 89th floor is the permanent floor for the underground city to store civilization. It mainly stores various species fossils, plant seeds, gene freezers and various artworks. Usually, few people work there, and there are no materials with survival value there, so there will not be many people who should go to this floor after the infection occurs, but the space there is very large, so you should also be careful. In the elevator, Ding Junying introduced in a calm voice. Wow, the 40th floor is used to house the first and second class citizens with the least number of people, and the 10th floor is used to house the third class citizens with the most people. It's really perverted, Kiki said with a sneer. Lin Xian glanced at her and said, if you come, you definitely don't need to live below the 60th floor. Kiki said with disdain, I don't like it here. I can't breathe. My number 2 carriage is more comfortable. When the time comes, we will rush out of the Palma grassland, the Romulus desert, the Pacific Ocean. Anyway, any death is more comfortable than dying here. It's just a pity. I thought I could find a lot of supplies, weapons, and equipment. Lin Xian didn't care. If I could get the Gemini 11, our nuclear-powered electric locomotive, I would be very satisfied, not to mention that there are 2 scientific research carriages on it. Wouldn't our planting base be realized immediately? At that time, I will expand the air and water circulation system in the carriage, and our car will not be worse than the intercontinental class. That's right. Polar night is approaching, hundreds of thousands of people in the underground city have fallen, and there are unknown underground creatures. Under such conditions, Lin Xian should be grateful for such a harvest. How can he expect to search the entire underground city? Even if he has that ambition, he doesn't have so many lives. What's more, he hasn't got anything yet. Except for 3 more women and a pot of flowers on the car. Woo, cargo elevator number 3 slowly arrived at the 89th floor, which was already offline, with a dull sound and various advertising music. The elevator door slowly opened, and Lin Xian and Kiki stood on the left and right, holding guns and facing the elevator entrance with alert expressions. The light in the elevator was projected onto the dark ground outside through the door. The 2 glanced and found that it was an extremely dark space outside, and they could vaguely see many tall large shelves. Kiki operated on the mobile terminal and navigated the route to the track safety passage. It's very empty here. Let's be careful. The huge space gave Lin Xian a great sense of insecurity. Except for the light from the elevator, the space outside was silent. Let's go! Click, 1 step out, in the empty room, it was like a stone falling into a quiet lake, making people feel nervous. 89th floor, at this time, the 2 were almost 450 meters underground, and a huge sense of oppression continued to spread from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian walked in front of Kiki, he turned on the tactical flashlight set beside his ear, and observed the surroundings. It was found that the height of this floor was much higher than the 52nd floor just visited. It seemed that the distance above the head was at least 10 meters, and these tall shelves were displayed in the dark, giving people a feeling of being as majestic as a mountain. All kinds of insect specimens were neatly placed on the shelves, and the passage was straight and long, as if there was no end in sight. This is the 117th passage of Area G. We have to turn right first, and go down the passage at the gene freezer. Kiki's voice was not loud, and it sounded like thunder in this quiet space. Lin Xian walked quickly, and suddenly stopped. Did you hear any sound? After hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki immediately tightened her neck, and looked around vigilantly. No. The 2 stood quietly for a few seconds. Apart from the breathing of the 2 people, there was indeed no sound. Don't scare me. Lin Xian made a gesture to her to keep quiet, and then walked into the darkness again. He quietly took out the GK03 electric knife, and put the automatic rifle behind his back. In such a quiet space, if he encountered danger, he would use flashback or surge to deal with the situation as soon as possible, which might be much better than shooting. Otherwise, the noise would be too loud and attract a tide of zombies. In this place, you can't even find a direction to escape. After exiting from G117, the 2 came to a shelf area for fossils, which was filled with all kinds of skeletons. Kiki followed behind, and the longer she walked in this empty place, the more she felt uneasy, so she whispered, Lin Xian, talk to me, this place is so scary. What? Anything is fine. For example, after I fainted, did you rescue me or give me artificial respiration or something? Are you in the mood to talk about this now? Lin Xian was speechless. I'm scared. Kiki hissed, and quickly followed Lin Xian. For example, do you need to let many people get on the train? Should we install intelligent driving in our train? If the track is broken at sea, and we can't fly, should we transform it into a sea train or submarine? Lin Xian, the more people the better. More people means more chances of survival. Are you going to take all 3 people with you today? No, we are not a relief train, and these scientists don't seem to need to flee with us. They are still thinking about seeking refuge with the new federal government. TSK, just go, maybe it's not as safe as our infinity. What I'm more worried about now is the problem of the high-altitude corridor. Lin Xian said as he walked. That Director Ding said that during the migration of the underground city, many aircraft and airships were evacuated together, but these air units are all destroyed, which means that the things in the sky are no less than the monsters on the ground, and may even be more terrifying. Since the day of the apocalypse, all kinds of aerospace and satellite equipment have been unlucky. There may not only be that big jellyfish in the sky. Lin Xian thought of the huge floating corpse he saw in Kiki's fallen illusion, and his heart was still trembling. The air is not necessarily safer than the ground. If it weren't for the thick armor of the infinity, the people in this car would have died countless times. After walking a long distance, the surroundings began to become colder and colder. Turning out of the fossil area, the two came to a larger area. On the display shelves were glass containers with various numbers, which contained plant seeds that were dried and stored. Lin Xian, look, there are so many seeds. Kiki looked over with a flashlight, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Don't you want to grow vegetables on the train? Do you want to take some to plant and cultivate? Lin Xian glanced at it and said without hesitation, yes, since you are here, take some. Excellent breeding is not so easy to find. Now that the black rain has invaded, the plants in nature have suffered a devastating disaster. Many vegetables and fruits can no longer be found, and Lin Xian can't look for them on the road. Since there were ready-made seeds in front of him, he would just take some away. It wouldn't take up much space anyway. So he took off his backpack and began to select some suitable seeds to put in it. Click. Woo. Just as the two were collecting seeds along the way, a strange sound was heard, like the sound of a wooden stick being dragged on the ground. The two immediately stopped and listened carefully. This time, Lin Xian was sure that he had not heard wrong. Chapter 107. A faint strange voice suddenly sounded in the quiet space, and the two people's expressions changed instantly, and their eyes looked around. Because this floor was too empty, almost all of it was made up of various display racks and corridors, just like a huge museum. The sound echoed in this empty space, making people lose their direction at once. Lin Xian's nerves were tense. There are definitely more than 2 of us in this place. Kiki suddenly became nervous. She quickly picked up the mobile terminal, looked at the route, and then looked around fearfully and urged Lin Xian, hurry up, there is a corridor ahead, and it is the gene freezing area. Lin Xian did not hesitate, picked up the knife and moved forward. The electric knife in his hand was tightly clenched, and his attention began to rise to the extreme. Click. The voice sounded again, as if it was just behind a few display racks on the side of the 2 people, keeping a parallel relationship with the 2 people. Click, click. Lin Xian and Kiki began to jog, and the beam of the tactical flashlight kept swaying in the dark, reflecting the black floor in front. Click. The sound of dragging continued to come, and Lin Xian was suddenly startled, because he had clearly run very far, but the sound seemed to be sticking to the display stand not far away, always appearing at the right time on his left side. Just as Lin Xian and Kiki turned into a long corridor, strange things began to happen. Not sure if it was the air or the sight, Lin Xian found that the flashlights of the 2 began to dim, and the darkness in front of them was like thick ink, constantly swallowing up the sight. At the same time, the creaking sound of dragging appeared underground not far behind him. Click. Ah! Lin Xian. The sound scared Kiki, and she cried out softly. Because she couldn't run as fast as Lin Xian reached out and grabbed one of her hands, pulling her forward quickly. The sound of running echoed in the huge corridor, making a hollow sound. Kiki's heartbeat accelerated. She grabbed Lin Xian with one hand, and tightly grasped the mobile terminal with the other hand. At this time, the strange dragging sound sounded again, and this time, she felt that it was almost behind her head. Kiki was startled, and reflexively let go of Lin Xian's hand, and directly used her supernatural power to wave behind her. Buzz! The invisible power surged, and the shock wave vibrated. A dull bombardment sound came, as if something invisible was blown away by her. Lin Xian, there is something behind. I know. Lin Xian ran quickly, but Kiki was obviously a little behind. She was different from Lin Xian. Kiki's ability did not seem to improve her physical fitness. Unlike Lin Xian, who had a stronger physical fitness than ordinary people after his attribute improvement. At this time, running at full speed almost made Kiki a little out of breath. Click click. When the two passed through this long corridor, a freezing room shining with a faint blue light began to appear in front of them. There was white cold air flowing in the passage, which looked like fog, making it impossible to see the road. What's going on? Isn't the power outage? The freezing room is usually equipped with an independent emergency energy source, but from this perspective, it is estimated that some compartment is leaking. Lin Xian ran while looking at the Geiger counter in his hand. He and Kiki were both wearing gas masks, and there was no other protection. Go through this way, Kiki shouted. After rushing into the passage of the freezer, the cold white air began to drown the two people, and the vision in front began to become more blurred. Lin Xian directly raised his knife, and held Kiki tightly with his other hand. Hello. Suddenly, a voice came from the front, which sounded like the voice of a little girl, but when Lin Xian and Kiki heard this voice, they immediately felt hair all over their bodies. Not only because the voice came suddenly, they also heard that the tone of this voice was very awkward. In short, not so human. Who is talking? Be careful. Lin Xian, who was running in front, reflexively pulled Kiki and drilled into the narrow passage of the freezer on the side. Huh? Just in the passage where the two of them just dodged, it seemed that something rolled over. Hello. The strange voice sounded again. This time it became a little deeper, as if trying hard to control the tone to show a normal tone, but the more it did so, the more terrifying it sounded. Over there. Kiki panted quickly. She pointed to the entrance of the passage in the distance, which was the direction the two had just come from. Lin Xian looked over, and suddenly found that the white cold air outside the passage was flowing rapidly to both sides, as if something was approaching in the fog. And it was not small in size. Strange body. Lin Xian's first reaction was that this body was definitely not a zombie, and it should not be a human ghost. Dong dong dong. Lin Xian quickly adjusted his breathing, and pulled Kiki through quickly. This thing seems to have caught up with us. Hurry, it's just ahead, Kiki said anxiously. The two rushed out of a gene freezer area, and came to a corridor. However, at this time, the strange voice sounded again. You? Hello. The voice became extremely sharp, deliberately imitating humans. Lin Xian followed the direction of the voice, and looked back. The beam of the tactical flashlight shone at the door of the freezer that was emitting fluorescent light at the same time. At this time, a black shadow shaped like a human skull appeared in that direction, running towards the two people quickly. Be careful. Lin Xian pulled Kiki behind him, and the mechanical heart started to work. He quickly made a square steel frame with steel, and erected it in the corridor, to completely block the space. Bang! Creak! The human skeleton in the shadow could not be seen clearly, and it crashed head-on into the rack made by Lin Xian. The steel frame deformed instantly, and a string of sparks rubbed against the wall. This sudden obstruction hindered the monster in the dark. Just as Lin Xian was about to take advantage of this gap to escape, a blood-red skull suddenly began to light up slowly in the darkness. The eyes and mouth of the huge skull seemed to be burning with flames. In an instant, a red human skeleton with a height of more than 3 meters, and covered with bone spurs appeared in the sight of the two. A sharp roar resounded through the eardrums, and a white flame suddenly spurted out of the mouth of the red human skull along with a wave of blood, and the scorching fishy smell instantly swept the entire corridor. Fire breathing? Lin Xian was shocked when he saw it, and reacted immediately. Ice shield. Boom! The flames instantly illuminated the entire corridor. Kiki leaned against Lin Xian, and raised her hands to resist with telekinesis. The invisible force blocked the burning breath. Countless plasma dyed the corridor red, forming a spray area on both sides from the position where Lin Xian stood. Lin Xian's ice shield instantly vaporized, and the steel wall behind him was also burned red. If Kiki hadn't blocked it, I'm afraid his steel wall would have been burned through. What the hell is this? How can the strange body talk? Go! Kiki's face turned anxious, and he reached up to the sky, grabbed a huge chandelier in the corridor, and pulled it hard. Clang! The metal chandelier fell, and hit the blood-red skull with a bang, pressing the red human skull on the steel frame built by Lin Xian. The steel frame made a whimpering sound, and fell to the ground, buried by the metal chandelier and a pile of steel frames. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian pulled Kiki and rushed out of the corridor. Under the light of the flashlight, a narrow maintenance passage appeared in front of him. Chapter 108. It's right there, Kiki shouted. Before anyone arrived, she had already used her supernatural power to pull the metal emergency door from the door frame. Lin Xian didn't react and said quickly, "You can open the door faster than me." "What nonsense!" Hollow, empty. In the corridor behind him, the tall red human skeleton quickly emerged, and the joints and bone spurs of his hands and feet poked a wall, making a crisp empty sound. Another sharp sound rang out. Lin Xian didn't think about it and directly grabbed Kiki and jumped into the staircase, and at the same time created a door to close the passage. Unexpectedly, there was an extremely steep staircase behind the passage, and the two of them accidentally stepped on it and fell directly down. Ah! Kiki turned around and hugged Lin Xian's waist, her eyes flashing with supernatural powers. The two of them slowed down their falling trend in the air, and they fell more than 10 meters before landing. They rolled on the stairs several times before they stopped. Boom! The steel door made by Lin Xian was blown away by the flame wave, and flew directly from the two people's heads with huge kinetic energy, and then slammed hard on the wall of the stairs, bending instantly, and the whole thing was red and steaming. Lin Xian looked at this scene and felt his back tighten. This thing not only spit fire, but also had such exaggerated power. Ouch! Kiki climbed up from the stairs while rubbing her butt and head, screaming in pain. If it weren't for her supernatural protection just now, the two of them would definitely fall and bleed. Empty. Perhaps because the door of the safe passage was narrow, the monster couldn't get in, so a blood-red claw with flesh that seemed to be scorched suddenly stretched out from the door, and then scratched randomly. Bang! 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 Be careful! Ignoring the pain of the fall, Lin Xian pulled Kiki's hand back before he stood up, and the two rushed down the stairs a few steps. Then he watched the long claws that were grabbing wildly, and slowly retracted after grabbing nothing. Lin Xian was scared. Unlike the white giant monster he had encountered before, this red human skeleton was covered with muscle-like tissue and emitted steam. "You? Hello." After the bloody hand retracted, after a while, the strange voice sounded again. Soon after, a blood-red skull face slowly appeared at the door where Lin Xian and Kiki's flashlights were shining. The pair of eyes were like empty blood holes. It lay at the door, looking at Lin Xian and Kiki, as if staring at two prey. "Oh my god, it can spit fire and talk." Kiki's eyes widened as she looked at the blood-red skull, and she jumped back in fear. Why are these things getting more and more disgusting? Disgusting? Lin Xian panted and slowly retreated down the passage, but he felt an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart. That is, this thing is becoming more and more like a human. When he had this thought, he felt an inexplicable tingling sensation on his scalp. Will it get in? I don't know. Lin Xian used the light to illuminate the deep tunnel stairs behind him, and said in a stern voice, "But if it blocks there, we can't return the same way. I won't go back." Kiki frowned, and it was hard not to have nightmares when seeing this kind of thing. If it was just an ordinary monster, it would not give Lin Xian and Kiki such psychological pressure. But this thing actually spoke human language, and the terrifying and weird feeling instantly reached its maximum, making people feel uncomfortable all over. "Let's go, it shouldn't be able to get in." Lin Xian looked at the red skeleton looking at them at the door, panted twice, and without hesitation, he directly pulled Kiki down the stairs. "You? Good." When the two ran down the stairs for a long distance and could no longer see the door at the end of the stairs, the weird greeting still sounded from behind, and the listener shuddered. "Good uncle." Lin Xian's forehead broke out in cold sweat and cursed in his heart. Speaking of which, it was the first time he encountered such weirdness inside a building, and it was more oppressive than encountering it in the wild. Dong dong dong. Lin Xian and Kiki both walked down the stairs with flashlights. Not long after, a yellow safety door appeared in sight. "It's here." The two walked down the stairs, and Lin Xian held Kiki's hand. "Don't use your superpowers to open the door at this time." Although Kiki is already an evolutionary level, she can't use superpowers like this. There is no telling how many dangers there are in this dungeon, and she must always pay attention to her physical strength. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the door handle. The mechanical heart was activated, and the door lock of the safety door was connected instantly. Click, and the door was opened directly. The moment the door was opened, a cold wind blew in my face. The flashlight shone outside, and there was an underground tunnel similar to a subway. The lines, pipes, and emergency passages on both sides of the track looked like they were newly built, but the entire passage was already filled with a strong smell of decay. "Are we just going down the track like this?" Kiki asked. "There is a little distance, 6 floors, We have to run at least half a circle around this underground city. Lin Xian took out the Geiger counter, which showed 56.66 microsieverts, much higher than the ground, but still within the safe value range. What else can we do? Just run. Kiki wore a gas mask and kept breathing hot air. His voice was muffled. Beep, Kiki's mobile terminal lit up, and Ding Junyi's voice came from the other side. Have you entered the orbit? Already arrived. Okay, the total length from the passageway of the 89th floor to the 95th floor is 2,620 meters, and the vertical distance from the 100th floor number 1 pile is 62 meters. It is recommended that you give up the target if the sievert value exceeds 100. Lin Xian took a deep breath and glanced at the passage behind him. Let's go! If we fail, we can either return the same way or run up the tunnel. No! Kiki waved her hand and panted. I don't want to run into that weird thing again. Let's go down and take a look first. Lin Xian stopped talking nonsense and started walking down the tunnel. He turned up the aperture of the flashlight and shone it on the empty tunnel. He found that the top of the newly built underground tunnel had begun to leak, and cracks even appeared in many places. As Ding Junyi said, the main structure of the underground city had broken. Boom! The two had just taken a few steps when they suddenly felt a violent tremor. There was a hollow sound in the tunnel, and sand and water drops kept falling, making the two feel dizzy and tinnitus in an instant, as if the whole earth was shaking. Earthquake? Lin Xian and Kiki felt a little unstable and immediately grabbed the guardrail beside them. Ah! Kiki screamed. The tremors began to intensify. Lin Xian hugged Kiki and pressed down her head. He raised his hand to create a shield and added a support column to protect the two of them. Just when he thought a big earthquake was about to hit, the tremor suddenly began to weaken, and then slowly disappeared. Crash! After the tremor passed, sand and soil continued to fall in the tunnel. After a while, it finally quieted down. Beep, beep! At this time, the mobile terminal rang, and Teacher Chen's anxious voice came from the other side. Lin Xian, are you okay? It's okay. Hearing Chen Xishuan's voice, Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, his heart tightened. Director Ding, he shouted to Ding Junyi. Have you encountered this earthquake before? Is it related to the underground creature? Chen Xishuan heard that Lin Xian was fine, and his face also relaxed. Ding Junyi next to him said at this time. Yes, in the past 2 weeks, earthquakes of this magnitude have occurred several times a day, almost all concentrated in the night time. When Lin Xian heard this, he felt numb instantly. Chapter 109. At this moment, Lin Xian began to feel that his decision to take the risk was a bit impulsive. He didn't even dare to think about the monster that could cause an earthquake. What exactly was under this underground city? Wow! Lin Xian shook off the remaining sand on his body and felt his heart sink at this moment. But now that he had arrived here, he could only bite the bullet and move forward. Let's go! Wow, Lin Xian, if the earthquake collapses this place, we can only be buried here, Kiki said as he walked. It sounds more decent than being bitten to death by zombies and black bugs. Hey, aren't you afraid? There's no point in being afraid. Lin Xian walked quickly along the maintenance passage with a flashlight and said urgently, since we're here, we must get something. Alas, if I die here, I can only be buried with you, Kiki muttered. If you want, you can find the red handsome guy just now. It will say hello. It's quite polite. Lin Xian felt that this girl's brain circuit was amazing. She would complain about this when she was dying. Bah! I don't want to. She took 2 quick steps and pulled the corner of Lin Xian's clothes. Then I'd better be buried with you, so I won't be a lonely ghost. In the long and empty tunnel going down, the two of them panted and whispered, and their voices kept echoing in the passage. Lin Xian's flashlight kept shining forward and observing. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and stopped in his tracks. Kiki behind him couldn't avoid it and bumped into Lin Xian's back. Why did you stop so suddenly? Kiki rubbed his nose and saw Lin Xian shining a flashlight towards the top of the passage ahead. He saw a brown-red object on the wall at that location, as big as a wash basin and irregular in shape, like some kind of biological tissue. Is that meat? Kiki frowned, and her expression became uglier the more she looked. Look, there's more ahead, she explained, and Lin Xian shone his flashlight over there, and indeed found more flesh and blood tissues in front of her. These things were like tumors growing on the wall, which made people feel physically uncomfortable. Lin Xian's face was slightly stern, and he picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the nearest flesh and blood tissue. Snap! The stone bounced away, and there was no movement, and the stone was not corroded. So Lin Xian walked forward and stretched out his hand to press on the flesh and blood tissue. What is this? Is there meat growing in the soil? Lin Xian, something is wrong here. Lin Xian's expression tightened and continued to move forward. As he went down, the flesh and blood tissues in the tunnel began to increase and become denser, and larger pieces of tissue began to appear. Lin Xian, do you feel that we seem to have entered the belly of some monster? I have the same feeling. Lin Xian was not joking. He did have this feeling. The flesh and blood tissues in front of them gradually increased. Just as the two were curiously checking, Kiki behind them suddenly pulled him. Lin Xian, be careful. Wow! A gust of cold wind blew in his face, and Lin Xian came back to his senses. The flashlight in his hand seemed to be swallowed by something in front of him. When he looked carefully, he found that the tunnel in front and the wall on the right had disappeared, revealing several huge holes, and the tunnel was also broken here. Oh my god! Kiki exclaimed. She took a step forward, and found that the two were standing on the edge of a cliff at this time. The whole wall on the right was exposed, and a ray of bright moonlight fell from the sky. Looking up, he could actually see the huge square entrance above the underground city, showing the regular outline of a human building in the night. It turned out that the spiral tunnel went down along the inner wall of the underground city tunnel. At this time, the two were already below the 90th floor. Looking up, the sky hole above was like a wellhead, and this broken area seemed to have collapsed as a whole. Dense brown-red flesh and blood tissue spread down along the collapsed mouth, and under the underground city, the excavated earth pit piled up a huge hill. At this time, when Lin Xian got closer, he actually found that the large piece of flesh and blood in front of him had the illusion of breathing slowly. This thing is growing from below. Lin Xian and Kiki both came to the edge of the broken track and looked down at the deep pit below. Lin Xian, look, is there something there? Kiki's voice was full of doubt. Lin Xian shone the flashlight in his hand, but it was completely disappeared in the darkness and blizzard. He could not see anything, only the flesh and blood tissue under his feet spreading down like a waterfall. Where? There. Kiki pointed to the direction of the hill in the center of the underground city tunnel. Lin Xian focused the flashlight, but still couldn't see the bottom. I didn't see anything. Where are you talking about? As Lin Xian was talking, he found that Kiki hadn't responded to him. He looked back and saw that Kiki was standing there in a daze, slowly taking off her gas mask. In the moonlight, Lin Xian could even see her terrified expression. Kiki raised her finger and slowly pointed to the center, then turned off the flashlight in Lin Xian's hand with her other hand. Click! The flashlight was turned off, and the darkness around became clearer because of the moonlight. Lin Xian looked in the direction of Kiki's finger. It was all dark. He stared and raised his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply. It turned out that Kiki was not pointing to a certain direction for him. She was referring to the huge hill in the darkness. When he looked at the entire darkness as a whole, he suddenly found that the hill had the outline of some kind of creature. It was like a giant fish with arms. Hiss! Lin Xian immediately took a breath of cold air. He looked at the huge outline with disbelief in his eyes. The huge scale in the darkness was at least 1,000 meters across. Looking there, it seemed that he could see a mountain-like body, with countless flesh and blood spreading and growing from the center to the city body around the underground city. At this time, Lin Xian and Kiki had an idea in their minds almost at the same time. This is a living creature. If nothing unexpected happens, the huge creature hidden in the darkness in the underground city tunnel is the source of the earthquake just now. Oh my god! Kiki covered her mouth tightly, not even daring to make a loud sound at this time, for fear of disturbing the huge existence in the darkness. Lin Xian. Is this the underground creature they are talking about? Maybe. It is. Lin Xian looked horrified, his eyes full of disbelief. Did this thing come out of the ground? The reason why he was so horrified was that the end of the world was coming, and as human beings, there seemed to be a consensus that as long as they hid underground, they could get more safety. But at this time, the dark existence in the number 9 underground city tunnel in front of them appeared in front of Lin Xian and Kiki in an almost suffocating way. 370,000 people died overnight, and the solid underground city built at a cost of trillions also fell directly in front of these strange creatures from the darkness. Humans are like ants. Chapter 110. Lin Xian. What should we do? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He could hear the fear in Kiki's voice. Not only Kiki, but he himself was also shocked. He looked at the collapsed tunnel and half-exposed wall in front of him and fell silent. The distance of the collapse was not far, about 7 or 8 meters. With the help of the inner side of the mountain in the tunnel, he could directly forge the track and support steel frame, and work with Kiki to fix the track here. The two had traveled more than 1,000 meters. As expected, the freight terminal platform on the 95th floor was not far ahead. At this time, if they turned back directly, it meant that they had risked going down to the underground city, and they had gained nothing except saving 3 irrelevant people, and a pot of flowers that they didn't know what they were used for. Wait a minute, let me take a look first. Lin Xian observed the outline in the dark, and hid in the shadows with Kiki. Perhaps he thought too much about this action, but at this moment, he was really unwilling to give up. He had already come here, and it would be a pity to give up like this. Originally, he had planned that if he could successfully get the nuclear-powered electric locomotive and had enough time, he could also search other areas of the underground city, such as the military preparation area, the industrial area, and even the energy reserve or the night watch system of the underground city. But now, let alone searching, he even began to worry whether this car of people could drive out of the hundreds of meters of underground tunnel. If they went back, they would definitely not be able to take the elevator, which meant that the two of them had to climb back from the 95th floor along the track to the freight loading and unloading platform on the 65th floor. Lin Xian first made a track, and then asked Kiki to gently set it on the broken track. Kiki looked nervous, and carefully used her supernatural power to put it on. Ding! A slight sound made both of them feel their nerves tremble. But nothing happened. No reaction. What do you mean? Kiki looked at Lin Xian. Go over and take a look at the locomotive first. Having made up his mind, Lin Xian raised his hand without saying a word and began to make track steel and supporting steel columns. Seeing this scene, Kiki looked at Lin Xian quietly, and then no longer hesitated, raised her hand to activate her supernatural power to help Lin Xian repair the track. Bang bang bang. Soon, a suspended temporary track appeared in front of them. Lin Xian now set up an iron plate in the middle to maintain stability and facilitate the passage of the two. Dong dong. When the two stepped onto the suspended track, their hearts couldn't help but rise. Next to them was the open wall of the underground city, and below was the abyss of unknown depth, and the two were almost completely exposed to the dark creature. Be careful, that big thing should not have noticed us. After a few steps, it seemed like a long time, and finally, the two walked into the tunnel in front, and the light was swallowed by darkness again. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up. Turning on the flashlight, the flesh and blood tissue in the passage became more and more. Lin Xian and Kiki finally relaxed a little, and their feet could not help but speed up. Not far away, there were several tunnel dislocations and breaks, but none of them were as serious as the previous hole. To be on the safe side, Lin Xian and Kiki repaired them while walking. Finally, the track slope became flat, and a wide underground freight platform began to enter the front. Beep beep. The Geiger counter began to sound an alarm. Lin Xian picked it up and saw that it had already displayed 127.46 microsieverts, which was a serious overstandard state. We have to speed up. This platform has completely lost power, but it is not as dark as imagined, because the city body on one side of the platform has completely collapsed, and the reinforced concrete frame is exposed. A huge broken elevator shaft is hanging in the air, and there are still a few steel cables hanging quietly inside. This place has collapsed too. Lin Xian's heart sank, and he quickly looked forward with a flashlight. This platform has 5 straight tracks and loading and unloading platforms, with a huge space. There is also a container gantry crane with tracks on the top for lifting large cargo. The wall on this side has a larger hole. At first glance, Lin Xian saw that the side profile of the huge creature at the bottom of the underground city pit looked like it had a huge head, but the torso was completely unclear. Lin Xian, do you feel that the flesh seems to be flowing? Kiki shrank his neck and used the light to illuminate the brown-red flesh spreading on the wall. Looking at the hole, it seemed that many flesh tissues were constantly flowing inside. It was as if they were absorbing nutrients. Lin Xian saw it, but he didn't feel like thinking about it at this time. All his attention was on finding the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive. Beep beep. At this time, the Geiger counter began to alarm wildly. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He slowly picked up the Geiger counter and approached the flesh. He saw the numbers on it jumping wildly, and in a blink of an eye, they exceeded 300. What was even more frightening was that as he moved the detector toward the blood and flesh waterfall, that is, the direction of the huge black shadow outside the wall, the number continued to grow. Where is the source of the radiation? Lin Xian was stunned. It stands to reason that the number 1 core pile was completely sealed off at the 100th floor underground. How could a large amount of radiation come from outside? Lin Xian, look, there. At this time, Kiki discovered something and shone the flashlight toward a spare platform. In the light, a streamlined locomotive appeared, revealing the outline of a huge industrial creation in the dark, which made Lin Xian suddenly happy. Found it. The two immediately ran towards the platform. As they approached, a black and purple electric locomotive with a full sense of technology appeared in the light. With the great migration of the underground city, this Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive was like an industrial beast that was dormant in the abyss of the underground. Lin Xian couldn't wait to step forward, put his hand on it, and started to operate the mechanical heart. Mechanical heart scanning. Mechanical heart covering. Scan completed. Target Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive. Testing conditions. 100% integrity of the main structure, integrated power system. Good, MSI 152 micronuclear powered URX power generation reactor. Cooled, auxiliary energy group. Good, how is it? Everything is intact, the nuclear reactor has cooled, but I can try to activate the auxiliary energy group first and perform a system self-check first. Lin Xian did not relax for a moment and started to try to start the first level system directly. For a mechanical equipment group of this scale, it is extremely difficult for him to completely cover the drive, and he must rely on the train system for control. What Lin Xian can do now is only to activate and control the energy transmission switch. As for the system, it needs to be handed over to Kiki to take over. Woo, as Lin Xian activated the first level system, the subsystems of the entire locomotive also began to operate, and the light slowly lit up. In an instant, a stunning nuclear-powered electric locomotive appeared in the sight of Lin Xian and Kiki. Wow, this thing is so cool. Lin Xian's face was shining, full of desire. With this guy, the energy problem on the train will be completely solved. Heating, water circulation, driving, etc. The micronuclear-powered URX power generation device, with a thermal power of 290 megawatts is enough for Lin Xian to completely let go and rush, no longer relying on his superpowers to drive. He can also free up more energy and time to strengthen defense and internal mechanical construction, while enhancing his own strength. The only problem is to provide absolute protection for this locomotive. Its durability is far inferior to that of a strongman, like the giant whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. Let's go up and take a look first. Lin Xian looked at the Geiger counter in his hand, his expression slightly stern. He looked at the train in front of him, and knew that its shell material must have used extremely high standard radiation-resistant metal. It would be safer for them to hide on the train for now. Not only the reactor cooling, but also many mechanical parts on it are waiting for Lin Xian to check one by one. He can't be stupid enough to stand in a high radiation area to work. Chapter 111. On the 65th floor of the 4th level freight track terminal platform of the number 9 underground city, on the Infinity, Qin Sichuan and Xia were anxiously waiting for news about Lin Xian and Kiki. Being underground, coupled with the earthquake just now, the strong sense of oppression made people feel a little breathless. They originally thought that this was the last gathering place of civilization full of survivors, and they could achieve some goals with Kiki's identity, but they didn't expect to see a Doomsday tomb. Even from Zhao Yin and Su Wen, they could feel the loneliness of hundreds of thousands of wronged souls, and the breath of despair continued to spread deep underground. Ding ding ding, Xia sat at the table, observing the hell-black chrysanthemum in the plant cultivation cabin, her eyes full of curiosity. After Zhao Yin and Su Yin cried for a while, and ate something, their emotions finally stabilized a lot. The two sat in the corner, and began to observe the interior of the train wrapped in steel armor. Where are you from? Are you going to Yubei? Xia glanced back at them, and didn't speak. Seeing that Sasha didn't speak, Zhao Yin stopped chatting and began to whisper something with Su Wen. The building not far away was looking at these people with guns, and his attention was always observing the situation outside the train. In the cockpit, Qin Sichuan was waiting next to the transponder. Ding Junyi had just eaten something and followed beside her. Miss Ding. Qin Sichuan looked at the woman with a somewhat cold expression and said, "Where did the living people in this underground city move to?" Ding Junyi's eyes moved, and she said seriously, "The migration plan is to go to another underground city. We haven't received any notification about which one it is. Of course, I don't know whether those people have moved smoothly. Apart from you, are there any other survivors here?" Ding Junyi nodded. From a probabilistic point of view, maybe there are, but the chance of survival is not high. At present, one main energy core and 2 backup cores of the entire underground city have been destroyed. Only the number 3 backup core on the 75th floor is still online. After the underground city was closed, we connected to this backup core for power supply. No other users have appeared in the entire subsystem, and no survivors who have not mutated have been found in the monitoring. Qin Sixuan was slightly speechless, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This huge underground city was originally the hope of survival for countless people, but it became a terrifying Tianqing that buried 370,000 people overnight. Not to mention the countless refugees on the snowfield when they came. Ding. At this time, a mechanical sound sounded. Just when Ding Junyi thought it was the sound of the answering machine, Qin Sixuan next to her suddenly stood up and pulled her, and made a gesture to silence her. Qin Sixuan pointed to the train radar, which showed that there seemed to be something approaching in the darkness ahead. Because the Infinity entered from the ground, the front of the car was facing away from the rear exit, and the direction of the cockpit was the tunnel going down. Qin Sixuan wondered if Lin Xian and the others were coming up along the track. But then she thought about how they were just walking down the tunnel entrance on the 89th floor, and had not received any news yet, so how could they suddenly appear on the 65th floor? Qin Sixuan's actions made Ding Junyi alert immediately. Not only her, but also Sasha in car number 1, and the building noticed some movement, and began to be alert. Zhao Yan and Su Wen subconsciously looked at the few people and immediately became scared. What's wrong, are they back? Shoo! Sasha motioned them to be quiet. She stood up, and was about to open the sunshade when a loud noise suddenly sounded from one side of the train. Bang! It was as if something suddenly hit from the darkness. Ah! The sudden loud noise scared Zhao Yan and Su Wen, and they screamed immediately. Sasha immediately opened the sunshade, and the orange light from the interior of the car was reflected. A blood-red mummy appeared in the light. It rushed and quickly hit the armored plate of the train. Bang! The violent sound echoed throughout the freight train platform, extremely harsh. What is this? It's a human ghost. Dasha looked solemn. He had just killed one of these things not long ago. Although this one looked a little different, it was obviously not an ordinary zombie. It must be the kind of human ghost that Ding Junyi said. Qin Sixuan in the cockpit noticed the situation in carriage number 1, and was about to run over. There was another light sound from the side of the front of the car, as if something had climbed up. Ding Junyi's expression darkened, and she and Qin Sixuan both retreated. A low roar sounded, and several strange tentacles slowly appeared in sight, spreading along the armored grille on the windshield of the train cockpit. The tentacles were blood-red, and secreted brown mucus. A person's hand grabbed it, and a circle of sharp teeth and mouth parts seemed to be seen in the middle of the tentacles. This is also a human ghost. Ding Junyi frowned slightly, and looked at Qin Sixuan. Do we need to activate any defense mechanism or counterattack? Qin Sixuan stared at the strange monster outside the car with wide eyes, took a deep breath and said, No! They can't get in! Boom, boom, boom. At this time, more and more noises began to be heard around the back carriages, some on the side, some on the roof. On the dark platform, countless strange things, zombies, and ghosts were attracted by the sound and began to surround the train. In carriage number 1, screams came one after another. Sasha walked up to Zhao Yan and Su Wen and shouted angrily, I told you to stop screaming. If you scream again, I will throw you down. Zhao Yan was startled. She didn't expect this little girl, who looked like she was in her teens, to speak so fiercely. She looked up and saw that the building was full of evil spirits. She thought she was really going to throw them down. She immediately hugged Su Wen and covered her mouth in fear, not daring to scream again. Sister Chun, is there any news about Brother Lin? Sasha shouted towards the cockpit. Qin Sixuan shook her head. At this time, various sounds of attacks and collisions were constantly heard from the top, bottom, left and right, and many black strange insects climbed onto the roof from the window. Ah! A female ghost screamed violently and rushed to the door of the cockpit at a very fast speed, scratching the door with its bloody claws. The whole train was surrounded by various monsters at this time, and the echoes spread to the carriage. Ding Junyi looked around in surprise. The armor of this train was a little beyond her expectations. The scene of the female ghost rushing out of the darkness and killing Professor Han was still vivid in her mind, but such a monster did not seem to cause much damage to the armor of the train. This was comparable to the level of military tanks. Ding. At this time, the answering machine sounded. Qin Sixuan pressed it hurriedly, and Lin Xian's voice finally appeared again. Teacher Chen, we found the locomotive. That's great. How are you doing now? Qin Sixuan asked hurriedly. The situation is a bit complicated. What's the situation on your side? Lin Xian heard the violent movement on the train and asked immediately. We are surrounded by many zombies and human ghosts. I don't know if there are any strange bodies. Lin Xian tried to keep herself calm. She looked at the roof and the direction of the car, but don't worry, there should be nothing wrong here. Chapter 112. On the other side of the answering machine, Lin Xian heard that the Infinity was attacked, and his expression suddenly became solemn. He immediately recounted what he saw and heard to Lin Xian and others. When they learned that Lin Xian and Kiki saw the huge underground creature, everyone changed color, even Ding Junying, who was extremely calm from beginning to end, also tensed up. She and Zhao Yan had thought that the unknown underground creature must not only be a human ghost or a weird body, but they didn't expect it to be even more terrifying. With this thought, the earthquake, the dark infection, the mutation of a large number of human ghosts, seemed to have found some source. Hearing such a dangerous situation, and the train being besieged, Lin Xian was suddenly at a loss. She immediately asked Lin Xian, "Lin Xian, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to come up right away, you guys should also prepare. If you don't have time to connect, you can start the Infinity to go up to the underground city first, and we will follow behind, rush out first." On the 5th level freight terminal platform on the 95th floor, Lin Xian was communicating with Lin Xian, while quickly checking the various components and systems of this Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive with his mechanical ability. Although the micro-nuclear-powered RX power generation stack device on this car is in a cooling state, in fact, Lin Xian's mechanical ability can be directly started without waiting for the reactor. However, to drive this big guy from underground to the surface together with the Infinity, without the electromagnetic power drive of the underground city, it is still a bit difficult to rely on Lin Xian's ability and the little electricity on the Junying 7F electric locomotive. "Girl, start peeling the control rods first, I'll be done soon." Starting the reactor requires the system to start peeling the control rods, which takes a certain amount of time to get the reactor to the expected working state. In the cockpit, Kiki started the system on the console. Core started, control rods pulled out, accelerating. Current core temperature, 76 C. Start progress 3%, nothing. As the first control rod was peeled off, the small reactor in the center of the train made a hollow sound. Because of the Cherenkov effect, a light blue light flashed, and it seemed that an invisible energy vibration spread around. Kiki looked at the progress on the system screen, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "Lin Xian, shouldn't the radiation be in the building? Why do those disgusting pieces of meat have such strong radiation, and the terrifying thing outside also has radiation? Do you think it's that monster? Eat the core?" Kiki suddenly said something, which startled Lin Xian, who was checking the train parts. Instantly, a slight tremor sounded, and Lin Xian and Kiki turned their heads, and saw a terrifying scene through the cockpit window. Outside the hole in the wall, the huge black shadow at the bottom of the underground city seemed to move. It was as if the existence in the darkness turned its head, and looked in this direction. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed, and he subconsciously felt that Kiki must have guessed correctly. Maybe the underground creature appeared here because of the number 1 main core of the number 9 underground city. Thinking of this, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. "Hurry up, let's go directly." Instantly, the mechanical heart ran at high speed, directly driving the motor engine of the entire train to roar. Empty. The lights came on, and the white light illuminated the platform and tunnel covered with flesh and blood in front. Woo! The dust on the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive slowly slid off, and began to move on the track. Boom! At this time, the entire tunnel suddenly began to tremble violently, and dust flew. Kiki in the cockpit was a little unstable. Just when the electric locomotive just left the number 5 freight terminal track platform, a huge explosion sounded in the back, and the shock wave and dust blasted into the ascending tunnel together, and the train began to shake violently. "What is it?" "It's that big monster." On the rearview screen in the cockpit, smoke and dust came suddenly, and the entire platform seemed to disappear in an instant, and on the screen, a gray-white giant shadow instantly occupied the entire screen, and it was impossible to see what it was. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and at this moment he urged the mechanical heart to make the electric train start to accelerate crazily. "Hurry up and let Teacher Chen and the others go," he shouted to Kiki. Sprinting at high speed, he was worried that he would not have enough time to dock with the Infinity at the number 4 freight terminal track platform, and that side had also been besieged and attacked, so he could only let the Infinity go first. If the power in the Junying 7F electric locomotive was not enough, then Lin Xian could push it from the back, and both sides would not collide directly when accelerating. Beep beep. On the other side, the answering machine rang, and as soon as Lin Xian pressed the call button, Kiki's anxious voice rang over there. Sister Chun, start the train and run up. Chun Sichuan's face changed drastically when she heard this. She hurried to the position of the electric locomotive, released the limit, and pushed the down lever. The setting of the driving direction had been adjusted in advance by her. At this time, the engine of the Junying 7F electric locomotive also began to roar, the infinite headlights turned on, and it began to reverse. Boom boom boom. Ah! Countless zombies and ghosts continued to attack the train armor, but Chun Sichuan didn't care at this time. As the electric locomotive's motor drove, the people on the car suddenly felt the vehicle tremble and drove towards the rear. Ding Junying, on the other hand, suddenly turned around and took out her computer from her computer bag, opened the subsystem control terminal that entered the underground city, and said to Chun Sichuan and Lin Xian on the transponder, "To prevent accidents, I will open the entrance gate in advance and adjust the platform switch from GF2 to GF4. If you want to tow away the two Col 3 biological science research cabins, this will save time. Okay, everyone hold on tight, I might bump into you later." Lin Xian on the transponder shouted loudly. Chun Sichuan turned around and shouted to Delu and Sha, "There are too many zombies on the trailer behind, go and clean them up." Delu immediately rushed towards the direction of carriage number 5 after hearing this, and Sha followed behind with a gun. In carriage number 5, Delu opened the shooting hole at the rear and fired directly outside, immediately smashing the heads of several zombies. A humanoid with tentacles all over its head rushed towards the firing hole, and was soon shot to pieces. Crack, the flatbed trailer crushed several zombies, rushed out of the platform, and accelerated towards the tunnel. Zhao Yan and Su Wen in carriage number 1 were already huddled together, trembling and praying to survive tonight. "Brother!" Sasha shouted, and the brother and sister cooperated tacitly. When the bullets of the light machine gun in the building were used up, Sasha immediately took an automatic rifle to replenish the firepower. Because she was in the tunnel, she didn't dare to use the grenade launcher, worried that it would be troublesome if she accidentally shook the tunnel down. Speed up. Chapter 113. Woo! The motor horsepower of the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive is obviously much stronger than the original Junying 7F electric locomotive of the Infinite. It quickly accelerated, making a humming sound in the empty tunnel, and rushed all the way. Lin Xian was concentrating at this time, not daring to relax for a moment. Not far ahead was the track that he and Kiki temporarily repaired. If the earthquake just now collapsed there, he would have to brake urgently. Kiki nervously grasped the handrail of the driving platform and observed the situation in the tunnel at any time. Soon, the hole in the collapsed outer wall in front appeared in sight. In front! Kiki shouted loudly, and the look on his face seemed to be ready to use his supernatural power at any time. Buzz buzz buzz, and a hurricane was rushing into the hole. It was obvious that there was a huge existence outside approaching and moving. Lin Xian looked ahead and saw that the broken track in the air in front of him, which he and Kiki had repaired, was not damaged by the earthquake. He immediately felt a chill in his heart, and his mechanical heart accelerated again. Go! Kiki's eyes flashed with fluorescence, and his supernatural power had begun to cover the entire train, helping Lin Xian to maintain stability. Wow! The fire flashed, and the train passed quickly on the temporary track, directly crushing several iron plates, and even the load-bearing steel columns were twisted a little. And at this moment, when the train passed through the hole, Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes almost simultaneously glimpsed outside the hole. In the darkness, a row of huge eyes stared at the train that was shuttling quickly in the tunnel. It was as if some terrifying deep-sea monster had been glimpsed in the dark sea, and that row of eyes was like a brown-red giant ship. Just a glance, Lin Xian and Kiki felt the air freeze in an instant. Ah! Kiki screamed, her face pale with fear, and exclaimed, "Oh my god, what is that? Who knows?" Lin Xian clenched his teeth, and was also sweating coldly at the scene just now. A feeling of suffocation of dying rose wildly from the bottom of his heart. The mechanical heart was running to the extreme, and he wanted to make this nuclear-powered locomotive fly immediately. The light of the bright moon fell over the sky above the number 9 underground city. Under the dead square pit, a black giant shadow slowly showed the tip of the iceberg at the bottom of the pit. The brown-red body was covered with scales, and several strange feet like skyscrapers grew on the fish body in the black shadow. Countless flesh and blood continued to gather on it, and gathered into a strange huge human head, like some kind of geocentric monster crawling out of the ground. Ong! A huge and dull roar sounded between heaven and earth, and countless snow on the surface of the underground city instantly avalanched and fell. The huge underground creature raised one of its strange legs and slammed down towards one side of the underground city wall. The next moment, a section of the entire tunnel disappeared from top to bottom. Boom! In the ascending tunnel, a huge shock and shock wave rushed up from the rear passage, causing the fast-moving infinity to shake violently. The wheels shook, sparks flew, and the entire tunnel was shaken by the vibration wave, causing sand and gravel to fall wildly, and everyone in the carriage almost fell to the ground. Ah! Zhao Yin and Su Wen screamed. Sasha fell directly to the ground, and Qin Sichuan held the handrail tightly. The rapidly retreating tunnel was filled with smoke and dust, and the lights of Lin Xiankai's train still did not appear. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. She pressed the answering machine. Click, click, click. The communication was interrupted for a moment, and soon it was restored again. Teacher Chen, how much energy is left in reserve? Lin Xian's voice came from the answering machine. Qin Sichuan frowned, looked at the driving screen, and immediately replied to Lin Xian. 15%, but climbing the slope consumes too much power. It is already running at full load. Wait for me to get up. Boom! At this time, a few kilometers behind the infinity, a black and purple train rushed out of the sand and lime soil, and the view in front was almost completely blocked by the dust caused by the earthquake. Where are you located? Did the earthquake just now alarm the underground creature? Ding Junyi's voice did not contain any fear, as if this woman was naturally without any emotional color. At this thrilling moment, she still asked Lin Xian on the other side of the answering machine in a calm tone. I don't know, it should be not far from you. The big guy has discovered us. Maybe it wants to climb up. After speaking, she lowered her head, called up the subsystem and began to operate something quickly. Lin Xian was sweating profusely. The life and death moment just now made him tense. Although separated by the tunnel wall, he and Kiki seemed to feel a huge existence outside. It was like a demon from the abyss. This underground city made of reinforced concrete was like an ant nest in front of it, and it could easily peel off the outer wall. Boom! Before the smoke and dust disappeared, a scorching flame suddenly rushed from the side of the train, and the flames instantly illuminated the passage. It's that thing. Kiki's eyes flashed slightly, and in an instant, she used her supernatural power to stabilize the posture of the train. Looking up, a red strange shadow appeared in the tunnel in front of her. It turned out to be the human skeleton that Lin Xian and Kiki met on the 89th floor at the beginning. It was unknown where it came from. At this time, it was hunched over in the tunnel and climbed down, spraying fire at the train. Hit it! Kiki shouted. Don't let it spit fire again. This Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive has not been covered with armor. Although the outer shell of the train itself is very hard, Lin Xian is worried that the flames of the human skeleton will burn the key parts. If the train breaks down at this time, it will be completely finished. You? Good. The red human skeleton made a strange human voice, with bone spurs all over its body, and its arms with burnt flesh and blood rushed towards the train. Flames spurted out of its mouth again. Good you. Kiki was furious, gritted his teeth, and raised his hand directly. An infinite mental force pressed the human skeleton directly against the outer tunnel wall, and the flames in the mouth were also blocked, and the flames were madly released around its face. Boom! The fire burned, and even the walls were burned red. On! A huge and dull roar sounded again between heaven and earth. Lin Xian sensed the danger and drove the train past the human skeleton. Throw it back! Lin Xian shouted. Kiki reacted and waved back. Boom! The entire tunnel behind disappeared in an instant, and the red human skeleton that Kiki had suppressed on the tunnel wall with her telekinesis was instantly torn into pieces by the abyss monster. Ah! Kiki screamed in danger, and Lin Xian thought she was injured, but the girl anxiously urged her supernatural power and dragged something to the front of the train. Lin Xian looked sideways, and saw that the huge red skull had been broken at the neck at this time, and was caught and pulled back by Kiki. I let you spit fire. I let you spit fire. What are you doing? How can I let this thing go for free? Kiki gritted her teeth, ignoring the danger of the train they were on escaping from the claws of the abyss monster. She pinched the air with her small hands and kept exerting force. The red skull was also squeezed apart by the huge pressure. Bang! Black air surged, and a medium-sized red blood essence floated outside the glass window of the cockpit. Kiki ran over to open the small window, and caught the strange blood essence in. Lin Xian was stunned. Are you doing this on purpose? Kiki shook her head. No, its head was in my hand just now, and I thought it would be a waste. Lin Xian, Chapter 114. Wawa Wawa, The Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive accelerated, and the slope in front became gentle. Lin Xian knew that they had entered the 65-story freight track platform, which meant that they were about to catch up with the Infinity. As soon as the train rushed into the platform, dense figures suddenly appeared under the lights. All of them were zombies and ghosts. Lin Xian looked at this scene, without slowing down at all, and rushed through. Bang, bang, bang. The 290-megawatt Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive is like a roaring steel behemoth, madly compressing the atmospheric pressure in the narrow tunnel and platform passage, and quickly crushing over the zombies, like a black and purple lightning. The zombies and ghosts on the platform seemed to only see a strong light coming rapidly from the depths of the tunnel. And the next moment, they fell into reincarnation, and their bodies decomposed under the front and iron wheels of the train. Puff! It was like a high-speed car hitting some kind of moth insect, and blood plasma splashed on the windshield of the train in an instant. All kinds of meat, skin, and blood sausage were hanging like noodles. Kiki turned her eyes away and dared not look. Lin Xian's heartbeat intensified, and he turned on the wipers directly. What are you doing? Move the intestines stuck there for me. Are you saving them for midnight snack? Lin Xian looked at Kiki covering her eyes, and shouted immediately. All right. Kiki hissed, and quickly raised his hand and waved it, moving some obstructions away from the windshield. Empty, empty. There were waves from the ground, and a beam of light began to appear in sight. It's the Infinity. The train accelerated and approached, and soon a train appeared in the tunnel ahead, moving rapidly upwards. The black armor and ice-breaking shield gave off a destructive aura. Lin Xian. Teacher Chen's voice came from the answering machine. In the tunnel, two fast-moving trains approached gradually. Lin Xian almost saw Chen Sichuan waving at him through the armored grille on the Infinity. Right away. Girl, help! Lin Xian stood up at this time. While controlling the train to slow down, he quickly built two carriage-connecting columns outside the window. Because the front of the giant Whale 03 heavy gas turbine locomotive was equipped with an ice-breaking shield, Lin Xian could not directly drive the train to the top. Kiki also used his superpowers, and the speed of the two trains began to keep consistent. During the high-speed operation, the connecting column was successfully loaded. After the connection was completed, Lin Xian started to operate the mechanical heart to accelerate, and the huge thrust pushed the Infinity with little power to go up the tunnel. Boom! The earthquake struck again, and tunnels began to collapse in the back, and sand and soil continued to fall from the down-track station, and cracks and tears appeared on the top of the concrete tunnel. Be careful, that thing is coming again! Ong! A huge and dull roar sounded, and the underground city was like being inside a sealed drum. The sound almost vibrated in everyone's heart. Anyone with a little courage would have been frightened to the point of weakness by the sound that shook the world. Boom! The tunnel and the floor collapsed, and the entire side wall fell. The moonlight poured into the tunnel. In an instant, everyone saw a row of giant eyes outside that covered the sky and the sun coming towards them. Ah! On the Infinity, Zhao Yan and Su Wen were frightened by this scene, and their faces turned pale, and screams echoed in the carriage. Sasha and Chen Sichuan were also completely stunned. Their minds were blank. The collapsed underground city walls, floor slabs, and building debris from various commercial and residential areas continued to fall. Along with the falling building debris, there were also dense black figures. A closer look revealed that they were the underground city residents, who had turned into zombies, falling into the deep pit like rain. At this moment, Lin Xian felt his heart sink. He couldn't escape. In front of this abyss giant, even the underground city was like an ant nest, with no resistance. On the Infinity, Ding Junyi's expression was tense, and her face remained unchanged. The huge earthquake only made her fall to the ground. When she got up, she continued to operate on the system. Mr. Lin? Ding Junyi's voice sounded in the answering machine. I sent a link of the system backup plan to Miss Kiki's mobile terminal. It contains a self-destruction protocol for the 4 energy cores of the number 9 underground city. In theory, we can use this protocol to enable the self-destruction program of the number 3 backup core on the 70th floor. Now there is no feedback from the Superior Management Authority in the underground city. It can be started only with internal confirmation of the P4 level authority. If feasible, we may be able to use this self-destruction program to gain some escape time. Hearing Ding Junyi's words, Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he immediately looked at Kiki. Kiki, who was standing aside, heard this and immediately opened the mobile terminal in her hand, and found that a protocol link did pop up on the panel at this time. It's true, it is indeed a built-in system protocol. I will hack into it immediately to control the P4 authority. Kiki operated quickly, and the more she looked, the more surprised she was. Oh my god, this turned out to be a directional destruction freehand set up by humans in advance. Not only the core, but also the floor closure instruction. When Lin Xian heard this, he immediately sensed a glimmer of opportunity, and immediately said to Kiki, "Can it be started?" Pa. Without Lin Xian's urging, Kiki had already started to operate with a serious look. It's not a big problem. The main system of this dungeon is missing. The subsystem has the highest authority. The P5 level confirmation and the contact satellite and federal headquarters confirmation in the protocol are not unique. This means that when setting up this system protocol, it is assumed that the leader of the dungeon has the highest authority to control the life and death of the entire dungeon. Okay, the number 3 backup core is online. Do you want to start it? How much time do we have? Lin Xian asked immediately. 30 seconds. Ding Junyi said in the transponder, at our current speed, we will have enough time to start it in 20 seconds at the fastest. The main structure of the dungeon has collapsed. Although the self-destruction protocol was originally intended to destroy the qualitative floor, the current situation of the dungeon will definitely not be able to withstand it. If it is detonated, it will definitely cause a chain reaction from bottom to top, and the tunnel will collapse completely. But the power of this core melt explosion is not a real nuclear bomb. The most important thing is to cause the collapse of the underground city. For Lin Xian and his team, this may be a chance to escape. Boom! The earthquake hit again, which means that the abyss monster is circling the wall of the underground city and attacking the train. It's too late. Start it directly. Lin Xian shouted decisively to Kiki. There was no time to wait at this time. Compared with the ground sinkhole, the abyss monster was more terrifying. Moreover, if the expected effect was not achieved, it could not be started in advance while it was far away from the surface. Even if they rushed out of the surface, who could be sure that the abyss monster would not crawl out from the ground? So Lin Xian made a quick decision and had to take a gamble. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki understood his intention and activated the self-destruction protocol without hesitation. The self-destruction protocol of the number 3 backup core pile has been activated, and the countdown is 30 seconds. Woo, clang, clang, clang. Inside the underground city, from the 70th floor to the research floor, the lights in the corridors, offices, halls, commercial areas, industrial areas, and residential areas began to turn off layer by layer, flickered for a moment, and then began to light up again. The music and advertisements in the elevator turned off and started to play repeatedly. Charming X Beauty Salon is newly opened. All citizens of the underground city who apply for membership this month can enjoy a discount of 1,000 for every 500 they spend. Experience address, 61st floor. Allow Human Resources help you solve work problems anytime and anywhere. Regardless of gender, as long as you are over 14 years old, you can participate in the underground city work. You only need to deduct 35% of your monthly salary to quickly get a satisfactory job. In the upper right corner of those video ads, a red countdown without any introduction began to appear. 30, 29, 28. Chapter 115. Hold on tight. Lin Xian shouted at the transponder, his eyes red at this time, almost using all his strength to operate the mechanical heart. The Gemini 11 are nuclear-powered electric locomotive accelerated with huge thrust, together with the engine power of the infinite, and the train rushed quickly in the upward tunnel. The cold wind in the tunnel whistled, and the train entered the sealed tunnel again. But the abyss monster seemed to not allow any creature to escape from its territory, and a deafening sound came from outside the wall. Lin Xian's heart was pounding, and no one knew whether the top of his head would collapse in the next moment, and the people on the whole train would be buried in the deep pit of the number 9 underground city, becoming the blood food of the abyss monster. Looking at the countdown on the mobile terminal, Kiki gritted her teeth and hugged Lin Xian's arm. At this time, she was already extremely nervous. Ong! A huge and dull roar sounded between heaven and earth. Earthquakes began to appear, and sand and gravel flew. Lin Xian knew that the abyss monster outside was coming. 10, 9. In the underground city on the 62nd floor, in the newly built private college, the classroom was silent, the desks were scattered, and all kinds of stationery were scattered on the ground. In the corridor, zombies were running around. 5, 4. On the 56th floor, in the residential area, the narrow capsule room door was still hung with wind chimes praying for peace, shaking violently under the earthquake. The streets in the commercial district were dead silent, and all kinds of neon lights and store signs disappeared in the darkness. 3, 2, 1 buzz. In the center of the 70th floor, a blue light flashed, and the white light ball triggered the prefabricated explosives on the 10 floors above and below. The light and heat waves filled the entire 10 floors, and the shock wave shook. All the zombies and human ghosts were vaporized and ascended to the sky at this moment. Because the main structure was destroyed, the floors began to collapse from the 65th floor, and all the closed isolation walls lost their function. The collapsed floors triggered a chain reaction like dominoes, and began to break off layer by layer, and the dazzling white light ball began to move towards the center of the tunnel. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ground began to sink. The huge flame ball and shock waves swallowed the giant monster in the dark and fell to the bottom of the tunnel. In an instant, the world seemed silent. In the tunnel, the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive pushed the Infinity at high speed. Behind the tunnel, a terrifying swallowing sound like thunder sounded, the rock layer broke, and the deafening movement caused cracks to appear on the snowy ground outside. Boom! Countless snow poured into the tunnel, and this scene showed that they were approaching the ground. The huge amount of snow caused the flatbed trailer behind the Infinity to derail, and the entire train began to tilt. "Girl, help me stabilize the car in front." "Okay." Kiki grabbed Lin Xian's arm with one hand and raised the other hand to face forward. With supernatural power, she pressed the Infinity down hard on the rails. Dong, 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 rocks slid down, concrete shattered, the inner wall of the tunnel collapsed, and countless rocks fell on the Infinity, making a loud roar. On the Infinity, Lin Xian and Junying tightly grasped the handrails in the cockpit. They had completely lost control of the train, and let the engines of several locomotives roar. Empty, empty, empty. A huge earthquake struck, and the excavated underground city began to collapse. Everyone only felt that the sound in their ears was gradually deafening, and all the light had been swallowed up. "Get out!" Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and he yelled. At this time, a light voice sounded in his ears. "The RX core acceleration is successful. Program starts. Start to connect to the drive power." Woo! The surging electric energy suddenly surged, and Lin Xian originally felt like he was paddling hard, but now he was suddenly equipped with a powerful propeller. A huge driving force came, and the train suddenly accelerated. Zzz. Sparks flew on the track, and the acceleration of the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive pushed the Infinity through the tunnel that was about to collapse. After a loud tinnitus, the sounds around suddenly disappeared, and the sound of the howling blizzard seemed to become hollow, and everyone felt that the oppression was also relieved. Rushed out. Ding ding ding. The lights on the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive illuminated the surrounding scenery, and a huge roar and collapse sounded behind him. Then the train turned from the track to the switch and moved towards the dark platform in front at a very fast speed. "We are out." Kiki came to her senses, and the huge underground city behind was flooding rapidly. "It has collapsed completely over there." Lin Xian's voice came from the transponder. In the cockpit of the Infinity, she was looking back through the porthole. The snow dust fell, and Lin Xian could see the surrounding dark area clearly at this time. The train drove out of the surface, and the huge underground city structure behind was collapsing. Squeak! As the sound of the earthquake behind gradually weakened, the Infinity rushed into the GF4 platform on the outside surface and suddenly stopped. The ground subsidence may cause a chain reaction. "Do you still have time to get the two coal cabins?" Junying looked at Lin Xian and was puzzled. "In theory, shouldn't we seize every opportunity to escape now?" "Put away your theory." Lin Xian quickly unlocked the train's interconnection device and said to the transponder, "Teacher Chen, prepare to turn the train around." The blizzard outside had accumulated more than 1 meter of snow on the snowfield, and the external passages outside the wall were all blocked by zombies and cars. If the train was not turned around, the Infinity without an ice-breaking shield would definitely overturn. So Lin Xian made a prompt decision and turned the train around as soon as he rushed onto the platform. Lin Xian over there immediately understood what Lin Xian meant. There was only one single track on the snowfield. If he rushed out against the two flatbed trailers behind him, it would definitely cause a chain rollover. "I know." Lin Xian immediately took action. Junying frowned, but also heard Lin Xian's intention. It turned out that his first purpose of stopping was not to pull away the two carriages, but for other considerations. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking still continued. Lin Xian acted quickly at this time, asking Lin Xian and Kiki in the building to quickly cooperate with him, and use the duplex track in the platform to adjust the direction of the carriage. The giant Whale 03 heavy gas turbine locomotive equipped with an ice-breaking shield was still in the lead, and the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive was at the end. At the same time, Lin Xian found the 2 coal carriages, and directly and roughly used the cast link hook to connect the circuit to release the wheel limit, and then started the train and started running outside. At this time, Lin Xian and Kiki had returned to the Infinity, started the engine again, and rushed out of the platform without a moment's slack. It's too late to open the door, just crash it open. Outside the gate of the iron mesh fence, thousands of zombies that were not frozen were attracted by the huge sound and howling. The ground cracked and tore apart, and many walls collapsed. Countless zombies rushed up like locusts in the dark night. Woo! The gas turbine roared, and the 290-megawatt nuclear-powered electric locomotive at the back dragged the Infinity like a sharp sword in the dark night, rushing through the tide of thousands of zombies. Behind the train, the super underground city that cost trillions of dollars collapsed layer by layer, and the foundation that had been hollowed out for hundreds of meters was buried towards the center. The huge smoke and dust covered the sky and the sun, and there was no end in sight under the snowy sky at night. Chapter 116. Boom boom boom. The orange-red lights of the Infinity cut through the dark night under the blizzard, and the ice-breaking shield on the front of the car shoveled the thick snow to both sides, like a hot knife cutting butter. Neither zombies nor cars can compete with this powerful horsepower. Everyone held their breath and rushed forward. In the number 2 car, Kiki stared at the radar system all the way, and released 2 drones to observe in the dark. The big monster must have been buried in the underground city, and didn't chase us. After rushing on the snowy field for nearly an hour, when there were fewer and fewer zombies and obstacles around, everyone finally began to feel a sense of escaping death, and the solemn atmosphere in the car was broken by Kiki's voice. Really? We are saved? Zhao Yan, who had been paralyzed on the ground by fear all the way, seemed to come alive at this time and asked tremblingly. It looks like it. Qin Sichuan ignored them and walked to the cab. Looking at Lin Xian, who was sweating all over his face, she said worriedly, "It seems that we are out of danger. Do you want to take a break? The snow is too heavy, and the vision is blocked. We have to cross a valley ahead. I am worried that if the earthquake at the beginning triggers an avalanche, it will be troublesome for us to rush over." Lin Xian nodded, and began to gradually slow down the speed of the Infinity. "You are right, but we can't be careless. While we are resting, I have to deal with the carriages behind, otherwise it will slow down our speed." He was exhausted from running all the way. He ran at least hundreds of kilometers in the snow. He really wanted to stop and rest. Now there are 2 flatbed carriages behind the number 5 carriage, and behind it is the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive. Behind it are 2 Coal-3 biological science research cabins that are pulled by temporary hooks and have no armor protection at all. This configuration is really alternative, but it was just a last resort to escape in a hurry. After the desperate attack, the train stopped. The iron wheels of the train were hot, and the snow melted and emitted steam. What's going on? Lin Xian walked into the number 1 carriage, not daring to relax. Kiki was operating a drone to hover around the train for alert. Huh? Kiki, who had been nervous all night, breathed a sigh of relief at this time, licked her lips, and said to Lin Xian, "I dare not say anything else, but that big guy must not have followed, otherwise it would be impossible for us to detect such a big movement." "Then you reminded me." Lin Xian took out the soul value detector and threw it to Kiki. "Didn't you get a blood essence? Use this to detect it." "Okay." Kiki reacted, took out the larger weird blood essence and installed it, and then turned it on and used it, and a strange energy wave came. 0. What Lin Xian didn't expect was that according to this number, there was not even a zombie around. Will it be broken? Kiki was also a little surprised. It shouldn't be. Lin Xian knew whether the machine was broken or not. He looked at the snowfield around him. The blizzard was covering the area very quickly. It was really hard for ordinary zombies to catch up. Maybe they would be completely buried by the snowstorm in one night. The silent Ding Junying saw the device in Kiki's hand and asked, "Level 2 weird blood essence. Did you kill a level B nocturnal body?" Lin Xian looked at the numbers on the dangling detector, and finally breathed a sigh of relief from the shadow of the abyss monster. At this time, he looked at Ding Junying's indifferent expression, and couldn't help asking, "Are there no words like surprise and fear in your emotional system?" Ding Junying looked at him curiously. "Why do you ask that? If I scream and get scared like Dr. Zhao and Dr. Su, can I get more care and protection from my peers?" After these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and Qin Sichuan and Kiki looked at Ding Junying with strange eyes. Zhao Yan and Su Wen looked at Ding Junying with complicated eyes, and seemed to be dissatisfied and speechless. It can be seen that although they have worked with Ding Junyi for a long time, they still don't like her speaking style. Lin Xian was also slightly startled when he heard this, and after a long time he replied, "Okay, let's get back to the topic." He took the strange blood essence. By the way, how do you define these ghosts? Why are they called differently from the current Federation Phoenix? Actually, they are the same. At this time, Su Wen, whose complexion had improved a little, took the lead and said, the current Apocalypse Federation and the former federal government started to develop on the same angel project. After the disintegration, the research direction is also similar. Whether it is the nocturnal body or the strange body, they all refer to this type of evil creatures. Our research on the soul-sweeping value is basically synchronized, but the dungeon project is no longer available. There is widespread support in the direction of scientific research. Lin Xian was a little surprised. Does your Biological Research Institute know the content of the Angel Project? Not entirely. Su Wen's mentor Zhao Yan looked at the few people at this time, and said nervously, now as long as it interferes with the dark energy, we are studying it, whether it is zombies, degeneration, human ghosts, blood essence, disaster plants, superpowers, etc., all of which are related to this dark energy. But after the disintegration of the federal government, the Angel Project was also reorganized. Our underground city is affiliated with the Dawn Project. There is no large amount of superpowers and armed resources to obtain this blood essence and disaster plants for our research. Theoretically, the Dawn Project is no longer an official organization under the current Apocalypse Federation, but the leaders of the Dawn Project still believe that they are the orthodox government of the world, so they deliberately distinguish them in the names of some polar night research. For example, nocturnal bodies and strange bodies have the same meaning. At present, those with a soul-shaking value of -100 are called sea level or ordinary level. The area above 100 is relatively wide, and those from -100 to -1000 are defined as B-level strange bodies. This level 2 strange blood essence can be found in this creature, with slight differences in size. At present, we believe that this does not necessarily fully represent the threat level or level of the strange body, but may also indicate how many humans this creature has devoured. Devoured humans? Kiki frowned. I thought this soul-shaking value could directly indicate the threat level of the strange body, and that the superpowers were also measured with such values, such as evolution level, diamond level. Zhao Yan looked at Kiki in surprise. How do you know this? This is a general term in the early stage of the Angel Project. The concept of measurement has a certain reference value. At this time, Ding Junyi finally spoke up. Since the theory of night contagion came out, whether it is the new Angel Project, Night Walker, organization now affiliated with the Phoenix Society, or our Dawn Project, the mainstream believes that the Apocalypse Polar Night is an evolutionary ritual covering the whole world. Most people fail to evolve and degenerate into zombies, human ghosts, biological mutations, and the abyss of stars breeds weird bodies. Under this premise, more people will die or degenerate after each round of night, and the same thing is that every day of survival, the surviving humans will evolve stronger because of this power, not only showing some supernatural attributes, but all around, such as cell activity, muscle potential, and stronger tolerance to viral and bacterial infections. In short, as long as you are alive, you are evolving. This evolution may be extremely subtle in the short term, but in the long run, when you enter the second polar night, the surviving humans must have broken through the original physical limits. This is also why the federal government will be divided into 3 factions after the first polar night. Chapter 117. 3 factions? Qin Sichuan was very curious. I thought it was the original Federation and the current Apocalypse Federation. Not only that, the original Federation, which is the Dawn Project where we are, represents the survival faction, advocating to preserve the fire of human civilization at all costs, while the Apocalypse Federation represents the resistance faction, advocating to use the power of all mankind to study and explore the dark power, so as to use this evolutionary power to investigate and eradicate Xingyuan. In addition, there is another faction, which believes that the evolution brought about by this dark power is positive, is the best choice of nature, and is the blessing of God, so these people began to worship and accept this so-called God selection. Believing that the survivors and those with superpowers are the chosen ones, and the seeds of the new generation of Blue Star civilization, so they established a fanatical organization called Holy Revelation. This organization has been recruiting all kinds of superpowers to investigate and contain strange taboos. Some members of the original Angel Project have also been separated and joined this organization. Investigating strange taboos? When Lin Xian heard this, he immediately thought of the strange radio station and thought that someone was looking for and using this strange power. It's just that this group is divided into three, and there are three completely different ways to investigate and use this power, which is really intriguing. Kiki on the side frowned. Survivalists? If the Dawn Project represents the survivalists, why don't the civilians live in this underground city? Moreover, most of them don't know about this plan at all. These people only know that they want to survive. What kind of survivalists are they? Ding Junyi remained calm and said bluntly, from a sociological perspective, there is no fairness in this world. Everything is just the use and allocation of resources. So this is not a question of whether the train crushed one person or 10 people, but a question of 10,000 passengers, but the train can only carry 100 people. The purpose of the Dawn Project is to build a permanent underground city to preserve the fire of civilization. In the gap of survival or opportunity, the apocalypse night came too suddenly. All underground city plans are repaired in a short period of time. In such a short period of time, it is impossible to be responsible for all citizens. Therefore, in order not to cause chaos, those leaders can only conduct targeted screening in secret. Lin Xian looked at her. Just now I was very curious about one thing. Since the purpose of the Dawn Project should be to build a permanent underground city to preserve the fire of civilization and avoid the influence of polar night, and these citizens are also screened. So why do we need to set up a self-destruction protocol on the energy core? Don't tell me that the purpose is to prevent monsters underground. That's right. Kiki suddenly reacted when he thought about it, and looked at Zhao Yan and Suwon. You have such means. Are you going to trick us down and blow us up? We don't know about this. Zhao Yan looked at Ding Junyi in horror and said, if Director Ding hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have known there was such an agreement. Suwon also nodded repeatedly, and said fearfully, we are just doing scientific research. How could we know such things? At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Ding Junyi. Ding Junyi took a breath and said calmly, this problem is not complicated. After the Great Migration, the P3 level authority, I have became the highest authority of the subsystem. This is the wartime backup agreement originally set by the underground city management system. So I found this agreement in the system of the number 3 backup core, which is called the clean plan. Cleaning plan? Kiki crossed his arms and frowned. What to clean? I said before that the dungeon will place first class, second class, and third class citizens on different floors. Floors 70 to 80 are where third class citizens live, with the densest population and the largest area. Floors 40 to 60 are mainly inhabited by second class citizens, and floors 20 to 40 are where first class citizens live. The dungeon has 3 backup cores, but only 2 have self-destruction programs, which are set on floors 70 and 40 respectively. The plan is to deal with possible famine, infection, etc. in the dungeon. Designed with risk factors? Qin Sichuan was puzzled. Famine? What does this have to do with self-destruction? Why not? Lin Xian's eyes fixed. She means that when the underground city needs cheap labor, it will squeeze the third class and second class citizens from the bottom up, and once there is a shortage of food, it will directly close the floors and start self-destruction, burying hundreds of thousands of people under the floors directly underground. Am I right? As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly solidified. Qin Sichuan and others immediately took a breath of cold air, and even the building became fierce. What a vicious plan. Kiki was furious, her teeth clattering. These damn guys, they should be the first to be fed to the zombies. Faced with the anger of the crowd, Ding Junyi still said calmly, from a moral perspective, I completely agree and recognize the emotions you should have. If it were me, I would have the same emotions as you. But similarly, as I said just now, civilization is not a fair continuation. From a sociological perspective, from the beginning of the birth of any species to the formation of a social group, the people who control social resources must be the more outstanding and intelligent ones. Of course, it is not ruled out that there will be some lucky and good-born drunkards, but in terms of probability, being able to climb to a higher level is essentially a kind of civilization selection. So when there are 100 people on this train, and 30 people are to be sacrificed, the selection will still be based on this structure. It's like you are a farmer. When you have to get rid of half of your turkeys because of food shortages due to the plague, will you choose the healthiest, prettiest and smartest turkeys, or those that look ordinary or weak? Or are you going to let the turkeys vote, or let them voluntarily choose to sacrifice? What turkeys? Sasha is not very old, although she looks mature, but when she heard Ding Junyi's words, her eyes were red, and she couldn't help saying, but killing so many people, don't you think it's too cruel? Huh? Ding Junyi took a long breath and broke the silence. Yes, from my point of view, this self-destruction agreement is too cruel. Humans always use their highest imagination in killing each other, which is exactly the same as the purpose of politicizing science. Ding Junyi's words sounded like self-mockery. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Everyone was silent with complicated expressions, some angry, some fearful, some confused. It sounds like the sociological theory you mentioned may make sense, but you seem to have forgotten an important thing. Lin Xian, who had been silent, spoke slowly at this moment, his tone sounding a little tired. What? Ding Junyi looked at him. Lin Xian stood up and pointed to the darkness outside. Turkeys and farmers are not the same species, so those shitty leaders of the Dawn Project are not farmers either, because to the polar night and those dark creatures, all humans are those turkeys, but the difference is that these turkeys, they are turkeys with guns. Chapter 118. In the blizzard, visibility was extremely poor. The sunshades of the train were all opened, and the lights in the carriages illuminated the snowfield outside. Everyone was almost exhausted after the life and death situation just now. Lin Xian discussed with Kiki and Chen Sichuan and placed Ding Junyi, Zhao Yin, and Su Wen in carriage number 5, which was originally carriage number 3 loaded with supplies. After initially confirming that they had escaped from danger, they prepared to prepare the carriages with everyone. His initial plan was to swallow up the Junying 7F electric locomotive. With the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive, the power problem on the train could be perfectly solved. However, for safety reasons, he placed the nuclear-powered locomotive at the end, and the 2 engine carriages were more flexible, one in front and one behind, and the 2 Coal 3 biological science research cabins were placed behind the current carriage number 2. As for the 2 flatbed trailers, he also swallowed them together, and used the materials to make armor for the new carriages. Lin Xian made rail steel, and relayed a simple rail in the open space next to the train for carriage exchange. The freight Junying 7F electric locomotive retired gloriously, and was placed behind the nuclear locomotive. 2 brand new Coal 3 biological science research cabins were placed behind the number 2 carriage, becoming the new number 3 and number 4 carriages. However, because the cabin connection standards were somewhat different, Lin Xian spent a lot of time to connect the circuit and the hook cabin. As soon as they boarded the scientific research carriage and the lights were turned on, everyone was instantly attracted by the clean and standard laboratory configuration inside, various research equipment, and the plant culture cabin that Lin Xian wanted most. He planned to rearrange it. After all, his purpose was to grow vegetables, not to do scientific research on the road. Although it sounds a bit of a waste of talent, it doesn't have much impact. Those sophisticated instruments can't stand the tossing during the escape. It's better to plant more fruits and vegetables to relieve the survival pressure brought by the diet after the Doomsday. After finishing the connection of the carriages, it was already late at night. The wind and snow intensified. Lin Xian asked Kiki and Chen Sichuan, who were already tired and confused, to rest first, and let Delu guard in carriage number 7. He took the time to prepare to devour the 2 flatbed trailers, and the Junying 7F electric locomotive. Lin Xian estimated that this time, he would definitely be able to break through level 3 and usher in the first awakening. Then wait until tomorrow to recover some physical strength, and then make a set of protective armor for the nuclear-powered locomotive. Late at night, everyone, including Zhao Yin and Su Wen, fell asleep because of fatigue. Delu kept watch in carriage number 7, and Lin Xian scanned those sophisticated instruments in the new carriages number 3 and number 4. This is a habitual action of his now. Sometimes he doesn't necessarily need these instruments, but they can be stored in his blueprint library. Maybe some of the mechanical mechanisms in them will come in handy someday. Scan completed. Desktop refrigerated centrifuge blueprint obtained. Scan completed. Horizontal electrophoresis equipment blueprint obtained. The time came to 21:30. In the number 4 laboratory carriage, Lin Xian looked at the wind and snow outside, and seemed to have finally weakened a little. He felt a little relieved. Otherwise, if it continued like this, it would be estimated that half of the Infinity would be buried in the snow tomorrow. The configuration of the Coal 3 biological science research car cabin is very good, and there is a complete temperature sensing system. It is much more comfortable than the warm air in the number 1 and number 2 carriages, isolating the cold outside. Click, click. Hearing footsteps, Lin Xian looked up and saw Ding Junyi, who was wearing a white coat, standing in the car. Her eyes swept over the brand new experimental equipment in the car. Although I am a biologist, reason tells me that these things have no value in the escape. If you need to study the dark power, you need to support a professional scientific research team. Obviously, you don't have such conditions now. Who said I want to study the dark power? Lin Xian responded calmly, looking at the plant culture chambers. My main purpose is to grow vegetables. At most, I can study your blood disaster plant. Maybe I can grow it in it. Grow vegetables? Ding Junying frowned. She didn't expect that these high-end biological culture instruments were used by Lin Xian for the purpose of growing vegetables. Yes. Okay. Ding Junying was silent for a while. She looked at Lin Xian for a long time, and suddenly asked, "How are you going to deal with us?" Yubei City. Lin Xian said with a sidelong glance. There are many survivors' convoys there. If nothing unexpected happens, there is also an Iron Guard brigade nearby. If you ask for help from official organizations, you can find them, and maybe they can help you contact the Phoenix Society. Lin Xian thought about it. This was all he could do. Anyway, it was just on the way. Ding Junying nodded. Thank you for your generous rescue, otherwise the three of us would have died. Just cooperation. Lin Xian shrugged. I also have my own purpose, but now, if I were to choose again, I would definitely not come to rescue you. So far, Lin Xian is still afraid of the abyss monster in the dark. If he had known this would happen, he would definitely choose to run away. Ding Junying looked at him and said seriously, "We didn't hide the truth. We were trapped in the laboratory, and we knew nothing about the situation below the 89th floor. It's meaningless to talk about this now. I think it's necessary to explain that maintaining trust in a crisis relationship will play a positive role in the psychological construction of both of us." Lin Xian frowned and looked at her, a little surprised. "Are you showing me friendship?" "Not exactly." Ding Junying walked over slowly, took off her white coat, stood in front of Lin Xian with a slender figure, stretched out her hand to unbutton her shirt, and asked softly, "Besides that, I am also ready to ask you for sex. After 2 weeks of hardship, my body has gained great pleasure from the escape from life and death just now. That feeling is great. Maybe it is the influence of estrogen. If you don't refuse, I want to have an intimate relationship with you at this moment." Lin Xian, ? He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Ding Junying in surprise. "No, you are too contrasting." "What is the contrast?" Ding Junying looked puzzled. As a mature woman with a sound mind, it is normal to want to get sex from a high-quality man. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. Ding Junying took a step forward and began to unbutton her shirt with one hand. Although she was tall and slender, her breasts were very firm. She explained attentively, "If you are worried about health problems, I can tell you responsibly that I undergo a physical examination in the underground city every month. According to the physical examination report, my body is very healthy, and I don't have any genetic diseases or infectious diseases. My figure and chest size are in line with the description of sexy in men's evaluation of the opposite sex, and I am not in my menstrual period at this moment." "Hey, wait." Lin Xian frowned. "In addition, as for the environment, we are out of danger, and this compartment is very clean and warm. It is a private space without being disturbed by others. Although I noticed that you and that Miss Chen and Miss Kiki may have a relationship, but now facing the destruction of the world and the collapse of social order, in this case, we have sex in the middle of the night without any harm to each other, and we can get pleasure and trust from it. It is completely reasonable, and even very exciting, don't you think?" Ding Junying took off her shirt and stood quietly in front of Lin Xian, pointing to the button of her jeans under her flat belly, and her voice was faint like an indifferent tour guide. "However, as a woman, I think it would be offensive to take the initiative to unbutton this button. Of course, I don't mind if you are a little rough." Lin Xian was dumbfounded. "No." Chapter 119. Ding Junying is right. The air in the research carriage is clean, fresh and warm. Although it is filled with all kinds of strange scientific instruments, it is indeed more exciting from a certain perspective. But before Lin Xian could get around the other party's weird theory, Ding Junying had already walked in front of her and looked at him calmly. There was a sense of déjà vu. "Brother, let's work together to play a beautiful combination of skills." Are the science and engineering female students always expressing their goals in such a reasonable and unconcealed way? After a moment of silence, Lin Xian resisted the impulse in his heart and looked at Ding Junying. "Are you worried that I will kill you, or are you worried that no one will take you in and throw you off the car in Yubei City, so you deliberately show me kindness? Want to take advantage? No way. But then again, stupid, can't you still throw you off the car if I sleep?" Ding Junying didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking, but when she heard Lin Xian's words, she said it without any concealment. "You are right, but my request is after sex." "After?" Lin Xian was speechless. "What do you want to say?" Ding Junying frowned slightly. "Research shows that men and women will have stronger trust and recognition during or after the pleasure, and in the intense moment, They can even reach a short-term impulsive recognition state, so I am going to ask you to stay in the car and join your team after having sex with you. Lin Xian opened his mouth and suddenly felt like he wanted to say something but couldn't. For some reason, Lin Xian felt that her state was jumping back and forth between understanding men very well and not understanding men at all. So after all this talk, your goal is to stay on my train? Yes. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian and said, after my observation, you, as the leader of this train, have the power to make decisions in terms of both ability and decision. In other words, the life and death of Dr. Zhao and Dr. Su are in your hands. In this case, it will not do me any harm to show my goodwill to you, so my choice is fully supported by theory and motivation. Whether you choose to keep me, send us to the official organization, or just don't hurt me along the way, it will be a positive result for me. After careful observation, Ding Junyi found that Lin Xian's ability is very special. He can create machinery out of thin air. Obviously, the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive requires multiple professionals to start, but he seems to have no obstacles. So according to her speculation, Lin Xian's ability should be very advanced, and his team configuration is also very strong, so that he can survive from such a dangerous situation. And from Lin Xian's attitude towards the building, Kiki and others, she thought that this person should be very trustworthy. Therefore, after careful evaluation, Ding Junyi decided to propose to Lin Xian the idea of joining the team, which was also for her own survival. I understand. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Talking to this woman, she was obviously unconcealed and looked very sincere, but it always made people feel very tired. It was just like writing a paper in the past. Even to please someone, you had to explain the theoretical support. It sounded quite a headache. I will consider it. There is no need for the rest for the time being, Lin Xian said. I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood what I said just now. Ding Junyi reached out to unbutton her underwear from behind. Her face was calm, but she looked at Lin Xian eagerly. I'm not using sex to negotiate with you. For me, I really need to solve my physiological needs. Lin Xian's body trembled. Isn't this still a contrast? Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 15, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 8, additional reward, defense 1. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 15, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 8, additional reward, strength 1. Decomposition. Obtain high manganese steel * 50, hot rolled forged steel * 50, cold rolled dual phase steel plate * 15, ordinary carbon steel * 100, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material. Bang! It took about 40 minutes for Lin Xian to complete the swallowing of the 2 flatbed trailers, and the back of the train was suddenly empty. Now that the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive is connected to the back of carriage number 7, Lin Xian has removed the panels of carriage number 7, and is preparing to build a door on the side of the carriage to facilitate entry and exit, and loading and unloading of goods. He is also planning to design an entrance and exit on the roof of carriage number 7. After he manufactures the close and defense gun, he will directly install it on the top of carriage number 7. Current mechanical heart level LV.2, 745/1000. Tip: upgrading the mechanical heart will give you special skill rewards. When the mechanical heart reaches LV3, LV6, and LV9, you will get the Mystic Awakening, strength level 2, 80%, burst 200 kilograms, speed level 205%, limit 13 meters per second, defense level 1, 78%, bone and tough skin, mechanical awakening, not awakened. Mechanical devouring 3, 106/1000, improved devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing 2, 260/500, improved construction efficiency. Mechanical passive, scan repair decomposition, special skills, wine cannon, normal, level 3, full level, eyes shield, normal, level 2 9%, flashback, rare, level 1 30%, electric surge, rare, level 1 23%. The wind cannon is full level, so it seems that the skill limit is level 3. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The cold wind outside the car made him tighten the collar of his cotton coat. At this time, he walked to the position of the last Junying 7F electric locomotive. Because the carriages of the nuclear-powered locomotive were not connected, and this electric locomotive had no greater use, the best destination was to devour it. The short-distance freight locomotive that came out of Beiwan before was devoured by Lin Xian, and gained 300 mechanical source points. This Junying 7F electric locomotive is an absolute big guy. As long as it is done, it will definitely break through the level 3 mechanical heart. For safety reasons, Lin Xian got into the cab directly. There was a heavy armor made by Lin Xian outside the locomotive. He originally thought about whether to remove it directly and install it on the nuclear-powered locomotive. However, considering that the nuclear-powered locomotive has the need for radiation protection, he planned to use titanium alloy combined with high-density lead plates to make it, so he didn't bother to swallow it all at once. At the beginning of the swallowing, Lin Xian felt a huge pressure coming, as if there was a sense of suffocation, which meant that the one about to be swallowed was a big guy. On the train, Junying came to the number 5 carriage. At this time, Zhao Yan and Su Wenjin were leaning against each other in a safe corner to rest. Xia brought blankets for them. Both of them were very sleepy, and had not slept well for a long time. Maybe it was because of the disaster that Zhao Yan was a little sensitive. When she heard the sound of Junying coming, she woke up quickly. Director Ding? Zhao Yan saw that Junying's face looked a little strange. Not only was her cheeks a little flushed, but there was also some sweat on her forehead. She couldn't help asking, "You don't look good. Are you sick?" "No." Junying took a deep breath to calm down, picked up the blanket on the ground with a little satisfaction in her eyes, wrapped it around her body and sat down. "Have you talked to Mr. Lin? How is it? Do they have any requirements for us?" "No requirements. They will drive to Yubei City tomorrow. We will see what happens then." Junying took off his glasses and closed his eyes. Seeing that she had no sense of crisis, Zhao Yan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I just heard on the radio that there seems to be a group of our Dawn project operators in Yubei City preparing there. Maybe we can contact them and go to other underground cities." "You are right. It is a clear decision for us to bring the research materials." Junying raised her eyes slightly and said abruptly, "Go to other underground cities? Do you really think this is a good decision? What can we do?" Su Wen also opened his eyes at this time and whispered, "Are we going to flee everywhere? We are technicians after all. It is safer to stay in the underground city than to hide in these cars. Director Ding, you are also an important asset of the federal government. Don't you want to go back?" Junying looked up at the armored steel carriage. The warm air in the car flowed, giving people a sense of security. She closed her eyes, recalling the joy that had flooded out of the sinkhole tunnel and the wanton surge just now. The whole person felt a sense of pleasure of breaking through the quagmire. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and she didn't speak. Chapter 120. Swallowing progress 80%. 8 hours have passed, and Lin Xian's energy has been almost exhausted. He sat in the carriage of the Junying 7F electric locomotive, sweating profusely. The disadvantage of mechanical swallowing is that it not only consumes energy, but also requires concentration. Even if it reaches 99%, as long as it stops, all the progress will be reset to 0. So without sufficient time and a safe environment, Lin Xian dared not try this big thing casually. At this time, they escaped from the underground city, and were on the vast snowfield. Under the detection of the dangling detector and the vehicle radar, they finally got some breathing time, so he seized the critical time and started swallowing. Swallowing progress 95%, Lin Xian's hands had begun to tremble, and he clenched his teeth. He knew that he would be able to swallow successfully soon. Once successful, he would be able to recover some physical strength after the mechanical heart was upgraded. Go, go, go! Swallow quickly. The efficiency of the level 3 mechanical swallowing is much faster than the speed at which he swallowed the short-distance freight locomotive before. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to bear it. The snake is not enough to swallow the elephant. At his current level, this electric freight locomotive is almost his limit. Swallowing progress 99%. Swallowing success, mechanical source points increased by 500, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 200, additional rewards, strength 30 points, speed 20 points, defense 30 points. Congratulations, the mechanical heart has been successfully upgraded to level 3, and the mechanical awakening is being activated. Swish, at this time, the sound of successful swallowing sounded in Lin Xian's ears, and the light curtain in front of him suddenly went black. Swish! Countless arcs appeared around Lin Xian out of thin air. Lin Xian only felt his whole body lighten, and his left hand trembled violently. He looked at his palm fiercely, and saw a metal-like rotating gate appeared in the center of his palm, and then disappeared. What's going on? The electric arc flickered, and blue light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then a light screen appeared in front of him again, as if it had been restarted. Congratulations, you have awakened successfully. Awakening identity, mechanic. Successfully unlocked the awakening skill of the mechanic. R&D Center. R&D Center, you can choose an upgrade direction for the blueprint of the Blueprint Center for in-depth research and development, and obtain a new blueprint after a certain period of time. Note: the research and development time is limited by the blueprint level and the mechanical manufacturing level. Successfully unlock the awakening skill of the mechanic. Preparation Factory. Preparation Factory. Specify a basic material and transform the basic material of the decomposition center to obtain the specified material. Note: material preparation is affected by the efficiency of the material level and mechanical manufacturing level. Congratulations! The decomposition space has been successfully expanded. Decomposition space. Capacity: 1,000 tons. Congratulations! The strength level has been increased to level 3. Congratulations! The defense level has been increased to level 2. A series of information reminders popped up, and Lin Xian immediately felt like fireworks were being set off in front of him. The entire Junying 7F electric locomotive turned into ashes and disappeared. Lin Xian lost his balance and fell directly onto the track. Cold, cold, cold. Lin Xian, who was not in a hurry to react, rushed back to the infinity. After closing the door, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he opened the light curtain of the mechanical heart. Current mechanical heart level LV.3, 245/5000, strength level 3, 10%, burst 300 kilograms, speed level 2, 25%, limit 13 meters per second, defense level 2, 08%, iron bones, mechanical awakening, mechanic, awakening skills, R&D Center. Manufacturing Factory. Mechanical devouring 3, 306/1000, improved devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing 2, 260/500, improved construction efficiency. Mechanical passive, scan repair decomposition, special skills, wine cannon, normal, level 3, full level, eyes shield, normal, level 2 9%, flashback, rare, level 1 30%, electric surge, rare, level 1 23%. My mechanical ability has finally evolved into its full form. Lin Xian was full of surprise. After many hardships, he finally entered the first awakening, and the skills given after awakening made Lin Xian feel comfortable. This is the mode that a mechanic should have. The research center can automatically upgrade the blueprint. He immediately became curious. This thing mainly consumes time, so he opened the research center directly. At this time, a blueprint box appeared in front of him, surrounded by countless circuit diagrams. You can only choose one blueprint. Lin Xian didn't even think about it, and directly put the blueprint of the 1130 close-in defense gun in. Ding! The R&D Center immediately showed a red light. This blueprint is of a high level, the current mechanical manufacturing level. 2, the R&D time increases by 50%. Please select the weapon R&D direction. Firepower, 18 days and 22 hours. Mobility, 13 days and 5 hours. Precision, 15 days and 12 hours. Lin Xian, It will take almost half a month, and the daylily will be cold by the time it is developed. It seems that the higher the level of mechanical manufacturing, the faster the R&D efficiency of this thing will be. Lin Xian thought about it, and put the blueprint of the M556 light machine gun in the building in. Please select the research and development direction of this weapon. Firepower, 13 hours. Mobility, 9 hours. Precision, 12 hours. It will take more than 10 hours. Lin Xian simply put the blueprint of the water purifier in. Blue Sky KK93 Reverse Osmosis Water Purifier Blueprint, 6 hours. Well, there is no research and development direction for this. Okay, let's try it first. The water purifier is a more critical issue. Although there is not much water shortage in the car now, the water resources are not circulated, and there is no other supplement. Sooner or later, it will run out. He originally wanted to build one directly, but the purification effect of this reverse osmosis water purifier was limited. According to Shu Qin, it still needed to be boiled, so he simply upgraded it to the R&D Center first. Maybe he could get a higher level water purifier. Reminder, the blueprint of the Blue Sky KK93 Reverse Osmosis Water Purifier is being upgraded and developed. 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In the interface in front of him, the countdown numbers began to jump. And Lin Xian was full of expectations. At this time, he immediately looked at the preparation factory in the palm of his left hand. From the description of the skill, this skill seems to be able to solve Lin Xian's biggest material problem. Preparation Center. Scan a basic material to obtain material information, and select a basic material in the decomposition space for conversion. Wow, after this preparation center came out, the materials have been graded? Lin Xian opened the decomposition space and found that the materials inside now have a grade mark. Ordinary steel, plastic and other materials are level 1. High manganese steel, high hardening tungsten steel, hot rolled forged steel, cold rolled duplex steel plate, ordinary carbon steel, and other materials are classified as level 2 materials. Forged inner armor steel, titanium alloy, tungsten titanium alloy type 1, these advanced materials are already classified as level 3 materials. Lin Xian immediately unloaded a bullet from a rifle, removed the warhead, poured the smokeless gunpowder inside into the palm of his hand, and then immediately used the preparation center scan. Chapter 121. Beep beep. A blue light lit up from the palm of his left hand, and then a progress chart for analyzing materials appeared on it. 30%, 60%, 100%. Analysis successful. High energy solid gunpowder, 1. Please select the conversion material. Lin Xian chose the lowest level 1 steel. Manufacturing factory. Convert steel, 1, into high energy solid gunpowder, 1. Manufacturing efficiency. Consume 50 kilograms of steel, 1, per hour to produce 2 kilograms of high energy solid gunpowder, 1, it really works. Lin Xian looked at the light screen with surprise in his eyes. If solid gunpowder can be manufactured, then the car can be equipped with a large number of hot weapons. It is not impossible to even manufacture artillery shells. 2 kilograms, according to the M556 light machine gun used in the building, equipped with 7.62 by 51 mm caliber rifle bullets. Each bullet uses 2.77 g of gunpowder, then this gunpowder is enough for me to make 722 bullets. This is rich. But if it is, the 30 mm tungsten core armor-piercing bullet used by 1130 has a charge of at least 18 to 20 g per bullet, so only about 100 bullets can be made, which is only 2,400 bullets a day. This is just the amount of gunpowder, and the consumption and manufacturing time of the tungsten core steel shell material have not been calculated. In this way, the amount made a day is only enough for about 15 seconds. Lin Xian nodded secretly. 15 seconds sounds short, but think about it. No matter whether it is the white giant monster, the red centipede, or the human skeleton encountered in the dungeon before, how many seconds can they resist? If this big killer can be made, let alone other things, the C-level or B-level weird bodies mentioned by Ding Junyi should be able to be dealt with, so that the whole group will not have to fight hard. From now on, important metal materials are also in urgent need. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian immediately began to experiment with the functions of the R&D Center and manufacturing factory. With experience in use, he will be more comfortable with it in the future. The manufacturing factory is converting every hour, which makes the steel materials in his decomposition space continue to decrease. At the same time, the amount of high-energy solid gunpowder is also increasing. It is very similar to the construction game he played before. With manufacturing and R&D, the space for his mechanical heart to be used has become much larger. Soon, dozens of 7.62 by 51 mm machine gun bullets were manufactured by Lin Xian, and fell to the ground with a clatter. Lin Xian looked eager and picked them up, feeling the residual heat on the bullet shell, and felt very happy in his heart. According to this idea, I can completely transform myself into a weapons factory, making my own guns, bullets, and energy. As long as there are enough materials, it is simply a sustainable Gatling. Super God Mechanic, great. The next step is to collect and convert materials. First, make the vehicle-mounted 1130 close-in defense gun, with such firepower, no longer afraid of bugs chasing the car. Then make a set of full-cover armor, supply yourself with ammunition, and you will really become Iron Man. Hiss. Lin Xian took a breath of cold air. He suddenly thought, if the military mecha and 1130 close-in defense gun were really taken to the R&D center for upgrading, I wonder what they would be upgraded to. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help rubbing his hands and looked at the R&D center. The blueprint of the water purifier can be upgraded in just a few hours. At that time, he can test the power of this awakening skill. Then what's next? Lin Xian was a little tired. Although he felt that his physical strength had recovered a little after awakening, the R&D center and the manufacturing factory were running at the same time, which had been constantly consuming his physical strength. Fortunately, now that he had a nuclear locomotive, he finally didn't have to act as a human battery, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. Let's take a break first, and then fix the external armor of the locomotive and the experimental carriage. Lin Xian came to carriage number 1, full of excitement and preparing to rest, but suddenly thought of something. Oh, right! That weird radio station. He almost forgot about this thing. He left this weird taboo in the car. Lin Xian didn't swallow much, but he was still a little nervous. The last time he swallowed it, it prompted him to detect non-mechanical energy, causing the mechanical heart to start the self-protection program to seal the radio in a heterogeneous manner. Now that the mechanical heart has successfully upgraded to level 3, it's time to swallow this thing. Lin Xian found a metal box from the shelf. It was specially made for the strange radio station. For safety reasons, he used almost all the materials he could except the tungsten titanium alloy. He wrapped it in 3 layers inside and outside. Soon he disassembled the metal box directly, and the radio inside that was transformed into a magic cube by the mechanical heart fell into his hand. Mechanical devouring. Lin Xian did not hesitate at all, and started to devour directly. This little thing could not survive for 3 minutes in his hands. Non-mechanical energy detected. Whether to enable the R&D center scan? Lin Xian frowned. Why is there another problem? Is this thing so difficult to deal with? Enable. Buzz. A light blue light slowly began to scan on the radio, at an extremely slow speed. At the same time, Lin Xian instantly felt a black hole-like movement devouring his physical strength, and his whole back felt numb. It takes so long to scan a radio? Scanning completion 10%. Scanning completion 25%. Scanning completion 80%. Lin Xian couldn't hold on any longer, and sat down on the sofa, with the scanning blue light in his hand still moving. This thing is more powerful than the spider spirit. Finally, scan completed. Mechanical heart detection result. Strange item number 01. Name, unnamed. Features. It has the ability to broadcast fear emotions and dark power to the outside world. The mechanical heart has been subjected to heterogeneous frequency modulation. Using the frequency modulation function to activate the device can perform reflection detection of fear and dark power in a fixed space, and shield such energy from the outside. What? Lin Xian looked at the light curtain in front of him, and his brows slowly frowned. Blocking fear and dark forces? Could this dark force refer to the infection of the night? In the carriage, Lin Xian sat on the sofa, staring at the radio cube in his hand motionlessly. After a while, he came back to his senses. I didn't expect that my mechanical heart could actually contain a taboo. In other words, can I now use the power of this heterogeneous radio to add a barrier to the infinity? Who cares? Just try it and you know. Lin Xian took a deep breath, picked up the heterogeneous radio cube, and immediately operated the mechanical heart. Ding! Reflection detection is being performed using non-mechanical forces. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train. The invasion of dark forces has been blocked. Swish! Instantly, an invisible force suddenly enveloped the entire train, and everyone suddenly felt that a cold feeling deep in their hearts was instantly swept away, and the oppressive feeling of the night was also swept away. Qin Sichuan on the bed also slowly opened her willow eyebrows in her sleep, and even Lin Xian felt much calmer in his heart. 360 Artifact. Lin Xian reacted and immediately understood the function of this thing. With this heterogeneous magic cube, the terror attack of the 1542 radio station and the invisible fallen demon could be blocked outside the train. Good boy, this is a magic shield. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and thanked my mechanical heart. If this assumption is followed, then those taboo objects that people avoid, especially those related to machinery, would not become the target of his mechanical heart. Chapter 122. The wind and snow stopped, and the infinity stopped on the snowfield in the middle of the night. The track in front was already buried deep in the snow. Qin Sichuan, Kiki, and Xia all felt that they had a comfortable sleep. After Lin woke up, he also went to sleep for a while, waiting for the progress of the water purifier drawings. Do you feel that the feeling of panic is gone? Qin Sichuan got up and took a look at the number 3 carriage. Seeing that Zhao Yin and the other 2 were already asleep, she asked Xia to take over her brother's building and stare at the carriage behind. Kiki sat in front of the computer and stretched out. Don't say, it seems to be true. Qin Sichuan opened the sunshade and looked at the endless dark snowfield outside, and then said, according to the distance we ran, it should be dawn around 1600 hours today. Kiki, see if you can get any news from Yubei City. Kiki nodded, picked up the radio, and began to search for information. Phoenix Daily Survival Radio of the Federation. According to the statistics and reports of the Xingyuan Monitoring Department, the safer areas are the areas of Jiazhou City, Hingshan Pass in Tianhai Province in Asia Pacific, eastward to Weihua River, Longjiang, Jihai, and Xingqing, which are the third and fourth far points, from Fengcheng to the West Gobi, Tagan Desert, Parma Grassland, southeastward to Jinhe, Yunanling, Tianji, which are Xingyuan 5, and Xingyuan Far.7, Blue Oceania. North America. All surviving migrants can choose the nearest direction, and the secondary cities that have not entered the polar night area have Phoenix Rescue Association stations. This is easy. About the 53rd trick of emergency acquisition of survival resources. This is easy. The importance of water is self-evident. Today we invited Professor Chi, an expert in microbiology, to explain to us the harm caused by black rain to surface fresh water at this stage. This is easy. In order to further strengthen human resistance to strange bodies, the Federation Phoenix will recruit various superpowers to join the Nightwalker organization. This is easy. The Federal Radio YB area reported that Yubei City has been flooded with corpses, and there have been multiple reports of strange body sightings tonight. Yubei No. 1 Airport is resisting with all its strength. TSK. Kiki kept adjusting the broadcast frequency band and couldn't help frowning. The situation in Yubei City is a bit troublesome. If the climbing channel stops, it is estimated that people who have entered will not be able to get out. Chen Sichuan responded, "Stop is not the biggest problem for us. As long as the air corridor does not fall and the ascending channel is not blocked, we can go up. The problem now is that we don't know what the actual situation will be after entering the city. Let's take it one step at a time." Kiki operated the drone to take off and explore the surrounding situation again. It was already around 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xian woke up after sleeping for a few hours and felt much more refreshed. I don't know if it's because of the heterogeneous cube, but he felt like he had slept for 12 hours. After the upgrade of strength and defense attributes, his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. He feels refreshed. "Are you awake?" Chen Sichuan was cooking hot soup at this time. With the power supply of the nuclear-powered locomotive, all kinds of equipment on the train can be used freely, so the electric stove and oven that Sasha collected in Yuchi can also be used. If there were no fresh vegetables, Lin Xian had no doubt that Chen Sichuan was going to cook a dish. "How is it?" Lin Xian asked. Dr. Zhao and Dr. Su are still sleeping, but Director Ding woke up very early and has been working in carriage number 3. I don't know what she is busy with. I go over and take a look and arrange the armor of the new carriage. We set off when it's daybreak, Lin Xian said. At this time, he looked at the R&D center, which showed that there were more than 20 minutes left for the upgrade of the blueprint. He was delighted and went straight to the rear carriage without wasting time. In carriage number 2, Kiki called out the equipment blueprint of Cole's carriage and said to Lin Xian, "Look, I said it's ready. This set of carriages has a complete air circulation system. Relying on this design to connect all the carriages, after you get the water purification equipment up, you can get the water oxygen circulation you want." Lin Xian saw it and was very happy. "Wait until I get the armor at the back, and then install the water purifier. By the way, carriage number 7 is now connected to the nuclear-powered locomotive. Do you want to set up other doors to make it easier for us to get on and off the train?" Kiki's computer drew a blue line diagram of the entire train. She pointed to the front and back directions and said, "There are doors in the front and back cabs, so it's okay to get in and out. If you need to move goods, it might be a little troublesome." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. "I plan to open a side door in car number 7, and consider whether to open a skylight in car number 6 and car number 1, and make an elevator or something." "Elevator?" Kiki looked strange. "Are you going to eject yourself?" "No." Lin Xian explained helplessly. "I plan to set up some weapon systems on the roof, such as turrets or guns, but it is best to be able to lift them, otherwise they will be easily destroyed if they encounter trouble." "Wow!" Kiki's eyes lit up. "Is it the kind of shooting cabin of the aerial gunboat? So exciting. Otherwise, you can put one on car number 2, and I will shoot. I guarantee that there will be no one left." "Firing cabin?" Kiki found a picture on the computer and showed it to Lin Xian. "Here, it's this one, but the cabin requires high-protection bulletproof materials, otherwise it's too stupid." Lin Xian took a look and was stunned. "No, this is an electromagnetic gun, right? What I mean is..." "Oh," Kiki waved her hand to interrupt him. "You have to have a dream. Of course, I know what you are talking about. Isn't it a shooting turret? Our trains have to be upgraded step by step. We will definitely be able to use these advanced weapons in the future. Don't worry. Okay, I will design a mecha turret for you at that time." Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did he feel that this girl was more obsessed with those advanced equipment than him, a mechanical superpower? That's right. He now has a research and development center, and his ideals should be higher. Maybe the Infinites on board weapons will not use bullets in the future. Anyway, with nuclear-powered carriages, he will save trouble. Coming to carriage number 3, Ding Junyi was busy with a laptop on the workbench. The incubator of hell black chrysanthemum was placed next to her. Seeing Lin Xian coming in, she said, "Are we leaving?" Lin Xian saw it and said, "Are you researching this thing?" Ding Junyi responded calmly, "It's just a continuation of the previous research. This car has basically all the equipment. If you need these materials or prohibit me from using your property, you can notify me. Before you explicitly agree to let me get on the car, my identity is still your rescuer." "Rescue?" Lin Xian chuckled. "If you really rescued prisoners, I would have locked you in an iron cage last night." Ding Junyi turned around and looked at him calmly. "Thank you for your kindness. Don't rush to thank me." Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "The situation in Yubei City is worse than expected. I may not have the energy to help you when I get there." Chapter 123. "It's okay. You should consider keeping me." Ding Junyi's face was calm. She pointed to the workbench in the distance. There were several exquisite culture dishes there. They were plant seeds that Lin Xian and Kiki brought back on the 89th floor. It seemed that Ding Junyi had already sorted and packaged them. "Your idea is to cultivate green plants on the train. I happen to be an expert in this field. Although biological academic research and forestry cultivation are essentially the difference between theory and practice, there should be no one on this train who is more suitable for your plan than me. Moreover, you have 2 Col 3 biological science research cabins, which can be used separately. One can be used as a research studio for me, and the other can be used as a planting car. I have made some progress in the research of blood disaster plants. In addition, there is more than one superpower on this car who can help with experimental observations. Leaving me can help you open up more areas." Lin Xian looked at her curiously. "As far as I know, there is a group of operatives from your Dawn plan in Yubei City. Maybe? There are also people from the Phoenix Society and the Iron Guard Brigade there. You can join the official organization with your identity. Why do you always want to get on my car?" Ding Junyi tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Xian seriously. "I remember I told you last night." "What?" "I like higher-level physical pleasures. Staying in the underground city will suppress my emotions. What's more, the underground city is not safe. Isn't it proved by facts?" Lin Xian was a little confused and frowned. "You mean you like the excitement of escaping?" "This possibility is not completely ruled out." Ding Junyi said righteously, "Welcoming death on a speeding train heading towards dawn is more romantic than science, not to mention that I can have both science and romance at the same time." It turned out that such a serious female academic master could have such a crazy idea. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. No wonder many people said that those who seemed calm on the surface had real enthusiasm in their hearts. Lin Xian saw some of this from Director Ding. "Okay." Lin Xian took a deep breath and responded, "If you still have such an idea after Yubei City, I will agree to let you get on the train." "Thank you." Ding Junyi looked at him, turned around and continued to work seriously. Lin Xian walked to the back carriage, ready to wake up the building and get the armor of the nuclear-powered locomotive first. At this time, the light screen in front of him flashed, and the R&D center sent a reminder. "Blue Sky KK-93 Reverse Osmosis Water Purifier Blueprint Upgrade Development is successful. Please get the new blueprint." Lin Xian's face was happy, and he immediately chose to get it. With a flash of light, there was a brand new blueprint in the R&D center. "Congratulations, you have obtained the A1 level subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier. Blueprint, subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier." Lin Xian looked at the strange blueprint and was stunned. What is subcritical reverse osmosis? Is it the technology tree of this world? Halfway through, he stopped and immediately turned back to find Kiki. "Girl, let me ask you something. Do you know the term subcritical reverse osmosis? You asked me this question." Kiki frowned. "What is it? Is it related to water purifiers?" Lin Xian found Ding Junyi again. "Director Ding, do you know subcritical reverse osmosis water purification technology?" Ding Junyi turned around and raised her glasses. "RO reverse osmosis method, if you mean the water purification equipment that relies on reverse osmosis membrane to separate the solvent and solute in the solution under pressure and achieves a filtration accuracy of 0.0001 microns. Many laboratories or living areas with high requirements for water quality are using this water purification technology to obtain pure water. And the subcritical you mentioned should refer to the state conditions of the existence of matter. In engineering, it refers to certain substances that exist in the form of fluids at a temperature higher than their boiling point but lower than their critical temperature, and at a pressure lower than their critical pressure." Before she finished speaking, Lin Xian left directly. Ding Junyi took a look and turned back to work expressionlessly. Maybe I'm overthinking. This is a relatively high-end water purification technology, but many people haven't heard of it. Lin Xian thought about it, and suddenly put the blueprint into the R&D center to see if there is an end to this R&D upgrade. But when he put the blueprint in, the R&D center directly prompted him. The mechanical manufacturing level is insufficient, and the highest standard of the blueprint has been reached. Okay. He opened the preparation factory at this time. At this time, he had obtained a lot of high-energy solid gunpowder in his decomposition space. Now he wanted to make this water purifier first, so he needed the basic materials of the reverse osmosis membrane. Lin Xian tried to use steel and plastic to convert and prepare, but found that this reverse osmosis membrane material belongs to the second-level material. Using the first-level material to convert the material requirements suddenly increased several times. Oh my god, it's really not cost-effective. Fortunately, he now has a lot of second-level materials, and the material required for this reverse osmosis membrane is not much, so he directly used carbon steel for conversion. After about 20 minutes, he finally succeeded in preparing it. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the light in his hand appeared, and countless materials flew out and built in the air. Soon, a white water purification device was slowly manufactured. This is a set of equipment composed of multiple white round tubes and some kind of pressurizing device. Wow, it looks high-end. Let's try it first. Lin Xian was eager and immediately took the water purification equipment to car number 1, connected it to the locomotive water tank, and started working after powering it on. The machine made almost no sound, and after waiting for a few seconds, a stream of clear, clean water flowed out. It looks... What the hell? How could he see microorganisms with his naked eyes? Lin Xian took the water directly to the number 3 laboratory cabin and found Ding Junyi again. There is a water quality tester in the laboratory. Help me test the quality of this water. Ding Junyi had no doubts. After hearing Lin Xian's words, she stood up and took Lin Xian's water. She started testing with the water quality tester, and soon came to a conclusion. If you want to test the quality of water, there are many requirements: particles, turbidity, organic matter, pH, etc., but I know you are asking about the standard of drinking water. From the conclusion, this water quality belongs to the extremely high drinking standard, but I don't have effective testing equipment for the energy carrier of the night infection. Maybe the Phoenix Club and the headquarters have made progress, but this is not the field I am studying. Lin Xian took the water, hesitated for a moment, and then drank it all. The filtration standard of his water purification equipment has exceeded the standard of bottled pure water stored in the car. If there are other invisible infectious effects, there is no other way. However, there is no problem with the bottled water that so many people in the car have been drinking. Another point is that the heterogeneous magic cube helped him isolate the influence of the dark side of the night on the car. Thinking of this, it is speculated that the drinking water problem should be guaranteed. If this cannot be guaranteed, it is hard to imagine how other teams can survive. Relaxing his mind a little, Lin Xian chose to put the blueprint of the M556 light machine gun into the R&D center. Please select the direction of weapon development. Firepower, 13 hours, mobility, 9 hours, precision, 12 hours, firepower. Lin Xian responded in his mind with ease. Suddenly, a line of prompts appeared on the light screen. M556 light machine gun, firepower upgrade, 12 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, and the countdown began. Chapter 124. In the snowy plain, a headlight lit up on the roof of the Infinity train. With the help of the light, Lin Xian began to prepare the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive. When rushing out of the tunnel, the front of the locomotive was a little messy because it smashed countless zombies and human ghosts. Lin Xian cleaned and repaired it a little, and then began to design armor for the entire locomotive. If it is delayed to the end, there may be many battles. After leaving Jiang City, many battles took place in the number 5 carriage. Whether it was a chase or an encounter, this place became a severely affected area. Now the nuclear-powered locomotive is delayed to the end, which is also a helpless move. The internal structure of this locomotive is sophisticated. Among them, a nuclear-powered DRX power generation reactor with a thermal power of 290 megawatts is protected layer by layer, plus various supporting equipment. Unlike the original Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, there is a connecting corridor. Moreover, such a small nuclear facility can only be placed at the end. After all, the safety of the whole train must be considered. Lin Xian had no design ideas, just pure material piling. He took out a lot of forged inner armor steel obtained when he devoured the heavy TFE 600 double-barreled tank before, and added high-hardened tungsten steel to make a double-layer design. The design configuration still uses the armor configuration of the tank. Lin Xian is purely wild development, and he uses everything that can be used. This Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive is 45 meters long, and was built by the former Federal Kahwa Heavy Industry. It is of the standard of intercontinental trains. If it weren't for this thing, Lin Xian would have felt that he had lost a lot when he went deep into the number 9 underground city this time. Fortunately, he got it smoothly, which provided sufficient guarantee for the subsequent onboard energy. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian and Delu worked for nearly 5 hours, and finally installed the armor of the nuclear-powered locomotive and the number 3/4 experimental carriages. The Infinity, together with the front and rear power trains, now has a total of 9 carriages, with a total length of nearly 300 meters, dragging across the dark snowfield like a black behemoth. The car is getting bigger and bigger. Shasha ran from the rear carriage to the front carriage holding a can of food, exclaiming it's almost turned into an aircraft carrier. The team members were eating in the restaurant of carriage number 1 at this time. They were about to set off at dawn in about an hour, and everyone was also making preparations. The Longshan aircraft carrier is 150,000 tons. The Hercules patrol ship is 190,000 tons. The Baidi number 3 aerospace ship is 330,000 tons, and the aerospace City Ching 1 is 960,000 tons. Ours is at most 1,500 tons, which is still far from an aircraft carrier. Kiki said with a smile, but when we enter the Pacific Ocean, maybe we can take off. Sasha's mouth turned into an O shape. That jellyfish can also fly. Will we hit it when we fly? The usually taciturn building suddenly said this. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. There are monsters underground and in the sky. The best way is to be able to run on the ground and fly in the sky. When you have to dive into the deep ocean. Speaking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but think that if the jellyfish flew into the sky, who knows what monsters there would be under the deep ocean. By the way, Sasha. Lin Xian brought out a metal box, which was full of VOG-25, 40mm howitzers he made, a total of 50. Wow! Sasha's eyes lit up. So many. Lin Xian smiled, and handed the grenade launcher to Sasha. If you meet a monster in the back, don't save the shells, just shoot as much as you can. Kiki looked at him curiously. Hey Lin Xian, when are you going to make that 11:30, so I can have some fun? That won't be that fast. Lin Xian was ashamed. It's not that easy to make a set of 11:30. First of all, the phased array and fire control radar lack some rare earth materials, and need to be converted by the preparation center. Secondly, it is necessary to consider how to combine with the train. This thing is not as simple as rubbing it out and putting it on the roof. Because Lin Xian himself does not have any knowledge related to machinery and weapons, without a blueprint, he can only design some simple door panels, armor, cold weapons, and they are not precise. At present, the R&D Center can only upgrade the designated equipment blueprints in a targeted manner, and cannot design some of his needs out of thin air. Kiki is good at systems, but it is not good for her to design these things. For example, the water-oxygen circulation system. Kiki has found a lot of information, but has not figured it out yet. According to her, if there is an AI system, it can be designed and maintained for the entire train. Kiki added, and, if you can build a mecha, your mechanical ability will definitely be more powerful. Lin Xian actually thought so too. Now that he has a preparation factory, plus his ability to manufacture and drive machinery, if he can have an external battle armor, he can greatly exert the power of his mechanical heart. Chen Sichuan was silent at this time. Listening to several people discussing various weapon configurations, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was the only one here who had no ability to kill the enemy, which made her feel inexplicably stressed. So she thought about continuing to learn about firearms with Shasha in her spare time. Maybe it would be useful after entering Yubei City. After adjustments, Lin Xian opened the side door armor of Carriage 1 and Carriage 5, which can be opened directly for entry and exit. Originally, he planned to dig a big hole in Carriage 5, and make a large lifting door for loading and unloading goods. However, this plan can only be added to the subsequent upgrade plan of Infinity by Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out the upgrade log he made for the train and added another one. 1. Planting car, growing vegetables, fruits, water and oxygen circulation, enriching the color of life, completed, waiting to grow vegetables. 2. Entertainment area, you can play games and watch movies during rest time, on hold, there is no time to escape, temporarily pass. 3. Sentry system, proposed by Kiki, external monitoring and warning of the whole car to be completed. The radar system of the front car has been completed. 4. Ice-breaking shield, used to rush out of the zombie group and shovel snow, completed. Very perfect, master-level design. 5. Storage refrigerator, fork, heating equipment, hook, freezing to death. 6. UAV reconnaissance system, 2 seized, enough for now. 7. Power generation equipment, providing circulating energy, X of Junying 7F electric locomotive has been completed, and a Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive has been updated, with max endurance. 8. Medical equipment, not available yet, manual bandaging. 9. Industrial outer armor, not available yet. X humanoid hoist, Kiki Go 10. Track laying device, no humanoid track laying device, me, Kiki, building Go 11. Maintenance system, me 12. Modify the electric blade of the GK electric knife and install it on the outer armor of the train, not completed. 13. Water purifier, completed, unknown. What technology is it? Use it first. 14. Modify the loading and unloading door for carriage number 5, need lifting plate tractor. 15. Vehicle mounted turret, shooting platform, machine gun position or 1130 close-in defense gun, to be completed. 16. AI system module, cannot be manufactured, to be obtained. 17. Drive mode upgrade, magnetic levitation extract hook starry sky propulsion system, Kiki, hook submarine. 18. Advanced combat armor, to be obtained. 19. Service robot X combat robot hook, to be obtained. 1556. The dark sky suddenly cleared up, and the snowfield was dazzling white. Lin Xian put away the log, ran the mechanical heart to check the entire train, and was busy all night. Infinity was ready to continue driving in the direction of Yubei City. Such thick snow. In the cockpit, Lin Xian looked at the thick snowfield ahead, with a worried look. The snow has stopped. It's finally good news. Lin Xian lifted the limit, and the Infinity engine with sufficient power support roared, driving the heavy train to start running. The ice-breaking shield on the front of the train lifted the snow and moved forward slowly. Chapter 125. There is a valley ahead. You should be able to see Yubei City when you turn around. This section of the road should merge into the main line in front of the Yubei freight station. The Infinity broke through the snow and increased its speed on the snowfield. I hope everything goes well. Lin Xian looked solemn. Although he said so, the team members knew that the situation in Yubei City was extremely complicated at this time. Many survivors went to the high-altitude corridor on the airport landing. There were also people from the former federal organization, the Iron Guard Brigade, the Airport Guard Regiment, Yubei City local survivors, etc., and from the news on the radio, the atmospheric jellyfish was also drifting towards Yubei City. With such thick snow, if there is no snowplow, ordinary convoys may even have difficulty moving. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian responded, in this case, the survivors either go to large urban gathering points to wait for the official organization of the mass migration, or join a large convoy or a doomsday train like us. It is difficult for a small convoy to survive unless it has strong superpowers. From the initial Xingyuan collapse under the turmoil to the present, with the passage of time and the call of the official and various survivors, the survivors will gradually clarify the direction of survival, and all parties will hold together for warmth. Human organization will also begin to exert its strength, gradually moving from disordered chaos to order. If we pass the high-altitude corridor, we should be able to get a lot of breathing time. However, if we go east from Star City, we will enter the edge of the coverage of Star Abyss number 4. At that time, the longer we run, the faster it will get dark. When we pass the edge of the polar night area, there will be many unknown risks. Swish, the snow splashed on the front of the train. The Infinity train sped steadily on the rails. Soon, the train entered a valley from the snowfield. Many cars buried in the snow began to appear around. Brother Lin, the two are awake. Sasha's voice came from the intercom, and Lin Xian responded, give them some bread and water, and don't worry about them. Okay. Bang. The front of the train seemed to hit a car or something, making a dull sound. Lin Xian, look. Teacher Chen pointed to the front, and shouted to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked up, and saw a large air gunboat crashed on the hillside of the valley in front, smashing a huge gully on the ground, with debris splattered, and many places were still burning with flames. Many internal parts were already covered with a thin layer of snow. It seemed that it crashed last night. Other people on the train also saw this scene. Zhao Yin and Su Wen were eating the bread given by Sasha. Su Wen suddenly said in surprise, Teacher Zhao, look, it's a military aircraft. The two looked surprised. The scene of the aircraft crash was extremely tragic. Looking around, only a few soldiers' bodies could be seen sporadically, and most of them were only bloodstains. Ding Junying carriage number 3 also came to the window at this time, watching this scene, and whispered, "Iron Guard Brigade." Kiki also ran over to the cockpit. In the large open area ahead, more and more weapon wreckage began to appear. Tanks, helicopters, aircraft, and aerial gunboats were charred everywhere, burning, sparks, and more soldiers' bodies, all telling everyone how tragic the battle was here. Iron Guard 3 destroyer. Oh my god, Warhawk-class aerial gunboats, heavy TFE-600 double-barreled tanks, Lightning II airspace fighters. What on earth did they encounter? Could it be that big jellyfish? Kiki exclaimed. It's very likely. Lin Xian's expression was slightly gloomy. These can be said to be the main battle equipment of the Interstellar Army Iron Guard Brigade. It was too terrifying that they fought so tragically. Have they been wiped out? No, the radio seems to have reported that the 52nd Brigade retreated to the direction of Yubei City. The situation there must be very complicated now, Lin Xian said with some concern. If there is a strange body in the air, the high-altitude corridor is indeed no longer safe, but we have no choice, Lin Xian said. The Dishushan tunnel has been blocked, and it is too late to change the west line. Now they only have one way, that is to rush up the climbing channel. Buzz! Buzz! A huge sound of breaking through the air came, and everyone looked up at the sky and found that at this time, there was a small aircraft flying rapidly in the sky, and it seemed to be flying towards the number 9 underground city. Is this a plane of the former federal government or the Phoenix Order? I don't know. Lin Xian glanced at it, and didn't pay much attention. There is also a giant abyss monster buried under the ruins of the number 9 underground city. No one knows whether that thing will climb to the ground. Now even if Lin Xian is told that there is a treasure there, he will not turn back at all. At this time, as the train slowly moved forward, the view ahead gradually widened, and a huge gully appeared on the ground and the hillside, showing an irregular shape, spreading intermittently towards the distance. In this gully, there were all kinds of damaged vehicles, broken fragments, vehicle structures, and even a military transport train that overturned and burned. On the periphery of a gully pit, there was a huge gray tentacle tissue broken in the middle, surrounded by indescribable liquid and human plasma. Lin Xian remembered the shape of this gully and the tentacle, and said solemnly, "It is indeed that atmospheric jellyfish. These convoys can't resist at all." Lin Xian swallowed her saliva, and now she realized it a little late. That night, the danger was too strange and bizarre. If Lin Xian and Dela hadn't covered the roof armor in advance, their train might have been torn and derailed like the military transport train. Infinity went down from Daliua Mountain along the valley outside. A huge industrial city cluster gradually appeared in sight. They had come to the outskirts of Yubei City. Looking into the distance, huge sky corridors were looming in the cold fog, spreading towards the snow-capped mountains of Daju Mountain. In order to run through the 4,500-kilometer plateau snow-capped mountains, the federal government spent more than 30 years to build an aerial freight track. All cars, trains, and freight carriers are like taking an airport express elevator, using electromagnetic acceleration devices to quickly transport them to the next port at a speed of more than 1,000 kilometers per hour. The number 1 airport in Yubei City is an important transportation hub, connecting the western and central urban agglomerations of Longhua. There is not only one such high-altitude corridor. Around the world, the 320,000-kilometer circumstellar tract not only includes high-altitude corridors, but also ocean tracks and ground main tracks connecting the entire blue planet. It is an unprecedented super project, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers of land territory. The circumstellar tract goes all the way east, across the 9 continents of Asia-Pacific, Blue Oceania, North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Arctic, East Continent, and Republic, as well as the 4 oceans of the Pacific Ocean, Black Ocean, Arctic Ocean, and Atlantic Ocean. It can be said to be the most important transportation hub in human history. The huge high-rise buildings blocked out the sun, but the city in the distance was silent. The Infinity began to merge into the Y3365 main track and headed towards the Yubei Freight Track terminal. Several city roads and highways also appeared in the field of vision. All the roads into the city were almost completely blocked by continuous cars. Blood plasma, limbs, burning frames, and scattered luggage and clothes were buried in the snow. Just as the train was slowly moving towards Yubei City, a drone buzzing in the sky in the distance approached quickly, seemed to observe for a while, and turned back not long after. Lin Xian noticed something was wrong. At this time, A snowmobile drove over from the snowfield, heading towards the direction of the train, and drove towards the cockpit. Everyone on the car looked alert, but saw the woman driving the snowmobile took off her helmet, revealing a familiar face. Captain Lin, stop for a moment. Lin Xian recognized this woman. She was Xu Qin, the leader of the monster truck team, who had asked Lin Xian to help her fix the water purifier at the bonfire mutual aid meeting. Chapter 126. Squeak. Infinity slowly stopped. Lin Xian opened the door, and the snowmobile drove over. Xu Qin seemed to be much more haggard than a few days ago, with dry skin and messy hair. When she saw Lin Xian stop the car, she immediately put her helmet on the motorcycle, her face a little anxious. I didn't expect it was really your car. It seems that I called the right person. Lin Xian looked curious. Xu Qin? Where are the people in your team? Over there. Xu Qin pointed to the direction of the freight terminal in the distance. Now we have 4 teams gathered there, ready to go. We are going to go into the city together, but many things have happened, so you have to be careful. What's the situation? Lin Xian asked. It's very complicated. Do you want to stop at the freight station in front? If it's convenient, several of our teams can rush into the airport together. There are too many zombies over there, and there is fog. Some strange bodies appear in the city day and night, and many teams have suffered heavy losses. Okay, let's go into the station and talk. Lin Xian agreed decisively. Looking at the cold and gray industrial city in front of him, he felt a little uneasy. The situation in the radio station. This is already a completely dead city. All the survivors and official organizations are basically gathered in the area of airport number 1, but Lin Xian doesn't want to rush straight in. If someone goes with him, he can at least take care of him. Clang, clang. The train started to move forward and merged into the double-track track. Xu Qin put on his helmet again and drove the snowmobile all the way. Soon, the train began to pull into a large freight station. There were many abandoned trains parked densely around it. There were many corpses of zombies lying on the tracks, which seemed to have been cleared. The train rolled all the way and soon arrived at an open area where dozens of survivors' vehicles were parked in a staggered manner beside the tracks, including many heavy trucks. From the armor and bloodstains outside the train, it can be seen that these convoys have survived the tragic battle. Those who survived are either extremely lucky or really brave, and their strength has also evolved a lot. Seeing the train coming in, many guards raised their guns, but put them down after seeing that it was Xu Qin who led the way. The train slowly moved in, and Kiki, Chen Xishuan and others looked at the convoy outside through the window. The survivors of the convoy also cast their eyes on this heavily armed heavy train. Another train. Wow, the armor of this train is too exaggerated, as if it was specially made by the arsenal, and it is not the same as our iron plate. It looks like a Doomsday train coming off the production line. Could it be produced by the Federation? Who knows, but it is really cool. Many survivors began to whisper. After the train stopped, Lin Xian opened the door and got off the train. A few leaders came over not far away. Lin Xian knew 2 people here. In addition to Xu Qin, there was also the middle-aged man named Su Jin. It can be seen that the 2 teams should be running towards Yubei City in a group. Let me introduce you, Captain Lin, the leader of the Infinite Team. Xu Qin said in a hurry, you should know Lao Su. She pointed to another old man, who was a little older, and had gray hair, and introduced him. Mo Qingji, we all call him Lao Mo, the boss of the Tieli team, and he used to be a mechanical engineer at Kahua Heavy Industry. TSK. The old man called Lao Mo had a thin face. He was obviously in his 50s or 60s, but he was wearing a punk Harley leather jacket and tights, and a white plaid scarf and sunglasses. He looked fashionable. He walked directly to the front of the Infinite Giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, raised his sunglasses, and his eyes sparkled. It's so beautiful, I didn't expect to see such a treasure when the Doomsday comes. Hey young man, where did you find it? You could even drive this thing. It must be the first generation of power turbines, right? Amazing. Lin Xian could tell that the old man was an expert, and responded directly, yes, it took some effort. Mo Qingji nodded, stretched out his hand, and patted the steel on the front of the train and said, it's wonderful, but the terrain restriction is a big problem. Since yesterday, we have seen several trains passing by. In addition to the intercontinental trains of the Federation Phoenix and the Iron Guard Brigade, there is also an eternal train called the Silver Star, which is a Doomsday train built by the Finger Group family. It came from Yancheng. It was a real eternal train. Wow, 118 carriages, carrying more than 3,000 people, 2 sets of micro-engine core, for sets of railguns, and another one is Longshan City's intercontinental train Longshan No. 1, which was transformed by the whole city of Longshan City. It is also amazing, with double-decker carriages, almost transformed into a mobile city, absolutely a big guy. But the problem is still the terrain. Although these trains are well-manned and equipped with track-laying equipment, they are still restricted, unlike us who can transform a heavy truck and run freely. His expression was a bit entangled in his passion, and he looked like a person who had been engaged in mechanical engineering for a lifetime. Airplanes are freer, but what's the use of them? Su Jin sighed. Just got the news that the aerospace city Qingwan crashed completely yesterday and sank into the Pacific Ocean. I don't know how many people died. Alas, you can escape from the abyss of stars, but you can't escape from the night. He continued, each has its own advantages. Driving is free, but now there is a blizzard, so if there is no heavy snowplow, it is just waiting to die on the spot. Didn't the team with glasses die in this way? Lin Xian asked immediately after hearing this. Glasses? Is he the one who traded blood essence with me last time? He remembered this person. At that time, this team had just encountered a big battle, and this man with glasses looked bleak. There were still many people in his team, but he didn't expect them to be gone so soon. Yes. Did they encounter a strange attack? No. Shu Qin said with a gloomy face. They were trapped in the snow, but because of the invasion of the night, some people in the team had a mutation, so something went wrong. Darkness invasion. Lin Xian reacted. Could it be the night infection that Ding Junyi said? Night invasion. Is there any defense? Lin Xian asked. No. Lao Imo walked past Lin Xian, waved his hand, and said in a hoarse voice, anyone who is injured, depressed, or has a weak will, I don't know when they will be swallowed by this evil and become something that is neither human nor ghost. Shu Qin nodded, looked at Lin Xian and said, so now, if anyone in our team is injured, they will be isolated in a car to avoid a chain reaction. Lin Xian was secretly surprised when he heard this, and recalled the invisible fallen monster when Kiki was seriously injured, and the train was invaded by the strange radio station. It was indeed thrilling. But now that he has the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, does it mean that this situation will not happen again on his train? If so, then his infinity has become a safe house on the code. Where is Junying? Lin Xian thought of the wind-chasing team. Junying is not a simple character in Lin Xian's eyes. When he met Shu Qin and Su Jin again, he couldn't help asking. After that night, they went in the direction of Ping'e Lake, but I remember that his team should also enter Yubei City. Don't you know? Su Jin looked at Lin Xian with surprise. There was a zombie riot that night. Weren't you affected? Lin Xian's heart sank when he heard this, and he said, did you encounter it too? Chapter 127. We all encountered them. If it weren't for Junying, we would have been wiped out. Shu Qin said loudly, with some anger in her eyes. There is a group of thugs called the Black Crow Four, who specialize in killing people with special abilities. One of them seems to have the ability to drive away zombies. That night, all our convoys gathered at the factory and they targeted us. They wanted to kill us all. Later, Junying and the bearded man's convoy chased them all the way to Ping'e Lake. The bearded man's convoy suffered a lot of casualties, and Junying's little brother named Dongdong also died there. But later, according to the information from the four-man group that came from the radio station, they still got away. It's really hateful. At this point, Shu Qin's face was full of resentment. It seemed that the zombie tide that night also caused them a lot of losses. Lin Xian reacted instantly after hearing this, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. It turns out that the zombie tide had nothing to do with Tang Hai. It seems that his luck is really bad. He actually encountered two troubles at the same time. Dongdong. Hearing Shu Qin talking about the little brother under Junying, Lin Xian suddenly remembered the young man who led them to Suguan that night, and reminded them to pay attention to safety. His expression also showed a bit of pity. Yes, they are a group of lunatics. Lin Xian nodded, and he knew that night was extremely dangerous. It turned out that he had such a grudge. Oh, there is another one. Shu Qin suddenly remembered and returned to the topic. She pointed to the distance. In that direction, a large RV that was fully armed and modified was parked on the side of the road. There was actually a parasol placed on the open space under the car. A young man wearing sunglasses was lying on a beach chair. There was a small table next to him, where tea was being boiled and some exquisite pastries were placed. His comfortable look made people feel that he was completely different from the sad-looking survivors here. Who is this? He doesn't seem to be fleeing, but rather on vacation? This person is Lu Xingchen. He is the only one in his team. He is a lone ranger. We met him in Daliao Mountain. He helped us a lot on the way to Yubei. Xuqin introduced. His ability is very strong. He can even handle ordinary weird bodies by himself. Lin Xian's brows relaxed when he heard this, and he understood. He looked over, and saw that the man was drinking tea while lowering his sunglasses and looking at Lin Xian, and he raised his hand to greet him. Hi! Lin Xian also gestured back, and the man ignored him and continued to taste tea. After a round of greetings, Lin Xian roughly knew the situation of these teams. Xuqin's Bigfoot team now had 7 cars left, with a total of more than 30 people and medium-equipped weapons. Su Jin's team had 18 cars. The 2 teams had 3 heavy trucks in total, with a total of more than 100 people. Lao Momo Qingji's team had 2 all-terrain crawler heavy trucks, which were very advanced. In addition to his family, there were also several of his old friends' families, with a total of more than 20 people. Although his team had men, women, old and young, the configuration of these 2 all-terrain crawler heavy trucks was very extraordinary. In addition to the front and rear crawler wheels, there were 6 pairs of large-size off-road tires, with heavy armor on the outside and an observation tower on top. It can be seen that the structure must be exquisite inside. A cool sunglasses pattern was painted on the outside of the car with spray paint, and the words, Tilly family, were added. So now everyone is stopping here. Have you encountered any trouble? After introducing each other, Lin Xian got straight to the point. Xuqin and Su Jin looked at Lin Xian. Their expressions changed slightly, and Xuqin said directly, there is a large strange body in the city. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Are you talking about the giant jellyfish? Did you encounter it too? Xuqin asked. Lin Xian said bluntly, I encountered it by chance when I entered Daliao Mountain, but I was lucky enough to escape. Then you are really lucky. Lao Mo raised his sunglasses. Even the Iron Guard Brigade was defeated when they encountered it. When we encounter this thing, we have no other way except running. In addition, there is the problem of road congestion. Su Jin also said in a deep voice, all the roads in the city are now blocked, and the city is full of zombies, densely packed. Plus the problem of snow and ice on the road, it is impossible to drive through. So after we found those trains going to the airport, we decided to drive the car onto the rails and drive along the tracks. Although it's a bit troublesome, but our cars can run. Also, there is fog in the city now, and those jellyfish are unpredictable. Many survivors' convoys have lost contact, so we want to gather more convoys and rush over together. Wait. Lin Xian frowned. Those jellyfish? Isn't there only one? Xuqin looked surprised. There must be more than one, but unlike the large weird body in Daliao Mountain, the ones in the fog are relatively small. Su Jin shrugged. Maybe it's the offspring of that big guy. Anyway, several of these things have been seen in the city now. No wonder. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. Now the climbing channel is still running. We can all go on the track. I will lead the way in front, and you can follow behind. If you encounter trouble, the firepower will be sufficient. Lin Xian was still frightened by the strange bodies in the air. Although the Infinity is now well protected, the external firepower point is only a few guns. Before 1130 is built, the fear of insufficient firepower cannot be cured at all. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xuqin's expression brightened and said happily, Great, Captain Lin, if you join us, we will have a better chance. I can't tell, young man. Lao Mo's attention was completely on Lin Xian's train. He staggered to the back of the Infinity. I didn't expect you to have an intercontinental nuclear-powered locomotive. How many passengers are on your train? Less than 10. Lin Xian had nothing to hide and said directly. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them looked at Lin Xian with strange eyes after hearing this. Su Jin was surprised and said, there are less than 10 people, and you dare to drive such a big train to escape? You are so brave. Are you all like Lu Xingchen, powerful psychics? Xuqin said. There are also ordinary people. Lin Xian responded. I am also looking for suitable teammates to get on the train, but I have encountered more monsters than people along the way. I am lucky to be able to come back alive. After saying this, Xuqin fell silent. There are more monsters than people on the road, which is not an exaggeration at all. Now there are zombies everywhere, and strange bodies appear everywhere. It is not easy to see a few living people. If you encounter the same escape vehicle, the other party may be a thug who wants to rob the car and rob the road. So many of the convoys that were known to Junying last time through the bonfire mutual aid have spontaneously united together to seek care on the road. Including now that Lin Xian met Xuqin again, he had more trust than seeing other strangers. This is very rare in the dark forest environment, where everyone is in danger at the end of the world. Then let's decide it this way. Lao Imo rubbed his hands energetically. Shaolin's train is in the lead, and I will cover the rear. Although most of the people in my 2 cars are old bones, my trucks are not vegetarians. There are many things on them. By the way, Captain Lin. Xuqin walked towards her team at this time, took out a box from the storage box, and handed it to Lin Xian. Last time you helped me fix the water purifier, I only gave a box of canned food, and I always feel a little sorry. Since we are destined to meet again, I will give you a set of this. You should need it. This is a few boxes of reverse osmosis filter membranes we found yesterday. The quality is very good. Now the purifiers of my team and Lao Su's team can filter out class 2 pure water. Even if the water is not boiled, the water quality can fully meet the drinking standard. There is no problem for more than 100 people to drink it. Chapter 128. Lin Xian took it with some surprise and asked, Level 2 pure water standard, is it the standard given by the Phoenix? Yes. Su Jin took out a silver testing instrument. The Phoenix researched instruments, including the soul value tester, which we exchanged with blood essence on the Silver Star. They purchased a lot of things at the Phoenix Mobile Rescue Point. It is said that the car also has some light industrial manufacturing equipment, which is more standard than the original one. There should be people from the Federation Phoenix at the airport now, but I don't know if they can exchange things. Lin Xian thought about it, went back to the car, filled a glass of water with a water purifier, and got off the car. Brother Su, can you help me test my water? Su Jin nodded. Is it the water purification equipment on the train? Okay, I help you test it. Testing was just a matter of convenience. Su Jin directly put the silver testing instrument into Lin Xian's water cup. After a few seconds, a green light came on the instrument. Lin Xian thought it was a signal that the test was completed, but when Su Jin and the other 2 saw it, their faces changed instantly. Grade 1 purified water? This. Lao Imo lowered his sunglasses and looked at Lin Xian with a different expression. Young man, did you just distill this? No. Lin Xian was surprised. It was purified by the purifier. Su Jin and Xuqin looked at each other. How is that possible? Now even high-end water purifiers are basically level 2 after purification. Unless it is distilled immediately, it will be contaminated if it is stored for more than 1 hour. It is impossible to maintain the standard of level 1 purified water. Is there such a thing? Lin Xian turned around and said to Chen Xishuan in the car. Teacher Chen, give me some bottled water. Chen Xishuan nodded, and quickly took an unopened bottle of bottled water to Lin Xian, who then poured it into a cup and asked Su Jin to test it. It's useless. Even sealed bottled water cannot escape the influence of the night's invasion. Su Jin picked up the testing instrument and tested it. Soon, a yellow light lit up on it. Look, green represents level 1, yellow represents level 2, and if it is orange or red water, it is absolutely not drinkable. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. He understood that the cleanest sealed bottled water would also be infected by the night, but according to Su Jin and others, level 2 is still drinkable. In this way, the water from his water purifier is cleaner than bottled water? What's going on? Thinking of this, Lin Xian thought to himself that if water stored for more than 1 hour will be infected, then there is only one way to test it. As long as he filters the bottled water through the water purifier, if it is still level 1 pure water after being placed in the car for more than 1 hour, it really means that the heterogeneous magic cube has indeed blocked the infection of the night. Captain Lin, what model is your water purifier that can directly filter out level 1 pure water? Su Jin and Xuqin's eyes were very eager at this time. Although the cleanest water will become level 2 after being stored for more than 1 hour, and boiling the water again will not reach level 1, it will definitely be better from a psychological perspective. If you really want to pursue level 1 purified water, you could only use distillation, but this is more luxurious than boiling in terms of energy consumption. Few teams will be so picky. As long as it can reach the level of level 2 that will not kill you, you can already tolerate it. However, Lin Xian's water purifier can directly filter out grade 1 pure water without distillation. Doesn't that mean that you can drink the cleanest water anytime and anywhere? This is absolutely high-end equipment. I got it before. Lin Xian looked at the eager eyes of several people, paused, and said, but I have more than one set in my car. If you want it, you can exchange it with me for blood essence. It is not difficult for Lin Xian to make such a water purification device. There is no point in hiding it deliberately. It is better to exchange it for some blood essence. Now there are only 2 blood essences on the Infinity. One grade 1 is placed on the radio, and the other grade 2 is placed on the soul value detector. There is really no extra one. Really? Su Jin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Captain Lin, how many do you have? 2. Lin Xian shrugged. But I need to disassemble them. You actually have 2 of these high-end devices. Good boy, you found a treasure. Lao Mo said with a sigh. How many blood essences do you want? I change 1 too. Su Jin and Shu Qin looked at each other. Our 2 teams can share 1, plus the original one, it's enough, but we don't have much blood essence, all of them are small. I heard that the big weird body has bigger blood essence, but we are not opponents. More than 100 people, 1 level 1 pure water purifier, 2 level 2 pure water purifiers, how can they be enough? Su Jin and Shu Qin considered that if the water from the level 1 purifier is only used for children and injured people, then the risk of being attacked by the night can be reduced. Now we have 5 in our hands, some of which are exchanged back. Su Jin took out 5 small blood essences. Lin Xian took a look and found that this was the smallest level 1 weird blood essence. In terms of level, it should be the level of the red big bug and the fog spider, the 3-faced monster. He was a little surprised. It seems that the opponent's team is not weak. As expected, more people can also enhance strength. Then let's have 3. Lin Xian thought about it, and didn't want to ask for too much, but he knew that this water purifier was a very important thing. Asking too little would seem a bit deliberate. Really? Su Jin and Shu Qin agreed immediately after hearing it, and immediately took out 3 blood essences, and put them in Lin Xian's hands. And Lao Mo didn't say anything. He reached into his pocket, and fumbled for a while, then took out an iron box, opened it, and saw that there were 4 blood essences in it. Give Xiela and the others some clean water, and I get 1 too. Lin Xian nodded, didn't say anything, took the 6 blood essences, and returned to the car. About 10 minutes later, he and Delu moved 2 water purifiers down one after the other. This A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier is not small in size. It is a whole circle larger than the one Shu Qin and her friends used. At this time, the people in Su Jin and Shu Qin's team gathered around and looked at the sci-fi white water purifier with surprise in their eyes. Oh my god, this water purifier looks so high-end. It must be the top-level product of the upper level of the Federation. I wonder how valuable it is. Su Jin and Shu Qin quickly asked someone to take it, and put it on the heavy truck of the team. Some of the core equipment of the team was basically placed in the heavy truck, which kept the key survival supplies. Thank you so much. Shu Qin looked at Lin Xian with gratitude, and then her eyes swept across Lin Xian's train. It's really hard to travel all the way. If there is a chance, I really want my whole family to join your train. It's too difficult to survive in this world. Lin Xian sighed slightly when he heard this. In fact, he had thought about it before. If the train was lengthened and many survival carriages were added, he could actually bring a lot of passengers. Including the Silver Star he just heard Lao Mo talk about, and the moving castle of Longshan City, which sounded very much like the goal he wanted to achieve in the beginning. Now hearing Shu Qin say this, he also had some ideas. Chapter 129. We are now a team, but we can't take so many of you with us under the current circumstances. We still have so many things in the car. If we can survive and cross the Daju Plateau, we can find a few survival carriages in Jiazhou City. Maybe we can really form a mobile fortress train and survive together. At present, the Infinity does not have enough survival carriages, and the top priority is to go to the high-altitude track. It is about to get dark, and the city is foggy. Solving the current dilemma is the top priority. In this case, how can Lin Xian have time to prepare the train and find a suitable carriage? The entire freight station is either a container carriage or a flatbed trailer. Ideas are ideas, but reality is not so ideal. Shu Qin was just talking, but Lin Xian's words moved her. She smiled and said, "Thank you. We will all try to survive and keep up with your train." That's great. Old Emo obviously didn't have that much sentimentality. He grinned and said very casually, "But I suggest that if you have the chance, you can go to Xingqing or Jihai to transform the train into a wheeled track. The interactive displacement technology is called a dual-dwelling conversion drive wheel. If you can do it, you can drive wherever you want, without tracks at all." Su Jin also took a deep breath and said embarrassedly, "You either have tracks or tracks, which are much wider than the roads of our trucks and off-road vehicles. Otherwise, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's rush into the city before dark." Although the airport said that the climbing channel will be completely suspended tomorrow, the big guy is in the sky now. It's not certain whether the airport can be defended. If we can't get up, no matter how much we say, we will all die in Yubei City. Lin Xian nodded. His expression became serious. Okay, then we set off together. Everyone cheer up, and don't fall behind. Have a safe trip. Have a safe trip. Thank you for your hard work, young man. The few people greeted each other, and this temporary alliance was established. Su Jin returned to the team and began to make arrangements. Soon, several cars parked on the roadside in front of him made way. The leisurely Lin Xian under the RB in the distance saw the scene, and also lowered his sunglasses, stretched his waist, and began to put away his parasol and lounge chair. Back to the car. What does that person do? Why does he seem so arrogant? In the cockpit of Infinity, Kiki and Xiaxia looked at Lin Xian's direction with binoculars, and curled their lips and said, he is still basking in the sun in such a cold day. Is he hot? Lin Xian walked into the cockpit, synchronized the information just now with a few people, and then drove the train slowly to the direction of the freight station exit. Because it is an industrial city built under the snow-capped mountains of the plateau, the freight station can see the outer area of the city in the valley from a distance, but the main urban area cannot be seen. But through the distant perspective of the valley, the huge pillar of the high-altitude corridor can be seen. Towering. Zizi. Captain Lin, can you hear it? The Alliance team confirmed the communication frequency band of the walkie-talkie. Lin Xian, Lao Mo, Shu Qin, Su Jin, and the mysterious Lin Xian all joined this channel and started communicating. On a heavy truck with anti-skid chains on the tires, Shu Qin said with a walkie-talkie, the time is now 18:15, and it will be dark in about half an hour. I estimate that it may take us about 40 minutes to get from here to the airport, if nothing goes wrong. It doesn't matter whether it's dark or not. There's fog inside. The strange bodies that the Phoenix Society said can appear during the day should refer to this type of area, so I don't know how many monsters there are. It's probably the same as at night. Su Jin's voice came. In his opinion, the current situation in Yubei City has deteriorated greatly. Everyone who drives in this trip is fighting to the death. It's the same whether it's day or night, and the climbing channel is about to stop. For these nearly 200 people, it's the last chance. Yes, the fog is the same as the night, Lin Xian said in the intercom. He had experienced the fog escape in Beiwan, so he naturally knew that the fog was exactly the same as the night. Now that I think about it, it did start snowing when we entered Beiwan. I think the situation is exactly the same as what the Phoenix Society reported. Let's go, everyone be careful. Lin Xian's expression was slightly stern, and he began to drive the train slowly out of the track. There was no snow on the main road, which should have been shoveled by other trains. On the Infinity, everyone also began to be alert. Dasha and Xiaxia were armed. Because of Lin Xian's preparation factory, Xiaxia now directly carried an ammunition backpack with a lot of howitzers in it. And Dasha's bullet chain was directly wrapped around his shoulders twice, looking very wealthy. I'm going to see that big jellyfish again. Kiki rubbed his hands and looked headache. I really hate things with tentacles. Ka. Lin Xian used the detector blueprint scan from Su Jin and quickly made a water quality detector of the same model, and then handed it to Chen Xishuan. Teacher Chen, take a glass of water and test it. If it is green, it is level 1 water quality. Then test it again after 1 hour to see if the water quality has changed. Chen Xishuan understood Lin Xian's intention and immediately went to get water. Kiki asked Lin Xian, do you also think that the dark infection can directly affect the water in the water bottle? Don't think so, it must be. Lin Xian turned back to look at Kiki, but what I want to test now is the protection on our train. Lin Xian wanted to explain the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube to her, but then he thought that he couldn't explain it clearly. He was confused about the series of concepts about dark invasion, night infection, and fear invasion. It was useless to say anything. This matter should be left to the Phoenix Association Ding Junyi and others to study. Only when a clear result is obtained can the principle of the shielding power of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube be known. Now, as long as it can be confirmed that the water on the train has not changed its water quality over time, it can be basically confirmed that the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube is indeed a magic weapon. He just needs to use it. This kind of thing must be something that the Federation wants to study very much, but Lin Xian's mechanical heart cannot detect it, so it can only be sealed heterogeneously, so he will not go into it. Clang, clang, Infinity began to drive out of the platform and drove along the mountainside towards the city. Behind the train, countless trucks and cars began to follow in an orderly manner, and Laomo's 2 exaggerated fortress trucks followed at the back. Among the moving vehicles, an exquisite RV was moving in the convoy. The driver Lin Xian wore sunglasses, had handsome features, and whistled in his mouth, looking very relaxed. Inside the car, a string of Buddha amulets was hung on the rearview mirror, and the cushions on the driving platform were placed on various exquisite collections. The RV was clean and tidy, and the style was very different from those survivors who were running all day. Listening to the close communication of several convoy leaders coming from the intercom, he just raised his lips slightly and whispered quietly, "Everyone is so nervous, hey," he said, and raised his sunglasses with his fingers. Chi, a flame ignited on the fingertips, and then he blew it out gently. "It doesn't matter, I will take action." Chapter 130. Buzz, buzz, on the freight track of Yubei City, a heavy train slowly drove out, followed by a series of heavy trucks and off-road vehicles, and drove towards the direction of Yubei City No. 1 airport. After driving through a valley, the main urban area in front appeared in everyone's sight. Because the night was about to come, the whole Yubei City was completely silent in a gray and black color, looking heavy and desolate. As the starting city of No. 1 airport, Yubei City was the largest industrial and freight port city in the southwest before the apocalypse. The city scale was very developed, and was known as the Pearl City of Tianhai Province. To enter the ring star orbit from Tianhai Province, one must pass through Yubei City No. 1 airport. The sky rail pillars that once made the city's output value and economy soar now stand on the Daju Plateau, like the tombstones of the city. The cold wind was bleak, and the whistling sound under the sky seemed to be singing the elegy of mankind. On both sides of the track, some zombies appeared one after another. As the roar of trains and cars whizzed by, these zombies began to chase. Gradually, more and more zombies chased, but these teams seemed to have gotten used to such scenes. They kept their formation all the way. No one fired, and no vehicles fell behind. They maintained a very good discipline. Lin Xian looked at the team following behind through the onboard camera of the nuclear-powered locomotive, and felt disappointed. The team that survived seemed to be no ordinary people, but what surprised him was that the team of Laoimo, Shuqin, and Su Jin had a lot of strange blood essences. I wonder if there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. After all, the strange body he encountered was really. It seems that we really need more manpower. If there are 100 people on the car, each with a grenade launcher, wouldn't it be a bombing company with strong firepower? Thinking of this, Lin Xian was suddenly moved. With the ability system of his arsenal, building a heavy firepower convoy is indeed a feasible survival plan. Just as Lin Xian was secretly planning in his heart and preparing to take out the upgrade diary, the scene in front of him made his face stagnate. The train was moving and entering the city. The tracks were blocked by high walls and barbed wire on both sides. However, on the roads and streets outside the barbed wire, there were dense crowds of people. From a distance, it looked like a swimming black crowd. The vibration sound triggered the roar of the zombies. Shuqin, Su Jin, Laoimo and others behind saw this scene, and their faces changed slightly. The whole city is full of zombies. Be careful, don't shoot, follow the infinity, and don't fall behind. Su Jin reminded everyone in a cold voice on the intercom. Once such a huge zombie tide invades the track or the convoy is dispersed, it is basically difficult for ordinary off-road vehicles to drive in unless they are heavy trucks and are covered by the surging zombies. The further into the city they went, the more zombies there were in the surrounding streets, spreading out, and it seemed that there were zombies on all the streets. Boom! 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 Just as the convoy was moving forward steadily, a series of explosions suddenly sounded from far to near in the distant city streets. At the same time, continuous gunshots and engine roars also echoed in the streets. Lin Xian looked around and saw that the densely packed zombies wandering in the streets far in front of the right side of the convoy seemed to be stimulated by the sound and rushed in a certain direction. So the scene became weird. Some zombies close to the convoy rushed towards the barbed wire and high walls of the track, and the zombies in the distance rushed towards the louder explosions. It seems that there is a convoy fighting over there. Shuqin's voice came from the intercom. Su Jin said calmly, "Everyone, please be alert. It won't affect us for now. Don't mess up the formation. Let the drone go out and take a look," Lin Xian said to Kiki on the in-car channel. Kiki on the other side was very tacit. The two drones took off directly and headed towards the distant street as the train moved. Dada! The sound of gunfire, various collisions, and brakes were getting closer and closer, and soon the drone set a picture. "I see, there is a large convoy, but they are not running away, but chasing another convoy." Kiki's tone was a little surprised. Chasing? In this environment of zombies all over the city, what hatred is so great that they want to attack each other at this time? Lin Xian immediately synchronized the information in the convoy channel. Shuqin, who was in the truck behind, heard something wrong, so he also let the drone in front of the convoy take off and approach. Seeing the images of cars constantly appearing at the street entrance, Xuqin's face immediately changed, and she picked up the intercom and said loudly, "I know that car, that large convoy is the Black Crow 4. After saying this, Su Jin and Lao Mo were also shocked, and even Lu Xingchen in the RV stopped whistling at this time, and looked at the street in the distance while driving. Didn't they say that there were only 4 people and 4 cars? Lin Xian frowned at this time. I don't know, maybe they have swallowed up other convoys to grow stronger, but some of the cars inside are indeed painted in the Black Crow 4. What's wrong? Chen Xishuan asked. It's the group we heard on the radio before. Lin Xian replied. Chen Xishuan looked worried now that they are here. Don't they worry that other survivor organizations and Phoenix will attack them? Yubei City has fallen. I guess no one can take care of other places except the airport. Lin Xian didn't know what those lunatics were thinking. They only killed people with special abilities. Could it be that they wanted to improve their abilities in this way? There are so many of us here now. They shouldn't attack us, right? Lin Xian's face turned cold. Let's see if they will come over. If they dare to come over, then we will do it first. Although the most urgent task now is to rush to the airport, when Lin Xian learned that it was this group of people who wanted to wipe them out in the previous zombie expulsion, he couldn't sleep well unless he solved this grudge. Especially when he heard what Xuqin said, there was actually a superpower that could drive away zombies. If it was one of their own people, it would definitely be a killer, but it happened to be a group of villains. Then this ability would undoubtedly be an absolute disaster for them. Sha in the building, be alert, girl. Someone rushed into the team and killed them directly. Received. In the distant carriage, Shasha's voice came from the intercom. Okay. Kiki in car number 2 sat cross-legged on a stool with a smile on his face. He occasionally swayed and floated in the air, seeming to enjoy his evolved superpowers. Captain Lin, if that group of people find us, they are likely to attack us directly. Xuqin took out a black Remington M96 from behind the seat, and said with a murderous look on his face, they are a group of lunatics. Lin Xian looked at the gradually thickening fog in the city. His expression was also stern, and he said to the intercom, I know, there is fog in front. Everyone keep the formation first. I will keep an eye on that side. If you want to fight, then we old men can help. Lao Mo's bright voice came from the intercom. Okay. Su Jin looked at the street in the distance with a cold face, picked up the intercom, and informed all cars to prepare for battle. Chapter 131. Boom boom boom. On the street full of zombies, a heavy truck with a bucket was madly killing its way through the blood. Behind it was an armored bus full of children, women and children, as well as several off-road vehicles and pickup trucks. As the convoy fled, the people in the vehicles kept shooting at the back with guns. They are following us. The driver of the pickup truck shouted, while looking at the rearview mirror. Damn it! The team leader was a middle-aged man with blood on his forehead. He sat in the passenger seat of an off-road vehicle and looked at the zombies coming in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, Why are all these zombies surrounding us? Rockets. The voice was shouted on the intercom. As soon as the voice fell, a whistle sounded. Swoosh. Boom. The off-road vehicle behind was blown away with a bang. The body of the vehicle was overturned by the impact of the flames, and the people inside instantly turned into a ball of fire. Ajay. Lin Xian. The middle-aged man shouted in panic, but there was no response from the intercom. Fight them. His eyes were shining, and crimson scales appeared on his neck and face. His hands turned into claws, like those of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he opened the door and climbed onto the roof. The other team members were furious, and more than a dozen guns fired at the dark convoy behind them. A few hundred meters behind, there were 3 black trucks painted with green graffiti, and behind them were more than a dozen armored vehicles of various types. The one who fired the rocket was a yellow-haired man with tattoos all over his face. In this Doomsday, he still had a cigarette in his mouth, and he showed his head on the roof of the off-road vehicle with a crazy smile and a rocket launcher in his hand. He looked at the car in front that was blown up and immediately looked excited. Ha ha, we got it, he said while patting the roof of the car. Boss, let Luo work harder and block them completely. The driver was a man with a short haircut in his early 30s, with a gloomy face. He was the boss of the 4-man group, named Qiu Long. He had a smile on his face, picked up the intercom, and said lazily, slow down, we are entering Yubei City, don't make too many zombies and trigger a chain reaction. Boss, why are you still slowing down? The yellow-haired man was puzzled. You know nothing. Qiu Long looked at the fleeing prey in front with a cold look, and said lightly, It's not a good thing for someone to help us clear the road. They can't run away. The process of chasing prey is the most exciting. Hee, I understand. On the leading truck, a fat man was driving. Next to him sat a punk-style purple-haired woman with lip studs. When she heard the words on the intercom, the enchanting green light in her eyes slowly weakened a little. She glanced at the fat man and said, "Did you hear me? I told you to drive slower." "Okay." The fat man pursed his lips, looking pleased on the surface, but a bit of anger flashed in his eyes. If Lin was here now, he would definitely recognize this fat man. He was Zhou Lei, the team leader who shot Qianyu in the North Bay outpost that night, and took the car and ran away. He seemed honest and simple, but his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. That night, he took the car and fled, because a large number of monsters and corpses were attracted to the outpost, which allowed him to lead the team to escape by chance. After originally taking away half of the Black Dragon team supply convoy, together with his original men, the team grew a lot on the way to escape, and also took in a younger brother with strange limbs and superpowers. The team was originally of medium size, but it was robbed by the Black Crow four-man group halfway, and his team was directly annexed. In order to save his life, he could only kneel down and act like a dog, becoming the driver of car number 1. The purple-haired woman sitting next to him was Luo Luo, the third member of the Black Crow Four. Zhou Lei had seen this woman's ability. She was a demon. She could actually incite some zombies to go berserk, thus triggering a chain reaction to attack the target. She was simply insane. With the purple-haired woman's ability control, the zombies that rushed to the front convoy decreased a little. However, because of the large-scale movement in the street, the zombies' violence had escaped her control, and the zombies chasing the two convoys were increasing. The battle became increasingly fierce, and the heavy truck ran over people's heads. Qiulong saw a superpower climb onto the roof of the car in front, and jumped down at a very fast speed, running towards their convoy, and he immediately smiled disdainfully. It turns out to be a beast, and it hasn't evolved yet. What a waste of time. He picked up the intercom. "Guolauer, I give it to you." "Got it." As soon as he finished speaking, the passenger door of another truck opened, and a young man with long hair and a face that looked like he had eaten too much suddenly jumped out of the car. Just when others thought he would fall into the pile of corpses, a pair of gray-black bird wings suddenly grew out of his back. With a puff, he flew into the sky above the street at a very fast speed, and then rushed straight towards the middle-aged supernatural person in the shape of a red-scaled beast. "Grandpa is here to teach you a lesson," he screamed strangely, and his speed was extremely fast. The middle-aged supernatural person who was rushing saw someone rushing over, and he immediately got angry, stomped his feet hard, raised his claws, and tore at the bird man. Woo! The huge force cut through the air, but Guolauer with gray bird wings did not dodge or avoid, and blocked his full-strength claw with one punch. Squeeze! A spark flashed, and the middle-aged man was shocked. He felt as if his claws were hitting a piece of metal. He took a closer look and found that the right hand of the person in front of him actually had a metallic luster in parts and joints. Mechanical prosthesis? Unbearable. The birdman sneered, and rushed in with his backhand, grabbed the middle-aged man's neck, and then spread his wings, carrying him to the sky above the street with a strong wind. Ah! The middle-aged man struggled violently, and his body was gradually covered with scales. The whole person began to transform into an animal. One hand grabbed the mechanical prosthesis of the birdman, and the other hand went to the opponent's abdomen. Guolauer obviously would not give him such an opportunity. Halfway through the flight, he loosened his hand and threw him down in midair. Bang! Before landing, the whole person was hit head-on by the truck rushing from behind. Oh! This bloody scene caused the purple-haired woman and her younger brothers to scream wildly. The middle-aged superpower user didn't even have a chance to fight back before he was hit into a store on the street by the huge impact force. His life or death was unknown. Guolauer, who was flying in the air, looked at this scene with a grim smile on his face. It can be considered a beast form. I don't know if it can evolve my superpowers. Who cares? I try a few more. I don't believe I can't find a suitable one. Huh? Just as he was about to dive down, he suddenly discovered something and looked into the distance. On a large track a few streets away, a fully armed train was running fast, followed by dozens of cars. Guolauer's eyes turned cold immediately, and he took out a walkie-talkie. "Boss, guess what? We seem to have met an acquaintance, the train that stopped at T1 that day." In the off-road vehicle, Qiulong's expression changed when he heard the words in the walkie-talkie. Oh, what a coincidence. "Boss." Wamao sat back in the car with an unhappy face. "Last time, so many fat fish escaped because of that guy named Jiang Yuan. We have to avenge this. Nonsense, who do you think I am? Qiulong sneered and picked up the walkie-talkie. Lolo, let the zombies break up the convoy, and everyone turn in front. Pull the car over. Chapter 132. Buzz buzz buzz, enemies meet on a narrow road. Several heavy trucks turned left at the intersection, and countless zombies began to pour into the street ahead, but the Black Crow convoy seemed to be wandering among them, with zombies running forward and wheels rolling forward. Many zombies rushing towards the convoy would be quickly knocked away and crushed. Hearing Qiulong's instructions, many thugs in the convoy began to roar excitedly, knowing that there was a big prey waiting for them ahead. The small convoy that was fleeing quickly suddenly felt that the bullets behind them had disappeared. Before they could react, a middle-aged supernatural person in the ruins of a store on the street was torn and bloody, struggling to get up from under the collapsed floor. Brother Dong, Brother Dong. The convoy's call came from the intercom. He staggered to his feet and took out the intercom. I'm still alive. I don't know what happened. The group of people didn't chase us anymore. The middle-aged man was panting. The sudden change made him a little confused. Although he didn't know what happened, he got an empty plane at this time, so he immediately asked his men to drive to pick him up. High in the sky, Guo Lao calmly glanced in the direction of the store. In his opinion, the other party was just a first-level superpower waste, and the moving train was the big prey. Guo Lao, block the road, don't let them run away. That's what I meant. Guo Lao grinned. Having the ability to fly is the dream of many survivors. This ability allows him to almost move freely in the dark. Even if he can't win, he can avoid danger with his hovering and mobility. After a long time, he couldn't help but get a little arrogant. At this time, looking at the running train, he took out a grenade and flapped his wings directly, flying towards the front of the train at a very fast speed. Duh. The convoy in the distance saw someone flying over and started firing gunfire in advance. Captain Lin, be careful. Shu Qin's urgent call came from the intercom in the cockpit of the Infinity. Come on! Lin Xian glanced and immediately realized the birdman's intention. His face turned cold. You can fly, right? I let you fly. Wow! Lin Xian opened the door of the cockpit, leaned out, and suddenly raised his hand, and a flash of lightning flashed on his palm. Guo Lao, who was flying across the sky, saw Lin Xian's action and looked disdainful. You want to catch up with my speed? Puff! The violent arc of electricity shot out instantly, and the speed was simply incomparable to bullets. Before Guo Lao could react, the arc of electricity had arrived instantly, and immediately blasted through his shoulder blade and one wing. In an instant, countless gray feathers were shaken and flew all over the sky, like wild ducks shot. Fuck! Electricity ability? Guo Lao was shocked. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than the arc of electricity? At this time, he was hit hard, and the whole person could not control the speed and fell directly to the distant track. Squeak! Infinity slowly stopped the car, and the convoy behind it also stopped, and they all took up their weapons to prepare for the battle. Lin Xian got out of the car and rushed towards the falling birdman to prepare for the finishing blow. Facing the enemy, one less is one less. Bang bang bang. Duh. The side door of the number 7 car door at the rear of the Infinity opened, and the building held a light machine gun and fired at the convoy that was coming in. At the same time, Shu Qin and Su Jin's convoys at the rear also opened fire. Instantly, a big battle was ignited. There are still masters. In the Black Crow convoy, Qiulong saw Guo Lao air being shot down directly in the air. He was stunned, stepped on the accelerator, rushed into the group of corpses, and then shouted to a little brother next to him, "You drive." He asked a younger brother in the passenger seat to take over, then opened the driver's door and rushed out in a blood-red color, full of murderous aura and extremely fast. Like a cannonball, he actually smashed several zombies directly, and then rushed towards Lin Xian's position. It turned out to be some extremely powerful enhanced superpower, and the yellow-haired man got out from the roof again, raised the rocket launcher, and aimed at the Infinity. Take the grandpa's shot first. Su Jin in the rear convoy saw this scene, and immediately shouted into the intercom. Rocket, be careful! Whoosh! A rocket flew out and flew towards the front of the Infinity like a flying line. But the next moment, a column of flaming fire shot out, instantly engulfing the rocket and exploding in the air. What? Huang Mao was stunned. There are still superpowers? Boom! A motorhome rushed into the street, and then a column of fire exploded in the middle of the corpses in the center of the street. The flames were raging, and the light was bright. A red figure fell from the sky, and Lu Xingchen walked out of the flame star. His upper body clothes had been burned by the fire. His hands were flaming, and he stood in front of Qiu Long with a smile on his face. Superpower? I'm a god. Fire? Seeing this trouble that came out of nowhere, Qiu Long's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the young man with his back to him, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you talking to?" Lu Xingchen looked up at the charred corpses of zombies on the ground in front of him, frowned, and quickly turned around. But unexpectedly Qiu Long had already punched him, and the fist was full of blood. Puff! Lu Xingchen's face changed, and he quickly sprayed fire with both hands forward, and shouted, "God melting fire pillar! You can even come up with a name!" Qiu Long cursed wildly, and the whole person was covered by a raging fire. He punched into the air, and his whole body was burned by the fire. A lot of his skin was charred black. The intense burning pain made his face twisted. As far as he could see, Lu Xingchen had already retreated far away with fire. But as his red blood flowed in his blood vessels, the burns on Qiu Long's body were healing at a very fast speed. Not only that, as the blood continued to rise, his whole momentum was also becoming violent. Lin Xian noticed the huge flames in the distance, and then he realized that the Lone Ranger named Lu Xingchen turned out to be a fire-type ability. No wonder Xu Qin said he was strong. Such an ability should be the dream of many people. With the help, Lin Xian felt that his back was much more stable, and immediately accelerated and rushed towards the birdmen. Duh. The convoys on both sides were washed by gunfire and hail of bullets. Qiu Long was grinning, and his eyes were full of excitement when he looked at the fire-type mutant. "I take care of this fire-breathing monster, Wang Mao, go help Guo Lao Air." "Okay." Wang Mao threw the rocket launcher to a younger brother, then picked up 2 AKs, and got out of the car body. He dodged between the vehicles quickly, like an experienced agent with superhuman physical fitness. He got out of the car like a ghost, and the 2 AKs swept past and accurately killed the 2 teammates in Su Jin and Xu Qin's convoy. On the other side, the heavy truck also stopped, and the purple-clothed woman on the co-pilot took out a pistol and pointed it at the fat man Zhou Lei. "Fatty, don't you show off?" Zhou Lei swallowed nervously. "How can I do that? We are in the same boat. We will definitely kill them." After that, he also got out of the car with a gun. At this time, he saw the weird limb mutant under his command running past him, and he shouted immediately, "Daong." The superpower called Daong glanced back at him, with a puzzled look on his face, and rushed forward without paying any attention to him. "Traitor." Zhou Lei cursed inwardly. Although he had been a traitor before, he hated traitors the most in his life. The fight has started, and the other side looks a bit fierce. Zhou Lei hid in a corner, his eyes slightly changed, and he pretended to shoot while looking for an opportunity to escape. At this time, when he met the train convoy on the opposite side, he could see that the other side was not a vegetarian either. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, it was just his chance to escape. Zhou Lei was just an ordinary person. He finally got a single-minded superpower as his younger brother, but he became someone else's follower before he was arrogant for a few days. Facing the tyranny of the Black Crow 4, he could only be helpless and furious. He knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely have no way to survive, so it would be better to run away early. At this moment, he looked around, and just when the convoys on both sides were fighting fiercely, Zhou Lei suddenly found a good thing. Chapter 133. On the Infinity, countless bullets continuously bombarded the armor of the train, and outside was filled with the howling of corpses. The convoy of thugs broke through the wall of the track, opened a gap, and many zombies poured in. The two sides began to exchange fire at close range, and the casualties increased. In carriage number 3, Zhao Yan and Su Wen watched the battle outside and squatted down in fear. "Ah! Why did it stop?" Zhao Yan shouted. "Is the road blocked? Why don't you just go?" Su Wen also said anxiously. Ding Junyi continued to work in front of the computer without changing her expression, as if the sounds outside had nothing to do with her. "Director Ding, be careful of bullets," Zhao Yan exclaimed at this time. "The windows of the research carriage are bulletproof, the protection level of the whole car is P5, and the armor is installed outside, so ordinary bullets can't have any effect on us." Ding Junyi was operating something on the computer with her hands, and said calmly, "In this situation, since we can't help, let's not make noise to affect them." When Zhao Yan heard her words, her screams gradually weakened, and her face looked a little ugly. Then, they both covered their ears, and waited nervously for the war outside to stop. Bang bang bang. On the other side, Lin Xian rushed towards Guo Lao, who fell to the ground, and the machine gun bullets in his hand shot at him as if they were free. A piece of snow dust flew up, and the gray birdman suddenly swept out. At the same time, A black object was thrown at Lin Xian's feet. He looked down and saw that it was a grenade with a pin. Lin Xian's eyes were decisive, and he raised his hand to quickly create a long metal clamp, clamped it accurately, and then threw it towards the birdman who was rushing. Guo Lauer thought he had a good reaction, and was leaving the battlefield quickly, but he didn't expect that the grenade he had just thrown was flying towards him again in an instant. He immediately yelled, "Hack you! What kind of mechanical arm is so long?" He reflexively closed his wings in the air, and raised his mechanical arm to block in front of him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and shrapnel instantly pierced several bloody holes in his wings. Guo Lauer's face was burnt black, and he was crazy. He knew he had met a tough guy, so he quickly shook his wings and prepared to leave the battlefield directly to deal with a few ordinary people behind him first. The entire Black Crow 4-man group has 3 superpowers, plus the convoy that annexed Shou Lei, a total of 4 superpowers, plus Huamao, a master of guns after his body evolution. Even facing some convoys of hundreds of people, he didn't hesitate at all. Damn, kill a few first. Guo Lauer made up his mind and used his mobility to adjust the angle in the air, but as soon as he turned around, his eyes suddenly went black. A giant electric tower broke in the middle like a living thing and swept towards him. Woo! Zila Zila! Dozens of cables broke, and the steel tower was controlled by an invisible force and slapped across the sky. Bang! Guo Lauer, who was flying, was slapped to the ground like a fly and rolled to the side of the railroad track. At the door of the infinity, Kiki gently put down his right hand, his eyes flickered, and said disdainfully, flying around, "I sweat you down, you crow. I've hit a tough guy." Guo Lauer, who rolled to the ground, had his wings broken and his body fractured. He struggled to get up and looked at the direction of the train. A man and a woman were walking towards him. He felt like his soul was coming out of his body. The feeling of expansion of flying in the sky before was completely gone. What kind of superpowers are these? One is mind control, and the other is lightning. Guo Lauer, who usually kills level 1 monsters or physical superpowers, was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that there would be such a high-level superpower on this train. He was filled with fear and was ready to escape immediately. Let's wait for Big Brother to deal with such a master. With a thought, a cylindrical device suddenly popped out from Guo Lauer's mechanical prosthetic arm, which seemed to be a miniature bomb. Just as he raised his hand to take it, a black shadow rushed over quickly. Who is it? Bang, bang, bang. Guo Lauer, be careful. Several bullets came from behind. It was Guo Lauer's teammate Huamao, but the black shadow was no slower than Huamao, and rushed to Guo Lauer in a few flashes, stepped on the shoulder of Guo Lauer's mechanical prosthesis, grabbed his wrist with his backhand and twisted it, and then skillfully removed the entire mechanical arm. At the same time, he turned around and waved a black gun with his other hand, and the muzzle quickly fell in front of Guo Lauer. 2 grim muzzles were pointed at Guo Lauer's face. Remington M96. Guo Lauer looked at the black muzzle and felt a chill in his heart. Bang! With a loud bang, Guo Lauer's head exploded like a watermelon. It only took 3 seconds. Sprint. Step on the shoulder, remove the arm, turn around and shoot the head. The black shadow had a cold face. Without a word of nonsense, the whole set of actions was smooth and flowing. Xu Qin, Lin Xian, and Kiki looked at the scene, and their faces also changed. Wow, such a fast speed. Is she a superpower? Kiki shouted. Lin Xian shook his head in surprise. She shouldn't be a superpower. In his impression, he only regarded Xu Qin and Su Jin as a group of survivors with strong wills, but he never expected that this group of ordinary people would be so powerful in barehanded combat. No wonder she could obtain blood essence and survive in the hands of the strange body. It seems that he underestimated these survivors. At this time, he remembered what Ding Junyi had told him. After the polar night, even if the survivors did not obtain superpowers, their physical fitness would be evolved and improved due to the invasion of darkness. It was not uncommon to surpass the original human limit. And now Xu Qin is obviously much better than ordinary people. No wonder she could lead a small team to survive until now. It seems that it is not entirely based on luck and chance. Fuck you. The yellow-haired man who came to rescue saw his teammate being shot in the head, and his face changed immediately. The AK in his hand swept towards Xu Qin. Xu Qin dodged and threw the mechanical arm to Lin Xian. At the same time, he ran out at a speed that was completely unlike that of a human being, close to the ground. At the same time, the bullets in the team kept sweeping towards the yellow-haired man. Lin Xian's expression brightened, and he raised his hand to take the mechanical arm, and at the same time, he used his backhand to cover Xu Qin with a few air guns. The yellow-haired man was hit by Lin Xian, and had no time to avoid it. His lower abdomen was directly pierced by a wind gun. He ran out in panic, running among the zombies to avoid bullets. Lin Xian frowned. The yellow-haired man's speed was obviously extraordinary like Junying, but he didn't have any special abilities. His speed and reaction speed alone made him extremely powerful. Lolo, start the zombie tide. At this time, the yellow-haired man was running and shouting into the walkie-talkie. He finally realized that the combat effectiveness of this team was completely beyond their expectations, but they have a powerful weapon like the zombie tide, so there is definitely room for counterattack. On the other side, seeing that the battle situation was not right, the purple-haired woman named Lolo hiding in the car had a fierce face, and her eyes drove green light. A violent force spread out invisibly, and the zombies besieging their team, and the zombies rushing into the track suddenly became violent, and their targets were all rushing towards Junying and Su Jin's team. Not good. They started a zombie tide. Su Jin shouted, and the door panel on one side of the heavy truck opened, and a modified electric Gatling gun was pushed out. Hold on. Woo, da-da-da. The flames of the multi-barreled Gatling gun sprayed and swept towards the surging zombies. In an instant, the target of the people here changed from the Black Crow convoy to clearing out the zombies. At the same time, they had to face the bullets of the Black Crow convoy, and the situation suddenly became passive. Chapter 134. Boom boom boom. On the street, flames bombarded and fires burned. Because there were too many zombies, Lu Xingchen and Qiu Long fought from the roadside to the shops. Both of them had evolutionary abilities. Lu Xingchen's fire ability was really powerful, but Qiu Long's strange blood energy could make him more courageous and recover very quickly. They were evenly matched for a while. Can he still recover? Lu Xingchen was shocked and gritted his teeth. Then I burn you to ashes. See you? Too much nonsense. Bang! Qiu Long came in an instant like a ghostly blood shadow and punched out. Lu Xingchen blocked it with his arms, then turned his hand and sprayed flames behind him. Reverse push. What a shitty name. You have to shout every move. You've watched too many cartoons. Humph. Fire fist. Lu Xingchen seemed to be completely immersed in his own world. He was not affected by Qiu Long at all. He punched out and sprayed out hot flames, like a fire column as thick as a bucket. God Fire of Annihilation. Equals spray fire with both hands. God Flame Slash. Equals spray fire downward with one hand. Emperor Yin. Equals shoot a big fireball. Qiu Long was furious and wanted to kill someone. He didn't know how many ruthless people he had killed along the way. The young man in front of him had no combat experience, but his superpowers were terrifyingly strong, and he liked to shout like a middle school student, which made him angry. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, Huang Mao ran towards the convoy and hid behind an off-road vehicle. At this time, a superpower with insect-like hard shells on his body came with a group of brothers holding guns to support him. Come on, Daong, kill that woman, and I catch a beautiful woman to accompany you in your car. Huang Mao saw the person coming and immediately greeted him. Hey, hey. Okay. Daong was originally Zhou Lei's man. He was the kind of person who didn't seem to be very smart. When he heard what Huang Mao said, he grinned and almost drooled. He pointed at Kiki in the direction of the train in the distance, his eyes shining. I want that. Go to me. Huang Mao turned around and fired while cursing. Okay, kill him. Daong was scolded, and he shouted immediately, raised the hard shell of Kunqiang to block his face, and rushed out on a scrapped car. Bang! At this time, a huge gunshot exploded. De Jong, who was standing on the roof of the car, had just jumped into the car with his hard insect shell armor on his shoulders. Suddenly, his entire upper chest and head exploded, and flesh, internal organs, brain, and broken bones splashed out. The thick blood plasma burst directly into a blood mist. In an instant, only half of the body was left, and a section of the spine was exposed outside, trembling eerily. This scene made Huang Mao and his younger brothers hiding under the car stunned instantly. Wow, they still have snipers! Huang Mao exclaimed. In the number 1 carriage of the Infinity, Qin Sichuan pointed the A-33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle out of the window, his face pale, with some suppressed anger in his eyes. For some reason, seeing the thugs who kept rushing over, and the team allies who were killed by zombies and bullets, Qin Sichuan was extremely angry. His teammates began to fight for their lives, but he couldn't do anything. At this time, seeing the sniper rifle, he didn't know where he mustered up the courage, picked up the heavy sniper rifle, opened the scope, safety, loaded, aimed, and fired in one go. It actually hit the target with one shot. In the sight, she couldn't help but tremble as she watched Doomsday's half-body explode. At this moment, she finally realized what she had done. So her lips and teeth were dry, her eyes were scattered, her chest was heaving and breathing rapidly, and even her fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. She completely forgot how her hands were so steady when she fired just now. It was just like the little joy of gently placing the cherry in the middle of the cake when she baked cakes at home in the afternoon. Lu Xiaxia, who ran over, looked at this scene with wide eyes, covered her mouth, and exclaimed, "Sister Chen?" Chen Sichuan's ears tinnitus, gradually recovered from the fear of killing. She turned her head to look at Xiaxia. Did I kill someone? Is he dead? Xiaxia looked at the half-body on the roof of the car in the distance, and said in amazement, "Sister, he was broken into pieces like that. It should be difficult to save him." Lin Xian and Kiki heard the gunshot at this time, and rushed into the car, and saw Chen Sichuan holding the sniper rifle with a pale face. Lin Xian, I just want to help. Chen Sichuan seemed to explain why she shot. Lin Xian had a question mark on his face. Teacher Chen, when did you learn to shoot a sniper rifle? Lin Xian looked at the sniper rifle that Chen Sichuan was holding. She was only slightly taller than the 1.6-meter sniper rifle, and Chen Sichuan usually handled things with care. How could she suddenly pick up a sniper rifle and smash someone's head? I learned it from Xiaxia. Chen Sichuan said nervously. Xiaxia waved her hand when she heard it. I just taught Sister Chen some basic knowledge, but I haven't fired a shot yet. Wow, Sister Chen has this talent. So cool. Kiki's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Chen Sichuan holding a sniper rifle, which was quite heroic. You are really my goddess. Lin Xian was amazed. This end of the world is really fucked up, forcing a quiet and gentle foreign language teacher to pick up a sniper rifle. If Chen Sichuan had this talent, then maybe he could tailor a set of sniper equipment for her in the future. The tide of corpses outside was like a sea, and soon filled the track. Everyone fought and retreated, and began to hide in the car. What should we do now? Xu Qin also fled back to the car, took out the walkie-talkie and said, their boss seems to be still entangled with Lu Xingchen, and there should be another superpower. Where's the person who can drive the tide of corpses? Lin Xian picked up the walkie-talkie and asked the other teams, has anyone seen it? Xu Qin said nothing and immediately asked the team members to raise the drone and start searching. At this time, they were surrounded by zombies and fell into a passive position. If they could kill the instigator, they would immediately get some respite. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Su Jin shouted to Lao Mo on the intercom, the person who can control the zombies must be hiding in the car. Lao Mo, can you find him? I only saw the yellow-haired guy. I take him out first. Lao Mo's voice also came. On the specially modified large truck, the truck was surrounded by zombies, but he didn't care. In the cab, Lao Mo, wearing a leather jacket, kept searching with a telescope, and then he pressed the in-car call button. Pay attention, the yellow-haired guy just now hid behind the green SUV. I saw it. There are many people hiding there shooting from behind. What do you think? The other members of the team responded. They have a bunker. Too many zombies. It's really troublesome. Why don't we just shoot them a few times? The atmosphere in Lao Mo's team was very lively. Everyone talked about it, but soon reached a consensus. That makes sense. Lao Mo thought this plan was very good. He pressed a button. Then, on the roof of the large truck, several black holes slowly rose up. It seemed that some missiles were loaded inside. He immediately found a pair of reading glasses, and put them on, carefully setting some parameters on the screen. Then send them away with the bunker. After that, he pressed the launch button. On the other side, Huang Mao, who was hiding behind the car, covered his abdominal wound with a group of thugs and watched the zombies swarming away. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guo Er is dead, and Daong, who was not very smart, is also dead. Today's loss is huge. If I don't get rid of this. Before he finished his words, the younger brother next to him suddenly patted his shoulder. What? The younger brother next to him didn't say anything, but pointed to a direction with a look of horror. Huang Mao looked in the direction with an unhappy face, and then he saw a black launcher rising on the top of the giant truck in the distance. What is that? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 3 missiles flew out of the launcher, and the tail flames turned rapidly in the air, and then flew towards Huang Mao's hiding place. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, and then his face became weird, and he muttered, "Fuck." Boom. Chapter 135. There was a loud explosion on the street outside the track. The huge noise startled everyone. As far as the eye could see, the off-road vehicles of the Black Crow team were all blown to pieces, with blazing flames and billowing black smoke. Wamao and his younger brothers were instantly killed, and several pieces of coat fragments fell with the wind. At this time, Luo, a purple-haired woman sitting on the passenger seat of the heavy truck, finally realized the crisis after seeing Wamao, and Daongs in their heads one after another. Her face turned pale, and her eyes kept looking for Qiulong's direction. At this time, the whole team was a little chaotic. Qiulong was the strongest one in the four-man group, and his vitality was extremely strong. As long as he was still there, the team could still be stable. On the other side, Lin Xian saw more and more zombies pouring in from the streets in the city, and the thick fog was gradually rising around him, and his face began to become solemn. "Girl Sasha, cover me as I rush out. That superpower person must not be too far away. This superpower that drives zombies is too terrifying." That night, the zombie army almost overturned the train. Lin Xian did not dare to neglect it. He immediately took his gun and electric knife and rushed out of the train. Buzz! A wave of telekinesis shook dozens of zombies, blocking the train away at once, helping Lin Xian clear the road. Sasha followed Kiki and got out of the car, swinging the grenade launcher in her hand. Boom, bang, boom, bang. The howitzer kept exploding in the zombie group. At the same time, the large firepower of Su Jin's convoy was firing crazily, and the zombies that rushed over fell in groups. Lin Xian kept firing with the machine gun in his hand, and rushed in with the electric knife in his right hand, and kept observing the direction of the Black Crow convoy. Da-da-da, a string of bullets sounded in the fog. Lin Xian flashed out of the fence beside the track, and then rushed into the group of cars, and killed two thugs who were shooting at the train. The drone flew behind Lin Xian, and Kiki's voice immediately rang out on Lin Xian's intercom. "Lin Xian, there is a black truck at 2 o'clock in your direction, and there is a woman on the passenger seat." In the back, Kiki held a mobile terminal, operated the drone while enlarging the drone's screen, and soon found that there was a strange woman on the passenger seat of the truck, with green eyes flashing, which must be a manifestation of some kind of supernatural power. When Lin Xian heard Kiki's words, he kept walking and fired a series of bullets in the direction of the heavy truck's cockpit. Dang dang dang. The bullets had no effect on the truck. Even the glass was bulletproof and thickened, but the purple-haired woman saw Lin Xian. Seeing the panicked look of the woman in the car window, Lin Xian knew that he had found the right person. Woo! Electricity surged in his palms, and he was about to attack, but at this moment, a sound of flame suddenly sounded from the left of Lin Xian. Bang! A blaze rose to the sky, and a man covered in red quickly escaped from the blaze and rushed towards Lin Xian at a very fast speed. Qiulong. Qiulong attacked from the side and rear, and the wind of his fist hit Lin Xian's face directly. Lu Xingchen didn't expect Qiulong to suddenly kill another person while fighting, and was about to remind him, but it was too late. Who knew that when the fist approached Lin Xian had already sensed it in advance, and with a flip of his left hand, a large metal shield was formed in an instant. Boom! Qiulong's sudden punch was thought to be a sure hit, and Lin Xian didn't even turn his head, but at this time his punch hit a thick iron plate directly, and the huge force penetrated through, directly punching a dent in the iron plate. But did not hurt Lin Xian at all. Qiulong's eyes changed drastically. Where did this steel come from? Doesn't this person have electrical abilities? Puff! Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a dazzling arc suddenly came towards him. The arc flashed, and a hole was burned on Qiulong's face, piercing through the back of his head from the side. There was no blood splashing. Lin Xian had already stepped sideways, and kicked Qiulong out with a big steel shield. Boom! Qiulong was kicked out, and before he landed, a pillar of fire sprayed out and swallowed him directly. Be careful, this person has a strong vitality. Lu Xingchen's voice came from behind. Sure enough, Qiulong, who failed to launch a sneak attack and was seriously injured, rushed out of the flames with a charred body. However, he did not rush towards Lin Xian and Lu Xingchen, but turned around and rushed towards Infinity Sasha and Kiki. Oh no, he wants to take hostages and seize your train. Seeing that Qiulong actually rushed towards the two little girls Sasha and Kiki, Lu Xingchen's face changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth in anger. This insidious guy couldn't be defeated head-on, but he actually played dirty tricks. He hated people who played dirty tricks the most in his life, so he immediately got angry, stepped on the fire with both feet, and jumped out. I am here, how dare you? On the contrary, Lin Xian looked a little strange when he saw this scene. This guy is so immature. And that Qiulong is even more of an idiot. He could run in any other direction, but he ran towards the girl. Qiulong's eyes were red with anger at this moment. The team was defeated miserably, and knew that they were in a desperate situation. At this moment, he failed to attack Lin Xian, and he couldn't beat the guy who made the fire. In a hurry, he saw Xia and Kiki by the track. These two girls seemed to be Lin Xian's more important teammates or family members. Lin Xian was the leader of the train, and even Su Jin and Shuqin's team were following behind. He thought that if he succeeded, he might be able to turn the situation around in an instant. Meanwhile, Sasha saw a blood-red figure rushing over, her face changed, she retreated in panic, and suddenly bumped into Kiki's arms behind her. "Brother!" Sasha shouted. "It's no use shouting anyone." Qiulong's face was grim, and the blood on his body had turned brown-red. Obviously his blood had reached a certain limit. He jumped out of the zombies, using all his strength to prepare for a counterattack. But who would have thought that he would never fall down after he jumped up? The whole person was suddenly fixed in the air. Qiulong looked up and saw that the girl in front of him had a cold look. Her long hair moved without wind. Her eyes glowed with fluorescence, and a terrifying control force suppressed him. Brother? He couldn't figure it out. The one who activated the superpower was obviously a girl. Why did the little girl call him brother? The next moment, before Qiulong could react, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed over violently, raising a steel-cutting sword. Qiulong's eyes were shocked, and his heart instantly turned cold. So my brother is here. The building saw Sasha and Kiki being attacked, and rushed over with a murderous look on his face, shouting angrily, and directly raised his sword to cut. Puff! Qiulong was cut in half in an instant. Kiki waved his hand indifferently, and threw him into the zombie group. The countless zombies smelled of strong blood, and suddenly rushed over frantically, and began to bite Qiulong's body. Lin Xian couldn't help frowning when he saw this picture. It was too miserable. Be careful, he has a strong recovery ability. At this time, a flame rushed down, and Lu Xingchen, who appeared in a chic manner, sprayed a large fire to burn a group of zombies, and reminded Kiki and Sasha again. But after those zombies were blown away and burned, they walked closer, and saw that Qiulong had been bitten into pieces, deader than dead. It's already like this, can he still recover? Kiki responded with a frown. Sasha's face was full of disgust. Hey, he's already turned into a zombie, how can he recover? Lu Xingchen was stunned. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to be so powerful. He didn't get to see the limelight at all. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Brother, what's wrong with you? At this time, Sasha looked at the building next to him, and saw that the veins on the building's face began to turn red, as if he was affected by Qiulong's blood just now. It's okay. The building frowned, and waved his hands repeatedly. I don't know what happened. After killing Qiulong just now, the blood rushed over, making his flesh and blood start to become agitated. Awesome, awesome. Lu Xingchen looked at Kiki. He saw the invisible telekinesis just now, and was immediately shocked. He said with a longing face, "This is the first time I have seen a telekinetic person. What I wanted most before was the ability to move objects through the air." But, he took a deep breath, with a melancholy smile, and said to himself in front of Kiki and Xia, "But it's time and fate. Now I have been inspired by the god of fire. In this end of the world, I swear to use this divine fire to burn away all the weirdness in the world. If I, Lu Xingchen, were not born, the polar night would never be bright forever." Lu Xingchen snapped his fingers, and a cluster of flames ignited at his fingertips. Alas, there is no way. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I think you feel the same way as me. Kiki looked at this guy talking to himself, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He looked like a serious person, but why was his style so weird? Could it be that he was a little bit mentally retarded? Hey, big brother. Sasha's voice interrupted Lu Xingchen's self-indulgence. Boom! What's the matter? Lu Xingchen raised his hand and sprayed fire, sending the zombies behind him flying. His gestures were calm and composed. That? Sasha pointed to the street in the distance. Is that RV yours? RV? What RV? Do you know I have an RV? The familiar words reached Lu Xingchen's ears. He turned around, and saw that the high-end RV that was speeding away was the Vulcan that he had built with all his heart. Fuck. My car, my car. Who the hell drove my car away? Chapter 136. Lu Xingchen was dumbfounded. How could someone drive away his RV in the chaos? Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the other side of the street, seeing Qiulong dead, the other thugs fled in all directions. Some rushed into the car and rushed into the group of corpses to escape, and some ran directly towards the truck. The situation reversed. On Su-jin and Shu-chin's side, bullets mercilessly swept away the fleeing remnants. The purple-haired woman on the heavy truck saw this scene, and knew that a disaster was coming. She quickly climbed to the driver's seat, locked the door, and prepared to drive away in a panic. Lin Xian, who was closest, found that the woman was going to run away, and immediately charged his hands to prepare for the future trouble. Who knew that at this time, Lao Mo's voice came from the walkie-talkie, "Captain Lin, retreat." Huh? Lin Xian looked puzzled. When he turned around, he saw that the launch pad on the Jelly team was lit up again. His face changed immediately, and he ran away without saying a word. Whoosh! 2 missiles flew out of the launcher and headed for the truck. Ah! No! Feeling death approaching, the purple-haired girl's pupils were scattered and her face was pale. Boom! The huge shock wave exploded right in the front of the car, and even Lin Xian felt a shock all over his body. Lin Xian fell to the ground, covered in snow and dust. At this time, the cab of the heavy truck was completely blown up, and the purple-haired girl was completely dead. Too cruel, it must be a heavy guy. After solving this scourge, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, zombies attacked from all sides, and he was about to retreat, but he saw Lu Xingchen rushing over. "What are you doing?" Lin Xian stopped him. "My car. My car." Lu Xingchen's face turned green at this time. Not only was the car driven away, but his clothes were also burned. At this time, a cold wind blew over, and the whole person shivered with cold. Lin Xian turned around, and saw that the RV had already turned several blocks and disappeared in a flash. In this situation, unless he could fly, it would be impossible to catch up. And from the battle just now, he did not have such ability. In the Vulcan RV, a fat man looked terrified, gritted his teeth, and rushed into the zombies with crazy accelerator. He looked in the rearview mirror and found that there were a lot of supplies in the car, and he felt relieved. Fortunately, he ran fast. He didn't expect that such a fierce guy as the Black Crow 4 would be killed by the train team. As expected, everyone in Yubei City is a tough guy. Fortunately, I ran fast. Zhou Lei drove all the way. The fog in front gradually became clearer. The thick fog rose to the sky. He planned to choose a way out of the city, or wait until the group of people left before entering the airport. In short, he had to stay away. Now he had a modified RV, and he had a chance to make a comeback. At least his life was saved. Zhou Lei felt that he had escaped miraculously many times. It was indeed inseparable from his good eyesight in distinguishing opportunities. Thinking of this, even he admired himself a little. Just as he was sighing, the light in the cab suddenly dimmed. He raised his head, but he saw nothing in front of him except zombies. He was a little puzzled, and then he slowly raised his head. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and his face changed drastically. Above the clouds in the sky, a terrifying giant slowly approached him. Ah! The screams echoed through the sky from the RV. On the other side, Lin Xian and his group, who had successfully dealt with the Black Crow 4, hurried back to the car. Shu-chin exclaimed in the intercom, "Let's go quickly, there's something in the sky." In the sky, a giant jellyfish slowly revealed its terrifying figure, and the faces of all the people in the team changed. But the difference is that this giant jellyfish is indeed smaller than the one Lin Xian and his team saw on Daliao Mountain that day, but even so, the figure that is more terrifying than a building still makes everyone gasp. Lin Xian immediately urged the train to start. "Quick, everyone get on the train and get ready to go." A large number of corpses poured in. In this case, there is no chance to collect spoils at all. Infinity started directly, and rushed out of the corpse tide, and the team behind also started and followed Infinity. "It's getting dark, everyone be careful." Su Jin's voice came. "Look, there's one over there too," Kiki also said at this time, and another huge jellyfish appeared in the distance of the city on the left side of the train. "Oh my god, so many, so scary." At the same time, the survivors of the rear convoy, including Su Jin and Shu Qin, and Lao Mo's convoy, were all terrified at this time, and all the vehicles locked the doors and windows. The mother hiding in the truck and bus covered her child's screaming mouth, and a terrifying sense of oppression came over her. Buzz buzz buzz, countless wheels rolled, broke through the zombies, and followed the Infinity forward. Because of the war, the barbed wire wall was destroyed, and a large number of zombies rushed into the track like a stream, and ran with the convoy. In the number 1 car of Infinity, a shirtless young man sat in the corner, with a face full of doubts about life. He was shirtless, and his eyes were dull. Lu Xingchen. Since he fled to the east, this was the first time he suffered such a huge loss. The house was robbed, and any normal person would be stunned. Brother Lin, should we take him with us? In the cockpit, Sasha came over and asked in a low voice. Lin Xian looked back and said, help him first. His car was stolen, and he has nowhere else to go. Sasha, find him some clothes first. At this time, Lu Xingchen had completely lost the comfort of drinking tea under a parasol at the freight terminal. Lin Xian even felt that the light in his eyes was gone. This guy is really a bit miserable. Although his personality is a bit eccentric, and he is quite second year, he is still a teammate fighting side by side with the team. Since he is one of us, Lin Xian doesn't mind helping him. Lin Xian looked at the giant in the sky, picked up the intercom and said with a vigilant look, don't fire at these jellyfish first, to avoid a chain reaction. Those things must have discovered us. Shuqin said. Go first. Everyone keep up, don't fall behind. The train began to speed up, and the team behind began to catch up with full power. Because of the problem of the railway road surface, some cars with low chassis had great difficulty in driving in, and they hit the railway tracks from time to time, and the chassis rubbed sparks. Buzz, at this time, a sound like a cruise ship whistle sounded from the sky. The people who were running at high speed raised their eyes, and saw a giant sky jellyfish approaching the team. As the distance got closer and closer, Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan could even see the tentacles swaying in the air. It's coming! Chen Xishuan said in horror. Lin Xian took a deep breath and picked up the intercom. Everyone, prepare to fire. Don't be touched by those tentacles. When we were at Dalyua Mountain, the train armor was deformed as a whole, just by the tentacles sliding lightly over it. Those thugs who attacked at night were even dead. The tentacles of the jellyfish must not be touched. At this time, the convoy has rushed into the city, and can see the airport base in the distance. At this time, they can only sprint for their lives. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Tiele convoy at the back has launched 3 missiles at the jellyfish, hitting the core of its tentacle. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions lit up. In the sky, the huge transparent umbrella edge of the jellyfish could be seen violently rolling a few times. Several huge tentacles broke and fell from the sky, accompanied by a large amount of gray transparent substances. Plop! Some of those huge tentacles fell on the roof, and some fell on the corpses on the street. There was a burst of sizzling sound that made people's scalps numb, and a large amount of white mist rose up. Those tentacles seemed to be highly poisonous. Chapter 137. Buzz, the sky jellyfish made a violent low roar. The transparent umbrella edge rolled, and the glass on the tall building shattered. The huge roar made the skin of everyone in the convoy numb, and many people suddenly felt a sense of oppression as if they were shocked by the giant. Run fast, don't slow down, pay attention to the track tower, don't get out of the team, and everyone else shoot at the beast. Su Jin shouted, and the Gatling gun on the truck also aimed at the sky. Beep, bullets poured out, and countless armed personnel in the convoy also opened the window, and shot at the giant in the sky. Duh. It's coming! At this time, the train and the convoy had already driven to the elevated road. On the Infinity, Shasha shouted in the number 7 car with a walkie-talkie. The sky seemed to be covered by a huge shadow, and the huge sky jellyfish came directly towards the convoy, and countless tentacles swept across the rails. Bang! An off-road vehicle was unfortunately swept away, knocking down the track fence, and crashing into the street under the viaduct. The car overturned and dozens of zombies were also smashed. Ah! A woman who survived in the back seat of the off-road vehicle opened the window, and cried to escape. The next moment, the dense zombies submerged the off-road vehicle, and the hand raised to the air for help soon fell with screams. Encore! Shall we? Shuqin roared with the walkie-talkie, her eyes red, gritted her teeth, and stepped on the accelerator. You bastards, pay attention to me. Bang! Bang! Walala! When the sky jellyfish passed over the convoy, countless bullets bombarded it, and many of the jellyfish's tentacles and tissues were smashed. Immediately, gray-white tissue fragments and liquids fell from the sky, like rain. Chi. Many vehicles were affected, and some people who could not dodge were splashed on their arms and bodies, which immediately began to rot and burn. Screams came from the convoy, and the entire convoy was almost scattered. At 1845, just when everyone was in danger, the sky became dark. The convoy, which was already deep in the fog, was now plunged into darkness. All the lights of the cars were turned on to illuminate the road ahead. Lin Xian, there is another one in front. Kiki's voice came from the intercom at this time. Lin Xian looked up from the cockpit, and saw a bigger one slowly appearing from the sky above a building. If this goes on, it will definitely be over. Lin Xian's face was solemn at this moment, as if facing a great enemy. Kiki, call that kid who can spit fire to come together. Oh! Kiki rushed to the cockpit immediately after hearing Lin Xian's words. While Lu Xingchen was still huddled in the corner at this time, his eyes were dull, and he kept muttering with regret, "My car. My car. Why are you still squatting here, Big? Come with me to help when the trouble comes." Lu Xingchen looked up at her. "Do you know how important that car is to me? It's my partner, my home, and my hope for the journey." Kiki's face darkened when she heard that. She resisted the urge to curse and said to him angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Come with me to kill that jellyfish. Then I let Lin Xian give you a carriage to decorate as your boudoir. Are you satisfied?" Who would have thought that Lu Xingchen, who heard this, suddenly stood up, straightened his chest, and looked calm and determined. "Let's go now without further delay." His appearance at this moment was completely different from the pitiful one just now, and even Kiki was stunned. "Come on, it's time to show that evil spirit my fire god's power." "Hey, hey, hey." Kiki rolled her eyes, completely unable to stand this guy's self-performance. Before he finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, grabbed his ear with telekinesis, and pulled him to the cockpit. "Lin Xian, I've brought the people." Kiki looked anxious and took Lu Xingchen into the cockpit. Lin Xian looked back at Lu Xingchen and asked, "Can you still move?" Lu Xingchen was a little angry, and was about to say something, but when he looked up, he saw the huge jellyfish in the distant sky through Lin Xian. His face suddenly became serious. He nodded to Lin Xian and said, "Okay. Okay." Lin Xian immediately said, "Girl, throw all the gasoline we stored in the back compartment at me. The guy named Lu, you two cooperate, I want to burn the squid. That's a jellyfish." "Okay." Kiki immediately understood Lin Xian's intention. Without waiting for Lu Xingchen to complain, she immediately turned around and rushed to the cabin behind. Wow! Lin Xian opened the cockpit door, and with a bang, he created a steel ladder so that Lu Xingchen could walk directly from the compartment to the roof. Lu Xingchen looked at Lin Xian's skilled operation and strange ability with surprise. His face changed slightly, and then he didn't say anything more, rolled up his sleeves, and climbed onto the roof of the car. On the other side, Lin Xian thought that Kiki would use telekinesis to drive the dozen barrels of gasoline over, but when he looked over, he saw the dozen barrels of gasoline flying in the air, and Kiki was stepping on those barrels with excitement, floating up from time to time. This girl can really fly. The telekinetic ability has such a huge potential for expansion. Lin Xian had previously guessed that she could fly. After all, she could lift a train weighing hundreds of tons. How could she not be able to drive it with her own weight of several dozen kilograms? It was just a matter of proficiency. Woo! On the high-speed Infinity, Lu Xingchen stood on the roof, and Kiki also floated up from the side of the car and landed on the roof with a slightly nervous look. It was her first flight, and she was inevitably a little excited. However, looking at the huge threat in the sky, she had no time to jump for joy. She quickly waved her arms and lifted the dozen barrels of gasoline into the air. "I throw it up later, and you will spit fire to detonate it. The more vigorous the fire, the better," Kiki said softly and crisply. "No need for you to remind me, burning is an art." Lu Xingchen looked stern, and turned his fingers to warm up. In the cockpit, Lin Xian picked up the intercom and said, "Lao Mo, I light the jellyfish. You can add a few missiles later. No one else should shoot. Close the windows, and be careful of fire." Hearing Lin Xian's crazy plan, Shu Qin and Su Jin were shocked and responded quickly, "Understood, understood. Everyone, pay attention to protection." On the other side, Lao Mo's voice was very excited. "Good boy, you are really good at burning the squid." He pressed several buttons on the console as he said, "Okay, in this case, let's shoot all the stocks, either live or die." Clang! Clang! The train is getting closer and closer. On hum! The huge jellyfish above the horizon made a huge and dull roar at this time, as if it had found its prey, and the transparent umbrella edge rolled up and quickly floated towards the side of the train. "Now!" Lin Xian shouted at the roof of the car. Kiki heard Lin Xian's order, concentrated and held her breath. The light of supernatural power in her eyes flashed wildly. She grabbed the air with both hands, gathered more than a dozen barrels of oil to the center, and then used all her strength to shoot at the jellyfish in the sky. Buzz! The group of oil barrels whistled in the air with huge kinetic energy. On the other side, Lu Xingchen stood on the top of the car, stepped hard, clenched his teeth, and sprayed a lot of flames with his hands, gradually forming a huge fireball in front of him. In an instant, waves of flames appeared, and the light of the flames illuminated the entire street. God Emperor Yin. His pupils trembled, as if he had used all his energy, and pushed the big fireball towards the sky. Buzz, the huge fireball continued to rise along the way, illuminating the outer windows of the high-rise building, and then collided with the group of oil barrels thrown towards the center of the jellyfish. Boom! In an instant, a huge scorching flame ball exploded. The flames were raging, and the gasoline ignited by the explosion was in the form of a jet, further increasing the fire. A huge fireball burned in the sky, as if the fire was about to burn through the sky, and instantly swallowed half of the huge body of the sky jellyfish. The fire burned the sky. The shock wave of the explosion came, and the convoy rushing below suddenly felt the car shake, and a wave of heat rushed over. Chapter 138. Boom! A huge fire broke out in the sky, illuminating several nearby streets. Ong! The sky jellyfish let out a shrill whine at this time. Most of it was swallowed by the huge fireball. There was a lot of burning gasoline on its umbrella and tentacles. The raging fire continued to burn and emit billowing black smoke. It seemed to be in great pain. Its transparent umbrella edge rolled wildly and directly hit the building next to it. Bang! Crash! Instantly fireballs, jellyfish tissues, and glass fragments of buildings continued to fall from the sky. Go in quickly! Kiki shouted. She reacted very quickly. She used her telekinesis to grab Lin Xian and drilled in through the cockpit door. Then Lin Xian directly removed the steel stairs and closed the cockpit door. The fire is falling. Go! Boom! 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 Countless fireballs and burning gasoline fell, instantly causing the tracks and city streets to fall into a raging fire. Flames kept falling on the moving cars in the convoy, and sparks were knocked out. The roofs of some cars were burning, and a large number of glass fragments kept falling. The fire on the street ignited a large number of zombies, forming a sea of fire. Ah! Be careful! Don't fall behind, don't crash! Fire extinguisher! Fire extinguisher! There was a panic in the intercom. Finally, with a thrilling sprint, Infinity led the entire convoy and finally rushed through the sea of fire. At this time, many windows of the burning vehicles were opened, and some survivors took fire extinguishers to save themselves. Did we kill one? In the intercom, Junying looked at the huge jellyfish burning and falling in the rearview mirror, with disbelief written all over her face. The undead were also half roasted. Junying looked happy after surviving a disaster, and shouted, "Unbelievable, there are several of these big things." Lao, who was driving seriously at the back of the convoy, also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He said to the in-car communication channel, "Is anyone injured?" "No, Grandpa Imo, they are all fine." Xiaolu was scared to tears. "Really cowardly? Are we out of danger? How long will it take to get to the airport?" "Almost." Lao looked at the huge building outline and light slowly appearing in the black fog ahead, and then looked at the infinity train in front of the convoy, and said with a tut-tut, "Fortunately, we followed this infinity train, otherwise, so many people would probably be finished." Whether it was the Black Crow 4 or the Sky Jellyfish, Junying, Xuqin, and Lao Mo's convoy were under annihilation-level pressure. Although there was also Lin Xian, in this case, without Lin Xian's infinity train breaking through layers of obstacles, it would be difficult to survive. On the Infinity, crises occurred one after another. In carriage number 3, Ding Junyi looked at the raging fire outside the window with a calm look. At this time, she looked in front of the train, and a huge building extending into the sky appeared in her field of vision. Yubei Airport number 1 Skyrail, climbing channel, clang, clang. The heavy train was driving a row of vehicles on the track bridge leading to the airport. The surrounding city streets were dark, but at this time, there were countless lights flashing on the airport platform. Under the high-altitude searchlight, the huge climbing channel was like a pillar that extended to the high-altitude corridor above the sky. The high-altitude corridor was like a giant aerial pipeline built high above the surface. Inside was a negative pressure electromagnetic acceleration track and a driving channel, which could accommodate 10 intercontinental trains and tens of thousands of cars being towed by the traction platform at the same time. As the Infinity gradually approached, one could even see the extremely fast climbing elevator rushing up into the sky under the lights. Such a spectacular sight, an epic human project. Wow, so amazing! In the cockpit, Sasha and the building looked at the huge climbing elevator in surprise, their faces full of astonishment. Although I've ridden it before, I can't help but be shocked every time I see it. Chen Xishuan's eyes sparkled. After all this escape, they finally arrived at the main orbit of the circumstellar orbit, which also meant that she and Lin Xian had reached the starting station of their said destination alive. What a pity, if my car was still there, It could have followed me to the sky once. Lin Xian felt resentful when he thought of his RV. It's okay, it must have gone to the sky now. Kiki complained speechlessly. Hey, what do you mean? Duh. There was footsteps behind him, and Lin Xian turned around and saw Ding Junyi walking quickly, followed by Zhao Yin and Su Wen, who looked nervous. You are lucky, the airport is still intact, Lin Xian said. This is good news for everyone. Looking around, the airport base is densely packed with at least thousands of survivors from all over Tianhai province. Great. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief with a happy face. Thank you, Mr. Lin, it's all thanks to you, otherwise we would definitely die. Yes, thank you very much, Su Wen said. Ding Junyi glanced at Lin Xian, and then his eyes swept to the airport in the distance. The close and defense guns and air defense systems in the base are still operating. It seems that the emergency team and engineers of the Phoenix Society are in place, and the defense has not fallen. This shows that there are still armed forces. It should be the Airport Guard Regiment or the 52nd Iron Guard Brigade. Chen Sichuan said, I heard on the radio that the 52nd Iron Guard Brigade retreated to Airport Number 1 for maintenance, and should be preparing to evacuate from here. This is all good news. Lin Xian nodded. After running for so long, I finally saw a large force. In the Doomsday, no one wants to fight alone. Who would want to hide if they can find the protection of the official large force? At this time, the airport was blocked by dense escape vehicles, maintaining a delicate balance and order. Just now, there was a big battle with the mob convoy. Now seeing so many convoys maintaining peace and stability, Lin Xian actually felt a little dazed at this time. This orderly scene is really rare. No one should dare to make trouble here. Chen Sichuan glanced over and said. Kiki said, not necessarily, but with so many people and the Guards Regiment and the Iron Guard Brigade, even if you want to do something, you have to think twice. You dare to act rashly in this place, you don't want to live. Lin Xian crossed his arms and said disdainfully, people who come here are those who want to live. No matter how arrogant they are, I don't think they dare to cause trouble here. Xu Qin, Su Jin, and Lao Mo's convoy behind them watched the train gradually approach the huge airport base, and everyone had a complicated expression. There was expectation, fatigue, sudden realization, and tension. Everyone knew that as long as they could cross the snow-capped mountains and plateaus from the high-altitude corridor, they would get enough breathing time. Lin Xian, look! On the Infinity, Chen Sichuan suddenly shouted to Lin Xian, and everyone looked over and found that there were 3 giant trains parked on the track platform for the exclusive train in front. One was an intercontinental military transport train belonging to the Iron Guard Brigade that Chen Sichuan and Sha had seen before, and the other 2 were even more spectacular. Because it is a Doomsday train like the Infinity, ready to enter the interstellar orbit. Chapter 139. Compared to the Infinity with only 9 carriages, the 2 Doomsday trains can be described as track behemoths. The first one is almost entirely double-decker large carriages, with 50 to 60 carriages, more than 1 kilometer long, driven by intercontinental nuclear-powered locomotives in the front, with 6 driving locomotives alone, painted in different colors, and wrapped in armor made of welded steel plates. At this time, it is parked on the airport track, with rows of carriages shining with lights, like a moving double-decker city. The other one is even more amazing to everyone, including Lin Xian. It is a Silver Eternal-class train, like a silver dragon dragging across the airport platform. The whole train has a unified paint and color. The train has more than 100 carriages, and there are 4 train electromagnetic rail guns in the front, back and middle, which looks very sci-fi. Lin Xian knew without guessing that this was the Doomsday train from Yancheng Finger Group, the Silver Star, which Lao Mo mentioned. It was a huge monster with a population of more than 3,000 people. The other double-decker steel creation should be Longshan No. 1 of Longshan City. Wow, what a long train! Sha lay on the driving platform with her eyes wide open. Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian and said with emotion, "You are right. We are not the only ones who escaped to the orbit of the star and used the rail train as a vehicle. That's for sure." Lin Xian nodded and said calmly, "The rail system in this world is well developed. There will always be people who survive through this way." Clang, clang. In the dark night, the Infinity slowly approached the airport. The track gradually became wider. Several huge duplex rail bridges were dragged on both sides. As the Infinity and the convoy approached, a large number of searchlights began to shine on the train from the airport. Duh. A lot of gunshots and fire sounded at the edge of the airport. At this time, under the searchlight, countless zombies under the rail bridge were constantly rushing towards the high wall of the airport. The zombies kept climbing up, and the automatic machine gun tower on the high wall was constantly spraying fire to clear the zombies. There are more and more zombies. It is estimated that the airport will not be able to resist for long. The zombies were accompanied by some strange big insects at this time. The tall and weird bodies kept bombarding the defense wall. It seems that we can't hold on until tomorrow. The airport will be completely closed, Lin Xian said. Beep beep. The answering machine sounded, a call from the airport. KH-5580, this is the airport tower. Please slow down immediately and report your identity. KH-5580 is the former service number of this old giant whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. Hearing the call, Lin Xian immediately picked up. Airport tower, this is the Infinity. We have more than 200 survivors who want to pass through the high-altitude passage. Ding. Infinity, please stop immediately and accept inspection. More inspection? Qin Sichuan frowned. They are not going to get on the bus, are they? Ding. Just when Lin Xian felt that there might be trouble, the voice of the airport tower suddenly rang out on the transponder. KH-5580 Infinity, allowed to enter the airport through Gate D, need to wait for the elevator to pass the sequence. Kiki asked in confusion, what's going on? They just said they would check. Why didn't they check it suddenly? Maybe we are surrounded by zombies now, and there is no one to check us. Shasha said. I don't know, let's go in first. Received. Lin Xian pressed the transponder, restarted the train, and began to drive into the giant airport in front. Wow, a heavy gate slowly opened, and dozens of soldiers from the Iron Guard Brigade stood behind them. These people were all holding heavy weapons, equipped with active exoskeleton power systems and night vision goggles, and looked at the heavy train coming in with vigilance. A man who looked like an officer walked up to check, and then looked at the large number of convoys behind him, and asked Lin Xian, are there any wounded on the train? We can provide medical support. There are quite a few behind. Seeing this, Lin Xian responded directly that Xu Qin and Su Jin's convoy had caused some casualties when escaping from the sky jellyfish just now. You stop at the track platform. I will arrange a medical team for you immediately. Lin Xian, Qin Sichuan and others were a little surprised. After fleeing for so long, this was the first time they encountered someone who took the initiative to help the survivors. There are survivors and casualties on the D platform, requesting a medical team. The officer pressed the call button next to his ear and reported something in a low voice, and then gestured to Lin Xian, indicating that they should go in. Beep. Data. On the other two platforms, the close-in defense guns kept searching for approaching targets, and occasionally fired in a certain direction in a certain city, and tracer bullets streaked through the night sky like meteors. In the gate passage, 12 automatic aiming machine guns kept locking onto every heat source on the vehicle as the convoy entered. The soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade searched for suspicious targets with guns, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn. In the rear, the convoys of Xu Qin, Lao Mo, and Su Jin all tensed up and followed the Infinity into the airport platform. Several spotlights fell on the newly entered train, immediately attracting countless eyes. After fleeing for so long, this is the first time I see so many people. In the intercom channel, Su Jin said, too many people is not a good thing. Don't you see that the monsters outside are like crazy? If the defense line falls, this place will become a buffet for those monsters. Xu Qin's tone was not optimistic. Oh, I haven't been here for a long time. It has changed a lot. Lao Mo's voice came, but it seems that only one climbing elevator can be used. The Silver Star arrived a few hours ago. Why hasn't it entered the ascending sequence yet? In Infinity, Lin Xian looked up at the climbing channel extending to the sky, and said in a deep voice, these trains can be pulled up by the horizon gate, but it seems that the airport tower does not seem to have any intention of opening other channels. It should be worried about chaos and falling. Qin Sichuan said nervously, the airport does not have enough manpower and maintenance personnel. Equipment, plus now these trains and survivors' vehicles have been modified in various ways. If there is no safety traction device, it may cause the slide rail or more serious elevator fall risk. In that case, the climbing channel will be completely destroyed. Lin Xian nodded. What Qin Sichuan said made sense. Decades ago, the climbing channel trains were pulled up by the horizon gate and electromagnetic acceleration. The power turbine of the Junying 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive was specially designed for this purpose. However, after decades of improvement and upgrading, violent climbing was gradually replaced by climbing elevators, which can travel efficiently and orderly. This Iron Guard Brigade seems to have suffered heavy losses. Qin Sichuan looked carefully. She saw that these soldiers who were defending seemed to have experienced several days and nights of war. They were covered with blood and even had burn marks on their uniforms. At least one regiment-level weapon or above was damaged in the battlefield in the valley, and the personnel loss is estimated to be considerable. Kiki's expression was also a little solemn. Even the army is difficult to resist. Now we can only keep fleeing and looking for opportunities to survive. Clank, clank, Infinity turned the fork and drove into the airport platform. The two large Doomsday trains appeared in the cockpit's field of vision on the left and right. As Infinity moved forward, hundreds of carriages kept retreating in the field of vision. Lin Xian and others looked into the windows of those trains. Countless survivors and passengers looked at their black armored train passing quickly with curiosity. And the styles of these two trains are completely different. Each carriage of the Silver Star on the left has a very neat and high-end interior configuration. As you look around, you can see many beautiful and exquisite living carriages, as well as dining cars, entertainment, and medical carriages. Lin Xian even saw that in one carriage, many children were sitting in front of rows of high-end desks and taking classes in a bright space. The external armed equipment of the Silver Star is also very terrifying, revealing a taste of spending money to the extreme. The Finger Group was once a well-known consortium in Longhua. Its main business is technology, military industry, and transportation. It is said that this group has also participated in the construction of the Ring Star orbit. Its strength is not to be underestimated. Now seeing this Doomsday train that is like a mobile utopia, it has opened the eyes of Lin Xian and others. Oh my god, there are more than 100 carriages. There must be everything on this train. Kiki looked surprised and couldn't help but poke Lin Xian with his elbow. Hey, can you scan it? Lin Xian smiled speechlessly. He couldn't even scan the Infinity completely now, and he wanted to scan an Eternal-class mobile city? At this time, on the other side, the style of the train on the left side of the Infinity that kept retreating in the window was very different from the Silver Star. This is a train fortress that has undergone drastic external modifications similar to the Infinity. Most of the carriages are double-decker, with various paint jobs on the outside. There are artillery and heavy machine guns on the roof of every other carriage. Although it is not as long as the Silver Star, it looks like there are a lot of people. As the Infinity passed by, many passengers in the living carriage of Lin Xian No. 1 leaned on the windows to observe. The external armor of the entire train was filled with a wild and safe taste. As a Doomsday fortress converted from an intercontinental train, its operating power and internal subsystems are at least several times greater than Lin Xian's Infinity. In fact, with Lin Xian's current dual locomotive configuration, it is still very easy to pull 20 or 30 carriages, but he only has a few people now, and he can only make the armor by himself, so it is difficult to do it in a short time. Chapter 140. Squeak. Finally, the Infinity drove to the front of the number 7 track sequence and began to wait for the tower's deployment. Instantly, Lin Xian felt that he had entered the order of human society again, and the loneliness of drifting in the dark night suddenly decreased a lot. The train stopped steadily. Lin Xian opened the door of the carriage and got off the train. Looking around, the huge airport platform was densely packed with convoys waiting in line. After nightfall, the entire airport's large import and export gates had been closed and blocked at this time. In the dark night, the sky was dim. The machine gun sentry on the high wall of the airport continued to spray fire, and several 1130 close-in defense guns guarded the air. On the building platform, above the climbing elevator, there were 2 rail electromagnetic guns emitting light blue electric foxes. In addition, there were a large number of damaged and ineffective defense devices. It can be seen that these existing weapons should be urgently deployed and repaired by the Phoenix Society for the airport platform. A large number of survivor convoys on the airport platform were waiting for the sequence of the climbing elevator, and the square was full of survivors of all kinds. A large number of Iron Guard Brigade troops passed through the crowd, and transport vehicles continuously dispatched various weapons and ammunition to support the outer defense line. In just a moment, a strong smell of gunpowder had already rushed into everyone's nose. Chen Sichuan looked around and said worriedly, "It looks like the situation is very tense. If the defense line is lost, people here don't know where to run." At this time, Su Jin, Shu Qin, Lao Mo and others also parked their cars and walked over. Su Jin looked at the high-altitude climbing channel and sighed. Looking at this situation, the queue will probably last until the second half of the night. With so many jellyfish coming, I wonder if the Iron Guard Brigade can hold on. Shu Qin said. With the firepower of the Iron Guard Brigade, it should be possible, as long as it is not the one we encountered that day in Daluo Mountain. Lao Mo waved his hand. Don't underestimate the firepower of the army. The most troublesome thing is the internal infection caused by the night invasion, and those big things. Lin Xian was a little curious. Didn't we receive information from the airport guard regiment before? How come we haven't seen any of them? Guard regiment? Those people are now in the inner harbor protecting those rich people. A heroic voice came, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a tall middle-aged man coming over, with a square face and beard, a beer belly, and a thick plush coat. There were also several people following him, and as soon as they came over, they kept looking at the infinity behind Lin Xian. What a strange configuration, an old heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive towing, but a Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive towing. What's going on? Gas turbines are not suitable for escape at all, the energy source is not guaranteed. The armor plate looks good, like a standard part. It seems that there are only armor but no weapons. But they don't seem to have many people. It's amazing that they can do this. Hey! Don't point fingers at others. The middle-aged man interrupted, and then his eyes swept to Lin Xian, and stretched out his hand and said, "Let me introduce myself. Lin Xian number 1, sure do you in." Lin Xian number 1? Lin Xian looked at the intercontinental heavy-duty Doomsday train in the distance that looked like a moving city, understood, stretched out his hand and shook hands with him, and said seriously, "Infinity, Lin Xian." Infinity? It sounds very domineering. Sure do you in nodded, and said straight to the point. Many people saw the big fire in the sky in the south of the city just now. The airport was originally closed, but it was opened specially for you. I guess you encountered something big. There are a lot of big jellyfish. Sasha interrupted at this time. Didn't you see it? There are a lot of big ones in the dark night. A woman behind Sure Duyuan said, "We encountered a lot of things in the sky. Just now you said that the guards are all in the inner harbor. What does that mean?" Lin Xian asked puzzledly. He should be talking about the FBI. Ding Junyi behind him picked up the computer and walked over. "I have. We contacted them using the airport's information system. This investigation team was specially sent by the Star City headquarters to investigate the accident in Underground City Number 9. The identities and permissions of Dr. Zhao and others are still in the system, so I looked at their mission logs. This investigation team is also responsible for transferring some first-class citizens and senior managers who were stranded in the airport during the previous migration. It is a rescue mission." Lin Xian was confused when he heard Ding Junyi's words. Was it because Ding Junyi contacted the federal investigation team that they were allowed to pass in just now? So the headquarters of the former federal government is now set up in Star City? Aren't you afraid of being covered by the polar night? Kiki asked. Ding Junyi looked at her and said, "The federal government's doomsday policy has always been the underground city plan, and this has not changed. What a bunch of damn stubborn people." Kiki has been extremely disgusted with the former federal government since she learned about the self-destruction agreement of Underground City Number 9. Ha ha ha, they are indeed a bunch of stubborn old men. This investigation team arrived the day before yesterday. It seems that they are going to take hundreds of people away by large airship. Steve Yuan said with disdain. These bastards mobilized the airport guard regiment to guard their flight port. They would rather not fire a single shot to protect their first-class citizens than to support the defense line. So now the defense line is full of soldiers from the Iron Guard Brigade. Yes, the Iron Guard Brigade suffered heavy losses yesterday and was supposed to return to the airport to rest. Now they are responsible for the defense of the entire airport and have not rested for several days. When these words came out, everyone frowned. Many people knew that the Iron Guard Brigade had encountered a fierce battle in Daluo Mountain and suffered a lot of casualties. When they heard the behavior of the federal investigation team, they were somewhat indignant. Lin Xian asked, "Why should the Airport Guard Corps obey their orders? Isn't the current official government the Apocalypse Phoenix Order?" It's not that simple. The Phoenix Order was established only a few months ago, and there are still many bad debts between the old and new governments. The Airport Guard Corps belongs to the local city armed forces, and the mobilization orders are not as clear as those of the Interstellar Army and the Iron Guard Brigade. Lao Imo raised his sunglasses and walked out to say. Before he finished speaking, a group of armed personnel with live ammunition drove several shuttle buses quickly over. There seemed to be several federal government officials on them, and they soon arrived at the airport square. The leader was a blonde woman in her early 40s, wearing a black leather jacket and sunglasses. She walked vigorously, and was obviously a white North American. Ding Junyi saw the clothes of the armed personnel, and spoke immediately. Airport Guard Corps, those should be federal officials. Lin Xian looked at the train behind him. On the train, Zhao Yan and Su Wen were still hiding in the carriage, and dared not get off, so he said to Ding Junyi, "Since your people are here, let them get off." Ding Junyi glanced at Lin Xian at this time, and said, "The people from the investigation team may want to communicate with you. No matter what they say, just refuse directly." Lin Xian chuckled and said, "In a sense, the current survivors are all citizens abandoned by your federal government. So from a sociological point of view, I am not under their jurisdiction. Just let them take care of themselves." The survivors fled everywhere, and the social order has fallen apart. At present, only the Phoenix of the Apocalypse Federation is organizing survivor assistance around the world, including the Interstellar Army and the Iron Guard Brigade. The Phoenix Society is also dispatching. In this case, the original federal government is not much different from a private organization in Lin Xian's eyes. Ding Junyi did not hear the sarcasm in Lin Xian's words at all. He just looked calm, put his hands in his pockets, and waited for the federal officials to come. Chapter 141. Wawa Wawa. A group of armed guards got off the car and followed the blonde woman, attracting the attention of many survivors in the airport. The blonde woman looked at Lin Xian and others indifferently, and then her eyes fell on Ding Junyi, who was wearing a scientific research suit. She walked directly in front of her, and took out a mobile terminal to check the person's photo. She said indifferently, "I am Taylor Moreno, the director of the Federal Division, and the leader of this special investigation team. Were you the one who contacted us just now?" The woman spoke in a superior tone and looked proud. At this time, she did not take Lin Xian and Shi Yuan and others seriously. Her eyes were on Ding Junyi from beginning to end. "It's me," Ding Junyi replied. Taylor looked at the group of people and said, "According to you, you have 3 people from the Biological Research Department who escaped from the underground city number 9. Where are they?" At this time, Zhao Yin and Su Wen in the car saw the people from the Federal Investigation Team appear, and hurriedly rushed out of the car with their computer bags. Me. It's us." Before Ding Junyi could speak, Zhao Yin and Su Wen ran down from the car and introduced themselves to Taylor. "I am Zhao Yin, a doctor of molecular biology from the Biological Research Department of the number 9 underground city. Su Wen, a doctor of biochemistry from the Biological Research Department of the number 9 underground city, and also a formal employee of the federal government," Su Wen also said quickly. Although the top leaders of the number 9 underground city abandoned several people without hesitation when they evacuated, Zhao Yin and Su Wen still had an indescribable excitement on their faces when they saw the people from the Federal Investigation Team again. The other party came here on purpose, which shows that as scientific research talents, they are still of certain importance to the federal organization. Taylor looked at the 3 researchers with a scrutinizing look. "The flight investigation team we sent to the number 9 underground city yesterday has lost contact for more than 11 hours. Do you know what happened? It was invaded by underground creatures, and has been completely destroyed." Ding Junyi took out a mobile hard drive from her pocket, and handed it to her. "Here is the underground city system log I obtained, as well as the research materials of our Biological Research Department, which contains the information you want to obtain." Taylor took a look, and a deputy next to her immediately took it, and connected it to the mobile terminal. Soon, a large amount of information was called up on it. The accident is not much different from the expected guess of the headquarters. It should be an S-level nocturnal body. After checking it, the deputy reported in a low voice. "In that case, there is no value in continuing the investigation. Let's prepare to evacuate," Taylor said indifferently, and then she looked at Ding Junyi and the other 2. "Take them away as well. They will be useful for some subsequent investigations." "Really? That's great. Thank you, Director Taylor." Zhao Yin and Su Wen were overjoyed. Their feelings at the moment were hard to describe. From the horror and despair of being buried deep in the underground city to escaping, and now being accepted an asylum by the authorities, during this period, the 2 of them almost felt like they were reincarnated in hell. In addition, Taylor operated on the mobile terminal with her hand, and then took out a document. In addition to investigating the number 9 underground city, the mission goal of this special investigation team is also a secret research item of the Biological Research Department. "May I ask if you brought it out during the escape?" Zhao Yin and Su Wen looked at it, and their expressions changed slightly. Because at this time, the mobile terminal displayed a research code, which no one else could understand, but Ding Junyi and the other 2 knew that the secret item referred to the number 1 blood disaster plant. Hell Black Chrysanthemum. As a senior executive of the federal government, Taylor was obviously a smart person. She quickly noticed something unusual from the strange looks of several people. Immediately, she did not speak, but directly picked up the mobile terminal and began to search the monitoring of the system log inside. Soon, she saw how Lin Xian and the others rescued Ding Junyi and the others, and also saw them moving the disaster plant cultivation cabin. I know. Taylor handed the mobile terminal to the deputy beside him, and then directly walked past Ding Junyi and Zhao Yin and walked in front of Lin Xian. Sir, on behalf of the federal government, I thank you for helping our scientific research employees. Now, please return the assets that belong to our federal government. I will provide you with some survival supplies as compensation. As soon as these words came out, Chen Xishuan and others' faces suddenly changed, and even Xu Qin and others began to frown. They didn't know what the assets Taylor was talking about. But Lin Xian knew it as soon as he heard it. It was the pot of black flowers. What surprised him was that from what Director Taylor said just now, the pot of flowers seemed to be one of the mission targets of their special investigation team, which was much more valuable than he expected. What if I refuse? Just when everyone was guessing what the federal director was communicating with Lin Xian's words were beyond everyone's expectations. As soon as these words came out, Taylor frowned. You refuse? I refuse. Lin Xian nodded with a smile on his face. I am not your employee, and I have not accepted any of your commissions. Rescue is just our incidental purpose, so all the items obtained in the number 9 underground city belong to the assets of our team. Can't I refuse? Sorry, all the items in the number 9 underground city belong to the assets of our federal government. Taylor sneered, his eyes swept to the train behind Lin Xian, and his tone began to be a little threatening, including the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive. Lin Xian's face changed when he heard this. He had no ability, but the things he brought out with great effort have now become the assets of the federal government. He is really shameless to the extreme. His expression turned cold, and he met her gaze and said provocatively, So, Miss Taylor, how are you going to take it from me? Taylor's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She looked at Lin Xian's eyes, then took a step back and shouted coldly, Guards! Caw caw caw. Instantly, dozens of armed guards behind her raised their guns and pointed them at Lin Xian and his men. Sure Yuan and others frowned as they watched this scene, not knowing why the situation suddenly became tense. At this time, Zhao Yin and Su Wen looked even more terrified. The two stood on the side of the investigation team, and it was neither right nor wrong to say anything. Click. At this time, Ding Junyi suddenly took a step forward, stood beside Lin Xian with her hands in her pockets, and said nothing. Taylor's eyes narrowed. Director Ding, what do you mean by this? The research data I provided just now includes all the results of my work as a federal employee in the Biological Research Institute. Strictly speaking, these results, including my own, are assets that the federal government has already abandoned. Now that they are recovered, it means that I have fulfilled the federal employee agreement, so I now formally resign to you. From this moment on, I am no longer a federal employee. Director Ding, are you crazy? Zhao Yin, who was on the opposite side, was shocked when she heard this. She was pointed at by a gun, but she wanted to jump to the opposite side at this time. Zhao Yin couldn't believe what Ding Junyi's brain circuit was. At this time, she lowered her voice and said anxiously, We can leave by airship soon. Where are you going after you resign here? Could it be? She looked at Lin Xian with a complicated look and held back some words. Don't you know how dangerous it is? In essence, she and Su Wen still have a certain sense of superiority over those survivors. After all, they are intellectual employees. Even in the Doomsday, they are important assets and do not need to die on the front line. They are protected in the Scientific Research Institute. Although they were saved by Lin Xian, the train is not as safe as the laboratory. In less than a day on this journey, they were terrified and afraid for half of the time, worried that they would die at any time. So she couldn't understand why Ding Junyi suddenly made such a decision. That's right, Director Ding, what do you think? Su Wen also said at this time. Taylor felt extremely unhappy at this time. Although in her opinion, Ding Junyi and other researchers were not more valuable than those first-class citizens, in this case, her actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face of her, a senior federal official. This made her unbearable. And Ding Junyi's actions also shocked Kiki and Chen Xishuan, and everyone was a little puzzled. Only Lin Xian knew what Ding Junyi was thinking, but he glanced at the woman beside him at this time, and he didn't expect that this woman would be so brave. Chapter 142. Okay, I accept your resignation. Taylor's eyes turned fierce, and he sneered. Since you are no longer employees of my federal government, I can now classify you all as terrorists who plunder federal assets. Maybe this is what you want. Terrorists? I don't think so. Lin Xian looked at the dozens of guns pointed at him, but his face was fearless. He raised his hands and said in a sharp voice, "Do you think you are the only ones with guns?" Caw caw caw. Instantly, a sharp voice came, and the black muzzle of a Remington M96 suddenly hit Taylor's forehead. Shu Qin. At the same time, the building, Su Jin, Lao Mo and hundreds of armed personnel from the 3 motorcades raised their guns, all standing behind Lin Xian, aiming at Taylor and the guards behind her. Even Sha took out a grenade launcher. The small figure stood beside Lin Xian, staring at the blonde in front of her. Haha, this woman, she still thinks she is the official government, robbing the survivors? CD Yuan of Lin Xian No. 1 saw the clue at this time, sneered, and snapped his fingers. The people behind him also took out their weapons, and pointed them at Taylor and others. It's just right. I'm also very annoyed with you guys. If you have the guts, try shooting. The war is about to break out. You are crazy, dare to provoke the federal government. Taylor's face changed drastically, and he roared, "John Wei, I order you to shoot all these thugs on the spot." John Wei is the head of the guard regiment, a 30-year-old man with a short haircut. At this time, the situation is tense, and he is also a little hesitant. "Captain?" The men next to John Wei looked at him with a bad look. "What should we do?" "Keep calm and don't shoot at the people." John Wei lowered his voice. If the Guard Corps had a conflict with the Survivors Alliance here, it would definitely cause chaos. At this moment, the zombies are besieging the city, and no one wants a bloody conflict inside. Federal government, bah. Su Jin held a gun and spat fiercely on the ground. When the disaster came, you gave up the people at the first time. Now you have the nerve to call yourself the government? Su Jin's words were like a raging fire, instantly igniting the anger of many people present. Although the natural disaster was not caused by the federal government, as a leader, not only did they directly abandon the working people, but even at this moment of life and death, their first priority was not to defend the airport, but to protect the group of first-class citizens. Seeing this scene, many survivors who were watching came over with anger on their faces, and the number of people was increasing. That's right. The Phoenix Society is in charge of the rescue organizations now. You are nothing. Where were you during the polar night? Cowards. Fuck the federal government. Go back to the ground and eat shit. The crowd was furious. More and more people gathered around, and it seemed like an explosive situation. Dozens of guards looked around at this time. Their faces changed drastically, and they kept changing the muzzles of their guns, but they did not stop those who were approaching. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. It seemed that he was not the only one who was unhappy with this fucking federal government. Everyone was angry. Which survivor in the airport had not experienced family breakdown and separation? If this anger was directed at the federal government, it would not be the anger that a small senior executive like her could bear. Taylor's face turned pale when she saw this scene. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and she roared, "You? You? Are you going to rebel? Rebellion? It's not your turn to say this word, Taylor." At this time, a sonorous and powerful word suddenly sounded loudly. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the crowd, a large number of Iron Guard Brigade soldiers came quickly. These soldiers holding heavy weapons, and wearing active exoskeleton armor obviously had an aura that could not be compared with the armed survivors. Seeing the arrival of the Iron Guard Brigade, many survivors began to automatically make way. Lin Xian looked over, and saw that the leader was a middle-aged woman wearing a uniform with a red Phoenix logo on it. Phoenix Society. What surprised Lin Xian was that there was a familiar face among this group of people, Junying. Taylor's face changed when he saw the newcomer, but he still raised his proud chin and asked, "Team Leader Bai, I was ordered to investigate regional affairs. Do you want to interfere with us?" The middle-aged woman called Team Leader Bai glanced at her sharply, and didn't take her seriously. "There is no regional affairs for you here. The airport platform is now taken over by the Phoenix Society, and the 52nd Brigade of the Iron Guard. Please don't disturb the order of the airport here." What a joke. Yubei Airport is also an asset of the Federation. You can take it over just like that. Taylor glanced at the soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade behind her, gritted his teeth, and shouted coldly, "Why, you, the 52nd Brigade of the Iron Guard, have been defeated all the way from Fengcheng, Chong'an, and Xinglong to Yubei. You have no other skills, but you dare to raise your guns against the federal government?" Her words made all the soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade angry. "If you don't understand what I'm saying, I don't mind expelling you from the airport on the spot," Bai Shuang said with a sharp tone and eyes, and said in the tone of an order to expel guests. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as she finished speaking, The heavily armed soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade behind her were all shocked and shook their guns, clearly intending to shock them. Although Bai Shuang's words were neither light nor light, they were full of oppression, which immediately changed Taylor's expression. At this time, Taylor only had a guard regiment of less than 100 people, and behind Bai Shuang was the Iron Guard 52 Brigade. After the disintegration of the federal government, the Interstellar Army and the Iron Guard Brigade all stood on the side of the Phoenix Society. Their Dawn plan had no confidence to challenge the Phoenix Society. Taylor was so angry that her face turned pale. At this time, looking at the guns pointed at her, she didn't dare to really fight the Phoenix Society and the survivors. She had to keep a straight face, and then swept her eyes across Lin Xian and Bai Shuang's faces threateningly. Don't think it's over. I will report this matter, and the assets belonging to the Federation will definitely be recovered. Looking forward to your arrival. Lin Xian responded disdainfully. He didn't care whether he would offend the shitty federal government. How could the team give away the spoils that they had fought so hard to get for nothing? The more the other party is like this, the more important this blood disaster plant is. After saying that, Taylor turned around and left with his men. Zhao Yin and Su Wen also looked at Lin Xian and Ding Junyi with complicated expressions and hurriedly followed behind. Get lost. Bullshit government. What a waste of money. Watching Taylor and others retreat, the survivors who were watching shouted in relief. At this time, the woman named Bai Shuang led people to Lin Xian, and Junying took the lead to introduce him. Team leader Bai, this is Lin Xian, the captain of the Infinity team. Lin Xian, this is Bai Shuang, the leader of the airport emergency team dispatched by the Phoenix Society. It was she who arranged for you to pass the platform quickly just now. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Bai Shuang with gratitude. Thank you very much. You're welcome. It's also because Junying introduced the identity of your team to me, so there is no need for a temporary inspection. When Lin Xian heard this, he thought that it was Junying who helped with the emergency passage just now. I don't know how this guy suddenly got in touch with the leader of the emergency team. After Bai Shuang finished speaking, he looked around and said loudly, "It just so happens that all of you big teams are here. Now the airport is in an emergency. Because our emergency team is short of manpower, the 52nd Iron Guard Brigade suffered heavy losses before, so in order for everyone to evacuate safely, we need everyone to give support." Emergency? What do you mean? Sure, Yuan asked directly. Bai Shuang pointed to the huge climbing elevator behind. The climbing elevator is out of order. As soon as this was said, the faces of many team leaders suddenly changed, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ah? Is the elevator broken? No wonder the sequence stopped. What should we do? Can it be repaired, or are we trapped here? Don't worry, it's not a big malfunction. After our engineer's evaluation, it is estimated that it will take about 3 to 5 hours to complete the repair. Bai Shuang saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong and explained quickly. Hearing that it can be repaired, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those who can get here have almost no way out. The entire Yubei city is surrounded by zombies. Now it is in the dark, and there are deadly and strange creatures everywhere. If the climbing elevator is finished, it is basically a desperate situation. So the support you mentioned? Do you want us to send people to help defend the line? Sure, Yuan said casually. You don't need to tell me. I am also going to take people up to help. Bai Shuang nodded and said with a serious face. Yes, the offensive tonight is much more serious than the previous 2 days. We guess it may be related to the Midnight Corpse Chaser. Chapter 143. Ah? Are there really such things as corpse driving people in the polar night? Someone in the crowd asked in panic. Has anyone seen them? Do we have time to evacuate? The radio said that those who encountered corpse driving people died. Everyone be quiet. Bai Shuang suddenly spoke loudly, with a stern look in her eyes. No matter what it is, the danger is in front of us now. If you want to survive, don't just wait. Anyone with weapons or special abilities can go to the airport defense line to help resist the tide of corpses. Once it is lost, we will have no way to retreat. Her words instantly sobered up many people. On Lin Xian's side, Chen Xishuan, Kiki and others also looked nervous. They had fled all the way here, and no one could retreat. Junying stepped forward and said, I suggest that everyone should not panic. Team Leader Bai, please tell us what kind of assistance you need. If the fleet here can provide any, we will do an on-site statistics, and then the emergency team will dispatch them to avoid chaos. Okay, since the situation is urgent, Team Leader Bai, if you need anything, just tell us. We have plenty of weapons on Longshan number 1. Sure, Yuan was very arrogant. And our silver star. Click, click. At this time, A group of people walked over quickly. Everyone looked over and saw two young people, a man and a woman, walking towards the square surrounded by several fully armed guards. Both of them were wearing very high-end wool coats with silver cross medals on their chests. They were very clean from head to toe, and there was an aristocratic temperament between their eyebrows, which was a world of difference from those unkempt survivors. The woman in the lead was beautiful and outstanding. She said directly, "There are 800 armed personnel on the Silver Star. If necessary, we also have 42 engineers in various fields who can provide assistance." Lin Xian was secretly shocked when he heard this. This was even more arrogant. There was nearly a regiment of firepower on a train, and there were more than 40 engineers. It was worthy of being an international group in the past. It was really amazing to have money. Seeing the two large train groups express their opinions, the atmosphere began to become positive. Many teams began to express their willingness to provide assistance. It was related to the life and death of everyone, so everyone had to hug together at this time. The sound of gunfire outside the airport was deafening, and the battle became more and more intense. In addition to Lin Xian and Xu Qin, Su Jin, and Lao Mo's team, the largest team was the Silver Star and Longshan No. 1 train team. In addition to the 42 engineers sent out, the Silver Star also has more than 800 well-equipped armed personnel, and Longshan No. 1 has more than 500 armed personnel in addition to the elderly, children, women, and children on the vehicle. The combined combat power of the two sides is close to that of a regiment-level military unit. As for the convoy, there are Junying's chasing wind convoy, the bearded convoy, and the combat power that can be counted in other squares, which is more than 1,000 people. However, the combat power of these survivors is relatively scattered, which cannot be compared with the Silver Star, and it is even more different from the Iron Guard Brigade. Okay, this is the current situation. Seeing that everyone was mobilized, Bai Shuang did not waste words and said directly, "Now the gate of Gate A has a malfunction and cannot be closed. A large number of zombies and strange bodies are pouring in. The Iron Guard Brigade has dispatched heavy troops to block it. In addition, the airport radar has detected a number of large strange bodies approaching in the air. The preliminary detection is at least B-level sky jellyfish. The S-level atmospheric jellyfish is also very likely to be in the airspace near Yubei City." Sky jellyfish? What about the rail electromagnetic gun? Sure, Yuan pointed to the anti-aircraft weapons on the building above the airport. That thing should be able to deal with it. The power supply is limited, and we can't activate all of them. An engineer named Wei Kishua from Bai Shuang's emergency team said at this time, "The power system of the airport was hit hard before, which is why we only activated one climbing elevator. At the same time, we must protect the electromagnetic acceleration device in the high-altitude channel, otherwise there will be a car crash inside." Okay, but the Silver Star and our Longshan No. 1 car have air defense equipment, all of which can be used. Sure, Yuan said, looking at Jin Shuwei. Yes, our Silver Star's weapon system will always be online. Jin Shuwei said in a steady voice. But the airport is too wide, and the area we can cover is limited. So there are three main problems now. The first is the gate of Gate A, the second is air defense, and the third is the failure of the climbing elevator? Lin Xian said at this time. Bai Shuang nodded. Lin Xian looked at Wei Kishua, "Then let me ask you what the specific fault of the climbing elevator is. I also know a little about machinery, so maybe I can help." As soon as he finished speaking, an inappropriate sneer suddenly came. Everyone looked over and found that it was the young man next to Jin Shuwei, who looked like he couldn't help laughing. "Ziyang." Jin Shuwei looked unhappy and scolded. "Sorry." Jian Ziyang waved his hand at Lin Xian. "I didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to say, do you know what a climbing elevator is? It's not an ordinary machine. It's a near-ground super climbing device with a vertical height of 4,800 meters and a slope of nearly 90%. It's not something that can be helped by knowing a little about mechanical structure. If it's to check faults and some less complicated supporting components, maybe I can help." Lin Xian didn't care about the contempt in Jian Ziyang's words. He was focusing on how to solve the actual problem. "Captain Lin, are you serious?" Jiang Yun looked at him with clear eyes and said bluntly. Lin Xian took a deep breath, raised his hand and waved it, and the palm of his hand emitted fluorescence. Several materials flew out, condensed, shaped, forged, and assembled, clang bang bang. A heavy metal door was forged out of thin air, and then it fell to the ground with a clang, making a dull sound. My ability is mechanical. If it's about mechanical repair, as long as the scale is not particularly large, it should be no problem for me. Everyone looked at this scene and widened their eyes. On the contrary, Kiki and others around Lin Xian look proud, with a kind of momentum that, although we are few in number, everyone is an elite. What? Mechanical? Does it have this ability? Awesome. Oh my god. Junying's eyes changed slightly when he looked at Lin Xian, and he smiled sincerely, as if he had only guessed the tip of the iceberg, and the reality was even more bizarre. No wonder your infinity is so well armored. I was wondering how could such a small number of you build such a big thing. It turns out there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Jian Shuwei on the other side looked at Lin Xian in surprise, and was really a little surprised. Jian Ziyang was stunned at this time, and couldn't speak. Bai Shuang looked at Lin Xian with surprise, and then said, I see, I understand, then I trouble Captain Lin to go into the climbing elevator with us. If we can speed up the repair, everyone will have more chances. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't want to publicize his superpowers and be a hero, but the matter at hand was about the life and death of his team and countless people. Since he could help, he couldn't dwell on the selfish thoughts. And being able to help repair the machinery sounded like a more practical function, not too outrageous. That's great. Wakishua was surprised. Captain Lin, there are indeed some component failures. If you are free now, come with us to take a look. I think we should solve the problem of Gata first. If the leak is not blocked, there may be big problems. Lin Xian said. Okay. Bai Shuang said to Wakishua, let's make some groups. The situation in A5 and A7 is the most serious now. C1 and C2, D9 and E6 all need a lot of assistance, especially the support of superpowers with long-range attack methods or heavy weapons. There are more than 19 sea-level weird bodies that have been detected so far, and the threat is very great. Since the gate at A is the most dangerous, I will take people with me. Let's solve the problem of the gate first, and then we will go to support other areas. Junying also stood up and said at this time. A consensus was reached on the support plan, and the survivors' convoys began to mobilize personnel and weapons to rush to various defense lines for support. Lin Xian also quickly made deployments. Xu Qin, Su Jin, and Lao Mo's people who could help join Bai Shuang's deployment to support the Iron Guard Brigade in front. Teacher Chen, Director Ding, you stay in the car, and the building Sha, Kiki, and Lu Xingchen will go to a gate with me first. We will see the situation after the problem is solved. The two women got off the train. So do I have to get off too? Lu Xingchen saw this scene just now, and looked at Lin Xian with a defensive face. Hey, I don't have a train to stay in now. Didn't you say you would give me a carriage to stay in? What? Lin Xian showed a surprised expression, and then Kiki pulled him over and explained in his ear. He finally understood what Lu Xingchen meant, and just said in a deep voice. No problem, when we pass the high-altitude corridor, carriage number 5 will be ready for you to use. The addition of a fire-type mutant is a good thing for the entire team. This guy is not weak in strength and courage. He is indeed a good teammate. Great. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he thought of something. Will I live alone in such a big carriage? Wouldn't it be a little too empty? Lin Xian nodded and looked at the building. Okay, let's move the building over there, so that you two can take care of each other. Eh? Lu Xingchen looked back at the building that was as big as an iron tower, and his face was startled. No, that's not what I meant. Okay, Brother Xian. The building agreed immediately. Lu Xingchen tooted his lips, and after accepting the reality, he looked at the building with a complicated expression. Hey brother, do you snore? The building scratched his face. I usually sleep quite quietly. That's good. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Then do you mind if I snore? The building, Okay. Lu Xingchen clenched his fist bones, looking eager to try. It's time for this god to save the world. Chapter 144. Everyone prepared their weapons, and began to defend the airport. Beep. The fire of the 1130 close-in defense gun illuminated the sky. Above the sky, the outline of a huge jellyfish slowly rolled up the edge of its umbrella, and the piles of zombies on the high wall began to climb up one after another. Swoosh! All kinds of preloaded missiles bombarded the tall and strange bodies in the zombie group. Those human-like giant monsters, black centipedes climbing up along the track, and various strange creatures that Lin Xian had never seen kept appearing in the streets of the city. These strange bodies did not distinguish between friend and foe, and devoured zombies while attacking the airport. The bright airport spotlight seemed to make these strange bodies feel a little afraid. They hid in the shadows and darkness, or unexpectedly climbed up the high wall, taking the lives of several soldiers, and then retreated and hibernated under the huge firepower suppression. Boom boom boom, With more survivors and psychics joining in, the pressure on the Iron Guard Brigade on the defense line was relieved to a certain extent. Do you think there are too many zombies and weird bodies in this city? Lin Xian and others sat on the shuttle bus at the airport and quickly rushed to Gate A. Kiki frowned and looked at the high wall defense line with flames all over the sky. It feels like those monsters have received some notice and all rushed over. Maybe they have some zombie leaders, so they deliberately charged at us. Lu Xingqian's imagination is always bigger. Didn't I say it just now? You might have guessed the corpse driver. Junying responded. By the way, Lin Xian asked Junying, who was sitting in front of him, I heard that you encountered the Black Crow 4. Why did you get together with the emergency team again? Junying, wearing sunglasses, turned around and said, the bearded man and I encountered the atmospheric jellyfish at Pingye Lake. The Iron Guard Brigade was also there. Lin Xian remembered something. A few hours ago, Wei Shuqin, Su Jin and others killed the Black Crow 4. Really? Well done. I owe you a favor. Junying smiled faintly, but his expression was a little bleak. He said softly, there are dangers everywhere along the way. Not everyone is lucky. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Thinking that Junying and that little brother should have a good relationship, he couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. Next to him, Xia was busy stuffing shells into her grenade launcher. At this time, she was carrying a large backpack, which was full of ammunition prepared by Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian built her a sturdy bulletproof backpack to carry ammunition, but it was too heavy. The little girl couldn't even straighten her back when she carried it. So he planned to make a set for Sasha when he could make out her armor. Sasha had no special abilities, and was young. He was a little worried about her going in and out of the battlefield frequently. Fortunately, there was a building next to her to help take care of her at any time. Wei Kishua was a thin middle-aged man. He buried his head in the computer and operated something. He said nervously, it's not good. Those monsters are so smart. They seem to be gathering at Gate A. His words seemed to confirm Lu Xingqian's ridicule, but they sounded very strange. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of gunfire continued to intensify. At this time, several shuttle buses gradually approached Gate A, which was on the verge of being lost. Hundreds of soldiers from the Iron Guard Brigade surrounded the huge gate, which was opened with a gap of about 2 meters. Countless zombies swarmed in. The machine guns and shells on the high wall kept firing at the larger weird body outside. More and more zombie bodies piled up, blocking the gate. Xia, you guys are responsible for long-range fire cover. Kiki and the guy named Lu, help me clear the way later. Before anyone arrived, Lin Xian started to make arrangements in advance. If the door is not closed, this momentum cannot be stopped. Junying said in a deep voice, Captain Lin, let me help you clear a way out first. After that, he took out the walkie-talkie and shouted Hui Yin. Here we go. The sound of the motorcycle engine approached quickly, and the woman in leather clothes from Junying's team suddenly approached quickly from the back. On the motorcycle, several small guided missiles flew out and rushed to the gap of the crowded gate and exploded. Then the woman named Ren Hui Yin stretched out her hand and grabbed the air, as if she had grabbed some transparent object, and then threw it hard towards the door. Bo-hum! An extremely strong air pressure exploded, and countless pieces of flesh and blood flew up at the scene. We take care of the outside. Junying raised his sunglasses, turned back and signaled to Lin Xian, and then jumped off the shuttle bus directly. A hurricane swept him, and he flew into the air directly. Wind. Lu Xingqian's eyes were blazing. Not bad, not bad. The new world is indeed full of talented people. This ability can fuel my fire and complement me. Are you in love with him? Kiki rolled his eyes at him. That's wrong. It's hard to find a true friend in life. Lu Xingqian. Lin Xian interrupted his bold words and pointed at the high wall. Go up and burn as much as you can. As you wish. The most urgent task is to relieve the pressure. If there are more and more zombies outside, then this door will not only fail to close, but may also be completely opened. At that time, it will be impossible to close it again. 2 gate power units are damaged, and one of the steel cables is stuck. Wei Kishua said hurriedly with the computer. I know, you turn off all the gate power units and restart them. What? If you turn it off, the gate will be squeezed open immediately. No. The shuttle bus stopped and everyone got off the bus. Lin Xian pointed to Kiki and Lu Xingqian next to him and said, wait for the opportunity and give them a few seconds. I understand. Wei Kishua looked panicked and nodded repeatedly. Kiki clapped his hands, his eyes lit up, and the whole person slowly flew into the air. Many survivors and soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade were also shocked when they saw this scene. What happened today? How come so many superpowers can fly? Squeak! A red centipede came in through the door of the jaw in the hail of bullets, and its dense legs were exposed, which made people's scalps numb. Kiki and Lin Xian saw the giant insect at this time, and finally realized that they saw more than one strange body, including the white giant monster. At this time, they also saw several figures in the zombie army. This thing again! Kiki was so angry when she saw the red insect that she raised her hand and used her superpowers to pinch the red giant insect, and then turned her wrist. A huge turning force twisted the red centipede like a twist. Squeak! The giant insect opened its mouth and made a piercing sound. At this time, Lin Xian, who was standing the closest to the front, almost had his eardrums broken. He raised his hand directly, and a cluster of white fine fire pillars directly entered the mouth of the giant insect, instantly causing a fierce high temperature, black smoke billowing, and in just a moment, the mouth and belly of the giant insect were scorched and could no longer make a sound. At this time, another red human skeleton suddenly emerged from the zombie group, opened its huge mouth, and sprayed a wave of flames towards the soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade who were defending inside. Be careful of the monster flame spray. A soldier shouted, but the next moment, the huge flames and blood waves instantly swallowed more than a dozen soldiers and survivors. Ah! Violent screams came one after another, and the smelly smoke sprayed all around. Duh. An Iron Guard 3 mecha rushed forward at this time, facing the fireworks, and the machine gun in its hand poured out a metal storm crazily, smashing half of the human skeleton's torso. Squeak! Before everyone recovered from the attack of this giant, 2 long red whiskers suddenly rose on the high wall, and another huge red centipede with hundreds of insect legs moving all over its body suddenly rushed into the defense formation, instantly leaving a bloody path. Duh. The soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade fired back frantically. Be careful. It's a weird body. Bang! A huge wind blade rushed over, immediately cutting off half of the red centipede, and the upper body fell down. Junying's eyes were sharp, and he shouted, more than one, look down. The monster is spitting fire again, everyone dodge. The human skeleton below also began to drill in from the gap of the gate with half of its torso on top. The skull raised its head, and prepared to spit fire again in the face of the rain of bullets. The soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade retreated together, and the bullets bombarded wildly, smashing the human skeleton into pieces, but the human skeleton's mouth became redder and continued to spit fire. Lin Xian looked at this scene and immediately became more excited. Damn it, you dared to spit fire in front of the God of Fire. Chapter 145. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly supported himself with one fist on the spot, and took a leaping posture, with flames all over his body and his fists bursting. Boom! He shot directly on the spot, came to the front of the human skeleton, and fell from the sky with a huge column of fire. God Fire of Annihilation. Boom! The huge flames from his hands directly swallowed up the flames from the mouth of the human skeleton and reflected them out. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. It was indeed a matter of one thing to defeat another. When Lin Xian and Kiki encountered the flames of the strange human skeleton, they were almost burned through, but this guy actually faced it head-on and seemed to have the upper hand. A hurricane rose in the sky, instantly fueling Lin Xian's fire. Fire ability, I help you. Junying opened his hands, and the white gust of wind madly blew away a large number of zombies outside the high wall, while helping Lin Xian's fire. Buzz, at this time, Kiki flew over, and an invisible shock wave rushed over, carrying the human skeleton that was engulfed by flames and a large number of zombie corpses out of the gate. Close the gate now. Lin Xian rushed out and shouted to wake Kishua. Woo! The remaining gate power units began to operate at full capacity, but at this time only one side of the gate began to operate and slowly closed a little. Cover them. The soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade saw several superpowers coming to help, and immediately began to cover and suppress them, buying some time for Lin Xian and others, and began to frantically fire at the strange bodies climbing up from outside. The gate was already full of corpses. If it weren't for Kiki's hard sweep, this place would have been completely blocked. Lin Xian took this opportunity to rush to the engineering room next to the gate, started the mechanical scan, and began to scan the entire A gate. Mechanical scan, start. This gate is much larger than he imagined, with a total of 4 power units, 2 on each side. Not only is the cable broken, but the power unit is also short-circuited. Scan completed, fault point detected. After the scan, he directly made a steel cable, used mechanical repair to quickly connect, and then repaired the power unit. Without waiting for the system to be connected, he began to actively operate the gate to close. Wow! Outside the passage where a fierce battle was taking place, the tall alloy gate suddenly started to operate, and then slowly closed. Kiki and Junying in the sky saw the blockage in the gate and took action at the same time. A hurricane and shock wave instantly cleared the corpses of the zombies and strange insects, helping the gate to close. Boom! The tall alloy gate finally closed, and the zombies that rushed into the airport were quickly swept away by the firepower inside. The soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade, who were resisting here, suddenly felt the pressure greatly reduced. Beep! The fire control radars of the 211-30 close-in defense gun suddenly turned and began to fire violently in one direction. In the dark night sky, a huge white spider suddenly climbed up from the airport track, revealing its terrifying figure under the searchlight. White-haired ghost spider, be-level weird body. Wakishua shouted. Huh! A whistling gust of wind passed by. Junying flew quickly and said loudly, "Don't let this guy open his mouth." Puff puff puff. The metal jet with a breath of destruction swept across, and the blood plasma and tissue on the giant spider exploded wildly. Buzz! Lin Xian's motorcycle sped along the edge of the defense line, nimbly shuttling under the giant spider's long legs. Missiles were fired continuously from the motorcycle, and one of the long legs at the tail was immediately broken. Lin Xian rushed out of the engineering room at this time, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the giant spider. This thing was many times larger than the three-headed spider he saw in the jade pool, towering into the sky. Lin Xian saw its abdomen moving, and his eyes immediately froze. Be careful! Gurgle, bang! The face of the giant spider was instantly blown to pieces. Just when everyone thought it was about to be destroyed, the giant spider's insect abdomen, which was as big as the head of a truck, suddenly shook wildly, and then it exploded. Instantly, red acid poured down like rain. Ah! What is that? In the square, hundreds of Iron Guard Brigade soldiers and supporting survivors were horrified at this time. Puff! At the same time, Junying, Kiki, and Lin Xian below also looked solemn in the sky and attacked at the same time. Wind column, telekinesis, explosive flame spray, boom 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 bang bang bang. In a breath, nearly half of the red acid in the air was blasted towards the zombies and weird groups outside the wall, and more were still falling. Flash back. Shield wall. The metal materials in the decomposition space flew out crazily, and Lin Xian's speed increased to the extreme. He quickly dodged and came to the crowd and waved his hand. Bang bang bang. The mechanical heart was running crazily. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. A huge metal support wall rose from the ground and faced the most concentrated acid area. Wow! The acid splashed on the ground, and instantly a fishy smell, and the smell of high-temperature burning air radiated. Dozens of survivors and Iron Guard Brigade soldiers were splashed all over their bodies before they could avoid it. In an instant, screams and the hissing sound of corrosion resounded throughout the airport area. A large number of people in the back were frightened and kept retreating. Kiki looked at this scene, her face pale, and she used her telekinesis to grab the huge insect corpse that was about to fall. With a roar, she threw it directly out of the wall, and hit a white corpse monster that was about to climb up. With a splash, a large amount of acid splashed into the zombie group, and immediately melted the zombies in a fan-shaped area. But she didn't have time to care about these. She looked anxiously at the area that was splashed the most. There, a huge irregular steel wall stood, and the steel was constantly corroded and emitted thick white smoke. A large amount of molten iron melted down, and dense holes appeared. But soon those holes were filled by new walls. Kiki saw the scene and her eyes relaxed, which showed that Lin Xian's mechanical ability was continuing. Retreat quickly! Behind a huge steel wall, Lin Xian roared, and at this time, the surprised Iron Guard Brigade soldiers and a large number of survivors reacted and retreated madly with fear on their faces. Woo! The strong corrosion force caused the steel plate to bend and collapse. Seeing the crowd leaving, Lin Xian loosened his grip and turned to dodge. At this time, an invisible force came from his body and grabbed him and pulled him out from behind the collapsed wall. Lin Xian, are you okay? Kiki jumped down and looked at Lin Xian nervously. Lin Xian shook his head and kept panting. It's okay. Looking ahead, the white gas produced by the corrosion on the ground in front almost covered half of the A area square. More than a dozen vehicles of the survivors and the armored vehicles of the Iron Guard Brigade had turned into charred iron frames in an instant. In addition, there were countless charred fragments of various human shapes on the ground, which made people secretly frightened. Huh? The hurricane suddenly began to blow the white gas and fishy smell out of the sky. Junying landed with a stern look on his face and looked at Lin Xian. Captain Lin, Engineer Wei, leave this to us. You guys go to the climbing elevator. Okay. Okay. Wei Kishua was pale and dry-lipped at this time. He hugged the computer tightly and turned around with several Iron Guard Brigade soldiers to get on the shuttle bus. Lu Xingchen. Lin Xian shouted at the young man whose upper body clothes were burned by the fire, and then pointed to the building on the high wall that was constantly firing at the outside, and the Sasha brothers and sisters. Protect them. Brother Lin, you should be careful too. Sasha was hiding behind the building and shouting at Lin Xian while loading bullets. Lu Xingchen was panting, his eyes full of crazy fighting spirit. This God knows, and I will not break my promise. Girl, follow me. Lin Xian gestured to Jiang Yuan and Ren Huiyan, and then got in the car with Wei Kishua without stopping, and drove towards the climbing elevator. Chapter 146. From the system self-check, the faults are mainly concentrated in the drive module of the ascending orbit. These faults are usually solved as basic maintenance, and are not complicated. But the problem now is that there are too many fault points, and they are all within the safety protocol, so the system is forced to stop running. We are short of manpower now, and we need to climb to the high-altitude area of the elevator to solve it, which is more time-consuming. In the car, Wei Kishua explained to Lin Xian under the huge gunfire, the engineers sent by the Silver Star can help a little, but they are all engineering repair problems. Those maintenance areas are usually solved by a large number of maintenance robots, and people alone cannot be fast. Why not activate the maintenance robots? Kiki asked. Wei Kishua waved his hand. When we arrived here a few days ago, most of the maintenance robots were still usable. But yesterday, after the Iron Guard Brigade encountered the atmospheric mica in Daoyuan Mountain, it seemed that they were attacked by some kind of ionizing pulse, causing the core control boards of these maintenance robots to burn. Lin Xian frowned. So the other climbing channels were not opened. The reason is not just insufficient power, but most of the main control programs of the airport have failed, right? Wei Kishua looked a little ugly, nodded and said, we have urgently requested the headquarters to mobilize some maintenance robots to support, but the time is too late. It is lucky that those electromagnetic railguns survived, otherwise we would have almost no air defense means. The zombie siege was not as serious as it is now. Those zombies and strange bodies basically did not actively attack the airport. The defense mechanism was fully activated after the Iron Guard Brigade withdrew to the airport. At this time, the shuttle bus passed the airport platform and began to enter the huge climbing elevator column. In an instant, the light and shadow in front of him changed, and a huge and magnificent super project appeared in Lin Xian's vision. Deep inside, the transport channels extended upward, and there was a huge black platform. All trains or cars entering the sequence will be prepared on this traction platform. Then these vehicles will be divided into 3 stages for climbing acceleration, rushing up to a vertical height of 4,800 meters along the climbing channel in a nearly catapult-like manner, entering the high-altitude corridor above the snow-capped mountains of the Daju Plateau, and being electromagnetically accelerated to a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour in the huge corridor pipe. It takes less than 5 hours, which is close to the time of civil aircraft, to transport tens of thousands of tons of goods across the plateau to Jiazhou City 4,500 kilometers away. Engineer Wei, take me to see those maintenance robots. Lin Xian said. It is obviously unrealistic to want to completely repair the entire climbing elevator. This huge scale is comparable to a small city. Even if Lin Xian wants to cover it with the mechanical heart and repair it, he can't do it even if he suffocates to death. What he can do now is to make some key components to supplement them with the blueprint. However, according to Wei Kishua, this is not a problem of 1 or 2 components, but if these maintenance robots can be dealt with, the problem will be solved much faster. Wei Kishua looked up at him, without saying anything, and nodded quickly, I understand. The shuttle bus quickly drove into a large maintenance area. Under the dim light, many transport chains and lifting platforms appeared. Wei Kishua operated the computer system and turned on the lights in a designated area. At this time, the lights in front of him lit up, and rows of small yellow maintenance robots appeared on the ground. These are PX-05 engineering robots specially used for climbing elevator maintenance. They are usually directly managed by the airport's self-inspection system center. After the failure occurred, several colleagues and I tried to repair a few but failed. There were several spare ones in the maintenance warehouse, but before that, they were taken away by the people from the Federal Investigation Team to repair the airship. It's that Federal Investigation Team again. Why haven't they left yet? They just make trouble for us, Kiki said unhappily after hearing this. Wakashua said helplessly, although we are now in different camps, our first priority for the Phoenix Society is to help more survivors survive, so we can't directly clash with them. If all the people on Blue Star are dead, then our resistance will be meaningless. Lin Xian didn't say anything, just walked over, put his hand on an engineering robot, and started mechanical scanning. Scanning, progress 15%. Scan progress 50%. This factory robot uses a small Hall belt anode layer thruster for high-precision floating operations. Lin Xian knew from the progress of the scan that its precision was not low, but at this time, he also got some unexpected gains. That is, the overall structure of this robot was not missing, unlike the previous Iron Guard 3 military mecha whose core was damaged and missing, leaving only an empty shell, which was useless except for swallowing. And the efficiency of swallowing such a thing was not much higher than that of a complete mechanical body. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, Lin Xian will prioritize those machines that are intact and operational, which are most efficient, and can also obtain complete blueprints. It took about 20 minutes for Lin Xian to finally complete all the scans. Scan completed, obtained PX05 engineering robot blueprint. Detected that part of the circuit of the main control board was burned, whether to repair it. Repair. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lin Xian was relieved immediately. He finally got a complete set of robot blueprints. From the material point of view, it is not complicated, but it will be slower to manufacture with his current level of mechanical manufacturing. But with this thing, he can completely manufacture a batch of maintenance robots for train maintenance and repair. It is not impossible to even install a machine gun or a howitzer on this thing as a combat robot. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Xian's hand flashed with blue light. Those subtle circuit problems inside the machine are simply a nightmare for ordinary people, but for his mechanical heart, repairing them can be said to be a piece of cake. Ding, the program starts. The PX05 engineering robot in front of him lit up with fluorescence on the main control panel. A very low electric engine sound sounded. The thrusters on the robot lit up with a light blue light, and then slowly lifted off. Wow, it's really fixed. Wakashua raised his glasses, with a look of horror on his face, and hurriedly lowered his head to check the system. Sure enough, a numbered engineering robot was displayed online in the system. Lin Xian nodded. The first one will be slower. I will start to fix everything here now. Great. Wakashua's eyes were full of admiration at this time. For mechanical engineers, Lin Xian's ability is comparable to a mechanical deity. With this ability, what's the point of learning control system engineering, mechanical manufacturing and equipment, CO and mechanical components, material forming technology, engineering materials and applications? He really wanted to worship Lin Xian as his teacher at this time, but it felt inappropriate. He also thought that this ability seemed impossible to teach, and then he regained some rationality. Okay, I arrange maintenance right away. If there are 20 machines that can be operated, I estimate that it will take less than an hour to complete the repair. Lin Xian nodded, and without further ado, he started repairing the next machine. Chapter 147. Team Leader by Captain Lin has successfully repaired the maintenance robot. The estimated repair time of the climbing elevator is within 1 hour. Bang, bang, bang. The entire periphery of the airport platform was in fierce fighting, like a large battlefield. In various areas, hundreds of thousands of zombies were climbing up frantically, with raging flames and explosions. The barrels of the fully automatic machine guns were now red, and every explosion would reflect the dense army of zombies pouring in on the city roads. All kinds of weird bugs, corpse ghosts, tall white giants, and black bugs were mixed in. The 1130 firepower line swept across a piece and turned into blood and flesh. The Iron Guard brigade responsible for supplying ammunition below had to use trucks to deliver ammunition chains from the airport military warehouse. In the tower, Bai Shuang was discussing the evacuation plan with the emergency team. When he heard Wakashua's voice on the intercom, his face was immediately shocked. Okay. The radar detected a huge strange body in the sky. It should be the S-level atmospheric mica. It has not appeared yet. You must pay attention to safety. Boom, a dazzling blue beam exploded, and the electromagnetic railgun cut through the night sky, directly hitting a sky jellyfish that was swimming close, and immediately pierced its center. More than a dozen jellyfish fell in response. Ong! A strange buzzing sounded, and many resisting soldiers and survivors saw the giant shadow in the sky, and their hair stood on end. All elements for the launch of the Night Falcon 12 anti-aircraft missile are ready. Swish! Swish! The anti-aircraft missile launcher of the Iron Guard Brigade slowly rose, and 2 small air-launched missiles flew out, leaving a rapid white gas and exploding on the edge of the umbrella of the sky jellyfish. Bang, bang, bang on the ground, a group of iron guards marched quickly. The leader was a middle-aged man in military uniform, who looked to be in his 40s. He had a sharp face and a straight face, and exuded the aura of a veteran. General, team leader Bai just informed us that the climbing elevator will be repaired in 1 hour. The adjutant followed him, and reported urgently. Let the convoy on the square retreat to the harbor. The threat can already reach inside. Zhang Dingjong kept walking, and raised his hand to point to the track platform. Let Bai Shuang make arrangements, and move everyone to the track platform. Most of the survivors took up their guns, and began to help the iron guards resist. Most of the remaining people in the thousands of survivors' escape vehicles were the elderly, the weak, women and children. Where are the guards? Why haven't they come to support? The FBI has not left yet. They contacted us, and said they want us to provide them with airspace escort before they leave. What escort? Zhang Dingjong stopped and snorted coldly. Ma Xiaoang, tell Taylor that I don't care which congressman's father, or which president's son is on her plane. I only give her 20 minutes to get out of here, or she will never leave. Yes. The adjutant responded immediately. General, a small earthquake was detected in the southwest, which may be related to the strange body. Another officer ran up and reported hurriedly. How much time is left for evacuation? According to the emergency team's estimate, after the climbing elevator is repaired, it will take about 5 hours for all personnel in the current airport to complete the transfer. 5 hours. Zhang Dingjong looked up at the sky above his head. The darkness of the night sky made the entire airport breathless, as if a huge sky net was gradually converging here. In the port, more and more survivors' vehicles were destroyed by strange bodies, and many survivors who participated in the resistance died. The howling of corpses and the crying of women continued to be heard, and many survivors lost their vehicles and support. Looking at this scene, Zhang Dingjong decisively said, Listen to my orders, unload the equipment of the artillery battalion and the air defense battalion, and let the logistics team be responsible for transferring the wounded and lone people in the port to the transport train of the Iron Guard Brigade. Inform all battalions and units to prepare for comprehensive defense. The remaining aircraft of the airship Team 1 and the Team 3 will all take off to guard against high-altitude creatures destroying the climbing elevator. Yes. The non-commissioned officers of the Iron Guard 52 responded in unison. On the other side, in the maintenance area of the climbing elevator, under the repair of Lin Xian, one maintenance robot after another began to take off, and under the operation of Wei Kishua, they joined the maintenance sequence and flew towards the climbing elevator passage in the sky. As more and more fault information was eliminated from the system, Wei Kishua's expression relaxed a lot. According to the current sequence statistics, if the repair is completed, how long will it take to complete all the climbing and transfer? In the quiet maintenance area, there was no artillery fire and gunfire. Lin Xian asked Wei Kishua while repairing the robot. The fastest? Wei Kishua took a deep breath. It will take at least 5 hours. This is the limit of our scheduling. After saying that, he seemed to guess Lin Xian's thoughts and lowered his head and said, You are the train group. Do you want to rush up directly with the Horizon Gateway? Lin Xian did not speak, but Kiki next to him said, Isn't this possible? The risk is very high. Wei Kishua said, Not only your train, but a total of 9 train groups have entered the ascending sequence in the past few days. If there is no traction platform, the current measures will hardly guarantee the safety of the high-altitude channel. The traction platform that Wei Kishua mentioned refers to a device similar to a flatbed trailer, but it is more complicated in terms of safety. This device is directly connected to the track, which is equivalent to a ferry on the track, and is dispatched and electromagnetically ejected by the system as a whole. Therefore, the cars and trains are on this traction platform during the climbing process, and the subsequent acceleration in the negative pressure high-altitude corridor. There is no need for cars and trains to start autonomously, which can achieve both extremely high transportation efficiency and automated dispatching. Just like a ferry flying in the sky, cars and trains do not need to consider the problem of driving, and at the same time, electromagnetic acceleration technology can be directly applied to the most basic means of transportation to achieve long-distance delivery of vehicles. If the train does not use the traction platform and directly uses the horizon gate to rush up, then the train will directly drive on the track of the high-altitude corridor. If it is separated from the traction platform, it will not be able to achieve electromagnetic acceleration and can only drive in the sky by itself. This situation can also be achieved through track information scheduling in the early operation, and the speed can be increased to about 500 kilometers, which exceeds the speed of most high-speed railways. But the problem is that in the current situation, if these Doomsday trains are allowed to rush up, and there are other vehicles with electromagnetic acceleration behind them, if an accident occurs in the high-altitude corridor, it will cause a terrible chain reaction, and the degree of disaster is unimaginable. In fact, we have also thought about increasing the number of one-time transportation to improve the transfer efficiency, but it is still the same problem. Power shortage? Lin Xian replied. Wei Kexue nodded. In addition to the climbing elevator and electromagnetic acceleration system, we also have to ensure the air defense system of the high-altitude corridor, so the capacity of the climbing channel has been affected. In the dark night, there may be fewer strange bodies in the sky than on the ground, but they are often more terrifying. Since the apocalypse, most of the aircraft, including orbital satellites, have been damaged. The sky is not safe. Our aerospace city Changwon crashed in the deep sea of the Western Pacific the day before yesterday, with 150,000 people on it. The Phoenix Society is still trying to rescue them. It is said that something terrible appeared in the deep sea. What? Kiki frowned when he heard it. Why are you talking so strange? You clearly said that the strange bodies in the sky, how come they are in the deep sea again? Is there any difference? Wei Kexue raised his glasses and pointed to the sky. Some things that should exist in the sea also appear in the sky. In the 10,000-meter deep abyss, there must be terrifying existences that we humans cannot deal with at present. Chapter 148. So is your Phoenix headquarters now in the sky? Lin Xian asked. Wei Kexue nodded. The Phoenix now has 3 headquarters, all of which are moving around the world. Headquarters number 1 is Phoenix City in the sky, and its current coordinates should be near Star Abyss number 9 in North America. Headquarters number 2 is the Sea City Noah moving in the Pacific Ocean. Headquarters number 3, which is also our largest land mobile center Dawn, is now deep in Junying Mountains. He shrugged and looked at Lin Xian. The land mobile center is similar to yours. The rail train and the car group are moving along the direction of the Ring Star track, so it is good news for you, because most of the track is intact, but the land mobile center has strong all-terrain capabilities. We will not maintain every place. If there are some areas with serious damage or terrain ruptures, we will detour from the track. At present, all emergency response teams in our Dragon Country are accepting the deployment of Dawn to support survivors in areas not covered by the Star Abyss to help more people survive. Ding, the program starts. Another PX-05 engineering robot was successfully started after being repaired by Lin Xian. It flew up shakily, flew towards the high-altitude passage, and went to the designated area to start maintenance work. Just as I thought. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The most important thing is to ensure the manpower first. The polar night came too quickly, and people all over the world did not respond, so the world collapsed too quickly. Yes, I was still working at the unit at that time. When I got home, my wife and children were gone. Wei Kexue was typing away on his computer, laughing self-deprecatingly. Later, I kept looking for them among the zombies on the street, to see if they felt any easier as zombies, and if they were bullied by other zombies. Lin Xian was silent for a moment, then said in a comforting tone, "No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Since the world is on the brink of destruction, we only have one way to go. Yes, our abilities will be stronger, and maybe in the future, it won't be those guys in the dark who hunt us, but we will hunt them instead of attacking and defending." Kiki gritted her teeth and said, "I totally believe it." Yes. Wei Kexue nodded. Although it has only been a few months, the Phoenix Society has made many breakthroughs in the fight against the invasion of shadows and the research of superpowers. We will continue to synchronize the radio to the survivors fleeing around the world. Our proposition is that if more people become stronger and more people survive, sooner or later we will stop running. From order to chaos, from chaos to order, many teams are now beginning to unite. While the ability to survive is improved, the transmission of information will also be faster. Lin Xian worked hard, and his experience in mechanical manufacturing was constantly improving. This support was also a great gain for him. He planned to have a chance to scan the blueprint of the orbital electromagnetic gun and the armor and mecha of the Iron Guard Brigade. After passing Jiazhou City, he would study it carefully and equip himself and his team. The Nightwalker department under the Phoenix Society is now composed of some core personnel of the Angel Project of the former Federation. It is mainly responsible for the research of superpowers, and is also recruiting superpowers to join. Wei Kexue said. Recruit? Lin Xian asked. Is it just for research? Research is only a small part. Wei Kexue said. Nightwalkers are constantly cultivating people with special abilities in the process of exploration, and sending them to various places for rescue and collection of strange objects. At present, Nightwalker's research on special abilities is much more detailed than the early Angel project. Captain Lin, your special abilities are incredible, and this girl with telekinesis, Nightwalkers needs talents like you. Wakishua raised his glasses. In fact, you can join Nightwalkers or cooperate with our Phoenix Society. We can provide a lot of help you need. Where is your Nightwalker organization? It can't be in the 3 headquarters you mentioned, Kiki said at this time. Yes, the nearest one is the Dawn headquarters. After passing the high-altitude corridor, it will take a few days to catch up. It's not that easy to catch up. Lin Xian thought for a while. After passing Jiazhou City, Hingshan Pass, Weia River, Longjiang River, the northeast is the West Gobi swallowed by the number 5-star abyss, and the southeast is the Haidong number 7-star abyss. To cross these 2-star abysses, you could only cross the Parma grassland and go through Jinhai and Xingqiang. I guess that the Dawn Center will go through Yunanling, which means that they are not going to take the cross-sea ocean track and bypass the northern continental shelf through the Qiangu Strait. It's good to stay cool by the big tree. Lin Xian certainly knows that if his ability can cooperate with the Phoenix Society, there will be great room for development. In this crisis-ridden end of the world, except for the thugs, who doesn't want to keep warm together, even if they don't join, just cooperating is much better than escaping in the dark as they did before. However, it is obviously not an easy task to catch up with the main force. Yes. Wakishua nodded. It is impossible for so many people to all go to the ocean orbit, so they should migrate mainly on land. Lin Xian asked, now there is no satellite communication, so many scattered emergency teams, how does Phoenix conduct global dispatch? There are many ways, which are more complicated to say. First, unmanned aerial vehicles are used for fixed path guidance. All emergency teams will report the positioning anchor points in advance before the action plan, and the contact points will conduct saturation transmission. In addition, there is multi-point serial communication, commonly known as postman. If it is a widespread dispatch order, there will be special codes in our long-wave radio station, but this. It is not convenient to tell you. Location anchor point, wow, cyber beacon. Kiki was shocked. Why don't you just use the principle of dark radio, use blood essence to strengthen the land signal transfer device, and then lay it along the way according to the maximum distance? Then the 2 places can be connected. Wakishua frowned when he heard it, and Lin Xian looked at her speechlessly. Hey, do you want to listen to what you were saying? All the units are moving. What's the point of laying a fixed signal transfer device? And you need so much weird blood essence. Even if there are no survivors to take it for you after dark, won't those monsters eat you? That's right. Kiki embarrassedly held her forehead. Wakishua smiled awkwardly. Information transmission is indeed a big trouble. Then after you evacuate from here, will you go directly back to the Dawn Center? Lin Xian asked. No. Wakishua said seriously. Our mission is one time. If the emergency team had not all died, we would have turned north in Jiazhou City, and would not have taken the east line around the star. Boom. Just as Lin Xian and Wakishua were working together to repair the robot, the entire airport suddenly began to shake violently. The shaking became stronger and stronger, and it lasted for a few seconds before gradually disappearing. In the airport square outside, countless survivors only felt the dust on the ground, chrysanthemums, dizzy, and vibrating windows. In an instant, everyone screamed and became agitated. Earthquake? What's going on? What happened? On the Infinity, Ding Junyi was sitting in the research car with a dark radio on the table. While collecting various information about the Phoenix Society, he began to study the hell-black chrysanthemum. At this time, the shaking sounded, and his brows frowned. She immediately stood up and walked to the front carriage. Ms. Chen, this earthquake reminds me of the underground creature we encountered in the number 9 underground city last night. I suggest that you contact Lin Xian and the airport emergency team immediately. I am contacting them. Chen Sichuan was using the answering machine to call the tower, and at the same time, she was using the intercom in her hand to contact Lin Xian. Buzz. Boom. Who knew that at this time, above the airport, the electromagnetic railgun seemed to automatically lock onto something, and suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light, kinetic energy launch, and immediately triggered a series of explosions on the high-altitude platform. Boom, boom, boom. The blazing flames burned the sky, and countless survivors looked up and saw a huge, strange creature with bat wings suddenly flying from the darkness to the outer wall of the high-altitude climbing elevator platform. The monster was pale, with extremely long arms, a long snake-like neck on its torso, and a strange human head on its neck. Dong dong. The unknown strange body quickly climbed down from the outer wall, and the electromagnetic rail gun below began to turn quickly, locking the target at an accelerated speed. Buzz! Boom! Another electromagnetic gun fired, and immediately broke one of the flanks of the strange creature, and it fell directly onto the platform. But suddenly the monster's extremely long neck stretched out, and bit the magnetic energy barrel of the electromagnetic gun, opened its mouth, and countless black insects crawled out of its mouth and drilled into the electromagnetic gun. Sparks flew in an instant, and the arc light on the electromagnetic gun quickly went out. Bang! Another electromagnetic gun fired at this time, smashing the head of the strange body directly. Blood plasma splashed, and there was no movement in an instant. Will this thing attack weapons first? Below the port, Junying was working with Xia and Lin Xian in the building in Area A to resist the surging zombies from the outside. Seeing this scene, he was immediately shocked. Directly attacking the weapon meant that the monster must have some kind of intelligence, rather than simply hunting down the survivors. Chapter 149. Junying, the earthquake just now was very unusual, very similar to the one in Daluo Mountain yesterday. Lin Xian walked over quickly, waved her hand to her side, and an invisible empty gun smashed a strange corpse that rushed up, and said without changing her expression, in this case, is it a corpse driver? Junying looked in the direction of the climbing elevator, and his tone began to become a little hurried. It doesn't matter whether it is a corpse driver or not. I have a hunch that there must be more of that thing. Next, we can't let it attack the anti-aircraft weapons again. Let's go! Junying said to the building and Lin Xian. Organize the superpowers. Let's do air defense, and those zombies can't be killed, so let's ignore them for now. Junying had a strong premonition at this time that some of those things in the darkness must be afraid of the heavy weapons in the airport. Once these things are lost, their pressure will increase exponentially, and it is impossible to hold on for a few hours. On the other side, Wakishua looked at the information in the system, and his face changed drastically. Not good, the number 3 electromagnetic railgun is offline. Lin Xian immediately stood up and said, I go and have a look. Not only that, Wakishua's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his face turned visibly pale. He was anxiously operating something in the system, and then he slowly raised his head, as if he had lost his soul. There is another bad news. The earthquake just now caused one of our main cables to break. The remaining power now is not enough to support the operation of the climbing elevator. Wakishua's words made the already tense situation even more desperate. Lin Xian and Kiki's faces changed when they heard it. What? The cable is also broken, then, what should we do? Kiki frowned and said, Aye. Wakishua was already in a state of panic at this time, hesitating and unable to think of any way to deal with it. We will discuss the power problem later. I will go to deal with the electromagnetic rail gun first. Lin Xian quickly stood up, his face stern, and said to Wakishua, the climbing elevator will be repaired soon, and the air defense system cannot go wrong at this time. Otherwise, when those things rush in, we will not even have a chance to escape. Girl. Hey! You come up with me first. Okay. Wakishua barely regained some rationality after hearing Lin Xian's words, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will go back to the tower to discuss it with team leader Bai and General Zhang. Lin Xian didn't waste any words, and directly took Kiki and ran towards the elevator entrance of the top platform. Both sides began to act separately. The electromagnetic rail gun, a powerful weapon, must not have any problems. It can directly defend against sky jellyfish. If the defense system fails, the situation tonight will be even worse. Wu, the maintenance elevator rose rapidly, and soon brought Lin Xian to the passage platform dozens of floors high. Boom! As soon as he opened the door, an extremely strong stench hit him in the face, and at the same time, dense black bugs suddenly crawled in along the door. Girl! Lin Xian immediately noticed something was wrong. Kiki beside him did not hesitate, and raised his hand to shake it. The hundreds of black bugs were instantly crushed by a huge force, bursting out pieces of green juice, and some arcs of electricity. Seeing this scene, he frowned. At this time, the sky outside the door was full of firepower lines that cut through the night sky. The sound of bullets and shells was deafening. The wind was whistling, and mixed with many snowflakes. The blizzard was coming. He walked out of the platform, and immediately saw a huge monster dragging on the platform. The monster's head had been blown to pieces. Black blood was flowing all over the ground, and half of its huge black wings were hanging on the edge of the platform and swaying in the wind. Behind it, the electromagnetic rail gun used for air defense had been extinguished, and a burst of electric sparks flashed from time to time. Wow, How did this thing rush in? Kiki exclaimed. At this time, she saw the black air in front of the monster, and immediately waved her hand, and a level 2 strange blood essence fell into her hand. Lin Xian had no time to pay attention to this at this time. He ran directly to the electromagnetic gun, put his hand on it, and started to operate the mechanical scan. Scanning progress 1%. The scanning difficulty of this large weapon is much higher than that of the maintenance robot just now. Lin Xian felt a little pressure, and immediately said to Kiki, "It may take some time. Please help me keep an eye on the electromagnetic rail gun over there, and don't let the monsters get close." Kiki nodded. She was very smart, and understood the importance of these anti-aircraft weapons at this time. The purpose of her following up was to protect Lin Xian and repair these weapons. Scanning progress 20%. On the airport platform below, the pressure on the Iron Guard Brigade soldiers and survivors, who were resisting on the front line, was increasing. Large strange bodies continued to pour in from Area D where the train track platform was located. The anti-aircraft weapons on the Silver Star docked on the platform also turned on the fire control radar, and kept firing. The anti-aircraft guns and rapid-fire machine guns on Longshan No. 1 fired dazzling firepower lines, sweeping away the threats pouring in along the high wall wave after wave. Ugh! A very fast red ghost rushed out from the zombie group, leaving a red shadow, and suddenly rushed onto the roof of Longshan No. 1, immediately tearing off half of the neck of a machine gunner who was shooting, blood splattered, and attracted crazy fire from the resistance nearby. Be careful. This monster is very fast. As soon as the machine gunner fell, another survivor on Longshan No. 1 rushed over and continued to shoot. The red ghost quickly climbed on the roof of the car, and a large number of bullets fell into the air. For a while, stray bullets flew everywhere and sparks splashed. The red ghost screamed and quickly approached a machine gunner on the roof. Seeing this, the machine gunner quickly moved his gun and fired. Da-da-da, many bullets fell into the air, and a few bullets pierced through a blood clot, but failed to stop the ghost's attack. The sharp claws attacked, and the machine gunner's face turned pale immediately. Bang! At the critical moment, a roar of gunfire rang out. The ghost who was about to approach the machine gunner suddenly exploded into a piece of rotten meat in front of him, accompanied by the whistling sound of a strong airflow, and a large amount of blood splashed on his face. Killed? That was close. Jindong, are you okay? The teammate shouted at him, and the machine gunner's brain short-circuited for a moment. He reacted and quickly wiped the blood off his face. He looked in the direction of the shooting, and saw a heavy sniper rifle sticking out of the black muzzle of the black armored train window in the distance. It's okay. The machine gunner nodded nervously in that direction, and immediately raised the gun to continue fighting the zombies. On the Infinity, Qin Sichuan held the A33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle and kept adjusting her breathing. Her shoulders hurt, and her whole body felt like it was falling apart, but the feeling of shooting made her feel more and more clear. I don't know why, following Lin Xian all the way, she felt a lot stronger than before, even though she couldn't lift her hands or shoulders. The most important thing is that Qin Sichuan feels that her observation ability has become more acute. Such a precise shooting, but you seem very surprised. Ding Junyi's indifferent voice came from the side. She put her hands in her pockets, and just looked at Qin Sichuan quietly. Qin Sichuan took a deep breath, and continued to aim with the sniper rifle, responding, "This is my second time shooting." Really? Although I don't know much about weapons, the anti-material sniper rifle in your hand is not light. Judging from the sound of the gun, and the power of the shot, the recoil is not small. You have not received professional training, and you are not a combatant on this car, but you have such a talent. It seems that you have evolved. Qin Sichuan frowned slightly. Evolution? What does it mean? Literally. Ding Junyi said, as long as you live longer in the dark, you will get a certain degree of evolution. You don't need to be afraid, nor do you need to regard this as a burden. Evolution is not necessarily a bad thing. Qin Sichuan was slightly stunned. She immediately understood what Ding Junyi meant. She pursed her lips, and was silent for a moment, then whispered, "I'm not afraid at all. If I can also have enough ability to help everyone, I am happy to accept this kind of evolution." Ding Junyi's expression remained unchanged. "I appreciate your attitude. The people in this car are all positive. Such a team will have strong ability to survive in any environment." Chapter 150. At Yubei City Airport No. 1, the battle was fierce. Outside the gates and high walls of each area, there were densely packed monsters and zombies swarming in the night, as if the entire Yubei City had come out in full force, all rushing towards this last airport. Buzz! Boom! Several dazzling blue lights pierced through the night and shot into the sky above the airport. More than a dozen huge sky jellyfish that covered the sky, and the sun floated in. With the roar of anti-aircraft weapons, a large number of jellyfish tentacles continued to fall down, and some fell into the survivors' convoy, causing a large number of casualties. "It's over. It's over, we can't stop it," a survivor cried desperately. "The climbing elevator has not been repaired yet. Is there any other place we can escape to? Run! You will die wherever you run. Fight them. Stop them. Has anyone seen my son? Please, who has seen my son?" The square was in chaos. A large number of children hid in the car and cried, and many people began to pick up the remaining weapons and rush to the defense line. Da-data. Da-data. Bang. Area A. Lu Shasha's face was trembling, and she kept taking out the howitzer from her backpack and loading it on the gun. It was the first time she faced such a terrifying zombie siege. At this time, even her lips were bloodless, and her hands were still firing in the direction of the zombies. High in the sky, the wind was blowing violently, and Junying rolled up a small hurricane towards the sky jellyfish, as if a wind wall blocked these air monsters from flying into the port. God, fire gun. At this time, Lu Xingqian's hands were pointed like swords, and he continuously sprayed white flames, piercing through a human ghost covered with tentacles, and a raging fire was set on the high wall. Da-da-da. The M556 light machine gun into Lu's hand had also used up all the bullets at this time. After emptying the magazine, he took out the steel sword behind him and threw it. Swish! The powerful steel sword pierced through a black monster insect that pounced in front of Sasha like a meteor, nailing it to the wall. Lu rushed over, stomped on the head of the monster insect with one foot, and pulled out the sword in front of Sasha. "Brother, be careful," Sasha warned. Without long-range weapons, the danger was even greater. Sasha hid behind Lu and kept firing shells with a grenade launcher. Bang! Bang! A B-level weird body was detected. An information soldier of the Iron Guard Brigade shouted loudly at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a spider leg that fell from the sky pierced his head directly. "It's a fog spider." Da-da-da. Instantly, artillery fired a volley. The fog spider was wrapped in a thick fog and appeared on the high wall without anyone noticing. "Ah!" Lu shouted, swung his sword and rushed out, slashing twice, and immediately cut off the two legs of the fog spider. Bang! Lu Shasha fired a howitzer at the trunk in the fog, perfectly cooperating with her brother, and the fog spider staggered and fell down, revealing a terrifying green figure from the fog. Cluster! A transparent spear shot out and directly penetrated the belly of the fog spider above, and a large amount of internal organs poured out. Renhuiyan shouted, "The fog spider is not B-level, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, on the high wall filled with fog spiders, a black outline full of tentacles instantly appeared in everyone's sight. A sticky sound of water flow was heard, and 4 or 5 brown-red slender arms, like long-legged insects, suddenly shot out from the fog. The soldiers on the high wall were careless, and were pierced by it repeatedly. 4 or 5 people were impaled like kebabs, and lifted into the air with terrible screams. One of them swept across, knocking down a large group of people with Lu Xingqian. Seeing this scene, Lu Shasha widened her eyes, and hurriedly prepared to reload. She was at a loss, and the small school bag containing the howitzer fell to the ground. More than a dozen shells were scattered all over the ground. She was so anxious that she immediately crawled on the ground to pick them up. Wow! At this time, 2 more tentacles stretched out, one stretched into the air, trying to stab Junying, who was floating in the air, to death, and the other quickly shot towards Lu Shasha's hole. The attacks of this strange body were all aimed at the key figures with high threats, and they actually hid in the midst of the mist spider. Junying in the air saw the scene, his face turned cold. Facing the tentacles that stretched out, he raised his foot and swung it, and the silver-white wind blade accurately cut it, and at the same time he shouted, "Hui Yin, protect Sha Sha." Ding! The wind blade cut on the insect limbs of the long-legged insect, making a sound of metal clashing, and countless fluff was cut off. The long legs looked soft, but were harder than the shell of the red giant insect. Jiangyun's wind blade only cut some meat, but failed to cut it off. Below, Renhuiyan's eyes changed suddenly, and 2 transparent long spears hit the long legs that attacked Sha Sha. The air pressure exploded, but failed to stop its momentum of shooting. Oh no! Ah! Lu Sha Sha was picking up a pile of howitzers from the ground at this time, but saw the long legs coming rapidly in the mist, getting closer and closer to her. Her whole expression froze, and her pupils shrank sharply in fear. Puff! At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared and blocked her, but his chest was pierced by the tentacle. "Brother!" Lu Xiaxia exclaimed, and the howitzer in her hand fell down. At this time, Delu grabbed the long leg tightly with both hands and tried to block it, but was pushed back by the huge force. Ha! The blood on Delu's chest was splattering, staining his hands red, and blood was oozing from his mouth and nostrils, but he gritted his teeth and held the long leg tightly, then sank down and pulled it back with both hands. The long-legged monster was instantly pulled out of the thick fog by this huge force. In an instant, a large and strange body, like an alien leech, appeared in everyone's sight, with its tentacles constantly twisting and extremely powerful. Looking for death. Seeing his teammates in trouble, Lin Xian lost his crazy look just now. His face changed drastically, and his eyes were full of burning murderous intent. He immediately stepped on the flames and leaped out. A pillar of fire fell from the sky. God's sunset flame. Boom! The exploding flames instantly illuminated the entire A area square, and the soaring flames completely enveloped the tentacle monster. Chi-ji! The tentacle monster let out a painful hiss, and its tentacles kept sweeping away a large number of ammunition boxes and cars, and madly surging to try to rush out of the flames and kill the crowd. But one of its tentacles was grabbed by the building at this time, and at this time a small tornado appeared and surrounded the flames. Junying. The wind intensified the burning of the flames, and the intense heat continued to spread around, causing everyone to retreat. Ah! The building vomited blood, grabbed the monster fiercely, and roasted it in the hurricane of flames. In just a moment, a burnt smell came. Soon, the tentacle monster in the flames began to become stiff, the torso was charred, and the frequency of twisting began to decrease. After a moment, there was no movement. Puff! The building pulled violently, and pulled the sharp, long-legged tentacle out of his chest. A strong sense of blood and life stripping came over him, and he fell to his knees, spitting blood. "Brother!" Lu Xiaxia rushed over, her little face was extremely terrified, and she looked at the building with a crying tone. "Brother, how are you? Does it hurt?" "Goo-goo." Delu opened his mouth. His mouth was full of blood foam, and he looked at her unwillingly. Xiaxia. "Brother. Xiaxia was terrified at this time, crying loudly, "Brother, don't die. Please." Whoa. Junying, Ren Huiyan and Lin Xian rushed over at this time, looking at the scene with heavy expressions. With a pierced chest, this fatal injury is almost impossible to survive. Too many people died tonight, and it seemed that facing death, everyone became a little numb at this time. Lin Xian's face was full of complexity. Lin Xian had clearly told him to protect his teammates, but the result was like this. He had drifted alone for most of Tianhai province, and he didn't dare to really get to know his teammates, because what he feared most was seeing such a scene. Just as he was blaming himself, he suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that the muscles and blood vessels on the building were slowly glowing red, and a large amount of blood began to gather on him. Even the black smoke on the burnt monster was absorbed in. He? Lin Xian's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Xiaxia, get out of the way, your brother's ability seems to be evolving." Chapter 151. What? Hearing this, Ren Huiyan's face immediately changed, Junying also frowned, and the eyes of several people looked over, and found that some kind of abnormality was indeed happening to the building. Lu Xiaxia was on the verge of emotional collapse. When she heard the words behind her, the tears in her eyes stopped instantly. She sobbed and raised her head, and saw that her brother's blood vessels were emitting red light, which looked extremely strange. "My brother, what happened to him?" Ren Huiyan behind her pulled her away, and said, "Be careful, your brother's vitality is increasing. Will he not die? This situation must be a change in the superpowers." Junying's face was solemn. "Everyone stay away first." "Why, should we do something?" Xiaxia was anxious at this time. "Nothing can be done." Junying said, "He should not die in the current situation, but we can't be sure whether he is evolving or degenerating." "Yes," Lin Xian said with an extremely serious expression. He had seen this kind of scene before. Here, Junying and Lin Xian are both evolutionary psychics, the first step in truly developing their own psychics, and have a clear perception of the energy of psychics. At this time, they can clearly feel that some changes are happening to the building, and countless blood and energy are condensing on it, as if there is an infinite vitality growing. Thump, thump, at this time, the building feels the rapid heartbeat on his body, and there are crazy bloodthirsty thoughts in his mind. The big hole in his chest is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bones and muscles all over his body are also changing at the same time. Under the already strong skin, the muscles kept twisting like living things, which looked quite weird. Ha! Ha! He knelt on the ground, his spine trembled, the muscles on his back kept rolling along his ribs, and all the joints were making crackling sounds. The great pain seemed to devour his entire reason. Everyone around looked at this scene and retreated with a bad look. The momentum of the building at this time looked really scary, like a monster that was about to mutate. Many survivors have experienced the invasion of darkness, and know that humans who are injured or killed by strange bodies are very likely to mutate into zombies, or some kind of monsters, and then begin to attack teammates and fellow tribesmen. Faced with this situation, everyone dared not be careless, and many people had already raised their guns and pointed them at the building. Seeing this, Sasha rushed out and stood in front of the building, shouting to the crowd in panic. "No, he is my brother, don't shoot him. Little sister, go away, he is in danger now." Someone in the crowd shouted. "Yes, you step back first, be careful." Sasha cried at this time. "No, he is a good man, he is a good man, he is my brother, he will not hurt anyone." The building, kneeling on the ground, clenched his fists in pain, and the blood in his body surged wildly. In the depths of his consciousness, he heard Sasha's voice, and his reason gradually began to become clear. Little sister." He slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the petite body in front of him. "From now on, you brothers and sisters, get in my car, and we will live together." Lin Xian's words suddenly echoed in his ears. "Let's live together. I can't die. I can't die." A strong anger rose from the bottom of his heart, instantly sweeping away the pain and depression in his consciousness. Dasha took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At this moment, the surrounding environment seemed to become extremely clear. Everyone's eyes, Sasha in front of him, worried teammates, and the beast that was about to rush in from the high wall. "Ah!" Dasha suddenly groaned, and shot out in full view of everyone. There was even a crack on the ground where he stepped. The steel sword was lifted up by him, and the whole person was like a huge red blood shadow, jumping onto the high wall at a speed as fast as a cannonball. At this time, a huge human skull suddenly popped up on the high wall, ready to kill prey with fire, but it had just climbed up from the zombies in the rain of bullets, and saw a blood shadow coming towards it. Squeeze! The steel sword made a fierce buzzing sound, and rushed to the front of the building. The blade was red, and it slashed horizontally, cutting the hard skull of the red human skull horizontally, and even the metal fence on the high wall was cut out with a big hole. Boom! At this time, the wind pressure of the rapid movement and slashing burst out, blowing the soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade next to it back. "Brother!" Sasha exclaimed at the first time. "What a fast speed!" Junying's eyes were stern. With such a strong building, if it has such a fast speed, the combat power is simply amazing. Well, this wind is definitely evolved. Lin Xian was surprised, and the people around him were also stunned. It was the first time for many people to see the evolution of a superpower. This powerful and strange scene was impressive. After the building killed the strange body in the first place, everyone was relieved, and some people even began to be afraid. If such a powerful superpower degenerates into a monster, then Area A will definitely not be able to defend. The building was breathing rapidly, and the steel sword in his hand was still trembling. At this time, he slowly turned his head and signaled to the teammates below, and then looked at Sasha a little. "Little sister, hurry up and get the gun, the monster is coming again." "Well, okay." Sasha wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, nodded repeatedly, and without saying a word, she immediately rushed to the ground to pick up the howitzers and put them into her school bag. "Okay, I come too." Lin Xian was eager to fight, and he immediately rushed up at this time. Junying and Renhuian looked at each other, and both breathed a sigh of relief. They also began to continue fighting. Mechanical scan completed, G3 land-based electromagnetic railgun blueprint obtained. Mechanical failure detected in magnetic flux compression device and monopolar generator, whether to repair. Repair. On the high platform, Lin Xian's expression was tense. He finally completed the scan. At this time, looking at the sky giant approaching here in the sky, his heart was slightly trembling, and he almost ran his mechanical heart to the extreme. Woo! The electromagnetic railgun fire control radar on the other side seemed to have captured something. The turret base rotated rapidly, and soon aimed at a target in the sky. Buzz! Bang! The dazzling blue light sprayed, reflecting an air-winged monster approaching at high speed in the dark night, opening its strange fangs and screaming. Squeak! Girl! Lin Xian shouted. Kiki had already reacted immediately, her eyes flashed, and she stepped forward with a stern face. Finally here. She grabbed the monster in the air with one hand, and the monster approaching at high speed suddenly stagnated in the air, as if it had hit a transparent wall, making a huge roar. At the same time, the two electromagnetic rail guns below captured the stop target, and two electromagnetic cannons burst out, puff. It was directly blasted into pieces in the air. Well done. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but saw Kiki rushing over and looking for the strange blood essence in the broken corpses in the air again. Little money grubber, he complained in a low voice, and at this time, with the transformation of materials in the preparation center, the repair of the electromagnetic cannon also came to an end quickly. The black bug in the mouth of this flying wing monster is unknown, but it can actually devour metal and cause circuit breakage. Its methods are endless, making Lin Xian feel that these strange monsters seem to be constantly developing methods to deal with humans. Repair completed. Woo! As the system repair was completed, this giant electromagnetic railgun emitted a dazzling blue light again, and the base rotated and began to merge into the system. Done! Kiki also put away the blood bead at this time, and ran over with a face full of harvest. Just at this time, bang! The lights of the entire airport suddenly dimmed, and everyone was immediately plunged into darkness. What's going on? Lin Xian said. Power outage? Clang, clack. But after only a few seconds, the lights of the airport lit up again, and the sound of the system operation was heard inside. Wow, I got scared. I thought. Wait. Lin Xian frowned and looked up at the sky. He found that the aviation lights of the inner port of the airport had been turned on, and all the air defense equipment outside the high-altitude corridor in the sky had been activated. Even the electromagnetic rail gun in front of him turned to other directions. What happened? I don't know, but something must have happened. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He looked at the front of the airport. The huge Sky Mother was approaching, but the air defense weapons were not aiming at the attack. This was obviously too unusual. What happened? Did the power just go out? Look, the anti-aircraft guns and electromagnetic rail guns are not moving. In the airport square, the strange situation just now made everyone realize that something was wrong. Duh. The pressure on the resistance fronts of each division suddenly increased. It seemed that a large number of air defense weapons in the airport were not working at this time. Be careful of the zombies. On the resistance front, the soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade shouted, and countless zombies began to surge up crazily. Because of this incident, more and more soldiers and survivors died one after another. What happened? In the airport tower, the emergency team was busy at this time. Bai Xuan was anxious. The system of the airport suddenly restarted just now, which paralyzed the work of the entire emergency team. Wei Kexue, the technical leader of the emergency team, was operating the computer frantically at this time. Various information jumped rapidly in the reflection of his glasses. Then his pupils suddenly stagnated, and he stood up from the chair. Bai, leader, the main control system of our airport has been disabled. Now the system has restarted, and all air defense weapons have been executed with a new command. Bai Xuan frowned. What command? Wei Kexue stood up, stared at the direction of the inner port with wide eyes, and said in an unbelievable tone, all air defense systems are responsible for escorting the action aircraft of the inner port. Evacuate. Chapter 152. Yubei City No. 1 Airport, Inner Port for Aircraft. At this time, a large federal action airship and several small aircraft were docked. The flight engine of the airship has been started and on standby, and many federal investigation team members in black suits are transporting some special citizens to the airship. Director Taylor, the situation is so serious now, why don't you take off? A middle-aged man with black and white hair and a gloomy face sat in a wheelchair and was pushed over by a bodyguard. The huge aircraft spoiler blew the corners of everyone's clothes. The middle-aged man looked angry and questioned Taylor Moreno, who was sending a message on the mobile terminal. Taylor Moreno looked up at him. Councilman Zhou, please return to the airship immediately. Without clearing the airspace threat, the flight formation cannot take the risk of taking off. Ridiculous. What about the Iron Guard Brigade, the Guard Regiment, and... There are so many air defense equipment in the airport, which are all funded by the Federation. Why don't you clear the airspace for us quickly? A bunch of idiots. Councilman Zhou cursed hysterically. Take off quickly, otherwise you don't have to be the supervisor anymore. Taylor Moreno laughed disdainfully and responded in a low voice. Iron Guard Brigade? They refuse to escort us, but I have directly restarted the airport system with federal authority. The current air defense weapons will open up a passage for us, so please don't waste time here. Councilman Zhou glanced at her coldly, his eyes changed, and he said anxiously, Humph, then hurry up. You have delayed my time. All of you get out of here. Notify all flight formations, and prepare to take off. Taylor Moreno handed the mobile device to his men and said, Yes. Click, click, click. At this time, a group of hurried footsteps came quickly. Taylor Moreno turned around and saw Bai Shuang leading a group of emergency team members and soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade, all of whom were angry. Guards! She shouted immediately, and dozens of guards came forward with guns. How dare you do such a thing? Bai Shuang ignored the guns of the guards and rushed forward angrily. There are tens of thousands of survivors here. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Taylor Moreno stepped back and let the guards stand in front of her. She raised her glasses and said defiantly, According to Article 332 of the federal law, all armed forces must provide comprehensive escort measures for government officials' aircraft. I am just following the regulations. After listening, Bai Shuang roared, Then have you forgotten that Article 1 of the federal law states that the safety of life, property, and freedom of all citizens is above all else? So what? Taylor Moreno smiled coldly and pointed at the large airship behind him and said, Then do you know who are the people on it? The conflict here quickly attracted the attention of other survivors in the square. Many people were upset when they saw the federal investigation team, so more and more people gathered around, and many people were even more furious when they heard the conversation between the two. What? They shut down the air defense system. For escort? What the hell? Why would they do that? I kill you. Kill these sons of bitches. Kill them. The crowd was furious, and many people began to raise their guns. The guards were forced to stand in front of Taylor Moreno and Counselor Zhou, blocking the angry survivors from rushing forward. Xu Qin, Su Jin, Lao Imo and others were already covered in blood. In order to resist, they almost used the barrels of their guns as fire sticks, but they were suddenly stabbed in the back by their own people. It was impossible not to be angry. Counselor Zhou looked at this scene with a gloomy face, and slightly signaled to the bodyguard behind him, ready to leave. Facing the angry curses, Taylor Moreno shouted angrily, I advise you not to waste time. The entire airport is an asset of the Federation. Don't you think these weapons and these high walls are built by you guys? Her body was shaking, and she became more and more excited. You should know that the people on these airships are the most important assets of our human civilization. Everyone has the obligation to protect them first. Bang! A gunshot cut through the sky, and the explosive scene suddenly quieted down. Because everyone saw that Taylor, who was shouting wildly, had a regular blood hole in her brow at this time, and blood slowly flowed down from her brow. Her eyes were full of disbelief, and then, plop, fell backwards. Paw, paw! A sonorous and powerful footsteps came quickly, and the crowd automatically separated. Zhang Dingzhong, the commander of the Iron Guard Brigade, walked into the inner harbor surrounded by a group of adjutants. Seeing the newcomer, Congressman Zhou's face suddenly changed. He looked at Taylor, who was dead on the ground, and said coldly, General Zhang, you dare to shoot at federal officials. You are going to cause trouble for our entire federal government. Bang! Zhang Dingzhong looked indifferent, walked over, raised his pistol and fired another shot, directly shooting the wheelchair-bound Counselor Zhou in the head, and shouted in a low voice. Bastard! He shot every time, without mercy. The bodyguard behind Counselor Zhou was splashed with blood all over his face. He looked down, and saw that Counselor Zhou had fallen sideways in the wheelchair with his mouth wide open, and his urine and feces were flowing everywhere. He was deader than dead. The hundreds of passengers on the airship also heard the gunshots at this time, and the cabin was in a panic, with screams. This sudden change also made the angry survivors present stunned for a moment. Shi Diyuan of Longshan No. 1 widened his eyes, and looked relieved. The two siblings Jian Shiwei and Jian Ziyang of Silver Star changed their expressions slightly at this time. Zhang Dingzhong walked directly in front of the head of the guard group Zhang Wei, and glanced at him coldly. Zhang Wei, when you were my guard, did I teach you to point a gun at women and children? Chief, I. Seeing the old chief, Zhang Wei struggled for a while. He lowered his head, and the guards put down their guns at this time. They were unwilling to point their guns at the survivors. Zhang Dingzhong directly passed him, and came to the back, and said to the deputy, who was trembling with fear next to Taylor Moreno's body, You have 3 minutes to take off. Ah! The deputy turned pale when he heard this, and the other federal officials all changed their faces, and ran towards the airship. Hurry! Let's go! On the airship, Zhao Yin and Su Wen were sitting at the end with their computer bags, looking nervous. Seeing the airship was about to take off, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I thought they were going to shoot at us. Hey! Finally, we're taking off. Wow! The airship slowly took off, and the entire flight formation began to rush into the night sky. Zhao Yan looked through the airship window at the black armored train parked on the train track platform in the distance, her eyes flashing Director Ding. What a pity. After shooting Taylor and Counselor Zhou, General Zhang Dingzhong came to Bai Shuang. What's the situation now? Not good. Bai Shuang's face was full of worry. We didn't expect them to do such a thing, which completely disrupted our plan. Wei Kexue on the side lamented. This authority comes from the authorization of the top leaders of the original federation. Now we either have to negotiate with them or rewrite the system. The federal government disintegrated, and when all places fell, the system authority of local assets was not clearly divided. The purpose of Bai Shuang's emergency team's arrival was to start the maintenance of the climbing channel to assist the survivors in transferring. They didn't expect Taylor Moreno to suddenly do this at a critical moment, which caught everyone off guard. This disaster actually came from within the human race. Hearing this, everyone in the survivor team breathed heavily and looked at Zhang Dingzhong in unison. Forget about authorization. How long will it take to rewrite the system? The most patient person here at this time is Zhang Dingzhong. His expression did not change. Like the stabilizing force in everyone's heart, the defense line has not been breached. There is still a chance to evacuate. Wei Kexue looked around with a complicated expression and said anxiously, if we rewrite the system, it will take at least 4 hours with the computer computing power we brought. The climbing elevator has been repaired with the help of Captain Lin, but the problem now is that even if the rewrite is completed, the power transmitted from the Oriental cable cannot support the operation of the climbing elevator. Zhang Dingzhong frowned slightly and looked at Bai Shuang. Yes. Bai Shuang said with some shame, the earthquake just now damaged a power supply line of the airport. The climbing elevator, electromagnetic acceleration, and air defense system are all large electricity users. The current energy can no longer maintain the basic operation of the airport. As soon as Bai Shuang said this, the atmosphere seemed to freeze suddenly. The faces of the survivors present changed drastically, and the atmosphere of panic and despair suddenly began to spread. Ah! The airport can no longer be maintained? Then what should we do? Wait to die? Oh my god! So there is no other way? Zhang Dingzhong's face sank, and he asked sternly. Bai Shuang was extremely anxious at this time. The critical situation of the airport far exceeded the previous estimate. In addition, the Iron Guard Brigade was severely damaged, which made the survivors stranded here almost in despair. She had no way out for a while. There is another way. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Everyone's face changed, and they all looked back. In the distance, Lin Xian and Kiki ran over anxiously. Captain Lin! Xu Qin and Su Jin shouted immediately. Captain Lin? When Wei Kexue saw Lin Xian coming, he suddenly remembered that there was such a master of mechanical superpowers here. He immediately said as if he had found a life-saving straw. Do you have a way to overwrite the system? In his opinion, Lin Xian could directly repair such a complex robot. If he could directly complete the system overwrite, there might be some chance. I can't overwrite the system. Lin Xian hurried over and glanced at General Zhang Dingzhong, who was in the lead. He knew that he should be the head of the Iron Guard Brigade, so he said directly, but I have a way to send everyone in the airport to the high-altitude corridor within 2 hours. Chapter 153. What? Everyone is sent up. What does that mean? No need to queue. 2 hours, really? Lin Xian's words were like a bombshell that exploded in the crowd, and everyone was looking at Lin Xian anxiously. His words at this time seemed to have lifted everyone's spirits. Zhang Dingzhong frowned and looked at him. What plan? Just tell me. Captain Lin, 2 hours. Don't we have to overwrite the system? Wei Kexue was nervous and anxious at this time, but when he looked at Lin Xian, his heart was beating, and his subconscious told him that Lin Xian might really have a way. Lin Xian said without hesitation, if the system is overwritten, the power can only support the air defense system and the electromagnetic acceleration system. If it is supplied to the climbing elevator, even if it can run, the transportation capacity will not be much, and it may be slower than before. In this case, the time will be more than 5 hours, and the air defense system will be affected. Now there are more and more monsters. According to the established time, it will definitely not be finished. Yes. Wei Kexue nodded. The power consumption of the climbing elevator is the largest. After all, Lin Xian did not have time to elaborate, and interrupted him directly. There is another problem. The more people walk, the fewer people resist. Once the airport defense line is lost, the follow-up people will definitely not be able to go up. Therefore, the best way is for everyone to go together. There is one thing that Lin Xian did not say to his face, that is, order. When the outer resistance collapses, the convoys lined up behind will suffer first. At that time, there will be large-scale chaos and the situation will be out of control. No, there are thousands of cars and tens of thousands of people here. How can they move together when the airport is short of power? Junying asked in confusion. The method is not complicated. Lin Xian spoke loudly, raised his hand and waved it, and a microscopic metal model of a climbing elevator was created by him. There were 4 simulated metal trains on it, representing the 4 trains parked at the airport at this time. He looked at Jianshui and Junying and said quickly, "The trains of Longshan No. 1 and Iron Guard Brigade are both intercontinental trains with engine power exceeding 150,000 kilowatts, and the Silver Star, as an eternal train, has at least more than 200,000 kilowatts of operating power." 220,000, Jianshui said proudly. Lin Xian nodded. "With my infinity, the power exceeds 100,000 kilowatts, and the total power of the 4 trains exceeds 600,000 kilowatts. Since everyone is going to enter the circumstellar orbit, I believe these trains must also have horizon gates, which are designed to deal with rushing up the climbing channel and entering the ocean track without traction. If we let all the cars board the climbing traction device and drive it with a mechanical traction machine, and then connect our 4 trains with steel cables, we can completely drag more than 2,000 cars here directly to the high-altitude corridor without a climbing elevator. We can completely supply the main power to the air defense system and electromagnetic acceleration, and we can climb up the climbing elevator ourselves." As soon as Lin Xian said this, the atmosphere suddenly condensed, and everyone's face gradually changed from confusion to shock. Using trains to pull thousands of cars up to the high-altitude corridor 4,800 meters above the ground, this sounds crazy. Bai Shuang looked at Lin Xian in surprise, and then she looked at Wei Kishua, who was also stunned. "Engineer Wei, will this work?" Wei Kishua opened his mouth, his eyes kept changing. This. He quickly calculated with a computer. The total length of the climbing channel is 7,250 meters, the slope is 90%, and the vertical height is 4,806 meters. There are 2,696 cars in the queue now. Assuming that all cars and trucks are 10,000 tons, the train rushes up at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Under the conditions of horizon gates and mechanical traction, after 3-level track acceleration, this requires at least traction instantaneous power of 408,000 kilowatts. In theory, this works, and the speed can even be faster, but this traction cable. Clang, clang, clang. The fluorescent light appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and a high-carbon alloy steel cable with a diameter of 10 centimeters was made by Lin Xian. It fell to the ground and made a dull metallic sound. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The train only needs to connect the traction device. After rushing to the high-altitude corridor, all cars can use the high-speed traction device to enter the electromagnetic acceleration channel, and other trains use the track to accelerate, which can also avoid the chaos problem inside the channel. Good guy, you can think of it. Pull thousands of cars to rush to the high-altitude corridor, you have guts. Junying's eyes widened, and the engineers around him were also constantly calculating at this time, but from the looks of it, it seemed that the conclusion was similar to Wei Kishua. On the other side, countless engineers on the Silver Star were also brainstorming crazily at this time, providing the calculated information to Jianshui. Zhang Dingzhong glanced over and saw a commotion, and then his eyes fell on Lin Xian, with a bit of deep meaning in his eyes. The risk level is very high. This is a theoretical situation. Jianshui looked rational, looked at Lin Xian, and said coldly, "First of all, the weight of all vehicles is estimated and not accurate. There are a large number of heavy trucks and modified cars. Secondly, you only calculated the instantaneous power demand, but the horizon brake and mechanical traction have not undergone such a large pulling force material test, and cannot guarantee the expected effect. If our horizon brake is damaged during this process, not only will all cars not be able to go up, but our motor trains that could have gone up will also lose the last chance." That's right. Jianziyang was obviously somewhat resistant to this plan. This plan is simply to let us pull the car, but it does not benefit us at all, and it also increases our risk. There are 3,219 lives on the Silver Star. Why should we take such a risk? He took a deep breath, his eyes flickered and said, "To put it bluntly, if other channels were open, we would have rushed up directly, and would not have stayed here to die. Now we have lost a lot of people, the worst." "Ziyang!" Jianshui shouted at him coldly. At this time, the air seemed to become solidified. Zhang Dingjong looked at Bai Shuang with a stern look and said, Team Leader Bai, what do you think of this plan? Bai Shuang's expression was complicated. She hesitated for a moment and said, although there are risks, this plan is the most feasible at present. We disagree. This plan will only increase the risk for us. Jian Ziyang protested directly. Even if it only takes 2 hours, if all the survivors go to load the truck, who will hold the defense line? Once the airport is lost, this plan will completely kill us. We might as well accept a few hundred survivors on the Silver Star, and let us rush up first. What Jian Ziyang said was not without reason. He and Jian Shiwei were carrying more than 3,000 lives on their shoulders. If they rushed directly, they would have a greater chance of success. Boom! At this time, an explosion sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the air defense system and electromagnetic rail guns of the airport were firing at the sky. The large Federal action airship that had just taken off seemed to have encountered some strange attack in the sky. It exploded high in the clouds, and a huge fireball burned. Other small aircraft were not spared and fell like fallen leaves. What is the electromagnetic gun attacking? What is there in the sky? Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked at the sky in the dark night with a solemn expression. Crack! A flash of lightning exploded, illuminating the clouds. In that instant, everyone saw that above the clouds, there was a huge circular black outline that covered the sky and the sun. The edge of the umbrella was like the edge of a mountain, towering into the clouds, like an alien creature. It was the atmospheric mica. Instantly, everyone's face changed. Oh my god, it's that monster. It is above the clouds above our heads. Buzz. Boom. Buzz. Boom. The muzzles of the 4 electromagnetic rail guns all turned straight up and fired at the sky. Bai Shuang said with an ugly face, It's bad. If we don't attract that big guy with firepower, the high-altitude corridor will be swallowed by it. It seems that we don't have much time left. Zhang Dingjong's eyes condensed, looking at Jian Shiwei and Jian Ziyang, then followed this plan. Jian Ziyang looked anxious, but... Ma Xiaoding! Zhang Dingjong shouted in a deep voice. Here! Adjutant Ma Xiaoding stepped out in line. 1st Battalion 2nd Battalion Artillery Battalion Guards Area A, 4th Battalion 6th Battalion plus Armored Infantry Company Guards Area B, 7th Battalion Tank Company Guards Area C, 5th Battalion 9th Battalion Logistics Support Company Guards Area D, 8th Battalion and Reconnaissance Battalion Guard Area E in the center with me. All air forces take off. Draw the attention of that big guy to the front of the airport, and protect the climbing elevator and the sky corridor. Yes. Ma Xiaoding responded. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. Zhang Dingjong looked around. Our Iron Guard Brigade is responsible for guarding for these 2 hours. Does anyone else have any objections? As soon as these words came out, Jian Ziyang's face changed, and he was speechless. Jian Shiwei stood up decisively. No objection. We will start making arrangements immediately. We have no objection. Sure Diyuan also responded loudly. The appearance of the atmospheric mica completely enveloped despair above the airport, and Zhang Dingjong led the entire army's firepower to help cover. At this moment, Jian Ziyang could no longer say anything. Bai Shuang, Zhang Dingjong, your emergency team and other wounded will all board the intercontinental train of the Iron Guard Brigade. Our Iron Guard Brigade will retreat last. Bai Shuang nodded solemnly. Old leader. At this time, a voice came from the back. John Wei came over with dozens of personnel from the Airport Guard Regiment and whispered, People from our Guard Regiment want to join the defense together. Zhang Dingjong looked back at him, his eyes changed slightly, and said in a deep voice, He is not a coward. After speaking, he quickly set off towards the outer defense line, and the adjutant Ma Xiaotang and the head of the Guard Regiment John Wei immediately followed. In an instant, all the people from the Iron Guard Brigade and the Guard Regiment were mobilized, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Bai Shuang looked at Lin Xian and said solemnly, Captain Lin, I and the people from each team will be responsible for the sequence scheduling and loading the traction device on the train. Then you will be responsible for completing the configuration of the train traction cable. Lin Xian nodded. There is no time to lose. Chapter 154. The terrifying giant shadow in the sky was like a mountain. The huge outline that appeared in the flash of lightning immediately brought a suffocating feeling of oppression to all the survivors. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that? So scary. What should I do? Look, those trains are starting to drive into the inner harbor of the climbing elevator. The survivors in the square went from panic to knowing the plan of the emergency team. Everyone was surprised, like a pot of boiling water. As the airships of the Federal Investigation Team were wiped out, The air defense equipment above the airport readjusted the target to the strange body target. Wow, the remaining 3 Warhawk-class air gunboats of the Iron Guard Brigade and several Lightning II airspace fighters all took off at this time and headed towards the giant above the clouds. Warhawk 0203, be careful, don't get tangled, go to the front of the airport to attract the target's attention. Warhawk 02 received. Warhawk 03 received. Bang, bang, the missile compartment of the aerial gunboat slowly opened, and several large air-to-air missiles were fired out. At the same time, the airborne I-17 multi-lobe plasma cannon in front of the gunboat began to gather electric light. Boom! Boom! 2 shining plasma cannons flashed across the sky and exploded in the clouds. The light reflected the edge of a huge jellyfish umbrella, which rolled slowly. Zhang Dingjong led the troops to Zone E in the center of the airport. This is the central axis facing Yubei City. The elevated track and the wide streets below are straight for several kilometers. At this time, it is full of corpses. A large number of strange insects and human ghosts shuttled through it. After each cooling of several 1130 close and defense guns, a wave of destructive metal frenzy will be ushered in, annihilating a large number of fallen creatures. Ma Xiaotang, mobilize those Iron Guard 3 and Destroyer mechas in Area A, Area C and here. The ones under repair should also be deployed. As long as the weapons can still fire, use them as defensive fortifications. You have 2 hours to hold on until the last man dies. Yes. John Wei, where are the patrol mechas of your guard regiment? Take them all out. Most of them were destroyed after the electromagnetic pulse last time, and there is only one left. John Wei walked forward with a machine gun and fired a lot of shots. Shoot and kill a wave of zombies climbing up. Old leader, let me operate it. A tall white-armed mecha was delivered by a transport vehicle. John Wei took the lead and went up immediately, sat in the operating cabin, and started the engine behind the mecha. Woo! The engine roared. John Wei raised the operating arm, and the 2 huge arms of the mecha were raised. The left arm was a 6-barrel rapid-fire Gatling cannon, and the right arm was a 60mm large howitzer. He jumped off the transport vehicle and rushed to the front of the battle line. The war continued to escalate. Brothers, hold on. Don't let these beasts rush in. Pay attention to the flames of the weird body below. Boom! Prepare for the number 2 machine gun to load. A flamethrower is needed. The tracer bullets cut through the sky, and the flames illuminated the entire number 1 airport. At this time, in the ascending track hall of the climbing elevator, 4 large mechanical trains were already dragging side by side on the 4 elevator tracks, and behind them was a yellow traction platform, like a conveyor belt. Each of these modular traction platforms was 100 meters long and could hold about 20 cars. In front of the car traction platform, there are 4 large climbing tractors connected between the car traction platform and the train. After successfully entering the high-altitude corridor, the car traction platform will be electromagnetically accelerated by this device. A large number of cars are now lined up to enter the preparation hall under the command of the emergency team and the captains of each team, and begin to drive into the traction device. Thousands of people in the entire ascending track hall began to be busy, some helping each other, and some young people got off the car to support other teams and help the emergency team to fix the vehicles. There was continuous artillery fire outside, and the electromagnetic rail guns in the sky kept bombarding. Because of the unstable power, the lights in the entire ascending track hall dimmed from time to time, and then brightened again. Facing the terrifying monster in the sky, some people were praying constantly, and some people were panicked. Everyone was on the verge of death, but they could only concentrate on this almost crazy plan. Rushing to the high-altitude corridor, without the help of the climbing elevator is definitely a test full of excitement and unknowns. If the traction cable breaks, if the climbing elevator and high-altitude corridor crash, if the zombies invade, no one can imagine what they will face in the next second. This night is destined to be a long night for all the survivors here. On the train track in front, Qin Sichuan was checking the horizon gate of the giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive with a flashlight and the building. The onboard system was also doing self-inspection. Except for Ding Junying, the Infinity team was all very nervous at this time. In front of the other 3 large trains, the Infinity seemed much slimmer. Although it also had a quasi-intercontinental Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive, it was obviously not as good as the other 3 in terms of power and onboard equipment. Therefore, the number of traction platforms assigned to the rear of the Infinity is also the least. According to the deployment of the Baishuang emergency team, according to the remaining load of the train, the Silver Star was assigned 1,000 vehicles, with more than 50 traction platforms at the rear, Lin Xian number 1 was 700, the Intercontinental Train of the Iron Guard Brigade was 600, and Lin Xian's Infinity had only more than 400 vehicles. Xu Qin, Su Jin, Lao Mo, and Junying's fleet were all mounted on the traction platform on the Infinity. According to the predetermined plan, once successfully entering the high-altitude corridor, the 4 trains will all be separated from the traction and the system will be connected, allowing the rear cars to go first through the electromagnetic acceleration of the traction platform, and the 4 trains behind will be retracked and accelerated by their own engines to pass through the Daju Plateau. At this time, Lin Xian is manufacturing and connecting the traction steel cables of the train with the assistance of Kiki and Junying. Wei Kexu immobilized the dozen maintenance robots to help with welding supplements. I have set up a decoupling device. As long as you successfully get on the corridor, you can complete the decoupling and save some time. Lin Xian was sweating profusely at this time. He kept looking at the time on his watch. Girl, we only have one horizon gate on the train. Unlike the Silver Star, the overall configuration is very high, and there are 8 drivetrains. So if there is an emergency, you have to help me hold down the train, otherwise the rising mechanical traction hook may be disconnected. I know. Kiki nodded. Don't worry. Junying walked over and looked at him. There are more than 1 superpowers who can help, and I will also take action at the critical moment. Wind superpowers can indeed provide great assistance at this moment. Lin Xian nodded, thank you. This plan had been brewing in Lin Xian's mind for a long time tonight. He was ready to propose it when he discussed it with Wei Kexu. However, this plan is indeed risky. If the situation was not so critical, who would be willing to try such a risky operation? Seeing the tension in Lin Xian's expression, Kiki's eyes flickered. Lin Xian, I believe you. I think this plan will definitely succeed. Thank you. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his men kept busy. In fact, I don't know. Just like what Jianziyang said, if we just rush up, the chance is still very high. From the perspective of human nature, Lin Xian actually has the same idea as Jianziyang. If the airport directly opens other channels without considering order at all, then these trains may have run by themselves, and there is no need to climb the elevator to queue up. And the risks mentioned by Wei Kexu are actually just some hidden dangers. At most, they are criticized for not taking into account the safety of the escape channel, and thus imposing these hidden dangers on the car convoy behind. So Lin Xian also understands that Bai Shuang actually has this level of consideration, and even deliberately. The Iron Guard Brigade had suffered a heavy setback before, and was forced to return to the airport. The Silver Star and Lin Xian number 1 not only have strong firepower, but also have a large number of people, which can increase resistance at critical moments. He can think of this, and Jian Shui, Jianziyang, and Shi Diyuan can definitely think of it, but in this case, if they insist on being independent and competing with the emergency team and rushing away without paying attention to the airport management, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among other survivors and even cause conflicts. Under the premise of being besieged by the zombie tide, everyone chose to fight together. Bai Shuang has already controlled the situation very well. If it weren't for the sudden earthquake and the disruption of the federal investigation team, perhaps things would not have deteriorated so quickly. Lin Xian's plan is not to be a hero, but to consider that this is indeed a solution that can take care of himself and transfer everyone faster. Boom! At this time, an earthquake stronger than before hit again. Chapter 155. As a heavily armed combined brigade of the Interstellar Army, the 52nd Iron Guard Brigade has very strong combat power. However, under the pressure of the giant in the sky, the pouring firepower at this time is like hitting a towering mountain, making people feel powerless. Buzz! A huge sound resounded from the sky, the clouds dispersed, and the air shook violently. The towering atmospheric mica gradually revealed the edge of the majestic umbrella from the clouds, and slowly moved towards the front of the airport. The pilot of the Warhawk aerial gunship looked at the huge outline in the dark at this time, sweating profusely, and gritted his teeth and said, "The target's attention has been successfully captured. All flying units retreat quickly." Boom! A dazzling blue light from the electromagnetic railgun flashed outside the cockpit, and at the same time the radar began to frantically warn. An unknown organism is detected approaching. An unknown organism is detected approaching. Woo! The pilot was frantically lifting at this time, and the engine of the Warhawk gunship roared. Before it turned around, a huge tentacle fell from the sky. Bang! At some point, a sky mica with a very fast swimming speed appeared in the fog in the airspace behind, and its tentacles swept across. The close-in defense guns on the airship fired frantically for a few seconds, and the next moment, it was completely blown up. The airship made a huge explosion, and the flames illuminated the sky. Warhawk 03 crashed. Warhawk 03 crashed. Enable air situational awareness, emergency avoidance. Behind. Da-da-da. Boom. 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 Four dazzling electromagnetic guns blasted towards the sky, smashing several black-winged weird bodies. But more flying weird bodies began to pounce from the clouds. With the earthquake just now, all the zombies seemed to become more violent. General, the air formation suffered heavy losses, and Area D can no longer be defended. On the high wall, Deputy Ma Xiaotong's face was covered in blood, and he was already bloodthirsty. How is Baishuang? It hasn't been fully loaded yet. There are too many people. Zhang Dingzhong turned his head, and saw that most of the survivors' vehicles in the square had already entered the ascending orbit hall. Only the dead soldiers, and the bodies of the survivors were left on the ground. The blizzard was howling, and the red blood and white snow were mixed together, which was extremely tragic. He looked at the tide of corpses swarming in the city again, and said with a face as heavy as water, "These monsters are like crazy." "Yeah, I don't know why." Ma Xiaotang said hurriedly. "Those monsters seem to know that we are going to evacuate. Every time we speed up a move, they will become more crazy. Whether it is in the sky or underground, they all come." "Strange. Can the zombies and those insects guess our plan?" Another sergeant also said. "It's the same in Fengcheng, Cheng'an, and Xinglong. Every time our troops advance on a large scale, we encounter a larger scale attack. It's really fucking weird." Zhang Dingzhong showed his stern face. "The more anxious the enemy is, the more they want to slaughter us, which means our resistance is more meaningful." At this time, in the ascending track hall, the traction cables of the 4 trains have been connected, and only a small part of the vehicles are still being loaded and unloaded. In the internal senior management compartment of the Silver Star, a dozen people in extraordinary clothes are holding a tense meeting. The engineering team has pre-checked the working condition of the Horizon Gate in advance. "I have a suggestion. If the system detects abnormalities in the gate and mechanical traction device during the climb, we must immediately disconnect the traction cable at the rear to ensure the safety of all personnel on the vehicle." A middle-aged man with a noble face spoke. "I second the motion." "Agree." Jian Ziyang also raised his hand at this time, looking at Jian Shui, who was in charge of the decision-making power at the front. "Sister, we have done what we should do. If there is a problem, it means that there is a problem with this plan. I think it is completely reasonable for us to adopt an emergency risk avoidance method." Jian Shui said nothing at this time. Her expression was slightly condensed. "I just discussed this issue with Captain Lin of Infinity. He gave me a suggestion. If the high-pressure threshold of the gate does not exceed 30%, do not disconnect the traction cable." 30%? This is too risky. I think the maximum of 15% is already very dangerous. That's right. Everyone was dissatisfied when they heard it. Jian Ziyang frowned and said angrily, "He proposed? What right did he have to propose? Among the 4 trains, their Infinity has the least load, and their train configuration is simply a disaster. The most powerful twin is placed at the end, and the broken gas turbine in the front is useless now. That kind of thing should have been eliminated by the times. Chairman, I don't think we can take such risks at this time. It's their business if they are willing to fight. Yes, this is too risky." Many old people on the board of directors expressed their opposition at this time. Jian Shui glanced at everyone lightly. "Your concerns are very reasonable. In this case, let's arrange a special air defense team on the Silver Star to contain the monster in the sky, and by some time for the Silver Star to enter the high-altitude corridor. Who is willing to take over the glorious mission of the leader of this air defense team?" As soon as these words came out, the conference room instantly became quiet. A group of people looked at each other, some swallowed their saliva, some glared, and avoided Jian Shui's gaze. "Ziyang." Jian Shui looked at Jian Ziyang at this time, and the latter's expression froze immediately. "Do you know what the finger group relies on to develop to this day?" Jian Ziyang opened his mouth and avoided Jian Shui's gaze. Jian Shui smiled coldly, stood up and slowly walked past the board members, with a stern look. "It depends on continuous progress, and the 500,000 finger employees around the world. A company that maintains its foundation will not last forever. The development of human civilization stems from the exploration of courage. There are successes and failures, and there are sacrifices when there is progress. The traction cable behind our train is tied to 4,000 lives. It is an adventure that we have to bear in exchange for the sacrifices of a large number of Iron Guard Brigade soldiers outside. Since it is an adventure, it is necessary to break the rules and challenge courage. Someone has taken this courage for you. Don't feel ashamed. It is enough to do what we can." In the carriage, the atmosphere became quiet. "Notify the engineering team." Jian Shui, wearing high heels, walked elegantly towards the front of the train. The disconnection procedure of the rear traction cable must be authorized by me personally. On the other side, the emergency team was loading and unloading the last few traction platforms. A large number of lost and wounded people were also transferred to the intercontinental train of the Iron Guard Brigade. Team leader by, it should be almost done. Wakishua quickly operated on the computer. The engines of the 4 trains are now being tested, and the passage has been cleared. The airport radar shows that the atmospheric jellyfish is leaving the top of the air corridor. Bai Shuang nodded. Notify all convoys and team members to check the personnel on board, and set off immediately after the Iron Guard Brigade and the Guard Regiment withdraw. Boom boom boom. Outside the ascending track hall, fierce resistance is still going on, and the sound of gunfire shakes the air. At this time, in the hall, all the survivors' convoys have already driven onto the traction platform. Fear and tension continue to spread among the crowd. Shu Qin, sitting in the off-road vehicle, looked at the long convoy and train, as well as the straight upward climbing passage in front, with an extremely solemn expression. Including Lao Mo, Su Jin and others are also extremely nervous at this time. All trains are ready to go, and many survivors of trains and cars are lying on the windows, looking at the endless convoys, like an army of ants, and their eyes widened and their heartbeats accelerated. On the infinity, Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan stood in the cockpit, looking at the high-altitude passage climbing up to the sky in front, with extremely anxious expressions. Are we leaving? Waiting for the dispatch from the emergency team. It seems that the people of the Iron Guard Brigade have not yet withdrawn. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. The intercontinental train of the Iron Guard Brigade is delayed at the end to facilitate their evacuation and boarding. With so many people, it should be much safer if they reach Jiazhou City. Lin Xian replied, I don't think so. Jiazhou City is also a big city like Yubei. Even if it is not like the zombie siege here in the polar night, it is not much better. In the future, we may have to avoid big cities. Such a large-scale attack by strange bodies is no less shocking than the apocalypse day to Lin Xian. This made him realize that the strange bodies in the dark night seemed to really have some kind of consciousness, and launched an invasion on the human group. The words of Lao Mo and Wei Kishua also gave him some reminders. If he follows the original route, even if he reaches the ocean track without any problems, he still needs to consider the subsequent train drive problem. If he moves to land, he needs to upgrade the train's all-terrain mobility. If he ventures on the ocean track, he needs to consider more, otherwise, facing the endless deep ocean in the dark, the situation will be more severe. Chen Sichuan looked at him. Yes, no one expected that the situation here in Yubei would be so serious. Lin Xian's eyes were solemn. But if we want to upgrade the train drive system, we can either go through Jiazhou and take the northeast line to chase the Phoenix Dawn Center, or follow the original plan to take the Ring Star line to Star City. But the old federal government may not welcome us. Chapter 156. General, the ascending orbit hall has been prepared. On the high platform of Zone E, the adjutant rushed to report anxiously. Under the artillery fire, more and more human and weird bodies appeared. These monsters are much stronger than zombies, and always cause large-scale casualties. Boom! The shell exploded, and a missile accurately hit a fog spider on a high-rise building. The huge spider fell to the building beside the street, and the front glass curtain wall shattered. Zhang Dingzhong held the machine gun in front, and the hot weapon in his hand quickly harvested the lives of those monsters. Boom! 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 The long tentacles of the atmospheric mica above the sky slowly landed above the city, causing a building to collapse. The searchlight of the airport shot over, and the whole view could not even be seen. On buzz, a pale white light suddenly flashed for a moment. General, look! What is that? At this time, the soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade who were resisting all changed their expressions, and looked towards the center of Yubei City in the distance. Zhang Dingzhong stopped firing at this time, and his eyes went there, and his pupils shrank immediately. In the center of the city, in the darkness and fog, a huge black humanoid figure slowly appeared. It was roughly estimated that the figure was at least 100 meters tall, with arms almost hanging to the ground, and strange wing-like bones behind it. It stood in the middle of the city, seemingly staring at the direction of airport number 1. Corpse driver? Zhang Dingzhong looked at the black shadow with a solemn expression. It's exactly the same as the intelligence said. The huge figure was like an alien creature, with a strong oppressive force that made people shudder. On the high wall, the officers of the Iron Guard Brigade, led by Zhang Dingzhong, stared at the giant humanoid figure in amazement, as if it was some kind of human existence from a higher dimension, and just a glance at it made their scalps numb. And since the appearance of the giant corpse driver, everyone felt that a large number of strange bodies, zombies, and even jellyfish in the sky in the city were driven by some kind of breeder and gathered towards the airport. Is it targeting us? The previous sightings were all on the timeline of the area covered by the polar night. An officer exclaimed, "Is it treating us all as prey, driving all the way here, and then strangling us all? No wonder so many zombies are rushing in one direction." Zhang Dingzhong's eyes flickered, looking at the huge figure, and slowly said, "Do you feel that thing is like casting a net to catch fish? In the fishing industry, after several fishing boats cast their nets, they drive them in a specific way, and the angle of encirclement becomes smaller and smaller, eventually forcing a large number of prey into the fishing nets, and then catching them on board. The zombies and strange bodies in the sky are like layers of impenetrable fishing nets, driven by the corpse-driving man to move along the edge of the polar night, driving humans like insects." That seems to be the case. Fishing? An officer said solemnly at this time, "We originally thought that those monsters only existed in the darkness and hunted everywhere. If that's the case, then the 13 star abysses on the blue planet. Aren't they like 13 fishing nets that are constantly extending?" His words made everyone feel a suffocating pressure. After everyone vaguely realized that the polar night seemed to be hunting humans with some kind of consciousness, under that fear, they began to feel powerless and angry. "Treating us as fish." An officer gritted his teeth and cursed. "Where did these things come from?" Everyone cursed. "It seems that we guessed right. After that thing appeared, the monster became more violent. We can't resist it anymore. General, retreat." Ma Xiaotang shouted to Zhang Dingzhong anxiously at this time. "Buzz, the anti-aircraft weapons in the airport base open fire at full force, constantly destroying the monsters attacking from the air." The tide-like zombie army roared loudly. "Retreat? If the defense line is withdrawn, these beasts will rush up faster than the tide, and no one inside can escape. Yes, if we withdraw, the people inside will be finished." An adjutant stood up at this time. Zhang Dingzhong watched countless human ghosts, black bugs, and strange monsters rushing towards the high platform like crazy. Under the high wall, there were already mountains of corpses. Boom, another fighter plane fell, burning in front of everyone, and crashed into a street in the city, causing a huge explosion. Zhang Dingzhong looked around the entire Yubei city, the zombies and monsters, like a tide, and the huge corpse driver standing in the center of the city. His eyebrows were slightly frowned, and he said sadly, "Fengcheng was not defended, so I left. Chong'an was not defended, so I left. Xinglong was not defended, so I still left. Today, I, Zhang Dingzhong, will not leave." As soon as these words came out, all the officers' expressions changed slightly, and a few traces of determination slowly appeared in their eyes. "Everyone! Here! At all costs, hold the airport for me, and make sure that the people in the ascending hall are successfully evacuated." "Yes!" Everyone responded in unison, their eyes firm. "Ma Xiaotang! Here!" Ma Xiaotang's eyes were shocked, and he stood up without hesitation. "Take out the big firecracker." "Yes!" Zhang Dingzhong walked forward, looking at the atmospheric mica in the sky and the corpse-driving man in the center of the city. His eyes were stern, and he chuckled. "You treat us humans as fish, then I will show you what a torpedo is." In the ascending orbit hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Many armed personnel in the survivors' vehicles took out their weapons in the vehicles, looking at the hall passage in the distance, waiting for the Iron Guard Brigade soldiers who were supporting the evacuation. Bai Shuang and the members of the emergency team were also waiting for news from there. Ding! At this time, Bai Shuang's communicator rang, and she quickly picked it up. "This is the emergency team? This is the emergency team. All personnel have been prepared. You can evacuate." Ding! "Team leader Bai, General Zhang is informing you that all convoys must immediately enter the ascending orbit and depart. I repeat, all convoys must immediately enter the ascending orbit and depart." What? Bai Shuang's expression changed immediately, and he pressed the call button anxiously, only to find that the call had ended. Wei Kishua and others beside him were also stunned when they heard this. Are they not going to evacuate? What do you mean? It's not even 2 hours yet. Did the Iron Guard Brigade encounter any trouble? Boom, boom, boom. Outside the ascending track hall, the sky was filled with artillery fire. Bai Shuang tightly grasped the intercom in her hand, breathing rapidly, and her lips trembled a little. She understood, and immediately fixed her eyes, and ordered the emergency team members. "Everyone, get on the train and get ready to go." Wei Kishua's expression froze, and he took a deep breath at this time, and began to operate the airport climbing channel to release the limit of the climbing elevator. At the same time, the other 3 trains, Lin Xian, Jianshiwei, and Junying also received Bai Shuang's notification. 30 seconds later, the traction plan was launched. It's time to set off, everyone get ready. In the Infinity, Lin Xian notified others, and the convoy behind. The people of the Iron Guard Brigade have not returned. Qin Sixuan said to Lin Xian, with a serious look in his eyes. I know. Lin Xian's expression was very complicated at this time. He whispered to Qin Sixuan, you find a seat and sit down. The departure notice has been issued, which means that all passengers are already in the ascending orbit hall at this time. Qin Sixuan and Xia came to the number 1 carriage and found a safe position. Kiki also came to the cockpit to help Lin Xian deal with emergencies at any time. Dele and Lu Xingchen sat in the cockpit of the nuclear-powered locomotive and fastened their seat belts. Ding Junyi came to the research cabin alone, found a corner with handrails, squatted on the ground, and waited for departure. In the back, Su Jin, Shu Qin, Lao Imo, Jiang Yuan and others also grabbed what they could in the car, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. 30, 29, 28, 20, 19, 18, 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, woo! Instantly, all the train engines roared, and the horizon gate slowly descended above the wheel tracks, embedded on the rails, and emitted a faint light. At the first moment, Lin Xian, Jianshiwei, Junying, and Bai Shuang said at the same time, Start, prepare to climb. Chapter 157. Woo! In the ascending track hall, for heavy train engines roared, pulling all the traction platforms to start slowly. The survivors in the rear only felt the track below shake, and then began to move. Why did they set off? The troops of the Iron Guard Brigade have not withdrawn yet? What's going on? Did they set off early? It's moving, it's moving. Ah, so scared. Don't be afraid, you will definitely rush up. Mom, where are the soldiers? A little girl, who had just been rescued on the military train of the Iron Guard Brigade, asked her mother. The woman looked at the countless wounded and survivors in the train, her eyes reddened. They will take other cars. Really? Will they go with us? Yes. Wah wah. The powerful traction force from the 620,000 kilowatts of power pulled 2,696 survivors of various types to accelerate madly, reaching a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour in a very short sprint distance. Then the train entered the slowly rising track, the horizon gate sucked the track, and the engine continued to accelerate. Infinity, Silver Star, Lin Xian number 1, everyone on the Iron Guard Brigade train instantly felt the ground tilting, the train lifted up to a great angle of elevation, and the unfixed items in the carriage slid backwards one after another. Soon, a few seconds later, all trains entered the climbing channel with a larger elevation angle, and the mechanical tractor rose to hook the horizon gate located under the train, starting the second-level acceleration. Boom! Boom! Thousands of cars behind instantly felt themselves being lifted off the ground and sprinting towards the sky at a very high speed. Ah! Instantly, countless screams resounded throughout the entire climbing channel. On the Infinity, everyone held the handrail tightly. Qin Sixuan closed her eyes tightly, feeling the huge acceleration force from the air, her heart pounding. In the cockpit, Kiki and Lin Xian sat in the driver's seat, looking extremely focused. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The altitude rose rapidly, and Lin Xian concentrated and shouted, 2,000 meters will enter the third acceleration. If the horizon gate is overloaded, you will press the train on the track for me. Kiki's eyes were full of solemnity at this time. Her eyes widened, and she kept exclaiming. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she immediately replied, Okay. On the Silver Star and Lin Xian number 1, there were completely 2 different scenes. The residents of each carriage on the Silver Star had already made preparations in advance, fastened their seat belts, and were neat and uniform, while in Lin Xian number 1, there were screams and exclamations, and the daily necessities in the carriage fell down. On the train of the Iron Guard Brigade, Bai Shuang stood in the driver's cabin, watching the huge passage behind her getting deeper and deeper through the monitoring. She looked calm, with a strange firmness in her eyes, and there seemed to be a silent elegy and fire flickering in her heart. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. Boom. On the high wall of the airport, smoke filled the air, and countless metal jets sprayed on the tide of corpses below. The 1130 close-in defense guns and electromagnetic rail guns sounded the wail of death. Above the sky, under the huge atmospheric mica, there were more than a dozen equally huge sky jellyfish floating, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. Under the airport, The overwhelming zombies began to rush in like a flood. At this time, the transport vehicle pulled a cylindrical weapon device covered with a curtain and drove quickly. The soldiers unveiled the curtain, and the cylindrical weapon device slowly lit up and opened. A silver missile several meters high slowly rose up, and the yellow nuclear symbol on it made people feel a sense of calmness at a glance. Zhang Dingjong came over and said with a heroic look, "Fighting and fleeing all the way, I have been wanting to use this thing for a long time. It's a good opportunity for us to see what kind of monster the corpse driver is. Hey, it must be fun to cremate them for free." Adjutant Ma Xiaoting also joked. "Ha ha. That means we have to blow a hole in this fishing net, right, brothers?" "Yes." Bang! A tall patrol mecha stopped. John Wei walked down from it, looked at the small nuclear weapon in front of him, and said in surprise, "Huh? This must be powerful enough." Zhang Dingjong looked at him. "John Wei, can your legs still stand firmly?" John Wei smiled resolutely, stood up and said, "Report to the old leader, I can stand firmly." After that, he hesitated, looked at Zhang Dingjong proudly and said, "Old leader, John Wei can fight with you until the last moment, which is the greatest honor of my life." Zhang Dingjong paused, then raised his hand and patted his shoulder, with admiration in his eyes. "Good boy, you are worthy of being a soldier I have led." Woo! Wow! A pleasant sound came, and many soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade turned back and watched the several kilometer-long traction vehicle on the track begin to rush up the climbing track. The air vibrated, and the momentum was deafening. "Look! They are going up!" Adjutant Ma Xiaoting shouted excitedly as he watched this scene. Countless soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade looked at the track leading to the clouds, their eyes full of expectation and eagerness. At this moment, the train chains that kept climbing up were like the results of their courageous protection, which were extremely precious. At this time, several vehicles of the survivors suddenly turned on the yellow double flash lights. The lights seemed to have produced some kind of resonance, and more survivors' convoys turned on the double flash lights tacitly. Soon, thousands of cars flashed yellow lights, and rushed up to the sky along the climbing channel like 4 golden chains of light, as if to illuminate the entire night sky. Looking at this scene, Zhang Dingjong smiled faintly. "Come cheer us up, brothers, don't show your fear." "Yes!" The defense line built by the Iron Guard Brigade and the Guard Regiment roared to the sky. Woo! At this time, on the climbing channel, 4 trains were approaching 2,000 meters and entered the third acceleration. 4 chains of several kilometers long continued to climb, and the channel roared. "Prepare for the third acceleration." Boom! 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 Soon, the 4 trains were almost simultaneously equipped with high-speed traction devices, the engines roared, and the third acceleration began. Woo! Speed up. Lin Xian looked at the status meter of the Horizon Gateway at this time, and began to increase the power of the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive to the maximum. At this time, a dazzling blue light suddenly began to flash in the atmospheric mica core above the sky of the port, and then, there was a loud bang, and an invisible electromagnetic pulse vibrated in the form of radiation shock. Buzz! In an instant, all the lights in the channel flashed, sparks flew, the electromagnetic railguns on the airport were all turned off, the lights in the 4 trains also went out instantly, and the system stopped. The people in the train only felt a black screen in front of their eyes, and the drive motor made a low hum and slowly stopped. Oh no, electromagnetic pulse! The engine stopped. In the cockpit of Longshan No. 1, which was rising rapidly, Steve's eyes were bloodshot, and he sat up in shock. Restart the system quickly, we can't lose the initial velocity. Inside the Silver Star, Jin Ziyang's face turned pale, and he immediately yelled at the train engineer. How long will it take? Jian Shui's sharp voice came. 10 seconds. The engineer shouted in panic. Too late, with so much initial velocity lost, the Horizon Gateway will not be able to catch it. Jian Ziyang shouted frantically to Jian Shui. Sister, we must unhook. Otherwise, everyone will fall. Woo! The 4 trains that were rising strongly suddenly began to slow down. On the Iron Guard Brigade transport train, Bai Shuang's face changed drastically. How could this happen? It must be that atmospheric mica. Wei Kishua's face turned pale at this time, and he exclaimed at the sudden decrease in speed. It's over, it's going to fall. The most worried situation still happened. At this moment, the tens of thousands of survivors who were climbing suddenly felt cold in their hearts. Oh no, why did it stop? Are we going to fall? Oh my god. It's over, it's over. On the Silver Star, Jian Shui looked at the countdown of the system restart with a gloomy face. Just when she was about to pick up the communicator to notify the train to uncouple, the communicator sounded first. All trains, don't uncouple. Ding ding ding. Lin Xian's voice came from the communicator. The next moment, 3 crisp metal sounds rang out, and several traction cables suddenly connected to the mechanical traction devices of the other 3 trains. Then, under the extremely surprised eyes of Jian Shui, Jian Ziyang, Shi Diyuan, Bai Shuang and Wei Kishue, a black heavy train burst into a surging internal combustion engine roar, forcibly pulling the deceleration momentum of the other 3 trains, and rushed over all the trains. Charge for me! On the Infinity, Lin Xian's eyes were red, his mechanical heart was running wildly, the 10-cylinder gas engine of the giant whale 03E roared, the power turbine was running violently, burning the last glory of the internal combustion engine, pulling 3 trains, and 2,696 cars on the climbing track, moving forward against the trend. On the other side, Kiki's hair fluttered and he gritted his teeth, using his telekinesis to press the whole car hard on the track, while giving the train an upward boost. In the high-altitude climbing channel, an upward airflow also rose up. Junying sat in the off-road vehicle at the back, and used all his strength to use his wind ability. Clang, lang, lang. The power turbine of the giant whale 03E roared, and the carriage of the Infinity also trembled like steel was tearing. Hold on. Lin Xian only felt the blood rushing up at this time. He knew that the Infinity alone could not hold these 3 trains. All he could do was give the other trains a breathing time to restart their engines. Under the explosive power output of the Infinity, the initial speed that was constantly decreasing was miraculously stopped for a short time. Jian Shui's chest kept rising and falling at this time. Looking at the high-pressure threshold of the Horizon Gateway on the display screen, it soared directly to 28%. 10 seconds seemed to have passed for several hours. In an instant, her heartbeat was surging, and the train finally completed the engine restart. Woo! The Eternal-class train Silver Star began to output violent power and accelerated again. The other Iron Guard Brigade trains and Lin Xian No. 1 also exerted their strength at the same time. The speed rose again. Stabilized? Bai Shuang and Wei Kishue were stunned. Incredible! Shi Diyuan was covered in cold sweat. Spread with all your strength. Jian Shui ordered softly. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. The rising air pressure almost made everyone's eardrums hurt. The roaring passage only felt dizzy. Under the huge drag force, the 4 trains finally rushed to the high-altitude corridor. As the terrain suddenly eased, a huge air tunnel appeared in everyone's sight, straight forward, with no end in sight. Success, we are up. As the rear traction platform all entered the air corridor, countless people began to cheer. Oh my god, we entered the air corridor. Success, success. Survived. Chapter 158. Bang, bang, on the high-altitude corridor, thousands of cars roared with cheers. Some roared, some exclaimed. Some cried, some panted. The only thing in common was the shock brought by the thrilling sprint. At this time, the 4 trains responsible for traction did not stop. They were dragged by the mechanical traction device on the track and merged. The rear mounting unhooking was finally released, and the yellow traction platform full of survivors was driven by the system to enter the electromagnetic acceleration sequence channel. Captain Lin, thank you. Jiang Yun's voice came from the intercom. On the Infinity, Lin Xian was sweating profusely and almost fainted. Just now, he felt for the first time that the mechanical heart was almost overloaded and exploded, and the whole person almost fainted. At this time, the power turbine of the entire giant whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive made a hollow cooling sound, and the steaming heat waves overflowed in the engine group. He panted and raised his head, looking at the dense convoy in front of him. Among them, he saw Jiang Yun, Shu Qin, Su Jin, and Lao Mo sitting in the heavy truck, all greeting him through the car window. Captain Lin, we are waiting for you in Jiazhou. Shu Qin sat in the car, and as the traction platform passed the Infinity, it slowly moved forward, and said excitedly, Thank you, Captain Lin, without you, we would definitely be finished this time, and I will definitely repay you if I have the chance. Su Jin also said with emotion at this time. Thank you, young man surnamed Lin. See you again if I have the chance. Remember to upgrade the train drive mode. The track behind is not easy to walk on. Lao Mo instructed. Goodbye, I wish you good luck. Lin Xian looked at everyone and picked up the intercom to respond. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Lin Xian, and thousands of vehicles began to move. Many members of the Silver Star and Lin Xian No. 1 waved through the windows. Woo, metal windshields rose in front of the traction platforms, and the tractors rushed to the distance quickly under electromagnetic acceleration. The The entire high-altitude corridor was close to a negative pressure environment, which was enough to accelerate these vehicles to incredible speeds. On the military intercontinental train of the Iron Guard Brigade, Bai Shuang looked at the rows of cars leaving, with a look of relief on his face. Team leader Bai, it's a success. Wei Kishua was sweating profusely, and leaned back on the chair with a complicated expression at this time, wiping the cold sweat with a face full of fear. This is definitely the most exciting thing I have done in my life. It's not over yet. Hurry up and complete the line of other trains. Bai Shuang remained calm. Wei Kishua nodded, immediately came back to his senses, and began to operate the system scheduling. So many people have not successfully passed the high-altitude tunnel, and rushing up is just to overcome the first difficulty. Drop. Soon, all the traction platforms were put into the electromagnetic acceleration channel and left quickly. The airport dispatching system began to pull the 4 trains to different tracks, remove the limit, and notify them that they could enter freely. At this time, the voices from other trains came from Lin Xian's intercom. Lin Xian, I, Jian Shiwei, thank you on behalf of the entire Silver Star. I owe you a favor. Jian Shiwei's cold voice was full of recognition. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would be so decisive in the life and death moment just now, and it seemed that he had such a backup plan. This made her have to re-examine this man, the mysterious mechanical ability, the traction plan to save everyone, and the use of the heavy gas turbine locomotive at the critical moment to save the most important point of the rising speed, which won precious time for the system restart of other trains. This person is not simple. Behind Jian Shiwei, Jian Ziyang sat on the ground with a pale face and a terrified look. At this moment, he seemed to have survived a disaster. He murmured in horror, gas turbine. How is it possible? This is incredible. Thank you, you also helped a lot. Lin Xian responded on the Infinity side. Whether in resistance or traction plan, the Silver Star and Lin Xian No. 1 are the absolute support force. If he relied on only one Infinity, it would be impossible to achieve it. See you around the star. Goodbye. Woo, the Silver Star lit up the sci-fi engine lights, carrying more than 3,000 passengers, and rushed quickly into the distance. Good boy, I, Yuan, will remember you. If we have a chance to see each other again in the orbit around the star in the future, I will definitely treat you to a drink. Yuan's heroic voice also came. Lin Xian was quite impressed by this person. In the Doomsday, he was one of the few people he had seen who could stand up without hesitation. In addition to Junying, he should be the second one. Have a good trip. Lin Xian responded. Lin Xian No. 1, a large mobile castle, also began to accelerate at this time and rush forward. Dozens of carriages soon disappeared. Silver Star and Lin Xian No. 1 did not delay, and soon entered the orbit line, started to accelerate autonomously, and headed towards the distance. Captain Lin, thank you for your assistance in this evacuation. I will report the situation to my superiors. If you need it, you can always seek help from our Phoenix rescue organizations in various places. Now the airport is about to fall, please evacuate immediately. On the other side, Bai Shuang's voice was also heard, and at the same time, Wei Kishua's voice. Captain Lin, I wish you good luck and see you again if there is a chance. Okay. Lin Xian responded immediately, and the 2 trains were separated into different tracks, and began to accelerate. Because there was no electromagnetic acceleration traction platform, the 4 trains could only use their own engines to accelerate on the track of the high-altitude corridor. Although the speed would be a little slower, it was not a big deal compared to life and death. The speeds of the trains were different, and everyone was worried that the atmospheric jellyfish in the sky would attack the high-altitude corridor, so no one delayed, and all of them increased to the speed, moving at a very fast speed to escape from Yubei City No. 1 airport. Among them, the Infinity was the slowest, and before long, the 3 trains in front had all disappeared at the end of the high-altitude corridor. At this time, as the trains continued to move, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. How are you? Qin Sichuan came over anxiously at this time, and saw that Lin Xian and Kiki were both sweating profusely. Lin Xian stood up and said, everyone is okay. We are all fine. It was a close call just now. Kiki kept fanning himself with both hands, with a look of fear on his face. I almost thought the train was going to fall. If the horizon gate collapsed at that moment and the train engine was turned off, the fate of 1,000 or 2,000 people would become extremely miserable. Falling from a height of several thousand meters, the consequences can be imagined. Don't say it, we are not out of danger yet. Teacher Chen, use Gemini to increase the train to the fastest speed. Okay. Qin Sichuan nodded immediately. Lin Xian's face was pale, and he felt dizzy at this time, But he had no time to think about resting. The huge atmospheric mica was still in the sky. In this weird siege situation tonight, those countless air monsters might attack the high-altitude corridor at any time. Although the current energy can support the anti-aircraft weapons outside the high-altitude corridor, everyone is now 4,800 meters above the sky. How can he rest assured? Just as Lin Xian adjusted his breath and prepared to activate the mechanical heart to accelerate again, a low roar came from the air. Boom! Everyone on the train felt a numbness on their faces, as if some shock wave was coming. Instantly, everyone turned their heads to look at the side windows of the train. In the corridor, a buzzing sound came from a distance at a high speed. What happened? An earthquake? No, it's an explosion. Lin Xian's pupils shrank greatly, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone hold on." At the same time, he activated the mechanical heart again, and let the infinity start to accelerate. Boom! A huge shock wave rushed through the train in an instant, causing the entire high-altitude corridor to vibrate violently. Ah! Jin Sichuan and Sha Sha screamed immediately, and everyone began to lie on the ground. This huge high-altitude corridor was like a cruise ship floating on the stormy waves, constantly rising and falling. As the violent shock wave hit, Lin Xian felt the train engine's frantic movement, and his physical strength began to seriously fail. In an instant, it seemed as if time began to slow down. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat, his lips were numb, and his eyes were dizzy. Speed up. Speed up quickly. In the sky in front of Yubei City No. 1 airport in the distance, atmospheric mica and countless sky jellyfish were floating, millions of zombies were swarming, and the weird corpse chasers stood in the center of the city, staring at the east. A blue ball of light suddenly lit up in the sky. This light was extremely dazzling, like a new sun blooming on the earth, and its brightness was enough to pierce people's eyes. The entire Yubei city was only a vast expanse of white at that moment. Then, a huge shock wave spread rapidly around the explosion point in a ring shape. Wherever it went, the earth was shaking, and the dust was raised high, forming a dust curtain that covered the sky. The air seemed to be ignited instantly, making a deafening roar, which sounded like thousands of giant drums being struck at the same time, and like thunder exploding between heaven and earth. Then, a huge mushroom cloud began to rise slowly. The bottom of this mushroom cloud was wide, and the top was like an open umbrella. It kept rolling upward and expanding, and the color gradually changed from the initial grayish-white to black, as if it was a demon flower rising from hell, carrying an endless breath of destruction. Under the huge shock wave, millions of zombies were instantly vaporized, and the sky jellyfish was immediately swallowed by the dazzling ball of light. The atmospheric mica above the sky made a strange tremor, but no one could hear it. The mountain-like umbrella edge began to burn, and countless huge tentacles shattered and disintegrated like rocks. "General, will we win?" On the high platform in the center of Zone E of the airport plaza, behind Zhang Dingjong were countless soldiers of the Iron Guard Brigade who had died in battle. The last dozen or so people who remained surrounded him. He looked at the huge human-shaped black shadow in the center of the city, and the black shadow seemed to be staring at him. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. No matter how dark the sky is, it will be illuminated one day. Buzz. The light ball exploded, and everything was swallowed by the dazzling white light. The edge of the No. 3 star abyss, which covered a range of thousands of kilometers, lit up a ray of light, burning out the weirdness lurking in the darkness. In the high-altitude corridor, thousands of survivors' vehicles were speeding, for trains roared in the air corridor, and nearly 20,000 people were rushing hard on the infinity. A rustling sound came from the dark radio station. Lin Xian walked over with a tired face, and was surrounded by members of the team. Jin Sichuan, Kiki, the building, Sha Sha, Ding Junyi, Lu Xingchen, everyone looked at the radio station with a heavy expression. A voice sounded on the radio in all the survivors' cars. Phoenix Society Global Notice. According to the latest Star Abyss survey and analysis, the night is affected by the Star Abyss and is expanding tidally, and its coverage speed will continue to slow down due to the distance from the center of the Star Abyss. According to the Phoenix Society's calculations, the blue planet will enter global night in 1 year and 96 days, and this polar night may last for more than 571 years. For the sake of human civilization, the Phoenix Society hereby issues a notice to survivors around the world. All survivors are requested to plan a route according to the distance from the Star Abyss and escape to the east to the dawn. No matter where you are at this moment, please be sure to survive and believe that dawn will eventually come. Chapter 159. This was the first time that Lin Xian's mechanical heart completely devoured his energy. It felt as if the mechanical heart had activated some kind of self-protection program to force itself to shut down. When the mechanical power started working again, Lin Xian began to feel a cold touch on his skin, and a sense of weightlessness. Infinity is descending rapidly. Phew, the track is buzzing, and the train is trembling slightly. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and found himself lying on the bed in carriage number 1. He heard Chen Xishuan's voice in the cockpit, slowing down, no obstacles ahead. Everyone hold on tight, Xia, take good care of your brother Lin. He turned his eyes, and found that Lu Xia was holding his shoulders with a nervous face, afraid that he would roll off the bed due to inertia, and her little face was looking out the window nervously. Sister Chen, no broadcast related to Jiazhou City has been received yet. Kiki's voice came from carriage number 2. Lin Xian felt confused, and his subconscious told him that this descending slope must be an ascending channel. Have we reached Jiazhou City? Ding, the mechanical heart sent a prompt, and Lin Xian realized that the R&D Center had completed the research progress of the M556 light machine gun a few hours ago, and a new blueprint package prompted him to obtain it. A flash of light, and a new blueprint appeared in the R&D Center. Congratulations, you have obtained the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun blueprint. Lin Xian raised his neck to take a look, his pupils trembled slightly, and then he fell back on the pillow. Am I dazzled? What the hell is this? The research and development of firepower enhancement directly produced such a thing. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, and was sure that this R&D center was not a simple blueprint upgrade, including the A1 level subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier, which was completely created out of thin air. He even began to suspect that the end of the upgrade of the R&D center might not be something produced on this planet. Huh? At the critical moment, Lin Xian had no time to think about it, shook his dizzy head and got up immediately. Seeing Lin Xian wake up, Xia immediately exclaimed, Brother Lin, you wake up? Where is this? The descending track of Jiazhou Airport number 2, we flew in the high-altitude corridor for 7 or 8 hours. Xia said. Lin Xian sat up from the bed, and the whole car was in a descending tilt state at this time. He immediately activated the mechanical heart, and found that Chen Xishuan was using the Horizon Gateway to control the descent speed. At present, everything seems to be going well. The black armored train was descending towards the ground. In the cockpit, Chen Xishuan saw Lin Xian coming in, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Are you awake? Is everything going well? Seeing that the train was still sprinting at high speed, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless, and began to control the train to adjust its posture. There are no other problems for the time being. I have increased the speed of the train to the fastest in the high-altitude corridor, but at our speed, it is several hours slower than others. It doesn't matter, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. As long as we get through, this is already the fastest speed for us to escape from the night, and the longest distance we have crossed in a short time. All car traction platforms have been electromagnetically accelerated to a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Trains like the Silver Star and Longshan No. 1 are well equipped, and their speed is not comparable to the Infinity that Lin Xian is equipped with at this time. It is normal that the speed cannot keep up. But for the team that has crossed the 4,500 kilometer Daju Plateau, it is considered to be temporarily out of the threat of polar night. I don't know if anyone is staying at Jiazhou Airport. I don't know about others. Shuqin and the others should be waiting for us, Lin Xian said. After a night at the airport, he decided to expand the train on a large scale, like the Silver Star and Longshan No. 1, take more passengers, and fully explore the potential of his mechanical heart. At the same time, an important problem needs to be solved, that is, the all-terrain mobility of the train. The Ring Star track will pass through large cities, and many extreme areas, so he must also have multiple route options, like the Dawn Center of the Phoenix. At this time, the slope slowed down, the train rushed down the climbing track, and began to slow down, and a large track hall appeared in sight. Wow! 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 The huge sound of the train echoed in the track hall, which seemed very empty. There was no one in sight. Jiazhou City's No. 2 airport was built on a mountain. The track and the underground tunnel went along the underground track along the tunnel. Soon, a beam of light was seen. The Infinity did not stop at all, and rushed out of the tunnel directly. In an instant, the dazzling sunlight instantly enveloped the train, and all the carriages were illuminated. At the same time, a sense of warmth also came with it. Is it dawn? Such an early sun. Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan felt a little stinging in their eyes. At this time, Sasha, Kiki and others also ran in. Through the glass porthole, under the early sun, A quiet big city appeared in everyone's sight. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and the early morning sun was still very cold, but for the team that had just come from Yubei City in a blizzard and low-temperature environment, this temperature was already considered warm. Wow, I haven't seen the sun so early in a long time. Kiki came over and exclaimed. Jin Sichuan looked leisurely. It feels like resurrection from the dead. We have a lot more daytime time all of a sudden. Xiaoxiao looked excited. Wow. The train passed quickly on the high-speed elevated road of the airport, and the scenery of the city in the distance fell into everyone's eyes, with a feeling of both strangeness and familiarity. For 1,500 kilometers, the area from Jiazhou to Longjiang is approaching the middle zone between Xingyuan number 3 and Xingyuan number 5. Lin Xian said. Xiaoxiao was very envious. The people here are so lucky. They have more daytime than other places. That being said, Kiki frowned and looked at the city in the distance. But why do I feel that this city seems too quiet? It looks like a dead city. Logically, there should be many survivors in the middle of Xingyuan. Lin Xian shook his head. You think too simply. Xingyuan number 3, number 5, and number 7 are too close. Even if there is temporary living space in the middle, it is just a frog in the boiling water. And the dangers in the night are the same. The farther the city is from Xingyuan, the more living space and time it can have, but the infection in the night is also fatal. And because the distribution range and expansion speed of Xingyuan are different, some areas will be covered by polar night more slowly, and the chances of survival will be higher. Although Jiazhou City is far away from the rapidly expanding star abyss number 3, it is not far from the other star abysses number 5 and number 7. If the other two star abysses also expand rapidly, this area will be surrounded and quickly covered and swallowed. Population and cities are all influencing factors. Ding Junyi came over at this time and stood in the distance and said, Luqing Dingzhou, where star abyss number 3 is located, is the most densely populated urban area in Tianhai province. Like North America number 1, Asia Pacific number 2, Europe number 9, and Republic number 11, they are all star abysses with the fastest expansion of dark tides. It is precisely because of this that the Phoenix Society advocates finding living space in motion, such as the polar ice cap in the Arctic, plus the influence of the polar day. From the calculation, it is very likely that there will be the last area covered by the polar night. There is no star abyss there, but it is also in the polar night now. Chen Sichuan responded. For months later, there will be polar day that lasts for 6 months, and without the influence of dark tides, it will be the most suitable area for refuge. The South Pole is also in polar day at present, the same reason. Lin Xian nodded. Not bad. For us humans, it is equivalent to a shrinking safe zone. As he said, he felt that this was very similar to a game from decades ago, where you still need to run away from poison. Can that be called a safe zone? Kiki was stunned. That place is the polar region. There is nothing. How can people survive there? Lin Xian turned around and looked at her, and said meaningfully, Believe me, when the global polar night covers the world and monsters run all over the ground, that kind of uninhabited area full of sunshine will be the place where everyone dreams of belonging. Chapter 160. Jiazhou City is a marginal city of Yunjiang Plain close to the Dazhu Plateau in the west. It is also a major transportation route. Starting from here, you can go to Xilan and Quacheng in the northeast. To the northeast is the Shidi Gobi swallowed by the number 5 star abyss. To the southeast is the Haidong number 7 star abyss. The ring star track is just in the middle of the number 5 and number 7 star abysses. It passes through Jiazhou City, Hengshan Pass, Huiya River, Longjiang River, and crosses the Parma grassland to Jihai and Xingcheng. Jiazhou City Ring Star Track Station is a large building built on the hillside, which can overlook the entire Jiazhou City from top to bottom. Because it is not shrouded by the dark tide, it is still clear here. There is no blizzard and low temperature before the Dazhu Plateau. The temperature seems very comfortable. Infinity slowly drove into the rail station. This is a passenger center. Normally, it should be occupied by zombies, but when Lin Xian and his group drove in with vigilance, they found that the passenger station was empty. Not only that, there was not even a corpse. If it weren't for the luggage scattered on the ground, the large pieces of dried and coagulated blood, and the buzzing flies, Lin Xian even felt that this place was like the end of the world before the door was opened. Strange, we are only a few hours late. With so many survivors and vehicles, doesn't anyone want to rest in this city? Why don't we see anyone? Chen Sichuan frowned. Lin Xian also felt a little puzzled at this time. He remembered that Xu Qin's group of people in the convoy were going to wait for them here, but the situation in front of him was full of weirdness. It's too quiet. Where are the buildings and Lu Xingchen? They have been on guard all night and are still sleeping. Wake them up. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Everyone be alert. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. So many survivors are not here. This is really unusual. Normally, this place is temporarily away from the polar night of Star Abyss number 3, and has just experienced a cruel night at the airport. We should stop and rest. Junying and his team should be a few hours earlier than us. It should not be dawn here at that time. Chen Xishuan analyzed at this time. Maybe we encountered some strange body. It's possible, Lin Xian nodded. Click. Click. At this time, the walkie-talkie suddenly rang, and Lin Xian was a little surprised. The frequency of this walkie-talkie was still the frequency of the previous airport towing plan. Could there be people from the previous airport here? Captain Lin, can you hear it? It's Shu Qin, Chen Xishuan said in surprise. Lin Xian immediately pressed the call button. I can hear you, where are you? Captain Lin. Be careful, don't open the car door or window, there is. Click. Quack, quack. Before Shu Qin finished her words, a crisp bird call suddenly sounded in front of the car. Boom, a black crow landed in front of the windshield, howling continuously, and at the same time looking into the car. Everyone held their breath immediately, because the crow's eyes were already a bloody hole, and several thin black tentacles grew out of it, twisting constantly like a parasite. The crow seemed to have noticed the people inside, turned its head, and suddenly pecked at the windshield window with its beak. Boom! The force of this blow was so great that a crisp and soft sound was emitted. This thing has been infected by the night. Lin Xian frowned, and Kiki stepped forward and raised his hand to clean it up. Unexpectedly, the crow suddenly went crazy and began to peck at the car window violently. Boom, boom, boom. Like a machine, it pecked a few times, and the entire beak began to break. Countless black and slender tentacles began to extend from the smashed bird head and began to adhere to the glass, making a creaking sound. Afterwards, more and more crows fell from the sky above the platform, a black mass, some hovering in the air, and some fell on the roof of the platform. As the crow continued to hit, the flocks of crows began to fall on the infinity. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the sound of raindrops began to appear on the roof of the car, and the people in the car began to look around. Lin Xian's mind moved, and he immediately closed all the sunshades. At the same time, the exhaust system was also turned off, making the car temporarily a relatively rough and closed environment. These things are so disgusting. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Ding Junyi. Have you seen this thing? Ding Junyi looked around, with his hands in his pockets. No, there are too many types of mutants infected in the night. Our biological laboratory will have new samples sent in every day. The infectivity, aggressiveness, and means of attack are completely unpredictable, but there is not a single zombie in this place. It is very likely that some kind of biological outbreak has occurred. Biological outbreak. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard this. What kind of biological outbreak can't even see a zombie? Ka. Captain Lin. Shu Qin's voice came again. Can you hear me? Yes, where are you? We. Click. We are currently hiding in a train maintenance warehouse. Click. Over there. Chen Xishuan heard Shu Qin's words, and immediately pointed to a large black warehouse far away from the platform branch line. There was a gantry crane outside the warehouse, and many abandoned and rusty old antique gas turbine locomotives were parked. The voice of the intercom continued to come. Last night, many survivors' convoys were attacked by unknown creatures. Click. The sky is full of them. Click. As long as you hear the sound, it will attract. Sound? Look. Chen Xishuan pointed to the sky above the city streets in the distance. There was a black cloud there. A closer look revealed that it was slowly moving. That's not a dark cloud. It's all birds. Oh my god, so many birds. Lu Xingchen came over with dark circles under his eyes, and looked outside in surprise. It looks like a group of mosquitoes. Sasha's face was twisted into a ball, and she couldn't help but be frightened when she saw the scene. Dong 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 dong. The dense sound began to sound continuously. Lin Xian immediately raised his hand to make a gesture to silence everyone. Then, he looked around and found an old truck metal water tower not far from the stop platform. So he turned around and pointed to the cylindrical water tank on the water tower to Kiki, and then made a rolling motion. Seeing this, Kiki nodded quickly and understood what Lin Xian meant. She immediately walked forward and raised her hand to try to control the water tank with telekinesis. Fortunately, the distance was not far. With Kiki's supernatural power, the water tank on the high tower suddenly began to twist, and the metal frames that fixed the support broke one by one, making a bang 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 sound. This sound suddenly attracted the attention of many corpse crows, and a group of corpse crows flew from the sky and the ceiling. Kiki found that it really worked, so she began to use force on her hands, twisted the metal water tank with telekinesis, and then threw it down the hillside.